Chapter 1 Scheming Against Thmaliadina Novel. Aboard a luxurious cruise ship sailing around world. Yu Beiqing stood up, dressing gas spoke, war nalman don't think about escaping, understand? On thinking size but lie a strikingly handsome man with a robust physique. His clothing was disheveled, and this body was marred with bloody scratches, not a single part of him unscathed. Sweat-soaked chestnut there clung to his exquisite face, radiating an intense sexual tension. His limbs were shackled, rendering him utterly immobile. He said, Yu Beiqing, he will personally kill one then toss your body to the dogs. His voice was shortly said with a hint of seduction. Not only was she exceptionally good-looking, but this voice also had an irresistible allure. Feedy out of the dogs, perhaps? Fu Shijua replied. Yu Beiqing Tadalidla fan leaned closer, her fingertips grazing his cracked lips, seeing Juice spirited, how about I'll relive a thief from earlier? Get lost. Had Fu Shijua not been an incapacitated be a debilitating drug, who would have surely strangled her himself. Yu Beiqing and lipid dischik, he would think Kyowen Tetarol in Theshits again. As Helianadin Fu Shijua turned his face facey, coldly stating, Sutha Sajir trui natural tat delicate gentleness was merely a fadetta manipulate main to dealing with Yunanin, wasn't it? Indeed. Yunanian was your half sister and the protagonistic of test story. That's right, Yu Beiqing get transmigrate into a novel, assuming the identity of the malicious supporting character was shared her name. She suspected the friend from the 21st century, harboring deep resentment, had written not wisted novel losing her name. The story was a Tina Biganera, revolving around Thunderworld. Themoleli led Fu Shijua reignite supreme in City A, known for his ruthless actions and merciless demeanor, committing countless shanusiks tatir nether monodarious reputation, children across the globe would cry a themary mention of his name. It was said that a ward of evil and protectonshom, there was no need for Dorgod's mere lippisting his name on the door would suffice. Abandoned by his biological parents at birth, Fu Shijua was left at a hospital without care. After a few years in an orphanage, he was adopted by a twisted couple, enduring all if worse than death. It wasn't until he was 8 that he was rescued by the sweet and naive Malalid finally tasting a proper meal and wearing new clothes for the first time. From that moment on, he secretly cherished the female Malalid in Hishiar Tashi's white moonlight. In thy soul fashionetto, Theathor delighted in misunderstandings. Thief Malalid having saved the Malalid was accidentally injured Bithosawus up to kill him, resulting in her loss of memory. It was then that the supporting female character seized the opportunity to inform the Malalid that the female Malalid had suffered severe injuries and she gave him her cherished necklace, instructing him to find her when he grew up. 18 years later, the now successful Malalid sought out the original character with the necklace, and through a series of encounters, they became entangled. Yet a Venice female Malalid and the original character grew closer, they could not escape the other's machinations, no matter where a female Malalid went, the female Malalid would inevitably appear. Thus, female Malalid duly became captivated with Malalid's brilliance, growing increasingly impatient with the original character, even beginning to neglect her. This jealousy festered within the original character. Oneda each would feign excess of a blood loss, demanding the female Malalid to donate blood. The next stage would claim kidney isos, insisting the female Malalid donate kidney. Female led of the presencio of T Saint left Malalid appeared clever as a monkey, yet was still lasapi when faced with the scheming supporting character. Easily deceived by the original character's manipulations, he load her servants to force it half a Malalid onto the operating table. And so a kidney was cruelly harvested and fed to a pig. Originally, the female Malalid's kidney was meant for the original character, but she had secret lifted to the pig instead. These ways all because the original character's body was as robust as an ox. Had there been any issues with her kidneys, she wouldn't have been able to forcefully confront Fu Shijua. Yu Beiqing, yo will pay for what you have done it today, Fu Shijua said, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. That is, of course, if I manage to escape with this luxurious cruise ship first, she teased, tossing her thick, wavy hair, how long do you think Fu will be on this ship? A hint of funios across a disbrow. Do you think it's a month, no heaven close, baby Fu will be here for a whole year, surprised, unexpected? She covered her mouth, giggling with a particularly clear and bright sound in this year, do you think he might end up with the Orbaby? Fu Shijua. Way didn't take precautions earlier, perhaps a lidione salary down the way, she reached down to caress her flat, fair abdomen, her posture undeniably alluring. You vixen, I will personally kill ya. When had Fu Shijua ever been so manipulate and scheming against? And this Yu Beiqing, tiny and again, crossed his bottom lean, the humiliation would not gone avenged. Yu Beiqing from believed his words, for the original character in the novella being turned into a human puppet behemoth. You'd right now, you were my captive, she extended a slender finger to lift this skin, if you wish to live, you had best make me be. Heshraga offer hand, Makio happy, only if I were dead. Yu Beiqing gad indeed contemplate taking his life. However, upon her arrival in this world, a virtual visitoed in her mind this world was sustained with 11 million family leads if either deed, the world would crumble. As long as he survived until the leads passed away a foldage, she would have complete her mission and could return to the 21st century. Thus, her only option was to survive. And the prerequisite for survival to ensure the Malalid would overlunite the original character's past deeds. But the Malalid was a man how old Rapan is light 100-fold of Fanyon armed whom he would retaliate with ruthless methods. Running away and hiding from him was not a viable solution. She feared that Bidesh would barely escape the country, only to Besho Tinthi had be him at night. Theathor haid exaggerate female elites influence and wheel thahad connection cell over the globe. After my contemplation, Ubaikin decided to employ the oldest trick in the book to resolve. His Achilles heel to Twentis had never been with Amun. In traditional tales, female elite was often portrayed as a rampant stallion. Yet, to emphasize his prowessina respect, Theathor made him extraordinarily formidable, leaving Gaul women terrified of him, which resulted in him remaining untouched at 26. A 26-year-old underworldy boss who had never been with a woman? Was the Tevin plausible? She mused that this lack of experience could be advantageous. A virgin typically harbors deep obsessions and bonds with their first partner. Thus she forged an alliance with the antagonist Molesican lead, plotting to get him and the female Eliodon Theship, then drugging him to successfully sleep with him. She was determined that after spending half a year together, he would surely develop feelings for her. Chapter 2 She became different. For several consecutive days, Ubaikin indulged him in various ways. Initially Fushiju expressed nothing but loathing and hatred. However, as time passed, his imatagronum, allowing her to obvious pleased. Onedi Ubaikin entered the cabin with a tray of food, only to find him sprawled across the large bed, deliberately occupying Jitasuwakadin. She said, I want believe you to day come sit with him. A flicker of surprise crossed Fushiju's eyes. She placid the food unfitable, then's waiter waist like a serpentess he settled beside him. Ubaikin gazed at him in silence, her eyes brimming with a predatory intensity that on lyserbid to kill his gaze further. How could this woman look at him with such repulsive eyes again? Watery Ostringat, she licked her alluring red lips, then, without hesitation, pinched at his handsome face. Hagrid had his teeth, wretched woman. Femamentio speak to mine Thaton again, Illatugo, her was a careated in tough grievances he continued, brotherfu, it truly hurts my feelings to hear you call me a wretched woman. Can't you just calm chanchin simmer? Never. The Nio went meto keep balayan Jew, don't you, shepokita this throat. You is voice washors, you becheng, you had better not fall in tummy hands. And what if Fido, will you treat Mathesum way I treat you? The corners of his eyes reddened, his voice had dropping to a whisper, I will not let you off. Sharavella din his injured just then, Aknakan the door interrupted the charged atmosphere, she spoke with a hint of irritation, hoisit? It's me. The second Malalid, a deeply infatuate antagonist Lanjwachi. You bechingly in Fushiju's embrace, am busy, noti metamete. Fushiju spival haverivt. Sasun, Haranterist twained immediately as his light lay rosa to Lucatham, a triumphant smile playing on his lips, don't but too pleased to ven if they come, it doest me and they'll findo. Saying this, shepled out of the medicine Lanswaki Hajaven Haran forced it into his mouth. Seeing him blariate her menacingly, she explained, don't worry, these one killy what will merely render you me for a short while, soon I'll have Lanzuich ajivi what is guas, and even if your people stand right in front of you, they want recognitia. If Fushiju's people found him, would she even serve? Tothis end, Shehed Lan diviseta plan. Justly hurry and wait for Milby back shortly, Shagin lipita dishtik before he exiting the cabin. As Fushiju anthied, his dark eyes were a shrouded in obscurity. How was this woman so different from before? She seemed to have grown considerably more cunning. She had better preciado as fallen to hishans otherwise, he would surely make her suffer 1,000 deaths. Stepping outside, Ubaishing looked at Lanzuki and asked, how did they discover he was missing? She had arranged for a man of similar stature to impersonate Fushiju in a city, yet she hadn't anticipated that they would still uncover the truth. Indeed, female elite was favored by the heaven sent him enormous pinthablet would lead him to swift light the tide. Lanzu Okai replied, it was Sha Yinho called. When you Beijing had a seed du Nanyanato Thekruai ship, she had searched her for a phone. Where did she get a phone? Igaveta or. Are you an idiot, why would you verify? You Baikin couldn't help but curse in frustration. Lanzo Okai frowned slightly, please show me some respect when I speak to him. You Baiking show Thimiglair, where is she no? She's currently with Butler Lid downstairs. Butler Lai had befushiju a sitta for 18 years, serving as loyal servant, while he peered honest and simple, he weighs his ruthless and cold-bloody das fushurjue. Now that Butler Lai had been alerted, get me Antharusi off the fake fushiju had been completely unraveled. Oh no, what should we know, Shebetherfinger, pondering how to escape. What is there to fear, as long as we can hold out for 3 days, John Yuba will send Simiana Torreskas. John Yuba was the best friend of Lanjwachi. The medicine Esha had just given Fushiju obtained from John Yuba by a doctor Wardord experimenting. He was the Enlimela character in the story who did loveth Malalid. Instead, he was enamored with his instruments, and later, Thesikin Malalid would complete a Lidarkin with John Yuba playing a pivotal role in the transformation. What if that we might note last 3 days. Yuba can gangshious lyre in her fingers through her hair. If I don't want to be caught by Butlerly, you should immediately find a way to contact John Yuba and have him send Simiana to Jesus. It's night now, then if he's in Simeon, they won't find dues in this vistocene. Then just wait to caught be Butlerly. Lanswaka's tenderness was reserved solely for the female elite Yunanin, while her remained cold and feeling toward Ubeicheng. If I get caught, you won't escape either. Ubeicheng. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Didn't our good friend teach you how to disguise Fushurjue? You could disguise with a fusion David Butler list pursuit. He didn't teach him, but he's in Samiana to assist me. Then we aren't yokeling that person over, Fushijuindi will be waiting for he went through him. Lanzuo kinadid. When you Bikingri entered the cabin, she was astonished to find Fushurjue, who should have been laying on the bed standing upright. This opening powder she had him had worn off after nearly Ike, he was knowable Tomov, albeit no tasuflies a normal personage movement resembled a slow motion scene from a film, making him appear somewhat comical. With her arms crossed and a playful smile, she asked, when did your habilitatum of, your acting is a good thought almost deceived me. He cold and speak, buff as dark as her main thicket on her, heavy with intensity. You baching said, it is like the you can get me, if I keep looking at me like that, it might just kiss you. As soon as her words fell, immediately shuthases, was she anticipating her kiss or someth in gels? You baching chuckled softly, leaning into fortless light push him back in bed, that's more likeite. Fu shijumo vetus lips, what do you intend toto? Thoth hakun focaliza his words, understood him perfectly, slismally gracing her lips, what do you think? You certainly have an interest in these. To bad butlerly will find soon you're doomed. You bike in feigned indifference, even if I must do something that brings joy first. Pervert. At that moment, Eknakeko adathador. She assumed was Lanzuki and wondered why ish Harris so early? Just as you bike in guasabato opened the door, a familiar voice rang out from outside of I-fi out ill break the door down. It wasn't Lanzuki, it was Butlerly. Damn it, Thisisbod. Chapter 3 of this medicine is detrimental to the kidneys. As Yubeicheng pondered how to deceive Butlerly outside, she overheard a bodyguard reporting, Butlerly, we have spotted Miss Yu and the young master over there. It was likely that Lanzuki had sent someone disguised as her in Fu Shijue. Indeed, Butlerly was convinced. Let us go. She exhaled in relief, but soon after, the door was knocked on again, and Lanzuki's voice resonated from outside, it's me. Yubeicheng promptly opened the door and was taken aback to see not only Lanzuki but also a man accompanying him. She inquired, is he the master of disguise sent by Jiang Yubai to be by your side? Indeed. Yubeicheng hurriedly directed the master to disguise Fu Shijue, then turned to Lanzuki, saying, we must leave swiftly. Butlerly will surely realize that you have deceived him and return at once. I am aware. Yubeicheng noticed his distracted demeanor, are you still contemplating taking Yunanin along? My collaboration with you is solely to ensure she can be with me. If I cannot take her away, what difference does it make if Butlerly captures me? Yubeicheng rolled her eyes, if you wish to die, go ahead, but I have no desire to accompany you to the grave. When Jiang Yubai's men arrive, I will take Fu Shijue and depart from the cruise. She is your sister, if you persuade her, she will undoubtedly come with us. Fu Shijue is no good man. If she continues to follow him, her life will be utterly ruined. As her sister, can you bear to watch her leap into the flames? Yubeicheng found this love-struck reasoning utterly exasperating, you cannot bear to see her jump into the flames, yet you can callously push me into the inferno? You were once with Fu Shijue. How could he possibly harm you? The young girl furrowed her brow and hesitated several times before responding, in any case, I will not persuade her. Initially, Lanzuki was unaware of the original character's insane actions. After all, Yunanin, that naive and sweet girl, would never speak ill of the original to the male lead, let alone the second male lead. It was only later, when the original character schemed against the pregnant Yunanin, that Lanzuki finally saw her true colors. Though I know you have never liked Xiaoying, being jealous and envious of her, she is still your sister. Can you truly bear to see her continually harmed by Fu Shijue? Fu Shijue is currently in our grasp, how could he harm her? If Butlerly can't locate Fu Shijue, he may threaten me with her. So, will her life not be in peril then? Seeing her unmoved, Lanzuki added, if you do not assist me, I shall kill Fu Shijue right now. Yubeicheng replied. Alright, I will give it a try. At that moment, the master of disguise had completed Fu Shijue's transformation and asked, which of you will go first? I will. Yubeicheng immediately stepped forward. What do you wish to be disguised as? What will Fu Shijue be disguised as? The master replied, an old man. Given that Fu Shijue could not speak, was physically incapacitated, and unable to walk, disguising him as an elderly man in a wheelchair was the best way to pass unnoticed. Then disguise me as an old woman. That way, I can act as his wife. The girl did not perceive any flaw in her words. Meanwhile, Fu Shijue, lying on the bed, felt the veins on his forehead throb uncontrollably. Lanzuki, aware of her feelings for Fu Shijue, was not surprised and merely asked, have you figured out how to make Xiaoyi leave with us? It's quite simple. Yubeicheng, brimming with ideas, suggested, make her like Fu Shijue. Once she takes the medicine, she won't be able to move, allowing you to manipulate her. No way, that medicine is harmful to the body. Yubeicheng scoffed and asked, what kind of harm? Why didn't you mention this before? Lanzuki replied, I feared you wouldn't dare use it on Fu Shijue, so I kept it from you. So, what exactly is the harm? As long as it wouldn't poison Fu Shijue, she was fine with it. He did not conceal the truth, it's not good for the kidneys. Yubeicheng asked, are you certain? Over the past few days, she had felt Fu Shijue's vitality was quite robust. If it weren't for her own weakness, she believed he could perform 5 or 6 times a day. Absolutely certain. Given your assured tone, have you used it before? Did you experience kidney issues afterward? She scrutinized him with a look of amusement. Lanzuki's facial muscles twitched in response. Jiang Yubai tested the medicine on a lab rat. A lab rat is not comparable to a human, I have tried it, and Fu Shijue's vitality is exceptionally good. You can confidently use it on Yunanin. Hearing Yubeicheng's words, Fu Shijue was infuriated, nearly leaping off the bed. Not only had she sullied his name, but now she dared to boast about it to Lanzuki? This despicable woman, she must be doing this on purpose, right? You and Fu Shijue have been intimate? The tone was laced with disbelief and a hint of surprise. In Lan Zhuoqi's memory, Fu Shijue was still a virgin. As for why he thought so, it stemmed from a conversation he overheard between Fu Shijue and Yunanin at her birthday banquet. Fu Shijue seemed to fear that Yunanin would find him dirty, explaining that he had never been intimate with Yu Beiqing despite their long association, and asserting that he would preserve his innocence for Xiaoyin. Now, could he believe Yu Beiqing's words? Is there any doubt? As she spoke, she lifted her clothing, revealing the faint bruises of intimacy on her skin. The girl's skin was luminescent, and the claw marks stark against it, creating a tantalizing allure. However, at that moment, Lan Zhuoqi's thoughts were with Yunanin, and he found her actions frivolous, questioning, "Isn't he unable to move? How did he touch you?" "I held his hand and squeezed." She chuckled mischievously. Though her words were crude, her voice was sweet and delicate, resembling a Chopin melody. The master of disguise and Lan Zhuoqi couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. Meanwhile, the veins on Fu Shijue's neck bulged, his crimson eyes locked onto her, akin to a grim reaper wielding a scythe. Lan Zhuoqi, observing Fu Shijue's reaction, couldn't resist teasing further. "I'm curious how you won him over. Previously, I heard him tell Xiaoyin that despite being together for so long, he had never touched you. How is it that he has feelings for you now?" Yu Beiqing feigned mystery. "Want to know?" "Sure, but only if you let me avoid finding Yunanin." "Then you might as well go find Xiaoyin." She clicked her tongue. "Lan Zhuoqi, if you truly wish to be with Yunanin, you should act swiftly and secure her." The second male lead often shared a childhood bond with the female lead, naturally remaining chaste due to his feelings for her. After all, it is widely accepted the male lead belongs to the female lead, while the second male lead belongs to the readers. Lan Zhuoqi's face flushed crimson. "I respect her wishes. I am not as indiscriminate as you." "What indiscretion? This is my first time too." The master of disguise, noticing their animated conversation, interjected, "We should leave now." Chapter 4 Obsession with Love. The four individuals, skilled in the art of disguise, narrowly escaped the pursuit of Butler Lee. However, Butler Lee was not easily deceived. Upon discovering their proficiency in disguise, he promptly exploited Yunanin to lure Lan Zhuoqi away. While Yunanin was rescued, Lan Zhuoqi fell into Butler Lee's clutches. To prevent any mischief from Yunanin, Yu Beiqing directly administered a sedative to her. "Before Jiang Youbai's people arrive, as soon as she wakes up, give her more sedatives," Yu Beiqing instructed the master. At that moment, the young woman lay languidly on the sofa in silk pajamas, her devilishly delicate figure contrasting with the weathered visage she wore as a disguise. "What about Mr. Lan?" The master was specifically dispatched by Jiang Youbai to safeguard Lan Zhuoqi, thus his concerns were solely for Lan Zhuoqi's safety. With his kind of infatuation, even if we rescue him, he would likely be duped again by Yunanin. To prevent any entanglements between them, it might be better not to rescue him for the time being. Currently, with Fu Shijue's life in her hands, Butler Lee could not do much to Lan Zhuoqi, though he would undoubtedly suffer physical torment. The master inquired, "Are you suggesting that we do nothing for these 3 days and merely wait for the young master's people to arrive?" The young woman replied with a faint "If anything happens to Mr. Lan while in Butler Lee's custody, my young master will not spare you," the master warned her. "If he dies, I will take the blame." She shot him a glance, adding a warning, "You better not hide any attempts to rescue Lan Zhuoqi from me." If the second male lead could die so easily, could he still be called the second male lead? Hearing her resolute words, the master felt assured that Lan Zhuoqi would likely be fine. However, that night, they witnessed Lan Zhuoqi being brutally whipped by Butler Lee, hanging in agony at the observation bar, surrounded by a throng of onlookers. This luxurious cruise ship boasted 24 decks and over 3,000 cabins, capable of accommodating up to 6,000 passengers. Grand and magnificent, standing on the deck, one could admire the sunrise and sunset, while from the rooms, the vastness and beauty of the sea could be felt. Additionally, the ship was equipped with a medical room, swimming pool, gym, restaurant, beauty salon, and duty-free shops, with an array of stores, concerts, stand-up shows, and diverse entertainment and cultural activities available constantly. Of course, it also offered a plethora of delectable food and beverages. For instance, one could enjoy a bottle of 82 Lafite while lounging on a beach chair at the open-air observation deck, basking in the sun and relishing a romantic seafood feast. At night, Yu Beiqing wheeled Fu Shijue outside to gaze at the stars, saying, "What do you think? The night is beautiful, isn't it?" He remained silent, his gaze elsewhere, unperturbed by his indifference. She remarked, "How boring. Didn't you say you were tired of being cooped up in the room? Now that we're out, you act like this." Having said that, she picked up a delicate pastry from the table and savored it. Just as she took a bite, the master hurried over, recounting Lan Zhuoqi's plight, to which she merely replied nonchalantly, "If he were dead, would Butler Lee still hang him there? His body is covered in wounds, barely alive. He probably won't last 3 days. According to those passers-by, Butler Lee intends to keep him hanging until we show up." Yu Beiqing asked, "Did you see anyone from Butler Lee's side at the scene?" "Yes." "Were there many? Was Butler Lee present?" "Many, and he was there too," the master answered one by one. While Yu Beiqing nodded in satisfaction, "That's good, this means we are safe." The master was perplexed. That fool Butler Lee used Yunanin to lure Lan Zhuoqi out because Lan Zhuoqi loves her. Yet, since we do not love Lan Zhuoqi, how could he possibly lead us out with him? The master replied, "So we just watch Mr. Lan suffer? I told him before that Butler Lee wouldn't do anything excessive to Yunanin, but he refused to listen." Now look where he has ended up. So tell me, isn't he just asking for trouble? With that, she scooped some cake with a silver spoon and offered it to Fu Shijue. He didn't eat, his face contorted in disgust. Shall I chew it for you? The master wore an expression of disgust. Reluctantly, Fu Shijue opened his lips and swallowed the cake she fed him. She affectionately patted his head. Now that's more like it. The master thought that if Fu Shijue were given a knife at that moment, he would surely chop her into bits. What are you standing around for? Quickly contact Zhang Yubai to come. Yu Beiqing said, feigning concern for Lan Zhuiqi. The master remained silent. As the ancient said, it is indeed difficult to raise both women and scoundrels. It would be wise to avoid provoking Yu Beiqing, lest he find himself hanging like Lan Zhuiqi. 3 days later, Zhang Yubai's people had yet to arrive, and Lan Zhuiqi remained suspended at the observation deck for 3 days and nights. The master visited daily to check on Lan Zhuiqi's condition. Though he felt pained by Lan Zhuiqi's suffering, he had yet to take action to rescue him because Butler Li had been guarding Lan Zhuiqi, leaving him with no opportunity to intervene. If this continues, Mr. Lan may not survive until the young master's people arrive. Miss you must think of a way, the master urged. Yu Beiqing lounged on the corpse of Fu Shijue, playing an iPad game in a particularly relaxed posture. Has Zhang Yubai's people not arrived yet? They have, but the weather is poor, making it difficult to discern direction on the sea. They may take some time to locate our ship. Yu Beiqing checked the weather forecast and discovered that a heavy storm was expected that night. She furrowed her brow. Truly, even the heavens seem to favor the male lead. Tossing the iPad aside, she yawned. Since that's the case, I'll have to take matters into my own hands. What method do you plan to use? What else? I will record a video of Fu Shijue being tormented and send it to Butler Li as a threat to release Lan Zhuiqi. However, this also meant that the IP address of the sent phone would be exposed, putting her at risk of being captured by Butler Li at any moment. The master queried, then why didn't you do that earlier? Yu Beiqing rolled her eyes. I'll film the video, you go fetch Lan Zhuiqi. The master nodded repeatedly and left. Yu Beiqing's gaze fell upon the obedient handsome man lying on the bed. Observing how she had trained him to be like a well-behaved and docile loyal dog over the past few days, she caressed his cheek, speaking in a tone filled with affection. Darling, I truly cannot bear to hurt you. But there is no other choice. After all, that damned Butler Li took Lan Zhuiqi away, didn't he? Seeing her retrieve a studded leather whip from a black box, Fu Shijue's eyes darkened. Yu Beiqing. Dare you lay a finger on me? Just bear with it. Don't worry, I won't be too rough, she said, and with that, she cracked the whip across his sun-kissed chest, leaving a vivid red mark. He let out a muffled groan, his muscles taut and engorged with blood. Chapter 5 devoted to him. The master had been waiting at the door until Yu Beiqing opened it, receiving a call that Zhang Yubai's men had already boarded the yacht. Has our rescuer arrived? Yu Beiqing's eyes sparkled with joy. Indeed. However, to avoid alarming Fu Shijue's men, only a single yacht has been brought, with merely 2 individuals to assist. Upon hearing this, Yu Beiqing nodded, stating, I shall take Fu Shijue and Yunanin to the yacht at once. And what of Mr. Lan? Here. She handed the phone to the master. Please send the video to Butler Li. Upon seeing it, he will undoubtedly release Lan Zhuiqi. Once you have rescued him, rejoin us. Unable to resist, the master opened the phone. Upon viewing the harrowing footage of Fu Shijue, he couldn't suppress a shiver. This woman, seemingly delicate, had proven to be ruthlessly fierce. The master departed, while Yu Beiqing hastily instructed the attendants to escort Fu Shijue and Yunanin from the cabin. Meanwhile, Butler Li received the grievous video of Fu Shijue. Enraged, yet resolute, he ordered Lan Zhuiqi's release. Simultaneously, he discerned the location concealing Fu Shijue through the mobile signal. However, Butler Li refrained from rushing there. Instead, he chose to lie in wait, intending to capture the master as he endeavored to rescue Lan Zhuiqi. The master divulged, if we hurry, we can still save Fu Shijue in time. Once he crosses the border, it will be exceedingly difficult. Butler Li promptly gathered his men and set off. Unfortunately, at that moment, Yu Beiqing had already boarded the yacht, which was now in motion. Butler Li stood on the deck, helplessly watching as she escaped right under his nose. Pursue her. Butler Li commanded. In the next instant, his phone buzzed with a message. Frowny face. If you wish to avoid a calamity befalling Fu Shijue, release the master and Lan Zhuiqi when the second yacht arrives. Accompanying the message was a photo of Fu Shijue sprawled on the floor, bloodied at his mouth and nose. Butler Li gripped his phone, fury igniting in his eyes. On the yacht, Yu Beiqing, noting they had crossed the border, thoughtfully dressed Fu Shijue. Suddenly, the boat shuddered, coming to a halt on the sea. Puzzled, Yu Beiqing stepped outside to inquire of the crew, why have we stopped? The crew replied honestly, the young master instructed that we are not to return until Mr. Lan is retrieved. Yu Beiqing frowned, connect me to Zhang Yubai. The crew handed her the wireless phone. Yu Beiqing dialed Zhang Yubai's number. I have Fu Shijue on board, it is only a matter of time before Lan Zhuiqi returns, can we not be taken ashore first? There was a moment of silence on the other end. The night air was frigid and damp, and Yu Beiqing pressed on, if Butler Li's men catch up, not only will Lan Zhuiqi's rescue be thwarted, but Fu Shijue's life will also be in peril. A deep, sultry voice echoed through the receiver, laced with a hint of menace, do not presume I am unaware that you are orchestrating this. Yu Beiqing remained silent. 15 minutes. If the second yacht has not retrieved Qi and Shinfu, I will ensure you sink to the depths of the sea. Shinfu was the master in disguise. Beep, beep, beep. Zhang Yubai hung up. Yu Beicheng dismissed Jiang Youbai's threats, confident that with both the male and female leads by her side, fate would favor her. Indeed, her gamble paid off with the second yacht returned with Lan Zhuoqi and Xin Fu, yet she found herself in grave danger. During her conversation with Jiang Youbai, while her back was turned for but a moment, Yu Nanyin awoke and, inexplicably possessing an antidote, administered it to Fu Shiju. As Yu Beicheng entered the cabin, she found Fu Shiju's hand wrapped tightly around her throat. Brother Fu. Little Chang's action stemmed from her deep affection for you. For the sake of her devoted heart, please spare her, Yu Nanyin pleaded. While Yu Beicheng's face turned purple from the pressure, her breath hitching, cough, 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 what my sister says is true. Please, spare me. Though Fu Shijue was aware that Yu Nanyin had been his savior in childhood, his feelings for her were merely one of fondness, not love. His narrow eyes narrowed at Yu Nanyin, questioning, are you aware that she usurped your identity and exploited me against you? Yet now you beseech me to spare her? Yu Nanyin's brow furrowed slightly. She was indeed aware of this matter, and it irked her to have Fu Shijue bring it up now, especially with the impending threat of losing her kidney, the pain still lingering. Seeing this, Yu Beicheng's tears threatened to spill as she quickly interjected, Sister, I too was blinded by my feelings for Brother Fu, fearing you would take him from me, which led to those unthinkable actions. Whoa, I truly regret it, good sister, please forgive me. The tears cascaded down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string, a sight reminiscent of the heroines in Xiongniao dramas, eliciting sympathy. In that moment, she was genuinely heartbroken, not out of remorse for the original owner's actions, but rather for her own impending doom at Fu Shijue's hands. Why Yu Nanyin's heart softened, yet Fu Shijue was not an easy mark. He retorted coldly, you didn't realize your mistakes until now that you find yourself in my grasp? His grip tightened. Why Yu Beicheng winced in pain, tears dripping onto his hand like scalding acid. Fu Shijue's expression darkened, do not attempt to feign. Yu Beicheng was taken aback by the man's ruthless demeanor. Her feminine wiles had no effect on him. It seemed she had no choice but to appeal to the female lead on her behalf. Adopting a pitiful demeanor, she pouted at Yu Nanyin, her voice laced with a plea, Sister, I know Brother Fu has always favored you. As sisters, I am willing to relinquish him to you. Could you perhaps persuade him to spare me? The original owner had never shown weakness toward Yu Nanyin naturally. Back then, the original owner had the backing of her stepmother and later gained Fu Shijue's favor, which gave her a sense of security. Yet now, whether out of pride at being the first plea from her sister or her inherently compassionate nature, Yu Nanyin blushed and addressed Fu Shijue. Brother Fu, your plea will not sway me, he replied, as if she were merely an object to be disposed of at will. Yu Nanyin felt a tinge of embarrassment. Since my sister has spoken, can you not consider the fact that she once saved you in childhood and let her go? Yu Beicheng was infuriated. The original owner had met her end at the silent behest of the male lead. She thought that if she brought Yu Nanyin to plead for her, perhaps he would show leniency. Alas, she had overestimated Yu Nanyin's standing in his heart and underestimated his ruthlessness. Fu Shijue laughed maniacally. Do I look like someone who was easily swayed by kind words? Cough, 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 let me go. Her breaths grew weaker, her voice barely a whisper. Brother Fu. Yu Nanyin, witnessing Fu Shijue's unyielding stance, grew anxious. She's running out of breath. Please, just let her go. Yu Nanyin was but a naive rabbit, unaccustomed to such killing scenarios. Unfortunately, her pleas were merely verbal, devoid of any tangible action to save Yu Beicheng. The sensation of suffocation enveloped Yu Beicheng, and she felt as though her life was slipping away. Chapter 6, How dare she strike him? Bang! Something collided with the yacht, causing a violent jolt. Yu Nanyin was thrown against the coffee table and lost consciousness on the spot. Whether it was a stroke of luck or misfortune for Yu Beicheng, Fu Shijue's remarkable sense of balance ensured that he maintained his grip on her neck, preventing her from being thrown out. However, the force of inertia was overwhelming, and both were sent sprawling onto the floor. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Beicheng immediately landed 2 solid punches on Fu Shijue. Unfortunately, they were utterly ineffective against him. With a dangerous squint, he asked, You dare to strike me? Aye. As she watched him approach, Yu Beicheng, in a state of panic, groped the ground and, without a moment to spare, swung an object at his forehead. Not only did she strike him, but she aimed to clobber his brow. Regrettably, it was neither a bottle nor a hard object, but a pack of tissues. Yu Beicheng was so infuriated that she nearly fainted on the spot. Oh heavens, why must fate be so benevolent towards him? Fu Shijue seized her collar, threatening, You're finished. Just as he spoke, the cabin door was kicked open from the outside. A group of black-clad bodyguards wielding AKs surged in, all aiming their weapons at Fu Shijue. Excellent, Jiang Youbai's men had arrived. Not willing to surrender easily, Fu Shijue swiftly incapacitated the closest bodyguard. Seizing the gun from the fallen man, he pointed it at Yu Beicheng's forehead. Yu Beicheng could only stare in disbelief. How could Jiang Youbai's men be so incompetent? In just a few moments, Fu Shijue had taken care of them. Take me to your boss, Fu Shijue commanded in English, or I will kill her sisters. The bodyguards exchanged glances at the unconscious Yu Nanyin and the captive Yu Beicheng, unable to discern which of the two was the target of their master's interest. Thus, they called Jiang Youbai. Before long, the battered Lan Zhuoqi arrived, stating, I'll let you go, but you must release both sisters. I want to take her with me. Fu Shijue her referred not to Yu Nanyin, but to Yu Beicheng. Absolutely not. I disagree. Yu Beicheng knew that if she fell into Fu Shijue's hands, her life would be in grave danger. However, Fu Shijue was confident that Lan Zhuoqi cared more about Yu Nanyin. Lan Zhuoqi responded, Fine. Yu Beicheng exploded, Lan Zhuoqi, you ungrateful wretch, I saved you, and you heartlessly push me into the fire? If only Lan Zhuoqi had been more resolute, Fu Shijue would never have been able to take either of them. Fu Shijue shot her a sidelong glance. Just a moment ago, she had professed her undying love for him, losing herself completely, yet now she dared to label him as a fire pit? Humph, indeed, a woman's words are not to be trusted. Ignoring her, Lan Zhuoqi signaled for his bodyguards to take away the unconscious Yunanin. However, Fu Shijue shifted the gun's muzzle to Yunanin's forehead. I must see Butlerly before I hand her over. Lan Zhuoqi's expression darkened as he immediately instructed a bodyguard, bring me my phone. After speaking with Butlerly, Fu Shijue made another request, insisting that Lan Zhuoqi and his men vacate the cabin. Fearing for Yunanin's life, Lan Zhuoqi had no choice but to comply from the outset. Yu Beicheng had been rolling her eyes in frustration. She had never encountered such a spineless second male lead. Whatever the male lead asked of him, he complied without question. Was he devoid of intellect? You, take this, Fu Shijue said, producing a white pill bottle from who knows where and tossing it into her hands. The bottle bore no label, yet it was evident that it contained something nefarious. Yu Beicheng, knowing she was ill, felt compelled to obey him, but in the next instant, a gun was pressed against her forehead. The sound of the chamber being readied echoed in her ears, indicating that he was poised to pull the trigger at any moment. Without even inquiring about the side effects of the drug, she hastily swallowed it. In her fear of him firing, she exaggeratedly made a swallowing motion, opening her mouth to show him, I've taken it, I've taken it. Her pitiful demeanor was almost comical. Fu Shijue, intrigued, inquired, do you know what the drug I gave you is? What is it, she asked. Guess. I can't. How infuriating, was she a child to be made to guess? Without needing to think, she knew it was a drug that would make her wish for death. As for how it would do so, she had no desire to know, yet, from where had he acquired this drug? As she pondered, Fu Shijue spoke again, you will find out in just a moment. Did the drug take effect that quickly? Just as Yu Beicheng was about to plead for mercy, she felt her body stiffen, as if she had been removed from a freezer, suddenly becoming rigid. She could not move. It mirrored his previous condition. Was he returning the favor in kind? When did you steal the drug from me? How infuriating, she had been completely unaware. Fu Shijue did not answer but sat back on the sofa, crossing his legs, his gaze as cold and predatory as a serpent's, fixed on her. Yu Beicheng felt a shiver run down her spine under his scrutiny. At that moment, Lan Zhuoqi's voice could be heard from outside. Butlerly has arrived. Let him in, Fu Shijue replied. First, let me take Xiaoyin. Lan Zhuoqi, you have no bargaining power here, Fu Shijue reminded him. Those who cared for someone had a soft spot, and Fu Shijue was exploiting Lan Zhuoqi's vulnerability, forcing him to yield soon. Butlerly entered, exclaiming, young master, are you alright? His eyes assessed Fu Shijue until they landed on the marks on his neck, and he erupted with fury. Who struck your neck? Young master, quickly remove your clothing so I can see what injuries you have. Fu Shijue pushed Butlerly away as he approached. These minor injuries are inconsequential. What did physical pain signify? His pride and spirit had suffered an unspeakable humiliation. What do you mean by minor injuries? I know you well, where have you sustained injuries? Butlerly demanded. Tell me who assaulted you, I want them to pay with their life. There, he pointed at Yu Beicheng. Butlerly's expression morphed into one of disgust as he turned to look, disbelief etched on his face. The person who struck the young master in the video was Miss Yu? Yet, how could Miss Yu, who adored the young master, bear to harm him? Hello, Uncle Lee, she greeted awkwardly yet gracefully, smiling. Butlerly was speechless. Strip her of her clothing, and whip her while recording it on the phone, Fu Shijue ordered, no blood, no stopping. A sadist. Yu Beicheng silently cursed, yet her exterior remained pitiful. Uncle Lee, I was forced into this by Lan Zhuoqi's men. Don't try to curry favor with me, even if you were coerced, you laid hands on the young master. That signifies your disloyalty to him. Butlerly's loyalty to Fu Shijue was unwavering. He would not hesitate to follow any order, even if it meant bringing harm to his own wife, for such is the nature of servants reflecting their masters. As Yu Beicheng saw Butlerly approaching her with the whip, she despairingly closed her eyes. This time, she was truly doomed. Chapter 7 You should leave with me outside the cabin. Lan Zhuoqi, holding an iPad, stared at the surveillance footage from within the cabin, his expression remaining largely inscrutable. However, standing beside him, Shin Fu could not suppress his furrowed brow as he inquired, Mr. Lan, are we truly not going to rescue Miss Yu? This is her own doing, Lan Zhuoqi replied. Just as both he and Shin Fu believed Yu Beicheng was doomed, the unconscious Yunanin suddenly regained consciousness. As Butlerly attempted to strip Yu Beicheng of her garments, Yunanin rushed forward, shielding her sister. You scoundrel, what do you intend to do to Xiao Chang? Miss Yu, I advise you not to meddle in matters that do not concern you, or I shall deal with you as well. Butlerly retorted, roughly shoving Yunanin aside. The floor was littered with shards of shattered glass from wine bottles, and Yunanin's hands were lacerated, blood seeping profusely. Upon witnessing this, Lan Zhuoqi could no longer remain composed. He kicked the door open and rushed inside. Xiaoyin, why are you so foolish? Damn it, why is there so much blood flowing from your hands? He hastily summoned a doctor. The effects of the drug coursing through Yu Beicheng's system rendered her immobile. Had she been able, she would have swiftly made her way to Lan Zhuoqi's side. Shin Fu, quickly fetch me the antidote for paralysis. I'm afraid, that antidote is only available to the young master, Shin Fu replied, feeling utterly helpless. Yu Beicheng met her end. Lan Zhuoqi intended to take Yunanin and leave, but Yu Beicheng cast a pleading glance towards her sister, prompting Yunanin to tug at Lan Zhuoqi's sleeve and ask, can my sister come with us? Where are we going? City A is your home, you should leave with me, Fu Shijue interjected. He leisurely rose, one hand in his pocket, and approached Lanjuichi Reyes. His gaze fell upon Yunanina's face, a cryptic smile curled at the corners of his lips, and he slowly extended his bony hand towards her, beckoning her to depart with him. Fu Shijue, what do you mean by this? Lanjuichi raised his voice. What I mean is, none of you shall leave here today. Butler Lee brandished a gun from his waist. Before long, all of Lanjuichi's associates outside were subdued by Fu Shijue's reinforcements. Once again, Lanjuichi found himself ensnared. Yu Beicheng coughed up blood. Lanjuichi's mind was in turmoil. Why had he agreed to Fu Shijue's terms and revealed their location to Butler Lee? Fu Shijue, if you wish to survive, I advise you to let us go, Shin Fu spoke calmly. This is not City A. It is Myanmar, this is my young master's territory. Fu Shijue laughed, a low, chilling sound that seemed to mock Shin Fu. Butler Lee, far more exuberant, laughed until he was bent over, unable to contain himself as he addressed Shin Fu. Do you know who the leader of Jiang Yubai is? It's Mose, and do you know what Mose calls my young master when he sees him? Myanmar is home to three major factions. At the forefront is the enigmatic boss, Old K, second is Jiang Yubai's father, Old Jiang. And third is Mose. Jiang Yubai, having been fascinated by peculiar experiments since childhood, inadvertently caused the demise of his own mother. From that point on, he suffered greatly, living in a haze, and nearly became a victim of assassination. It was only when he encountered Mose that he was pulled from the depths of despair and gradually returned to a semblance of normalcy. Upon hearing Butler Lee's words, both Shin Fu and Lanjuichi exchanged glances, shock flashing across their faces. They had long believed Fu Shijue to be a mere businessman, yet now it seemed he was entangled in something far more sinister, perhaps even wielding considerable influence. Could it be that Fu Shijue was one of Old K's subordinates? Yu Beicheng, aware of Fu Shijue's true nature, was not taken aback. She shot a meaningful glance at Yunanin frowny face. Where did you get the antidote for Fu Shijue? Do you have any left? Hurry and give me a dose. Yunanin, her hands bandaged by the doctor, responded, that antidote was given to me by Jiang Yubai, but there is only one pill. Yu Beicheng asked. When did you meet Jiang Yubai? On the cruise ship. Goodness, Jiang Yubai had been on the cruise ship all along, but why had he not shown himself, and why had he given the antidote to Yunanin, instructing her to administer it to Fu Shijue? A multitude of questions swirled in Yu Beicheng's mind. It wasn't until she heard voices outside, signaling Jiang Yubai's arrival with reinforcements, that the pieces began to fall into place. This was all part of Jiang Yubai's elaborate scheme. The October air was slightly chilly, yet Jiang Yubai donned a remarkably thin outfit. A simple black shirt outlined his perfectly sculpted physique, exuding an aura of tension. He stood against the light at the cabin door, the evening sea breeze tousling his disheveled hair, creating a sense of disarray. Particularly striking was a strand of white hair that fell across his forehead, accentuating the clarity and brightness of his features. The author had not devoted much ink to describing Jiang Yubai, only briefly mentioning his solitary disposition and background. Yet, upon laying eyes on him, Yu Beicheng felt herself nearly swoon from his beauty. It was not mere handsomeness, it was an ethereal beauty. Jiang Yubai, having spent his days in the laboratory, possessed an exceptionally fair complexion. Coupled with the exquisite features inherited from his parents, particularly his captivating peach blossom eyes that seemed to cast a spell, those who caught a glimpse of them would find themselves entranced and reluctant to look away. Were it not for his towering height and sturdy build, one might easily mistake him for a woman. From the moment Jiang Yubai stepped inside, Yu Beicheng's gaze remained fixed upon his face. Her unremarkable demeanor went unnoticed by others. However, it is not uncommon for individuals to exclaim or sigh in admiration upon encountering beauty. Yu Beicheng was one of those individuals, murmuring under her breath, "Good heavens, he is truly stunning." All within the cabin fell silent. As soon as Yu Beicheng's voice rang out, every pair of eyes turned toward her, including Fu Shijue's. Yu Beicheng offered a slight smile. I was just thinking how wonderful it would be to leave this place today. Yet, seeing Brother Fu's formidable presence, I realize I may have been overly optimistic. She successfully salvaged her dignity, but would anyone believe her? Yet, in light of Yu Beicheng's words, others nodded in agreement. Jiang Yubai was indeed captivating enough to hold anyone's gaze. If Fu Shijue exuded an aggressive charm, Jiang Yubai radiated a gentle allure. Although Jiang Yubai's appearance was strikingly beautiful, his voice was low and resonant. Tonight, they are coming with me, without fail. That will depend on whether you possess the necessary ability. The two sides were evenly matched, neither willing to concede. Since Jiang Yubai had come to the cruise ship, he surely had a corresponding strategy. Mr. Fu, can you guess where the antidote that Yunanin administered to you originated? At these words, darkness flickered in Fu Shijue's eyes. Yet, he seemed to have anticipated this outcome and did not appear overly shocked. I provided it to her, Jiang Yubai admitted candidly. This drug was only recently developed by me, and it does carry certain side effects. Yu Beicheng quickly interjected, isn't it just harmful to the kidneys? What other side effects are there? Jiang Yubai did not respond, but a knowing smile played upon his lips. Despair washed over Yu Beicheng. It was a disaster. She had taken it too. Chapter 8 I am pregnant with your child. Jiang Yubai did not speak falsely. This medication not only inflicts harm upon the kidneys but also bears certain adverse effects on the body. As for the nature of these side effects, even Jiang Yubai himself was unaware. Jiang Yubai's mother suffered from a rare form of ALS, and in his quest to cure her, he dedicated himself to researching related pharmaceuticals. Initially, after developing the drug, he believed he had succeeded. However, shortly after administering it to his mother, she succumbed, bleeding profusely, an event that became a lifelong obsession and a thorn in his heart. Thus, even after her passing, he continued his research in this field. Fu Shijue, of course, would not allow them to leave simply due to Jiang Yubai's few words, yet, shortly after Jiang Yubai spoke, Fu Shijue coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, splattering the floor crimson. Then, clutching his heart, he closed his eyes and collapsed onto the ground. This act startled everyone present. Is Mr. Fu dead? Shin Fu asked anxiously. Initially, when the young master fed the drug to the lab mouse, it bled to death in no time. Could it be that Fu Shijue would meet the same fate? Jiang Yubai furrowed his brow slightly. Only Yu Beicheng remarked, he is not dead. If Fu Shijue, as the male lead, were to perish, this virtual world would cease to exist, and she could hardly stand safely here. Butler Lee hastily checked Fu Shijue's breath at his nose. Fortunately, he was still alive. Fu Shijue had nearly fainted. Nevertheless, Butler Lee was in a frenzy, shouting at Jiang Yubai, if anything happens to my young master, Jiang Yubai, I will not let you go. Jiang Yubai remained silent, staring at the blood Fu Shijue had spilled on the floor, his face a mask of confusion. He had administered a very small dose of the potent drug. Why then did it still result in bleeding? Years ago, he had helplessly watched his mother die in a similar manner, bleeding profusely. Would he never achieve success in this field? Butler Lee roughly grasped Jiang Yubai by the collar, yelling, stop pretending to be mute. What exactly is wrong with my young master? Jiang Yubai shrugged off his hand and coldly explained, the medication he ingested immobilizes him for a week. However, due to the premature administration of the antidote, it caused the drug's effects to attack his heart, resulting in the bleeding. Rest assured, he will not die, he will awaken tomorrow. Butler Lee pressed, then why did you just mention side effects? I do not know. However, the fact that he only experienced a relapse after such a duration indicates his health is quite stable. For an ordinary person, he would have likely succumbed to the blood loss and fainted by now. Would there be no side effects if he had not taken the antidote? Yu Beicheng quickly inquired. Jiang Yubai glanced at her and clarified, it merely prolongs the onset. He then turned to leave with Shin Fu, while Lan Zhuoqi took Yunanin away. Unable to move, Yu Beicheng had no choice but to be carried off by the bodyguards. Butler Lee, concerned for Fu Shijue's condition, followed Jiang Yubai with a group of bodyguards. The next day, in Myanmar, Shueha village, this quaint border town in Myanmar boasted picturesque mountains and clear waters, with houses predominantly made of wood and bamboo. Soldiers armed with AK rifles guarded the area, creating an atmosphere both solemn and mysterious. Fu Shijue awoke, his head heavy and his stomach churning violently. Young master, you have finally awakened. Butler Lee had been vigilantly watching over him. Fu Shijue had not anticipated that he would find himself in such a dire predicament, all due to Yu Beicheng. Where is she? Lee Butler mistakenly assumed he was inquiring about Jiang Yubai, responding, he has been in seclusion since he returned last night. Mr. Moss said he is tirelessly researching the antidote. Fu Shijue took a deep breath, I am asking about that woman, Yu Beicheng. She has been lying in the room next door. As Fu Shijue attempted to rise, he was assisted by Butler Lee, only to find Moss approaching. Mr. Fu, it has been a while. Moss was a middle-aged man in his 40s, bald, with mysterious tattoos of totems adorning his scalp and neck. Upon closer inspection, a gruesome scar marred his cheek and ear, though obscured by his tattoos. If the opportunity arises, please send my regards to Mr. Old K. Fu Shijue scoffed, your men possess tremendous audacity to set their sights on me. It is my failure to discipline them. I shall have them apologize to you shortly. Given that Fu Shijue was now on Moss's territory, he had to show some respect, stating, a week. If Jiang Yubai does not finalize his research by then, Moss, do not blame me for disregarding our previous goodwill. Moss hesitated, a week may be too short, would 3 months suffice? Will 3 months guarantee results? Fu Shijue retorted. Jiang Yubai is kind-hearted. The drugs he developed were initially tested on lab mice, leading to slow progress. Now that you have inadvertently consumed them, it is imperative that he accelerates his research. Fu Shijue maintained his icy demeanor, clearly unfazed by Moss's words. Mr. Fu, should Jiang Yubai fail to produce the antidote in 3 months, you may deal with the people of Shueha village as you see fit. This statement revealed Moss's genuine concern and high regard for Jiang Yubai. Thus, Fu Shijue reluctantly agreed. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Moss departed. Young master, will you truly let this go? Butler Lee inquired. Fu Shijue smirked coldly, of course not. I see clearly what schemes Jiang Yubai harbors, but this Yu Beicheng, his gaze suddenly fell upon the adjacent room, bring her here. Understood. The wooden cabin had poor sound insulation, and Yu Beicheng, in the neighboring room, overheard the exchange between Fu Shijue and Moss. She had already fled. She ran away, was she not immobile? Had she also taken the antidote? Indeed, the night prior, Yu Beicheng had implored Jiang Yubai to administer the antidote to her. After ingesting it, she collapsed and bled within a minute. She had been left in the neighboring room by the bodyguards, waking around the same time as Fu Shijue. I shall see where she can escape in this tiny place. In reality, while there were numerous houses in Shueha village, many were off-limits, and soldiers patrolled the vicinity, preventing Yu Beicheng from lingering outside for long. Indeed, nearly 5 minutes after her escape, she was escorted back to her room at gunpoint by the soldiers. Inside, Fu Shijue was already seated on the sofa, awaiting her return. Upon seeing him, Yu Beicheng felt no surprise. Instead, she knelt before him, her head bowed in a display of utter defeat, tears streaming down her face. Brother Fu, I was wrong. I realize my actions have been utterly outrageous, but everything I did was for us to be together. You may hate me, you may kill me, but you cannot question the love I hold for you. Whether deliberate or accidental, there happened to be a pillow on the floor where her knees fell. It seemed she had rehearsed this scene before her departure. Fu Shiju silently observed her performance. I know you despise me, I understand that my death 1,000 times cannot atone for the hurt I have caused you. Yet, I have paid a price as well, I have suffered just as much as you, have I not? She wept passionately, resembling a lovesick woman terrified of losing her beloved. Seeing Fu Shiju unmoved, Yu Beicheng prepared to unveil her trump card. Moreover, I have discovered that I am pregnant. The child is yours, brother Fu, do you hear me? I am carrying your child, surely, you would not have the heart to kill me, would you? Chapter 9: 1 month pregnant, yet he had only encountered her a fortnight prior. Beside them, Butler Lee widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, what nonsense are you spouting? A flicker of revulsion passed through Fu Shiju's gaze. She was actually pregnant. Who gave her the audacity to bear his child? Had she not employed those sordid tactics, he would never have laid a hand on her. Yu Beicheng swiftly produced a pregnancy test stick with 2 lines, declaring, this is the pregnancy test I obtained from Dr. Zhang Yubai last night. I tested it, and it's true, I am pregnant. You are the only man in my life, the child I carry is undoubtedly yours. She incessantly reiterated that she was carrying his child, provoking Fu Shiju, who was usually stoic, to rise impulsively, filled with a desire to strangle her. Upon witnessing Fu Shiju's reaction, Butler Lee understood that Yu Beicheng's claims were indeed genuine. He hurriedly intervened, young master, take it easy, there is no need to be so impatient even in joy. Get lost. Fu Shiju shoved Butler Lee aside. Do you think that just because she is pregnant with my child, I will not act against her? Yu Beicheng remained silent, wiping away her tears with the back of her hand, feeling wronged. Her objective had been achieved, the subsequent matters could be left to Butler Lee. While Fu Shiju had no fondness for children, it did not imply that Butler Lee shared the same sentiment. Butler Lee, even tigers do not eat their cubs, he remarked, supporting his aching back. Moreover, the doctor previously mentioned that your sperm makes it challenging for women to conceive. It is likely that out of 100,000 women, only one might bear your child, and now that Miss Yu is pregnant, you should be elated. Butler Lee, you are becoming increasingly senile with age. This woman's intentions are treacherous, keeping her around will inevitably lead to disaster. He made a motion as if to draw his gun, intending to eliminate Yu Beicheng with a single bullet. Yu Beicheng, terrified, quickly hid behind Butler Lee. Butler Lee urged Fu Shiju to remain calm. Young master, if you wish to kill her, you must first eliminate me. Do you think I would hesitate to kill you? Butler Lee was taken aback by Fu Shiju's intense hatred for Yu Beicheng. Even if she had assumed the identity of Yu Nanin, Fu Shiju would likely only lightly reprimand her, not seek her death. Butler Lee was genuinely curious about what heinous acts Yu Beicheng had committed to provoke such wrath. Young master, if you truly wish to kill her, I will not obstruct you. However, it would be wise to wait until after she has given birth to the child. Yu Beicheng was fully aware that neither of these two were virtuous. Fu Shiju let out a cold laugh. You trust her so readily? Just because she claims to be pregnant, you believe her? Butler Lee pondered for a moment. Fu Shiju had only been on the cruise for less than a month. In the span of a fortnight, Yu Beicheng could assert that she was pregnant? He turned his stern gaze towards her, questioning, is your pregnancy true or false? It is true. How could I dare deceive you? If you do not believe me, take me to the hospital for a blood test. Her earnest demeanor brought a smile to Butler Lee's face, while Fu Shiju's expression darkened ominously. He doubted she had the audacity to deceive him. So, was she indeed pregnant? He should have put an end to her back on the cruise. Butler Lee, for my sake, please spare her for now, he pleaded. She is unworthy of bearing my child. The resentment he harbored had yet to be expressed. Regardless of Butler Lee's counsel, Fu Shiju remained resolute in his intent to punish her. Just then, Shin Fu knocked and entered, addressing Fu Shiju, Mr. Fu, my young master requests your presence for a meeting. I have no time. It concerns the antidote for your condition. We hope for your cooperation. Shin Fu, having learned of his identity from Mo's, was exceedingly respectful. Fu Shiju glanced at the cowering Yu Beicheng, gritting his teeth. I will deal with you upon my return. He followed Shin Fu out. Yu Beicheng, anxious, turned to Butler Lee. What should we do, Uncle Lee? If Brother Fu returns and truly kills me, you will never witness the birth of my little master. Butler Lee scoffed. You plotted against the young master. You should have anticipated this day. I merely love him too much, she lamented. Uncle Lee, you've seen me and Brother Fu grow together. Does he intend to heartlessly abandon me just because I was not the one who saved him in childhood? Was his kindness merely a result of my past rescue? Has he never harbored any genuine feelings for me? Tears streamed down her face as she spoke. The young master despises being deceived and manipulated above all else. You have committed both offenses, you are likely doomed. Yu Beicheng fell silent. Shortly after awakening, she had overheard Fu Shiju instruct Butler Lee to have the bodyguard silently eliminate the original owner. She had no choice but to conspire with Lan Zhuiqi, resorting to such desperate measures. In a city, Fu Shiju wielded absolute power. If she had not schemed against him, she might currently be languishing in some pit, suffering a fate worse than death. But I have already recognized my mistakes. Uncle Lee, if you can persuade Brother Fu to spare my life, I shall honor you as my second father. Fu Shiju's determination to eliminate the original owner stemmed not only from discovering that Yu Nanin was his childhood savior but also from learning that the original owner had transplanted Yu Nanin's kidney into a pig. He felt an overwhelming sense of guilt towards Yunanine. Furthermore, the original owner's repeated harm towards Yunanine ensured that Fu Shijue, known for his ruthless nature, would not spare her simply because she was Yunanine's sister. Even if your actions were driven by love, your madness has led you to commit unforgivable deeds. Butler Lee, disliking malicious individuals, admonished her, I can only guarantee your safety for 10 months. Beyond that, do not expect any further mercy. Perhaps she would be granted 10 months due to the child she carried. 10 months would suffice. During this period, she would undoubtedly win Fu Shijue's heart. Jiang Yubai seemed to have conveyed something to Fu Shijue, for he no longer threatened to kill her, allowing Yu Beiqing's uneasy heart to finally find some solace. That evening, Butler Lee brought in an elderly doctor. This physician was not from the local area but had been specially summoned by Butler Lee at Fu Shijue's behest to confirm Yu Beiqing's pregnancy. The old doctor felt her pulse and nodded to Butler Lee. After prescribing some medications to support her pregnancy, he took his leave. Throughout the entire process, Yu Beiqing was on edge. Even though the doctor had detected her pregnancy, Butler Lee insisted on having a nurse draw a blood sample to be sent for testing at the nearest hospital. Butler Lee was meticulous in his work. Additional verification only provided more assurance regarding her condition. Miss Yu, please rest well, Butler Lee advised before escorting the nurse out. Once the door closed, Yu Beiqing pressed her ear against the wall, straining to eavesdrop on Fu Shijue's movements next door. Butler Lee did not seek out Fu Shijue but took the blood test to the hospital. Approximately half an hour later, Butler Lee returned, presenting the documents to Fu Shijue. Young master, the old doctor confirmed that Miss Yu is indeed pregnant. Here is the expedited test result, indicating she has been pregnant for exactly 1 month. Pregnant for a month? He had only been with Yu Beiqing half a month ago. She was already a month along? Not only was she cunning, but she was also lewd. She had presumably planned to ensnare him, even going so far as to restore her hymen at the hospital. When he had seen the bloodstain on the sheets, he had believed he was her first man. Little did he know. Chapter 10 Antenatal Medicine. Butler Lee promptly explained. The nurse stated that the days of pregnancy are calculated from the first day after the last menstruation of the expectant mother. Fu Shijue displayed little emotion. The nurse estimated that Miss Yu's ovulation coincided perfectly with the days you spent on the cruise. Butler Lee believed that Yu Beiqing was indeed pregnant, yet it remained uncertain whether the child was the young master's. Young master, the child stabilizes in the womb around 3 months. At that point, a paternity test can be conducted. Fu Shijue had no desire for this child. However, recalling Jiang Yubai's words, he murmured, I understand, you may leave now. Yes. Next door, Yu Beiqing was left in a state of turmoil by Butler Lee's words. Yet, hearing Fu Shijue's tone, she felt a semblance of security. But was she truly safe? No. Although everything was under Yu Beiqing's control, successfully deceiving both the master and the servant, what would happen if the truth were to be exposed? Indeed, Yu Beiqing was not pregnant last night. She had anticipated that Fu Shijue would seek her out for an account, prompting her to implore Jiang Yubai to procure some medicine capable of diagnosing her supposed pregnancy. Given that Jiang Yubai and she had only met for the first time, he certainly had no obligation to assist her without reason. He could help her, but she had exerted considerable effort and even paid a price. As for what that price entailed. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside, and Yu Beiqing inquired, Who is it? It is I, came Butler Lee's voice. What could he want? Yu Beiqing replied, Come in. Butler Lee entered, carrying a bowl of antenatal medicine. Miss Yu, this is the medicine I had the kitchen prepare for you. Please drink it promptly. It appeared dark and uninviting, clearly unpalatable. Why Yu Beiqing was reluctant to consume it, but refraining would raise Butler Lee's suspicions, so she accepted the bowl, bringing it to her lips without tasting. She was immediately met with a bitter aroma. Why isn't Miss Yu drinking? Her face contorted in distaste, she replied, It's a bit hot. Could you let it cool, and I will drink it later? Butler Lee nodded, Very well. He did not leave, seemingly intent on waiting for the medicine to cool before witnessing her drink it himself. Yu Beiqing was left with no choice but to lift the bowl, blowing on it as she sipped. Ugh, it was indeed bitter. What ghastly ingredients were included? Why was it so vile? She desperately wished to set the bowl down, yet Butler Lee's expression conveyed the notion that her refusal would imply guilt, compelling her to force herself to drink. Why Yu Beiqing grimaced, her delicate features twisting in agony. Having consumed more than half the bowl, she found herself unable to finish the remaining portion. The old physician stated that it must all be consumed for it to be effective. Yu Beiqing, at that moment, her mouth felt entirely bitter, as though she had swallowed gall. Had Butler Lee, following Fu Shijue's orders, deliberately infused the medicine with bitterness, Yu Beiqing was astute. The antenatal medicine prescribed by the old physician bore no flavor, perhaps even a hint of sweetness. But how could Fu Shijue allow her to escape so easily? He had instructed Butler Lee to add some bitter herbs that would not compromise the medicine's efficacy, serving as a lesson for her previous actions. Seeing her finish, Butler Lee contentedly took the bowl and remarked, From now on, I shall prepare this medicine for Miss Yu 3 times a day. Yu Beiqing was taken aback. 3 times a day? Indeed. The old physician has entrusted this to me. Surely, Miss Yu will comply for the well-being of the child in her womb? Yu Beiqing could only force a bitter smile and nod. Once Butler Lee departed, she felt a pressing need to escape Fu Shijue's grip. She must devise a plan. In the dead of night, with only faint illumination outside, Yu Beiqing cautiously opened the door and slipped out. She sought out Jiang Yubai. He had anticipated her arrival and left the lights on, refraining from sleep. When you came looking for me, no one noticed, I trust? Jiang Yubai sat cross-legged before the tea table. Who would notice at this hour? Moreover, Jiang Youbai's room was not far from hers, just a few steps away. As she entered, Jiang Youbai observed her down several cups of tea in quick succession and could not help but caution, drinking too much tea at night will keep you awake. Yu Beicheng retorted, my mouth is too bitter. I needed something to wash it down. Here, have this. Water and Jai was the territory of Mo's, and Fu Shijue's orders to Butler Li were clear. He produced a piece of candy wrapped in rainbow paper. Yu Beicheng hurriedly unwrapped it and popped it into her mouth. Her taste buds were instantly enveloped in sweetness, causing her to smile and utter her gratitude. Jiang Youbai appeared cold, yet he was rather pleasant. In the next moment, however, Yu Beicheng found herself retracting her earlier thought. Jiang Youbai spoke. Previously, you claimed you could cure her. I believed you, hence my assistance. Should you succeed, I will ensure you enjoy endless sweetness. But should you deceive me, I will make your existence a living hell. His expression and tone remained calm, yet he produced a sharp dagger from seemingly nowhere, idly toying with it. The blade gleamed with a dazzling light, intricately engraved with elaborate motifs, adorned with large sapphires and dotted with small diamonds, presenting a sight of considerable value. In the next moment, the dagger slipped from his hand, landing perilously close to her hand, just a centimeter away from stabbing her palm. Yu Beicheng nearly lost her wits, stammering, rest assured, since I have vowed to save your sister, I will certainly do so. He leaned forward, retrieving the dagger from the table. Apologies, I inadvertently dropped it. Did I frighten you? Not at all, Yu Beicheng replied, her playful demeanor evaporating. I shall take you to find the medicinal ingredient tomorrow. Jiang Youbai's elder sister was also Mo's wife. Following a difficult childbirth, her health had been severely compromised, necessitating a specific medicinal ingredient to restore her vitality. This ingredient was not particularly rare but exceedingly difficult to obtain, as it only grew on sheer cliffs, blooming and bearing fruit in winter, with a life cycle of merely 1 week. These details were secondary. The primary concern was that the ingredient was poisonous. If a person's skin came into contact with it, the flower would wither and die in an instant. Even a mere whiff of its fragrance would render one unconscious in under a minute. Jiang Youbai had attempted numerous times, yet no method proved effective, rendering it a conundrum. Yet Yu Beicheng now claimed to possess an alternative ingredient. However, she would not disclose what it was unless he assisted her in deceiving Fu Shijue. Now was the time for her to fulfill her promise. How mysterious, you had best ensure you can find the medicinal ingredient. Yu Beicheng replied, my life is currently in your hands, I would not dare to mislead you. Jiang Youbai, despite his indifference, stated, we shall depart at 6 in the morning. Very well, she nodded in agreement. The two had little more to discuss. Recognizing the cue, Yu Beicheng prepared to leave but suddenly pointed to the rainbow wrapping paper on the table and asked, is there any more candy? None left. Then prepare some for me in the morning. The candy you gave me improved the bitterness, but it returned as soon as it dissolved. Jiang Youbai replied, that will not do. How stingy. Yu Beicheng exited, taking the rainbow paper with her. After watching her depart, Jiang Youbai retrieved a jar of candy from a nearby drawer, unwrapped a piece, and fed it to a plump, wide-eyed parrot perched in a basket beside him. Chapter 11 of The Art of Seduction. Yu Beicheng believed that her quest to find Jiang Youbai would go unnoticed, yet unexpectedly, she was caught red-handed by Fu Shijue, who stood silently at her door with arms crossed. The overhead light cast a dual shadow upon his handsome visage, illuminating one side while leaving the other cloaked in darkness, resembling both a demon and an angel, evoking a sense of dread. She cautiously approached him and greeted, Brother Fu, what brings you here so late? Fu Shijue replied, that is a question I ought to pose to you. I find myself unable to sleep and thought a stroll might help, she stammered, feeling uneasy under his scrutiny, swallowing hard. Brother Fu, if there rests nothing else, I shall return to my room. As she passed by him, he remarked, you carry the scent of sandalwood from Jiang Youbai's chamber. Earlier that day, Fu Shijue had visited Jiang Youbai. His keen mind would not have easily overlooked such details. Why Yu Beicheng thought, is this man endowed with a dog's nose? You specifically sought out Jiang Youbai, pray tell, what was your intention? Fu Shijue suddenly advanced towards her, his voice low and threatening. Yu Beicheng, if memory serves me right, this is your first encounter with Jiang Youbai. I'm tormented to know, my mouth is tormented. I have been plagued by bitterness that robbed me of sleep, so I sought something sweet to consume, inadvertently wandering into Jiang Youbai's room. Look, I even have the candies I found there, she said, producing the rainbow-wrapped sweets for him to see. He let out a cold sneer, and Yu Beicheng sensed his disbelief. She quickly raised 4 fingers in an oath, declaring her innocence. If I am lying to you, may lightning strike me down. Thunder rumbled ominously. Dark clouds unleashed a torrential downpour shortly after. With the weather having turned recently, Yu Beicheng felt it was ill-fated to swear at such a moment. She hurriedly defended herself. See, though the thunder rumbles, it has not struck me, which signifies I have told no lies. Fu Shijue was not swayed by her words. His icy gaze swept over her abdomen before he turned and entered his room. Come inside with me. Anxiously, Yu Beicheng followed in his wake. Although Fu Shijue resided next door, his room was significantly more spacious, adorned with exquisite furnishings, and the air was thick with an opulent fragrance that spoke of wealth. The floor was covered with a plush, gleaming carpet that muffled her footsteps, clearly made of genuine fur. He retrieved a studded leather whip from a drawer and tossed it onto the floor, causing Yu Beicheng's expression to shift dramatically. Brother Fu, what does this mean? Hadn't Jiang Youbai convinced him earlier? Why did he still seem intent on her demise? Jiang Yubai claims that the child's blood is the key to the antidote. I may spare your life for now, but I will not let this matter rest. Yu Beicheng protested, but Brother Fu, I am with child, rest assured, I am aware of your condition, and I will exercise restraint. Otherwise, why would he have Li the steward prepare her any tonic for the pregnancy? Did he truly care for children? In truth, he was merely considering how to torment her while ensuring the child could endure. Yu Beicheng thought, what a madman. Kneel. His commanding tone left no room for argument. Brother Fu, if your torment brings you satisfaction, then do as you wish, and beat me to death. Fu Shijue was unmoved by her defiance, picking up the whip. Before it could strike her, she began to wail uncontrollably. Silence, he barked. You intend to whip me, yet you forbid me to cry? I have yet to strike you, why are you shrieking? Fu Shijue was taken aback by the piercing pitch of her voice, which threatened to shatter his eardrums. Yu Beicheng continued to cry, exasperating him further. How about this, if I whip you 3 times and you manage to remain silent, I shall overlook your previous transgressions against me, what say you? He proposed with a twisted sense of amusement. Absolutely not. The studs embedded in the whip suggested that a single lash could leave her grievously injured. Very well, then feel free to scream. As he prepared to strike with flair, she suddenly lunged forward, pulling at his garments to count the scars on his back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have only whipped you 6 times, and your chest bears only red marks, no blood therefore, you may only whip me 6 times, and you must not draw blood. With that, she deftly unfastened her clothing, exposing herself to him for the impending punishment. Yu Beicheng shamelessly employed the art of seduction. Though the original character was a venomous antagonist, she possessed an enviable figure, her skin as fair as snow, her posture proud, and her waist slender. Any man would find it hard to resist. Fu Shijue, a man in the prime of his life at 26, was no exception. His previously menacing demeanor faltered for a moment, caught off guard by the sight before him. Even the hand that had raised the whip hesitated in mid-air. It was only a fleeting lapse in his resolve, yet, being the male protagonist endowed with extraordinary self-control, he quickly rebuked, vile woman. Even in your condition, you remain unrestrained. Yu Beicheng noticed the shift in his gaze. Her allure had taken effect. Splendid, as long as she continued her shameless enticement, she was confident he would ultimately succumb to her charms. Feigning innocence, she said, Brother Fu, you misunderstand me, that was not my intention, I merely wished to remove my clothing to ease your anger while punishing me. After all, when I lashed you, you were bare. Fu Shijue, both humiliated and enraged, raised his hand to strike her. Yet, as the whip descended, she unexpectedly flung herself into his embrace, crying, Brother Fu, oh, it hurts so much. Get away from me, I have not yet struck you, why do you cry out in pain, he exclaimed, pushing her away. Yu Beicheng feigned agony, but my chest aches terribly, Brother Fu, do you think my ADD bosom could shrink to a 36A with just 1 lash? Fu Shijue was momentarily speechless. While Yu Beicheng gazed up at him with her large, innocent eyes. As long as he held the whip, she pressed against him, testing who would withstand the tension the longest. Fu Shijue generally detested women encroaching upon his space, yet, an inexplicable fragrance emanating from her stirred an unexpected fondness within him. Fondness, how could he possibly feel such for this wretched woman? His expression darkened ominously. Previously, he had not been a man driven by desire, but now, the thoughts he harbored for the malicious Yu Beicheng were alarming. Shocked by his own feelings, he forcefully cast her aside. Get out! Yu Beicheng, sensing the urgency, hastily donned her clothes and fled without a moment's hesitation, leaving Fu Shijue, clutching the whip, standing alone in a tumult of conflicted thoughts. Chapter 12 of the displeasure of tardiness. The following day, at 6:30 in the morning, without a mobile phone to set an alarm, and having stayed up far too late the previous night, Yu Beicheng overslept. Fortunately, Shen Fu entered to rouse her, exclaiming, What is the matter with you? The young master has been waiting for you for over half an hour. Yu Beicheng yawned, I will be there shortly. Shen Fu waited outside as she dressed, and once ready, she emerged from her room. The sky outside was somewhat dim and even a tad chilly. She wrapped her coat around her and suggested, Let us have breakfast before we set off. We should eat after the task is completed, Shen Fu replied. Jiang Yubai had been waiting in the car for quite some time, and upon her arrival, he stated, I detest individuals who are not punctual. I apologize. I was detained by Fu Shijue last night and had to negotiate with him for a while, she explained. There is no need to make excuses for yourself. Yu Beicheng, sensing the mood, chose to remain silent. Jiang Yubai took out his phone, opened the map of Myanmar, and presented it to her. She glanced at it and pointed with her index finger to a zone marked Northern Myanmar. Jiang Yubai gazed intently at her and inquired, Do you know what this place is? I do. The item you seek is located there, Yu Beicheng replied truthfully. Yu Nannian had suffered a kidney removal, leaving her health fragile and making her susceptible to miscarriage during pregnancy. To restore her health, Fu Shijue had gone to great lengths to locate a medicinal catalyst, which happened to be the very remedy needed by Jiang Yubai's sister. In the narrative, Jiang Yubai had clashed with Lan Zhuoqi over this catalyst, resulting in the loss of an arm. Unfortunately, despite his efforts, Fu Shijue had ultimately acquired the catalyst and administered it to Yu Nannian, who soon thereafter succumbed to her declining health. Possessing foreknowledge of the plot, Yu Beicheng now had the opportunity to assist Jiang Yubai in acquiring the catalyst ahead of time. The zone is under the control of Old K. Retrieving the item will be quite troublesome. Shen Fu interjected from the passenger seat, Young master, should we seek Mr. Fu's assistance? Yu Beicheng quickly protested, No, we cannot. Why not? Because he is also searching for this catalyst. As you are aware, this is no ordinary catalyst. It is highly effective for those who are weak and have suffered significant blood loss. Ever since Fu Shijue learned of Yunanin's identity, he had been eager to compensate her. Once he discovered she had lost a kidney and was in poor health, he had been relentless in seeking the catalyst. Alas, despite the passage of time, he had yet to locate it. If he were to discover its whereabouts in northern Myanmar, he would likely attempt to seize it for himself. He appears to be in good health. What need does he have for this catalyst? Shen Fu questioned, puzzled. Yu Beicheng did not conceal the truth from them. My sister has lost a kidney, and he wishes to procure it for her recovery. I overheard him instructing Butler Lee to spare no expense in finding the catalyst. If he were to learn that it lies within the northern Myanmar zone, do you think he would refrain from attempting to take it from you? Does Miss Yu imply that we should stealthily infiltrate the zone? Shen Fu asked. Yu Beicheng nodded, precisely. If we are caught, the consequences would be dire. Yu Beicheng responded, that is why we must proceed discreetly and avoid detection. Where is the item located? Zhang Yubai inquired. Why Yu Beicheng, of course, refrained from disclosing this information. Surely, we cannot bring you into the zone with us? Yu Beicheng suggested timidly. Shen Fu can disguise himself, and it should not pose a problem to bring me along, right? It was not that she was unwilling to share. She simply could not divulge the details. In the narrative, when Fu Shijue and Zhang Yubai vied for the catalyst, it was not due to Fu Shijue's connections to Old K, nor was his influence greater than Zhang Yubai's. The catalyst was held by a remarkably skilled assassin. If one could correctly answer 3 questions posed by the assassin, they would not only receive the catalyst but also be recognized as the assassin's master, with the assassin pledging to follow them until their own demise. As the male protagonist, Fu Shijue was naturally able to answer the assassin's questions. In the story, after Fu Shijue took the assassin under his wing, the assassin played a significant role in subsequent events. Thus, Yu Beicheng aspired to locate the assassin in the zone and answer those 3 questions, thereby securing the assassin's loyalty. This way, she would have a companion by her side, alleviating her worries of Fu Shijue posing a threat to her life. Yu Beicheng believed her plan was flawless. However, unbeknownst to her, every word exchanged with Zhang Yubai had been overheard by Fu Shijue. After Yu Beicheng departed the previous night, he had struggled to find sleep. By morning, he was still tossing and turning. Naturally, the soundproofing of the rooms in the watering village left much to be desired, which allowed Fu Shijue to overhear Shen Fu waking Yu Beicheng. He chose to remain incognito to observe what scheme Yu Beicheng and Zhang Yubai were concocting. Thus, before Yu Beicheng entered the vehicle, he had disguised himself as the driver and taken the front seat. Consequently, the car now contained Fu Shijue and Shen Fu in the front, with Yu Beicheng and Zhang Yubai in the rear. How could someone as astute as Zhang Yubai fail to notice Yu Beicheng's peculiar behavior? You must be aware of the hazards present in the zone, yet you still choose to take such risks. Speak plainly, what is your true intention? Yu Beicheng replied, I am but a frail woman. If I were to deceive you, would it not be a simple matter for you to eliminate me? Moreover, this is not Z country but Myanmar. What can I possibly accomplish here? Zhang Yubai, seeing her reluctance to speak, chose not to press further. Once they entered the zone, he would uncover her true intentions. Shen Fu, you shall handle the matter of infiltrating the zone. Understood. Shen Fu exited the vehicle. The car gradually began to move. Since the thunder and lightning of the previous night, the rain had continued to follow. The road now bore the fresh scent of earth, and raindrops pattered rhythmically against the car windows. Within the serene confines of the vehicle, an unexpected sound of gurgling suddenly echoed. It was the sound of Yu Beicheng's stomach. Embarrassed, she patted her belly and said, I haven't eaten since yesterday. I'm absolutely famished. Could we possibly find somewhere to eat first? Zhang Yubai replied, no, I need to secure the catalyst as soon as possible. We cannot afford any delays. How long could a meal possibly take? Rest assured, it will not take much time. Besides, skipping breakfast is detrimental to one's stomach, and it will take 2 to 3 hours to reach the zone from the watering village. Though Zhang Yubai was not in the habit of eating breakfast, he acquiesced to Yu Beicheng's persistence and instructed Shen Fu to procure breakfast for her to eat in the car. Yu Beicheng asked, if I eat breakfast in the car, it might create an odor. You won't mind, will you? If it bothers me, would you refrain from eating? Yu Beicheng was momentarily at a loss for words. Had she known better, she would not have asked. It was not only Zhang Yubai who would mind, but also Fu Shijue, who was driving. That moment, Fu Shijue's expression was dark as a storm cloud. Fortunately, his sunglasses and mask concealed his features, preventing the 2 passengers in the back from noticing. While Yu Beicheng ate her breakfast, she offered some to Zhang Yubai. Aren't you going to have some? No, thank you. Just as he finished speaking, a rather untimely gurgle emanated from his stomach. Yu Beicheng stifled a laugh and quipped, you should really eat something to tide you over. That was not my stomach. There are only you and me in the car, who else could it be? Zhang Yubai's lips twitched. Do you not regard the driver as a person? Ah, my apologies, Yu Beicheng replied, thoroughly mortified. Are you truly not going to eat? If not, I shall give it to the driver. You may do as you wish. Zhang Yubai closed his eyes, clearly wishing to end the conversation with Yu Beicheng. Yu Beicheng divided half of her breakfast and handed it to the driver, saying, do not worry. I have not touched any of this. The driver, Fu Shijue, wished he could find a block of tofu to throw himself against. Though he had not eaten the previous day, there was no need for his stomach to betray him at this moment. Surely, he had caught Yu Beicheng's contagion. Fu Shijue shook his head and declined Yu Beicheng's kind offer. A joke, he thought, a man of his integrity would never consume breakfast provided by Yu Beicheng. Yu Beicheng did not insist, yet, as she observed the exquisitely perfect back of the driver's head, she could not shake the feeling that it bore an uncanny resemblance to Fu Shijue's. Yu Beicheng felt utterly confounded by Fu Shijue's torment. If the driver were indeed Fu Shijue, how could he be so subservient as to play the role of their chauffeur? Chapter 13. You are Fu Shijue. 3 hours later, upon their arrival in northern Myanmar, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. Jiang Yubai did not take a moment's respite. He immediately instructed Shinfu to disguise them before entering the compound. Yu Beicheng, with her petite figure, attracted considerable attention while masquerading as a man, yet she had no choice but to assume this guise. In this compound, men and women were segregated, and she was destined for the section housing male detainees. The inhabitants of this place hailed from various nations. Some were captured for unpaid gambling debts, others were undocumented immigrants, and still others had transgressed the laws of their homelands. The individuals within were a varied lot. Jiang Yubai was accompanied by 9 bodyguards, as well as Shinfu and Yu Beicheng. Bringing too many people into the compound could lead to unnecessary complications. The compound was teeming with thousands of souls, all reliant on the provisions supplied within. At 6 in the morning, a large shipment of fruits and vegetables would arrive, followed by trucks delivering daily necessities and recreational items by 10 o'clock. Naturally, a single truck could not suffice for the sustenance of so many. 6 large trucks rolled in each day. To enter the first gate of the compound, one must present a specific employee identification card, while the second gate required facial recognition, and the third was secured by fingerprint and iris scans. The first and second gates posed little challenge, but the third was far more formidable. Each vehicle was manned by 2 individuals, a driver and an assistant. Jiang Yubai, conversing in Burmese, led the first vehicle and engaged with the gatekeeper. When the gatekeeper inspected their identification and then cast a scrutinizing glance their way, Yu Beicheng felt a wave of terror wash over her. They were intimidating figures, armed and bearing grotesque scars upon their faces. Oh dear, had she known, she would have left everything to Jiang Yubai. Fortunately, the gatekeeper did not impede Jiang Yubai. After returning the identification, he signaled to the security personnel to open the iron gate. Jiang Yubai cautioned her, do not disembark at the third gate. Is it permissible to remain inside? Naturally. Noticing the beads of sweat forming on her brow, Jiang Yubai inquired, are you frightened? Ah, no, not at all. Sweat trickled down her eyelid, and as she blinked, it stung her eye, prompting her to wipe it away with the back of her hand. The facial mask was exceedingly realistic, waterproof, sweatproof, and oilproof. Rest assured, even if we were captured, they would not dare to harm us. Yu Beicheng remained silent, managing only a bitter smile. This compound was indeed terrifying. Shinfu had met a tragic end within its confines, his arm broken there. Had it not been for Mo's intervention, he might have suffered a fate worse than that of the original victim of the human trafficking ring. All of Jiang Yubai's tribulations were the handiwork of Fu Shijue, whose ruthlessness was well known. As long as they remained undetected by Fu Shijue, even if they were discovered by the compound's residents, their lives would not be in jeopardy. Most of those within recognized Mo's and Jiang Yubai's father. There was a rationale behind Jiang Yubai's instruction for Yu Beicheng to remain in the vehicle at the third gate. Although Yu Beicheng stood at a height of 1.7 meters, she weighed only 45 kilograms, rendering her slight frame conspicuous among the burly bodyguards. As Jiang Yubai disembarked at the third gate, Yu Beicheng remained in the truck. Approximately 3 minutes later, Jiang Yubai returned, saying, Shinfu mentioned that today's inspection seems somewhat unusual. Be vigilant. What seems unusual? Typically, 6 vehicles enter, and 6 drivers disembark alongside 6 assistants, 12 individuals in total. Today, however, we are 1 short, yet they did not inquire. Jiang Yubai's prepared explanation was rendered moot. Upon hearing this, Yu Beicheng's heart sank with unease. Could it be that our departure has been discovered by Fu Shijue? Even if he knows we have left, he would be unaware of our destination. Shinfu had found a woman of similar stature to Yu Beicheng, disguising her as Yu Beicheng while she remained in the water in Jai area. Logically, Fu Shijue should not have detected any discrepancies, as Jiang Yubai's associates were present in water in Jai. If Fu Shijue had suspected anything, he would have alerted Jiang Yubai by now. Yet, Yu Beicheng could not shake her unease, asserting, you should call and check if there have been any developments regarding Fu Shijue and water in Jai. Mobile phones are prohibited here. However, prior to my entry, those in water in Jai reported that everything was fine. Everything is fine? Yu Beicheng murmured, after I teased him so yesterday, how could he possibly refrain from seeking retribution? Something is amiss. When events deviate from the norm, there is always a reason. He must have discovered our departure. You are overthinking it. Otherwise, how do you explain the sudden laxity in inspections? Jiang Yubai regarded her thoughtfully. Fu Shijue likely already knows we have arrived at the compound. The utterance of these words sent a chill down Yu Beicheng's spine. If he knows we are here, why wouldn't he simply have us captured? Why allow his subordinates to lower their guard? The vehicle had arrived at the warehouse, and Jiang Yubai ceased their idle conversation, instructing, we have only half an hour to unload, make the most of this time to locate the medication. Time was of the essence, and delays were unacceptable. Even if Fu Shijue were aware of their presence in the compound, they had to proceed with their plans. Yu Beicheng comprehended Jiang Yubai's words and nodded, understood. Everyone disembarked. Out of the 12 individuals, apart from Yu Beicheng, whose slight physique rendered her vulnerable, the remaining 11 stood at an imposing height of 1.88 meters, robust and muscular. The armed guards, noticing the disparity in heights within the group, refrained from questioning them. Instead, they approached Zhang Yubai, examined the paperwork, and subsequently instructed the opening of the warehouse door. As the door swung open, a flurry of activity ensued, with individuals bustling to and fro, lifting and carrying supplies. Yu Beicheng initially contemplated slipping away amidst the crowd, reasoning that her absence would go unnoticed among such a throng. However, she quickly realized that her petite frame was indeed conspicuous, especially in the company of such hulking figures. Yet, as the compound's inhabitants turned a blind eye, she seized the opportunity to retreat. While cautiously observing her surroundings during her withdrawal, her gaze suddenly fell upon a familiar silhouette. The man's presence was striking. Even clad in identical attire as the rest, he seemed to be illuminated by a celestial beam, drawing attention effortlessly. In that moment, she felt as though her soul had been lost, advancing toward him and calling out, "Fu Shijue." The man froze. "It truly is you." Yu Beicheng quickly scanned her surroundings, pulling him to a secluded spot. "How did you end up here?" Fu Shijue had not anticipated being recognized by her, especially given his disguise, complete with sunglasses and a mask. Could it be that her affection for him ran so deep that even in obscurity, she would recognize him? Initially, Fu Shijue intended to reveal his identity, dismissing the need for pretense. However, upon witnessing her immediate recognition, an inexplicable sense of amusement stirred within him. "Miss Yuer, what are you saying?" He altered his voice, employing a voice changer concealed within his collar, capable of modulating any tone, regardless of gender or age. "I know you are Fu Shijue." "Cease your charade," she asserted, trusting her woman's intuition. The gaze of this driver upon her mirrored that of Fu Shijue. Chapter 14. My wife is quite jealous. Fu Shijue was somewhat taken aback, yet he continued to play along, saying, "How could you mistake me for Mr. Fu? I am merely a driver for the young master." This was not the way Fu Shijue typically spoke. After all, he often adopted a rather arrogant tone when addressing her. Yu Beicheng retorted, "Then why don't you lift your shirt for me to feel?" On the cruise, she had touched his abdominal muscles countless times. With just a touch, she could discern whether he was truly Fu Shijue. Fu Shijue replied, "That would be rather inappropriate, Miss Yuda. I am a married man with a wife who is quite possessive. If she were to discover that another woman had laid eyes on my body, I would certainly face her wrath upon my return." So it truly was merely her illusion. He was not Fu Shijue? Yet the aura he exuded felt undeniably like his. Yu Beicheng scrutinized him, remarking, "It's just you and me here. If neither of us speaks, how would your wife ever find out that another woman has touched you?" "One's actions are always observed by the heavens," Fu Shijue replied, prompting Yu Beicheng to roll her eyes in exasperation. Clearly, he was not as amusing as she had imagined. Perhaps it was indeed her overactive imagination. "All right, you may return to moving the items," Yu Beicheng conceded. "Understood." Noticing that he truly intended to depart without further inquiry, she called after him, "Wait. Miss Yu, is there anything else?" Fu Shijue turned back to ask. Yu Beicheng glanced at the burly men nearby who were busy transporting items and lowered her voice, "Stay behind me and protect me." "Of course, Miss Yu." Excellent, she had successfully hooked her fish. In a place concealed from Yu Beicheng's view, a sly smile crept across Fu Shijue's lips. Yu Beicheng unfolded the map of the facility that Zhang Yubai had given her, searching for the room where the assassins were held. When she had first received the map from Zhang Yubai, it had made perfect sense, yet now, spread out before her, it seemed utterly incomprehensible. Fu Shijue, observing her struggle, could not help but interject, "You're holding it upside down." "Ah. Oh, no wonder it felt so off." She chuckled awkwardly, then suddenly had a thought and asked, "How did you know I was holding it wrong? You must have seen the map before." "Speak, are you Fu Shijue?" The facility's map was only known to those within. Fu Shijue could hardly believe how naive Yu Beicheng was. Frustrated, he pointed at the words inscribed on the map, internal layout of the facility, though it was in Burmese, a language that Yu Beicheng did not comprehend. "My apologies, I don't recognize those characters," she quickly admitted. With the map in hand, she soon led Fu Shijue to the dungeon where the assassins were imprisoned. Strangely, there were no guards stationed, nor were there any traps in sight. Yu Beicheng found the ease of their progress rather unsettling. However, on their way, she had seen soldiers patrolling with firearms, indicating perhaps they had not been discovered, likely due to good fortune. This was Dungeon 08. The atmosphere was dark and damp, filled with the most vicious of criminals, those who had been imprisoned the longest. They were exceedingly strong, agile, and possessed the most formidable minds, alongside sharpshooters and cold-blooded murderers. Chained by their limbs to the walls, their hair and beards obscured their faces. Upon Yu Beicheng's arrival, they stirred with agitation, yet none uttered a sound, for their tongues had been severed, rendering them mute. Some had their mouths stitched shut, silencing them completely. The cells on either side were independent, each containing a solitary inmate. With no guards in sight, the air was thick with a putrid stench of decay, and even from a distance, Yu Beicheng could detect it as she stood at the entrance. It assaulted her senses, prompting her to cover her nose with her hand. Fu Shijue, who was remarkably fastidious, exhibited a strong tolerance, his brow furrowed but not as dramatically as Yu Beicheng. Ugh! In the next moment, Yu Beicheng was sick, breakfast splattering onto Fu Shijue's trousers. His face contorted with distaste, he remarked, "Was it really that severe?" "My apologies, I'm pregnant, so I couldn't hold it in," Yu Beicheng offered as an excuse. Fu Shijue remained silent. The reason for her sickness was that she had overeaten breakfast, leaving her stomach uncomfortably full. The foul odor had triggered her gag reflex, but now that she had expelled the contents of her stomach, she felt significantly better. "Shall we proceed inside?" she suggested. "You still wish to enter?" Fu Shijue glanced at his soiled trousers, a look of displeasure crossing his face. If you're already retching outside, who knows how much you'll vomit inside? Miss Yu, wouldn't it be wiser to spare yourself the discomfort and allow me to handle the matter for you? Yu Beicheng, determined to take charge, replied, it's fine, I can manage. Let us get this done quickly. Fu Shijue knew that any further words would reveal his identity, so he had no choice but to accompany her inside. The dungeon contained 20 cells, with one prisoner each, totaling 10 individuals. Identifying the assassin among them would prove to be quite a challenge, given that they could not speak and were all unkempt, indistinguishable from one another. Yu Beicheng carefully scrutinized the 10 men and, stroking her chin in contemplation, asked, how can they ask me questions when they have no tongues? What questions would they ask? Fu Shijue, ever by her side, overheard her muttering to herself. You are here to protect me, not to question my reasoning. Be clear about your role, alright, she admonished him. Fu Shijue, suppressing his irritation, replied, yes, miss you. Yu Beicheng crossed her arms and commanded, go, and unlock the cell doors. The place was filthy and disordered, with no guards in sight to maintain order or cleanliness. The doorknob was smeared with an unknown substance, dark and grimy, caked with years of neglect. The dungeon was enclosed, lacking windows, stifling air circulation, and devoid of sunlight. Day and night were indistinguishable, lit only by the faint glow of wall lamps. Fu Shijue had never been one to take orders, yet he begrudgingly donned gloves and attempted to manipulate the lock, only to find it secured. There's a key somewhere, search the area, she instructed. The Fu Shijue from the books would have found it effortlessly, though the author had not detailed how he had done so. Miss Yu, given their imprisonment here, it is unlikely that the guards would have left the key behind, he replied. Just look for it as I instructed. Must you ask so many questions? Hurry up, Yu Beicheng said, her impatience evident. Fu Shijue thought to himself that he would kill her once he got outside. Lowering his head, he searched thoroughly and, whether by fortune or by Yu Beicheng's intuition, he discovered a golden key nestled in the corner of the wall. The floor was thick with grime, and the key, encrusted with dirt, clung stubbornly to the wall. Having never fallen, due to corrosion and mold, the key was not only rusted and discolored but also caked with layers of muck. Ordinary individuals with a vision of 2.6 would likely be unable to see. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and scrape off the mud, exclaimed Yu Beicheng joyfully. To her surprise, this person had indeed found her. It was evidently the right decision to bring him along, otherwise, she would have invested considerable time searching for the key. Fu Shijue was acutely aware of her intentions. She likely aimed to use the key to unlock the dungeon. Within the dungeon were incarcerated individuals of uncertain identity. Could it be that the drug catalyst was in the possession of one of them? Chapter 15. Feigning ignorance. In a moment of distraction, Fu Shijue found the key in his hand, snatched away by the enigmatic Yu Beicheng. Rather than using her fingertips to scrape the grime from the key screws, she deftly removed her gloves and employed her nails. The once pristine gaps between her translucent, clean nails were swiftly filled with dark, filthy dirt. Fu Shijue's expression darkened at an alarming rate. What on earth are you doing? He demanded sharply. The muck was stubborn, and it took her quite some time to dislodge it. I'm a girl. Hands are like a second face. Surely, I can't use my nails to dig out dirt, can I? Did he not consider his own hands as a man's second visage? Fu Shijue's nails were kept short and neat, tended to weekly by a professional manicurist. They were always trimmed into a gentle arc, accentuating the elegance of his knuckles, lending him an alluring quality. Yet this Yu Beicheng dared to use his hand to scrape off grime? In her current view, Fu Shijue was no longer the imposing figure he once was. She felt no trepidation in offending him. Once the key was cleansed of its dirt, she hastily began to test it on the cell doors. There was but one key, and it was the sole means to unlock the chamber that held the assassin captive. After 3 unsuccessful attempts, she found herself frustrated. The muck on the floor was deep, dark, and viscous. Stepping into it felt like being ensnared, requiring significant effort to extricate oneself. She resumed issuing commands to Fu Shijue. There are 7 more cell doors left, take the key and try each one. At this moment, Fu Shijue's thoughts were consumed with violence. He had no inclination to assist in opening the cell doors. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. The key was thrust into his hand, with Yu Beicheng persistently urging him on. Fu Shijue contemplated that it would be simpler to let her meet her demise within these confines after he secured the drug he sought. Gritting his teeth, he opened the door. Fortune smiled upon him, as the first door he opened matched the key perfectly. The iron gate creaked open. Yu Beicheng, elated, stepped inside, only to find herself triggering a mechanism beneath her feet. The hidden door in the floor swung open, and she plummeted into the abyss below. Ah! The pit was filled with skeletal remains, a grim testament to the many who had met their end here, bones piled high. The walls of the pit were smooth, descending 5 meters to the ground. Should anyone fall in without aid, their chances of survival were slim to none. Why, Miss Yu, how did you find yourself down there? Fu Shijue's figure appeared at the pit's edge. Yu Beicheng was utterly stunned. She had been blissfully unaware that this cell housed a trap. The novel had never mentioned the male lead falling into such a pit. Damn it, she had forgotten that this territory belonged to Fu Shijue. How could he possibly want to harm her when what he desired was right within his domain? Glaring upwards, she scolded, aren't you going to hurry up and figure out a way to get me out? At this moment, Fu Shijue could have revealed his true identity, yet he chose not to. Miss Yu, just wait. I will find a way momentarily. As the minutes turned into half an hour, Yu Beicheng awaited his return in vain. No sign of Fu Shijue appeared, and her cries for help echoed unanswered. One might think that Fu Shijue's bodyguard had perished from above. Fu Shijue observed the scene, scrutinizing the figure shackled by chains. The person was of similar height to Yu Beicheng, but their filthy appearance and tangled hair rendered it impossible to discern their gender. Given that the prison held only men, this individual, no matter how slight, had to be male, for if they were female, they likely would not have survived this long. Fu Shijue found it difficult to fathom how the drug he sought could be associated with such a filthy man. Meanwhile, Yu Beicheng continued to wail from the pit. Her cries, muffled by the depth, could only be heard in the immediate vicinity. The cell remained eerily silent. Naturally, Fu Shijue had no intention of rescuing her. His goal was to let her languish in the pit, slowly starving to death. Yet unexpectedly, Zhang Yubai arrived on the scene. How did he know Yu Beicheng was here? Young master, Miss Yuer has fallen into the trap. I have tried numerous methods but have been unable to retrieve her, Fu Shijue explained. Zhang Yubai did not question the identity of the person before him. Instead, he simply instructed, look for any mechanisms nearby. I've searched. There is nothing to be found. Fu Shijue was intimately familiar with this place, having spent much of his childhood here. If there is a trap, there must be a mechanism, Zhang Yubai mused, his brow furrowed. If it's not here, then it must be outside. Fu Shijue silently admired Zhang Yubai's intellect, but soon, he would meet the same fate as Yu Beicheng, falling into the pit and facing a slow demise. Both were destined to die. Perhaps they could be trapped together, leading to a struggle for survival. The thought brought a smirk to Fu Shijue's lips as he said, shall I go check outside? Be careful, Zhang Yubai cautioned. Fu Shijue departed, while Zhang Yubai knelt by the pit, addressing Yu Beicheng below. Are you all right? I'm fine, she croaked, her throat hoarse from shouting. What brings you here? I grew concerned when you failed to reappear, fearing you might be in peril. In truth, he had been observing from outside, and having seen no reports of an intruder being captured, he surmised she must have encountered a trap. The grounds were riddled with traps. With a stroke of luck, one might merely be trapped. However, if misfortune struck, they could fall into a perilous pit, facing instant death. There were crocodile pits, snake dens, tiger lairs, and wolf nests, all designed with deadly traps coated in poison. One brush against them could lead to skin decay, accompanied by a myriad of nefarious devices, each more sinister than the last. Did you see the bodyguard I brought with me? Yu Beicheng inquired. Yes, I saw him. He went outside. I knew he was just watching me from above. Damn Fu Shijue, if I die, I'll haunt you as a ghost. What did you say? Zhang Yubai frowned, having caught the mention of Fu Shijue's name. That bodyguard is Fu Shijue. The moment she had drawn out the map and pointed to the dungeon, she had recognized him. After all, how many men in the world possessed hands so exquisitely beautiful? Yet to avoid alarming him, she had pretended not to recognize him. Curious about her intentions, she had sought to manipulate him into compliance. Yet, fate had dealt her a cruel hand, leading her into this pitfall. She suspected that Fu Shijue had orchestrated this, activating the switch as she excitedly entered. Zhang Yubai urged, forget who he is. Your priority is to get out. I have a plan. What is it? A wicked grin spread across Yu Beicheng's face. Since he has shown me no mercy, he shall not blame me when I reciprocate. She revealed her scheme, and upon hearing it, Zhang Yubai deemed it plausible. Surprisingly, the seemingly foolish Yu Beicheng possessed a cunning that came to the fore when it mattered most. Chapter 16. Damn it, he fell for it. Not long after Fu Shijue had exited, Zhang Yubai soon discovered his whereabouts. He said, I found a rope inside, but I cannot pull her up alone. You must enter with me to assist. You found a rope? Fu Shijue replied skeptically, is there really a rope inside? Indeed. Following Zhang Yubai, Fu Shijue entered and, to his surprise, spotted a hemp rope beside the pit. As he approached, he realized the rope was merely an illusion, actually a bundle of clothing twisted together, creating a deceptive appearance from afar. Zhang Yubai had no reason to deceive himself. Unless, damn it, he had been tricked. Unfortunately, by the time he realized this, Zhang Yubai was already beside him, pushing him into the pit. Fu Shijue reacted swiftly, but despite his agility, Zhang Yubai's speed was too great, and he fell straight down. However, before plunging in, Fu Shijue managed to drag Zhang Yubai down with him. The two of them tumbled into the deep pit together. Yu Beicheng managed to evade most of the debris, but some of the shattered bones still splattered onto her. Fu Shijue, you scoundrel! How dare you scheme against us? The moment they landed, Yu Beicheng immediately mounted Fu Shijue, striking him twice with clenched fists. Stop, he ceased pretending. Why have you stopped your charade? Keep it going. Yu Beicheng's anger flared, and she landed another punch. Fu Shijue, taking several blows to his chest, seized her hands. Are you seeking death? Zhang Yubai, bind him. With an ally by her side, Yu Beicheng felt emboldened. Zhang Yubai, however, refused to intervene. He surveyed the surroundings and remarked, there is a mechanism to ascend from here. Where is it? Yu Beicheng inquired urgently. Bones lay scattered atop his shoes, prompting Zhang Yubai to kick them aside as he turned to Fu Shijue. If you do not activate it, we will be trapped here to die. As he spoke, he reached out to touch the wall, which was surprisingly clean and smooth, contrary to what one would expect from a long-neglected space. It was evident that this trap had been constructed from special materials. The area belonged to Old K, and Fu Shijue was at his side, effectively a high-ranking official with execution authority. The only ones who will perish here are you two, not us, Fu Shijue corrected Zhang Yubai's statement. Yu Beicheng kicked him. Enough chatter, just get on with it. Fu Shijue's expression turned icy. How dare you kick me? I fell into this trap, and I refuse to believe you had no hand in it, Yu Beicheng retorted, glaring at him with fiery indignation. It stinks down here. I can hardly breathe. I'm pregnant now. You can't just stand by and let anything happen to my child, can you? Fu Shijue remained indifferent. I will not allow you to leave, just wait to be trapped here. Then let us see who can endure the longest, Zhang Yubai stated. Yu Beicheng knew it would not be her. The two men were robust enough to withstand hunger for 7 or 8 days without issue. Meanwhile, she feared she would not last 3 days. Casting a sideways glance at Fu Shijue, she suddenly clutched her abdomen. It hurts. Zhang Yubai, genuinely concerned for her well-being, asked, what is wrong? I feel so uncomfortable, I can hardly breathe, especially in my lower abdomen. It's unbearable. Yu Beicheng exchanged glances with Zhang Yubai, conspiring to act in front of Fu Shijue. Zhang Yubai caught her hint, his lips twitching slightly, yet he used the situation to appeal to Fu Shijue's emotions. She carries your child. Can you truly turn a blind eye? If anything happens to her, your antidote, it doesn't matter, Fu Shijue replied dismissively. If he could be so easily swayed, he would not be the ruthless protagonist of this tale. I can endure vomiting blood 3 times a month. Excessive blood loss can jeopardize your life. I have never expected to live to a ripe old age. If I can live to my 30s or 40s, I would be satisfied. Fu Shijue, having lost both parents, felt no attachment to this world. Oh, no. He once had a wish, to find the person who saved him in his childhood. But now that he had found them, his desire was fulfilled. Yu Beicheng was truly at a loss for words with Fu Shijue's cold-heartedness, indifferent even to his own flesh and blood. Presently, he merely harbored feelings for Yunanin, not to the extent of love that could drive one to desperation, thus he viewed life and death with indifference. Alas, he could even torment his own body. She felt powerless. Time passed swiftly, and 5 hours slipped by in the blink of an eye. The three stared at each other, Yu Beicheng feeling both hungry and weary. Aware of her usefulness to Zhang Yubai, he would not abandon her. She decided to rest for a while, trusting Zhang Yubai to keep an eye on Fu Shijue. After she woke, she would let him sleep while she kept watch. However, just as she closed her eyes, a chill enveloped her. Is it just my imagination, or has the weather suddenly turned cold? This place is freezing. It is not your imagination, Zhang Yubai confirmed, feeling the cold as well. Yu Beicheng rubbed her arms to warm herself. It had been cold when she left in the morning, so she had worn a sweater underneath, yet it afforded no warmth now. Women generally have a lower body temperature than men. She shivered violently, while Zhang Yubai and Fu Shijue remained seemingly unaffected. So cold, her lips turned blue. Noticing this, Zhang Yubai immediately removed his coat and draped it over her. Thank you, but what about you? She gazed at him gratefully, instinctively wrapping herself tighter in his garment, feeling somewhat comforted by the warmth. I am fine. I can endure. Zhang Yubai would never allow her to come to harm. He had tried many remedies but could not save his sister. Now that Yu Beicheng had away, he was determined to save her. Poof. Fu Shijue across from them seemed to mock Zhang Yubai's naivety. Yu Beicheng shot him a glare. What is so funny, heartless wretch? It's no wonder no one cares for you. Fu Shijue replied, but it seems the temperature here isn't low enough if you still have the strength to spar with me. Upon hearing this, Yu Beicheng immediately inquired, was it your doing? It is likely he adjusted the temperature within the trap, Zhang Yubai asserted confidently. But we've been watching him closely. We did not see him make any moves. Yu Beicheng expressed her confusion. Zhang Yubai was equally perplexed, observing that Zhang Yubai's lips had turned pale from the cold. Yu Beicheng placed her coat over him. You wear it. Let us not pass it back and forth. We can share it, she insisted, not wanting to let herself suffer from the cold. Zhang Yubai. Fu Shijue watched as Yu Beicheng crouched down, pressing closely against Zhang Yubai's arm. The two of them wrapped themselves tightly in one coat, entirely disregarding the lonely figure across from them. Professing love for him yet leaning against Zhang Yubai, a woman like this deserves to perish sooner rather than later. Yu Beicheng, her nose numb from the cold, fixed her gaze on Fu Shijue. Whatever tricks you have, bring them all out, we are not afraid of you. Fu Shijue sneered, want to be a pair of desperate lovers? I shall accommodate you. Desperate lovers, Zhang Yubai furrowed his brow. What nonsense was Fu Shijue spouting? Yu Beicheng, however, found amusement in it. Oh, are you jealous that I'm so close to another man? Listen to how sour your words sound. I am not. An explanation is merely a cover-up. I want to listen. Fu Shijue fool, Chapter 17. Her love is inexpensive. The two of them huddled closely together for warmth, the residual heat within their bodies lingering for a while longer. The temperature did not drop any further, remaining at a steady degree. As Yu Beicheng and Zhang Yubai observed Fu Shijue across from them, they noted that he appeared unaffected by the cold, leading them to question whether the temperature on his side differed from theirs. Curiosity compelled Yu Beicheng to rise and approach him, only to find herself nearly frozen in the process. Fu Shijue, I truly admire you, she exclaimed, reflecting on the paradox of inflicting harm while sustaining injury. For him, this chill was hardly a concern. In his youth, he had endured far harsher climates. There were times he would swim in icy waters, bare-chested. He had weathered those trials, so what was this mere cold to him? Yu Beicheng exhaled a misty breath as she spoke. Can you not be so stubborn? Let us ascend? It has been quite some time. I fear that once we ascend, we shall be swiftly surrounded by his people, Zhang Yubai interjected, joining her. Fu Shijue let out a cold laugh, understanding Zhang Yubai's implication. Yu Beicheng retorted, you think he has contacted others to encircle us? Rest assured, this cell is a forbidden zone, no one can enter. You seem to know quite a bit, Fu Shijue remarked, casting a glance her way. Yu Beiqing stiffened. Damn, she had forgotten that she was merely an ordinary woman. All this knowledge is thanks to you. If I were not so deeply enamored with you, why would I inquire about you so fervently? She gazed at him with heartfelt intensity, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I know I may never possess your heart in this lifetime, but it suffices that you remember there exists a woman named Yu Beiqing who loves you. Fu Shijue remained silent. Zhang Yubai scrutinized her, attempting to discern whether she was feigning her emotions, yet, she appeared entirely sincere. Her love for Fu Shijue was genuine. Zhang Yubai averted his gaze. Fu Shijue scoffed, evidently swayed by her words. I advise you to speak less and conserve your strength. Can we not jest at this moment? We are freezing, and you are too, Yu Beiqing retorted. I am not cold. Stubborn. She reached out to touch his lips. They appeared vividly colored, yet felt icy to the touch, devoid of warmth. Fu Shijue was taken aback by her sudden gesture, his expression darkening. What are you doing? You're cold, she replied, and then she grasped his hand, still cold. He yanked his hand away. My blood has always been cold. This woman was far too frivolous, constantly making physical contact. You lie. The heart is flesh, and flesh requires blood to thrive, which can only exist in a warm body. If your blood were truly ice, you would be dead. She forcefully placed his hand against her abdomen. Feel the pulse of your blood within me. His hand was beyond merely cold. It had gone numb, yet, despite his natural resistance to the cold, and his accustomed state of freezing hands during winter, he felt warmth at that moment. His palm, separated by the soft fabric of her sweater, rested against her gentle abdomen, causing his body to stiffen uncomfortably. Zhang Yubai, witnessing their flirtation, turned away, pretending not to see this. Fu Shijue was surprisingly easy to deceive. He hoped that Yu Beiqing's eloquence would sway Fu Shijue, but alas, in the next moment, Fu Shijue withdrew his hand from her abdomen, entirely unimpressed by her display. Yu Beiqing felt embarrassed. What was wrong with Fu Shijue? After such a touching gesture, he could still reject her. While they could withstand the cold, she found herself unable to do so any longer. Stumbling, she collapsed against Fu Shijue. Before she fell, she had squinted to ensure that Fu Shijue was directly in front of her when she acted. Perhaps due to her body's frostbitten state, Fu Shijue did not evade her. Instead, he caught her in his arms. The faint fragrance of her presence lingered in his nostrils, tempting him for a few stolen moments, but Zhang Yubai's voice shattered the moment. Why has she fainted? Quickly regaining his composure, Fu Shijue pushed her away, expecting her to cry out in pain upon hitting the ground, yet silence ensued. Zhang Yubai, noticing her lack of response, reached out to feel her forehead, discovering it to be exceptionally cold. He hastily draped his coat over her and rubbed her frigid hands vigorously. In her fall, Yu Beiqing had indeed been acting, but the moment Fu Shijue had callously pushed her away, she had truly lost consciousness. She is suffering from hypothermia. Are you truly going to stand by and watch her freeze to death? Zhang Yubai challenged Fu Shijue. Fu Shijue was unconvinced. Moments ago, she had been vociferously rebuking him, yet, seeing Zhang Yubai frantically warming her hands and cheeks with no response from her, he furrowed his brow. Her death would be to my advantage. If she were not capable of saving your sister, would you care so much for her? Naturally not, but Yu Beiqing was his sister's only hope. Zhang Yubai called out to her, Yu Beiqing, wake up. Do not sleep. Yu Beiqing longed to open her eyes, but the cold weighed her down, lulling her into sleep. She had managed to endure by leaning against Zhang Yubai, but when she suddenly stood before Fu Shijue, the warmth dissipated rapidly, and the chilling air enveloped her, draining her strength. She had withstood for 5 hours, knowing that if she did not take action with Fu Shijue soon, she would literally freeze to death, and now was she truly facing death? Her eyelids felt unbearably heavy, refusing to lift, yet, she could discern Zhang Yubai's voice calling her, his large hands tirelessly rubbing her skin, providing her with warmth. She recognized that his kindness was not entirely genuine, yet she felt immense gratitude towards him. As for Fu Shijue, the mere thought of him brought tears to her eyes. Why could fate not choose the genuinely charming Zhang Yubai as the male lead? Fu Shijue, I shall haunt you even as a ghost. Woe unto you for your heartlessness towards me. In her weakened state, her voice lacked strength and ferocity, instead tinged with an unexplainable sense of grievance and affection. Her murmured words were clearly audible to both men present. Zhang Yubai remarked, Fu Shijue, I know her intentions may be malicious, but at least her love for you is sincere. You claim no one loves you, yet it is you who disregards the affections of others. Fu Shijue remained impassive, though he tilted his head to observe her increasingly pallid face. After a lengthy pause, he stated, I do not require her love, it is of such low value that it is unworthy of consideration. Zhang Yubai, incensed, struck him with a punch. Fu Shijue retaliated in kind, and both men found their lips stained with blood. Zhang Yubai was not fighting for Yu Beiqing's sake but rather to vent his own frustrations. Should Yu Beiqing perish, he would find it exceedingly difficult to leave this place alive. In their earlier confrontation, he had touched Fu Shijue's skin, only to discover that his body temperature was lower than Yu Beiqing's. Any other person would have succumbed to frostbite and perished by now. Yet Fu Shijue remained alert and capable of fighting. If he were to endure this contest of wills against Fu Shijue, it seemed likely that the next one to freeze to death would undoubtedly be himself, not Fu Shijue. Chapter 18. Remarkably resilient, yet unscathed, Zhang Yubai, in a frenzy akin to a rabid dog, relentlessly attacked Fu Shijue. Both were already exhausted from the biting cold, yet they continued to clash repeatedly, hastening their descent into hypothermia. They were both fierce combatants, delivering blows that landed with palpable force. Beneath their feet, the white bones were stained crimson with their blood. Gazing down from the brink of the pit, the scene below was a gruesome tableau, drenched in vivid scarlet, terrifying and sinister. Warm blood splattered onto Yu Beiqing's lips and face. In her weakened state, it appeared as though she were experiencing a fleeting glimpse of life before death, her eyelids gradually fluttering open. The first sight that met her eyes was not Jiang Yubai or Fu Shijue, but rather a dark head peering over the edge of the pit. Had she succumbed to hallucination? Why did it seem as though someone was watching the spectacle from above? Yu Beiqing noticed that the head remained motionless in its position, and she longed to silence the brawl between the two men, yet her voice failed her. It was only when Jiang Yubai was knocked down and pinned to the ground by Fu Shijue, landing perilously close to her, that she reached out, tugging at the hem of his garment. Uncertain of whose clothing she grasped, her sole desire was to convey that she was still alive. However, her frailty rendered her gesture feeble. Fortunately, the owner of the garment she grasped looked down at her, not Jiang Yubai, but Fu Shijue. Their eyes locked in a moment of shared recognition. In that instant, Fu Shijue's hand, poised to strike Jiang Yubai, froze in midair. "Brother Fu," she barely managed to whisper, her voice a mere whisper, so faint it could easily go unnoticed. Fu Shijue remarked, remarkably resilient, yet still alive. She gestured upward, urging him to look. Fu Shijue dismissed her indication, but Jiang Yubai followed her gaze, exclaiming, "Someone's there." This was a forbidden zone. Who could possibly be present? Both men stared upward, seemingly not deceiving her, prompting Fu Shijue to glance up. Indeed, he discerned a figure crouched at the edge, spying on them. His remarkable memory allowed him to instantly recognize, "Isn't that the one who was bound?" Indeed, when Yu Beiqing had fallen into the pit, he had been observing the individual shackled to the wall. The head now peering into the pit belonged to the very person he had seen restrained. Hearing Fu Shijue's words, Yu Beiqing quickly urged Jiang Yubai, "Have him come down to assist us." "What?" Jiang Yubai was puzzled. In light of their dire situation, Yu Beiqing deemed survival paramount, indifferent to whether the assassin recognized her or Jiang Yubai as the leader. However, she could not allow Fu Shijue to seize the initiative and be acknowledged as the leader by the assassin. "When you entered the cell, you must have seen the person shackled to the wall, right?" "That's him." "Impossible." Jiang Yubai was astonished. How could he possibly free himself from those shackles? Those shackles were composed of a unique material, requiring the input of passwords and fingerprints from the superior above to unlock. Yu Beiqing replied, "He has been trapped in the dungeon for many years, he must be very familiar with its layout, so he is certainly capable of devising a way to rescue us." Jiang Yubai nodded in agreement. "Not to mention, he is mute." Fu Shijue scoffed at their naivety. "He is bound here precisely because of his ambiguous identity, and you expect him to help? You are merely indulging in fantasies." Fu Shijue did not hinder their conversation, for he was certain that the person above would be of no assistance. Indeed, no matter what Jiang Yubai shouted upwards, the figure above remained unresponsive. The individual did not withdraw, concealing his features behind a veil of hair and beard, revealing only his piercing black eyes. Jiang Yubai's voice grew increasingly feeble, prompting Yu Beiqing to grasp his arm. "Do not shout. Conserve your strength." Jiang Yubai nodded, aiding her to her feet. "Are you all right?" "I am fine. It seems the pit is not as frigid as before." Jiang Yubai did not believe it was due to Fu Shijue's mercy. The only plausible explanation was that the person above had intervened. It must have been someone above, Jiang Yubai asserted. Why Yu Beiqing felt skeptical, considering that they were mere strangers to the individual above. Therefore, the current warmth must have been orchestrated by Fu Shijue. It seemed that Fu Shijue still possessed a modicum of conscience, aware that she was on the brink of freezing to death, and had thus adjusted the temperature. She stated, "We need to devise a method to communicate with him." The author did not disclose how the male protagonist had previously managed to extract information from the assassin. Was it possible that Fu Shijue would have to take the lead once more? She directed her gaze toward Fu Shijue, seated in a meditative posture. He had closed his eyes, feigning sleep. His acute awareness allowed him to sense her scrutiny, yet he remained unresponsive. Having expended considerable energy in his earlier confrontation with Jiang Yubai, he needed to conserve his strength. As for the reason the temperature in the pit had risen. They were mistaken, and the person above did not possess such prowess. It was he who had adjusted it. Once cold enough, it was time to warm up. In the next moment, Yu Beiqing's voice broke the silence. "Hey, do you wish to find your master? I can help you." The assassin had once had a master. However, that master had perished, and tragically, in the assassin's presence, the assassin was not from country Z, yet his previous master was Chinese, thus he could understand the language. The mention of master stirred the assassin to action. He no longer merely gazed at them with longing but instead anxiously shielded his eyes. Covering his eyes was inconsequential, as long as his ears remained unobstructed. Yu Beiqing continued to engage him. "How about I take you to meet your master?" No sooner had she spoken than the assassin dashed away, vanishing from the edge of the pit. Yu Beiqing tugged at her hair in frustration. The next moment, a resounding clang echoed from above as something struck the iron door, reverberating ominously. It appeared that the assassin was using his head to batter against the door. Jiang Yubai queried, "Your mention of the master seemed to elicit a response from him, perhaps you should continue?" Yu Beiqing replied, "But he seems to be in great distress. The memory of his former master was likely a thorn in his heart. As painful as that may be, does it compare to our current predicament?" Jiang Yubai asked, "Have you not noticed that while the temperature here has risen from its previous depths, it is steadily increasing?" Yu Beiqing, preoccupied with the assassin, had not realized. Upon Jiang Yubai's observation, she discovered beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Immediately, she turned her gaze toward Fu Shijue. "When did you adjust the temperature?" Seated cross-legged, Fu Shijue remained silent, his eyes closed, ignoring her. Yu Beiqing approached and kicked him. "Speak." He glared at her with a fierce glint in his eyes, radiating a chilling menace. Having endured his murderous gaze before, Yu Beicheng had developed a degree of immunity. You could no longer withstand the cold, so you raised the temperature? Speak again, and I shall sever your tongue. Had it not been for the earlier confrontation with Zhang Yubai, Fu Shijue would not have altered the temperature. When he entered, his reserves of strength would only suffice until they both succumbed to the cold. However, an unexpected turn of events had transpired. Zhang Yubai had provoked him. Naturally, he could have disregarded his own survival and allowed the temperature to plummet further, but seeing her darkness clouded Fu Shijue's gaze. He had no need to gamble his life against theirs. There were countless ways to bring about their demise. Chapter 19 Yu coaxed him down. Yu Beicheng truly found it difficult to tolerate Fu Shijue. Yet, her aversion was of little consequence, as he was undeniably superior to her. Once she subdued that assassin, she would certainly not let him off the hook. At that moment, Zhang Yubai spoke up. He's lying there watching again. Yu Beicheng quickly tilted her head to look up. To her astonishment, she locked eyes with him, and even discerned the glimmer of tears in his eyes. Was he crying, fearful of having misjudged the situation? She asked Zhang Yubai, is he really crying? Zhang Yubai, possessing mild nearsightedness, could not see as clearly as Yu Beicheng. She hurriedly reassured, please don't cry. Rest assured, as long as you help us escape, I will certainly assist you in finding your master. Beside them, Fu Shijue scoffed, seemingly mocking Yu Beicheng. Hearing this, she glared at him, signaling him to refrain from hindering their efforts. Yet, it remained uncertain whether it was Yu Beicheng's words that touched the assassin, or whether he was genuinely swayed by her plea. In the next moment, the assassin leapt down with ferocity. He landed squarely before Yu Beicheng, startling her so much that she instinctively patted her chest, exclaiming, You need to be careful. Unfortunately, the assassin did not linger in front of her, instead striding towards Fu Shijue. Yu Beicheng was bewildered. Wasn't he this the assassin she had persuaded? Fu Shijue had remained silent throughout. How had the assassin gravitated towards him? The assassin stood before Fu Shijue, neither speaking nor moving. Fearing that Fu Shijue might somehow sway the assassin, Yu Beicheng hurried over, earnestly stating, I said I would help you find your master. I will help you, not him. The assassin ignored her. Yu Beicheng felt exasperated but quickly realized, do you know him? The assassin's demeanor suggested he did not recognize Fu Shijue. Perhaps his master bears a resemblance to Fu Shijue, Zhang Yubai interjected, leading him to mistake Fu Shijue for his master. This revelation struck Yu Beicheng like a bolt of lightning. The assassin's master had died long ago, and the assassin, refusing to accept this reality, had remained imprisoned, waiting for his master to come for him. In the narrative, prior to Fu Shijue's appearance before the assassin, both Zhang Yubai and Lan Zhuoqi had visited him, yet no matter their approach, the assassin had shown no response. Only Fu Shijue had managed to subdue him. Cursed be it, how could the author have neglected to clarify such a significant detail? My face is so handsome, no one in this world can compare to me, Fu Shijue declared, brimming with confidence in his appearance. Yu Beicheng could not suppress a laugh. It was not that she mocked his vanity, after all, he truly possessed the grounds for it. Rather, she found amusement in the fact that he, too, seemed to care about his looks. Upon Fu Shijue's utterance, admiration blossomed in the assassin's eyes. Yu Beicheng immediately discerned that she had no chance. It seemed the assassin would soon fall under Fu Shijue's command. She sighed heavily, this is so frustrating. It appeared that she could not assist Zhang Yubai with the antidote. Stealing a glance at Zhang Yubai, whose face was smeared with blood, she felt a pang of guilt and attempted to negotiate with the assassin once more. She recognized the assassin's admiration for Fu Shijue and said, if you manage to rescue us, I will let you touch him. The assassin's eyes brightened, displaying an eagerness that suggested, I can touch him? Of course you can. Not only can you touch him, but you can also kiss him, she added, demonstrating right then and there. In a flash, she reached out to pat Fu Shijue's head and then planted a kiss on his cheek. Fu Shijue's expression darkened. Yu Beicheng, it seems you are courting death. The assassin, witnessing this, was filled with uncontainable joy, immediately scooping Fu Shijue into his arms and nimbly scaling the wall to escape the trap. Yu Beicheng and Zhang Yubai were left in stunned silence. This individual moved with the agility of a gecko along the wall. Was he human or specter? Fu Shijue despised being touched by others, yet when the assassin carried him out of the trap, he, too, stood frozen alongside the other two. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the assassin leaped down and lifted Yu Beicheng up next, then came Zhang Yubai. Wow, you are amazing! Yu Beicheng exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration as she patted the assassin's shoulder, bestowing upon him generous praise. The assassin beamed, his gaze fixated on Fu Shijue. Fu Shijue, not one to be easily fooled, recognized the assassin's intentions. If you dare to touch me again, I will take your life. The assassin's expression fell as he turned away, locking his hands in shackles. This series of actions left the three observers astounded. Was he angry? Yu Beicheng hurried over to console him. Oh, he is just being stubborn. In truth, he is very pleased. After all, you have rescued us, and we are grateful to you. How could we wish you harm? The assassin disregarded her, evidently only heeding Fu Shijue's words. Fu Shijue brushed off the dust from his attire that the assassin's contact had left behind. The assassin had not cleaned himself in quite some time, and thus emitted a foul odor. It was only natural that anything he touched would carry some scent. Given Fu Shijue's obsessive cleanliness, there was no way he would permit the disheveled assassin to come near him. Even though the assassin was extraordinarily skilled, Fu Shijue remained deeply repulsed. Yu Beicheng continued her attempts to placate the assassin, yet to no avail. She felt a wave of frustration wash over her and shouted at Fu Shijue, can't you just comfort him a bit? Sure, I could comfort him, but it would likely end with both of you dead, Fu Shijue replied, his tone devilish. Yu Beicheng instantly stiffened, feeling small, and Zhang Yubai suggested, "Let us first get him out of here." Unfortunately, the assassin refused to budge. He remained resolute, refusing to leave unless Fu Shijue comforted him, leaving Zhang Yubai and Yu Beicheng in a state of exasperation. Yu Beicheng pondered Zhang Yubai's words. The assassin's previous master likely resembled Fu Shijue, leading him to mistake Fu Shijue for his master, and now, if they could simply inform the assassin that Fu Shijue was not his master, perhaps he would lose interest and dependence on Fu Shijue. Yu Beicheng asserted, "He is not your master has died." Everyone presumed the assassin had been confined for so long that his mind had become somewhat unhinged, yet they were oblivious to the fact that the assassin's mind was quite sharp. He recognized that Fu Shijue was not his master, but upon seeing Fu Shijue's face, it was as if he beheld his long-lost master, and for that, he was willing to regard Fu Shijue as his own. "But Fu Shijue despises you." Yu Beicheng's words rendered the assassin's heart cold. His previous master had cherished him dearly. Before his master passed, he had said not to wait for him any longer, that he would not return, urging him to live a normal life. Yet, he could not comply. He yearned for his master, longing deeply. Large tears streamed down the assassin's cheeks, leaving Yu Beicheng at a loss for words. "Oh, please don't cry. Fu Shijue may not like you, but I do." Both Zhang Yubai and Fu Shijue turned their gazes toward her in unison. This woman was utterly hypocritical. How could she claim to like this dirty boy after merely one encounter? Chapter 20. And never leave him behind. Yu Beicheng spoke of fondness, rather than love. Fondness and love are not synonymous. One may harbor affection for many, yet love can only be bestowed upon one. However, men often conflate affection with love, and love with affection. How could Yu Beicheng possess such intricate sentiments? The assassin had no need for Yu Beicheng's affection, he merely yearned for his master's return. Enough with the incessant crying. Cease your tears. Yu Beicheng suddenly shouted. Whether it was her fierce demeanor that intimidated him or the sight of her distress that moved him, the assassin indeed stopped weeping, gazing intently at Yu Beicheng. "I present you with two choices. First, remain here indefinitely with your master, who shall never return. Second, accompany me and leave this place, spending your life by my side." The assassin had already waited in this cell for many years. Continuing to do so for the remainder of his life seemed inconsequential, yet he cast a glance at Fu Shijue. Was he truly not the master? He bore an uncanny resemblance to him. The master had once proclaimed he would never abandon him. Perceiving that the assassin's hesitation stemmed from Fu Shijue, Yu Beicheng leaned closer, whispering, "If you follow me outside, I shall assist you in dealing with Fu Shijue." The assassin felt a flicker of interest. "The world beyond is filled with wonder, and as long as I am by your side, I vow to protect you from harm and abandonment." Yu Beicheng laid bare her heartfelt sincerity. The assassin awaited Fu Shijue to speak, but Fu Shijue did not even spare him a glance. "If you choose silence, I shall interpret it as consent. Let us depart." Yu Beicheng cheerfully shook the chains binding the assassin's hands, saying, "Be good, let us free you." It was as though Yu Beicheng had cast a spell over the assassin, compelling him to heed her words and unlock the shackles. Fu Shijue, observing their impending departure, remarked, "Having come this far, do you truly believe you can leave?" Yu Beicheng disregarded Fu Shijue entirely, leading Zhang Yubai and the assassin away. Fu Shijue stood rooted in place, his expression darkening. This woman dared to ignore him. This was her first act of defiance. Very well, he would ensure she paid dearly for it. By this time, it was already 6 in the evening, and the sky had begun to darken. Once night fell, the patrols around the compound would intensify, making escape exceedingly difficult. "Today, it seems we may not be able to leave the compound," Zhang Yubai remarked. Yu Beicheng turned to the assassin, who resided in cell number 8, and affectionately dubbed him Little 8. "You've been in the compound for quite some time, haven't you? Do you know how to escape? You know his name?" Zhang Yubai inquired. "I don't know, I just made one up," Yu Beicheng replied. Zhang Yubai's mouth twitched. However, Little 8 appeared quite pleased with his new moniker, gazing affectionately at Yu Beicheng before glancing back at Fu Shijue, then gesturing towards a direction. Little 8, possessing remarkable skills, was entirely capable of breaching the heavily guarded compound, yet, he refrained from doing so, as he wished to await his master's return. Throughout the years, many had entered to persuade him to leave with them, yet all had been firmly rejected, some even falling into traps and meeting gruesome ends by starvation or dehydration. Today, however, his willingness to step out was not solely due to Yu Beicheng's words, but rather because of Fu Shijue. Fu Shijue would not remain confined to a cell indefinitely, thus, he felt compelled to venture out to see him. Even if Fu Shijue was not his master, it sufficed that he could often behold the visage of his master. Little 8 successfully guided Yu Beicheng and Zhang Yubai past the infrared sensors and patrols of the compound. He was thoroughly familiar with the layout and structure of the place. Fu Shijue could have easily exited, yet upon observing Little 8 leading them, he remained vigilant and followed discreetly. The layout of the compound was frequently altered, and not only the veterans within but even he, despite his adeptness at evading patrols, found it difficult to navigate through the layers of infrared security. And this person was certainly extraordinary. Little 8 led Yu Beicheng and her companions along a winding path for approximately 10 minutes until they arrived at a fence encircled by barbed wire. Zhang Yubai immediately pulled out a map and declared, "Beyond this wall lies the outside world." Upon hearing this, Yu Beicheng couldn't help but commend Little 8. "You are truly remarkable." Little 8 blushed shyly. Fu Shijue, arms crossed, stood behind them, silently observing the duplicitous and fragile Yu Beicheng, his gaze laced with unabashed disdain. Yu Beicheng sensed his scrutiny but chose to ignore him, for she knew that any words from him would likely bear no kindness. "This outer fence is electrified. Scaling it will prove quite challenging. Jiang Yubai noted little 8 had never contemplated escaping, hence he was unaware of any means to do so. Yubicheng felt a twinge of frustration, her stamina was waning. She had not eaten all day and was famished. Although she had breakfast in the morning, she had vomited it all upon entering the cell, rendering her as hungry as if she had eaten nothing at all. Additionally, she had endured 5 to 6 hours of freezing after falling into a trap at noon. No one could withstand such torment. Hey, this is your territory, why do you keep following us? Yubicheng turned to question Fu Shijue behind her. Ah, so now she acknowledged his presence. Had she not been ignoring him all this while, Fu Shijue was disinclined to engage with her. Jiang Yubai was somewhat taken aback. After all, with a mere gesture, Fu Shijue could summon reinforcements within the compound. Yet, Fu Shijue seemed to have no intention of doing so. Indeed, for the leader of the compound is Old K. Should you alert the guards, it would inevitably disturb Old K, Yubicheng deduced. If memory served her right, there was a rift between Fu Shijue and Old K, as Old K's daughter harbored affections for Fu Shijue and intended to orchestrate a union between them. However, Fu Shijue had always been a free spirit, unshackled by conventional ties, not to mention, marrying Old K's daughter would bind him to Old K, compelling him to work for him. Furthermore, he had harbored a distaste for women since childhood, even finding their proximity irksome. Thus, he was unequivocally opposed to such a marriage. Consequently, he had left Myanmar and ventured to Z country, where he spent 5 years establishing his own power network and ultimately locating the benefactor who had saved him as a child, Yubicheng. He merely sought to express his gratitude to the benefactor, with no intention of offering himself in return. However, upon encountering Fu Shijue, the original protagonist had fallen for him at first sight. Consequently, she often reached out to him under the guise of a benefactor, inquiring about his well-being. Though she visited him daily, she possessed enough discernment to withdraw when Fu Shijue exhibited clear disdain for her presence, only to reappear the following day. This back and forth led Fu Shijue's associates to presume he had tacitly accepted her role, treating her with utmost respect and even entertaining the notion that she might become his future wife. Yet, the original protagonist lacked sufficient understanding of Fu Shijue, resulting in her tragic fate. Fu Shijue was taken aback by Yubicheng's depth of comprehension. Sensing his scrutinizing gaze, Yubicheng realized she had divulged too much and cleared her throat. To love you is to embrace all that you are. I wish to know everything about you, thus, I possess a modicum of understanding regarding your identity. Fu Shijue let out a cold laugh. Your understanding appears rather comprehensive. Yubicheng opted not to continue this thread of conversation. While it is permissible for you to follow us, you must devise a means for us to escape. Dream on. Chapter 21. Why did he soften? Dreams are meant to be pursued, otherwise, what would they be called? Jiang Yubai observed the playful banter between the two and couldn't help but interject, quickly devise a plan to leave. This place is unsuitable for prolonged stay. Why? Yubicheng obediently nodded. Fu Shijue was taken aback by how readily Yubicheng adhered to Jiang Yubai's words. Jiang Yubai instructed her not to speak to him, and she truly refrained from doing so? Ah, indeed, the love professed by women is hardly worth mentioning. Little 8 had been attentively observing Fu Shijue, sensing his displeasure. He removed the necklace hanging around his neck and presented it to Fu Shijue, hoping the sight of it would bring him some joy. However, Fu Shijue not only swatted the necklace from Little 8's hand but also recoiled in disdain, exclaiming, "Are you not aware that you reek? Keep your distance." The necklace, which Little 8 always carried close to him, appeared dirty due to its black cord, but in reality, it was the cleanest item he possessed. He meticulously polished it every day, handling it with utmost care. What is your problem? Why must you speak so harshly? Yubicheng retorted angrily as she watched Little 8 dejectedly pick up the necklace and wipe it repeatedly. Suddenly, she recalled something and stared in shock at the pendant on the necklace. The pendant was a golden watch face. If her memory served her right, the medicinal essence was contained within that watch face. Overwhelmed with excitement, she exclaimed, "Little 8, could you show me the necklace?" Little 8 refused. This was the only gift his master had given him, the most treasured possession, and he could not part with it so easily. "I won't take it from you. I merely find your necklace beautiful and am curious to see it. How about you open it for me?" Yubicheng suggested. Little 8 warily glanced at Yubicheng. Seeing that she did not intend to snatch the necklace, he cautiously opened the watch cover for her to glimpse inside. The moment was brief, lasting only a few seconds before he promptly closed it again. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Yubicheng caught sight of the medicinal essence, a tiny black pill encased within the transparent glass of the watch. Indeed, it was with Little 8. Joy surged within her as she yearned to inform Jiang Yubai but was met with Fu Shijue's piercing gaze, compelling her to stifle her excitement. Instead, she turned to Little 8 and said, "The necklace is truly beautiful. Since it is something you cherish, you must wear it with care and not let it fall into the hands of others." Her implication was clear. Fu Shijue. This action aroused Fu Shijue's suspicion. He addressed Little 8, "Show me what you have." Just as Yubicheng had cautioned Little 8 against readily handing it to others, Little 8 immediately surrendered the watch to Fu Shijue. If Fu Shijue were to open it, he would undoubtedly discover the medicinal essence. Why? Yubicheng quickly shouted to Jiang Yubai, "Jiang Yubai, hurry and retrieve it." As her voice echoed, Jiang Yubai was about to spring into action, but before he could take more than a few steps, he was subdued by Little 8. Little 8 would not permit anyone other than Fu Shijue to touch the necklace. Fu Shijue raised an eyebrow in satisfaction. "It seems there is something inside that you desire." As Yubicheng rushed towards him, intending to seize the necklace, Fu Shijue evaded, causing her to inadvertently grasp his muscular chest. Infuriated, Fu Shijue felt as though he might explode with apologies. I accidentally grabbed the wrong thing, she stammered. Fu Shijue, torn between embarrassment and anger, turned an alarming shade of green. Seizing the moment, Yu Beicheng snatched the necklace from his hand. Upon noticing Fu Shijue reaching out to reclaim it, she swiftly tucked the necklace into her bosom, challenging him with her eyes, prompting the usually composed Fu Shijue to curse, shameless. Yu Beicheng, confident he would not dare to touch her, turned to Little 8 and commanded, release him. Do not let him go. Little 8 glanced between Fu Shijue and Yu Beicheng, ultimately deciding against releasing him. Do you still want this necklace? Yu Beicheng dangled it before Little 8, insisting, let him go. Seeing this, Little 8 promptly released Jiang Yubai. Fu Shijue directed his gaze at Little 8, now you see her true colors, don't you? When she professed her affection for you, she was deceiving you, merely playing a role. Why aren't you swiftly apprehending them? Little 8 stared at Yu Beicheng with disappointment. Do not heed his fabrications. The reason I threatened you with the necklace was due to your compliance with Fu Shijue, Yu Beicheng replied, adopting a sorrowful expression. Your willingness to give the necklace to the unappreciative Fu Shijue instead of me speaks volumes. You clearly do not care for me. Little 8 felt a surge of urgency to explain but found himself at a loss for words. Here is the necklace. It's important to you. Do not carelessly give your belongings to those with impure intentions, understand? Yu Beicheng returned the necklace to Little 8. Unbeknownst to him, she had discreetly pocketed the medicinal essence within. Isn't it you who harbors impure intentions, Yu Beicheng? Fu Shijue could hardly believe this woman would turn the tables on him. Those with tainted minds often perceive others as equally corrupt. At that moment, Fu Shijue deeply regretted having softened his heart while ensnared in a trap. Why hadn't he frozen her out back then? Now she stood before him, vibrant and infuriating. The necklace was given to me willingly. If your intentions were pure, why the outburst? I fear Little 8 might be deceived, Yu Beicheng retorted, hands on her hips. Fu Shijue, Little 8 is too innocent to outsmart you given his trust in you. Could you refrain from manipulating him any further? Fu Shijue pointed at her. What a silver-tongued individual you are. With that, he extended his hand towards Little 8. Hand over the necklace. Though Little 8 understood that Fu Shijue held no affection for him, he obediently passed the necklace to Fu Shijue. Cautious of Yu Beicheng making another attempt to snatch it, Fu Shijue declared, there is certainly something within that you both have been tirelessly seeking. He opened the watch cover, the hands of the clock moved slowly, revealing a yellowed, aged photograph inside. Yet, the focus of everyone's attention was not on the photograph. Fu Shijue inquired, what happened to the contents? Did you take them? What nonsense are you spouting? You opened the necklace, can't you see what's inside? Stop pretending, produce what's inside. Fu Shijue, possessing exceptional eyesight, had indeed seen the small pill when Little 8 had briefly opened the watch for Yu Beicheng. Chapter 22 of the Crocodile Pit. What are you saying? What is this thing? What should I take out? Not going to reveal it? Fine, I shall search you myself. Fu Shijue declared as he aimed to search Yu Beicheng's pockets. Why Yu Beicheng swiftly hid behind Jiang Yubai, exclaiming, Mr. Fu, please show some respect towards women. It is improper for men and women to engage in such conduct. Jiang Yubai intervened to block Fu Shijue. Fu Shijue returned the necklace to Xiao Ba and commanded, seize him. Yu Beicheng glared at Xiao Ba, saying, do not lay a finger on us. As long as Xiao Ba refrained from assisting Fu Shijue, with Jiang Yubai's prowess, they could undoubtedly thwart Fu Shijue's attempts to search her. Are you feeling guilty and reluctant to be searched? Fu Shijue crossed his arms, do not forget, you are still within the confines of my domain. Jiang Yubai, observing Yu Beicheng's demeanor, realized she might have recently acquired the drug from Xiao Ba's necklace. Consequently, he fiercely protected her, determined not to allow Fu Shijue to seize the drug. Seeing that Xiao Ba not only obeyed him but also listened to Yu Beicheng, Fu Shijue decided to summon the guards to encircle them. This venue was fraught with traps, and Fu Shijue promptly activated the alarm mechanism. Soon, the entire sky echoed with sirens. In no time, a multitude of armed, masked soldiers arrived. All the soldiers in the vicinity recognized Fu Shijue, and upon seeing him, they immediately saluted, Mr. Fu. Bind them, he commanded. Yes. Jiang Yubai was naturally no match for such a large number, yet Xiao Ba, with his own skills, could potentially subdue them and even escape. However, Xiao Ba chose not to act, allowing the soldiers to restrain him. After all, he had traversed every corner of the area, and no matter where he was imprisoned, he could undoubtedly find a way out. Xiao Ba stood before Yu Beicheng, shielding her from the soldiers. The soldiers aimed their guns at Xiao Ba, yet he remained unafraid. Seeing this, Fu Shijue instructed the soldiers to subdue Jiang Yubai and then forcefully pulled Xiao Ba away from Yu Beicheng. Xiao Ba, without protest, fell silent. Yu Beicheng, if you wish to suffer less, then obediently hand over the item, he said. Have I not already endured enough pain at your hands? Yu Beicheng was resolute in her refusal to produce the drug. Very well, you possess spirit. I hope you retain that spirit in due course. He yanked her onto a nearby observation cart, commanding the soldiers, take her to the crocodile pit. What do you intend to do, Fu Shijue? Have you lost your mind? Was he planning to feed her to the crocodiles? Are you not fearless? Why are you panicking now? As Yu Beicheng beheld the malevolent face approaching her, she cried out, Xiao Ba, save me. Xiao Ba swiftly boarded the observation cart. Get down, Fu Shijue commanded coldly. This time, Xiao Ba defied him, for he could see that Fu Shijue meant to harm Yu Beicheng, yet he harbored feelings for her and wished to protect her. When Fu Shijue noticed Xiao Ba's disobedience, he mercilessly kicked him to the ground. Xiao Ba did not retaliate. Instead, he rose from the ground and continued to plead for mercy. Yu Beicheng's eyes reddened. Xiao Ba, do not concern yourself with me. If he wishes to kill me, then let him. Remember, after I am gone, you must leave this place and never linger by his side. A man capable of harming his own flesh and blood is capable of anything. Xiao Ba, do you hear me? Xiao Ba shook his head, signaling her to cease provoking Fu Shiju. Yu Beicheng's words did not deter Fu Shiju. He seized her neck and dragged her into the lookout tower. The once dark crocodile pit illuminated with lights upon Fu Shijue's arrival from the lookout. They gazed down into the unfathomable waters, where waves stirred by crocodiles several meters long came into view. Do you see? He gripped her chin, forcing her to look down. If I throw you in, it will take less than a minute for them to tear you apart. Yu Beicheng's face drained of color. I will give you the item. I want the item, and you must die, he said as his hands roamed over her, searching for the drug. Yu Beicheng pressed down on his hand. Do not bother searching. You will not find it, even if you strip me bare, you will not locate it. Fu Shijue searched in vain, realizing she truly had nothing on her. Where have you hidden it? I genuinely thought you did not care for Yunanin, she smiled, a hint of triumph in her expression. Fu Shijue, if I die, you will never obtain it. It seems you remain unrepentant. I understand that if I hand it over to you, you will not let me go. Fu Shijue had no intention of releasing her. Release Jiang Yu Bai. He is innocent, she pleaded. Pleading for others when facing death? Fu Shijue immediately pushed her away and instructed the soldiers to confine her in a cage. You should be aware of the crocodile's biting force. I will count to 3, if you do not reveal where the drug is, I will ensure you suffer a gruesome end. It is on my chest. She spoke before he could even begin counting. Fu Shijue did not send anyone to search, instead, he approached her himself. Indeed, he found something. He glanced at her, a malicious smirk creeping onto his lips. Even if you speak, you cannot escape your fate. She anticipated such an outcome, touching her abdomen. I know, and thus I accept my fate. Fu Shijue, I do not succumb to myself, but to you however, I shall not be lonely on the road to the underworld, for I shall have your flesh and blood as company. His expression darkened. Do not mention that humiliation. Submerge her. The soldiers promptly lowered the cage containing Yu Beicheng into the crocodile pit. As the rope descended, Xiao Ba immediately grasped it, pulling desperately to prevent the iron cage holding Yu Beicheng from plunging. Fu Shijue cast a glance at the soldiers, and they swiftly pried Xiao Ba away. Chapter 23. Is she still to be murdered despite her pregnancy? Regrettably, more than a dozen individuals were rendered immobile by Xiao Ba. Yet, the cage that was lowered was astonishingly pulled back up single-handedly by Xiao Ba. As Yu Beicheng was pressed into the cage and began to descend, she believed her demise was imminent. To her surprise, the cage abruptly halted mid-air. She looked down to see several crocodiles with gaping jaws circling beneath her. Terror gripped her, causing her body to tremble. Fu Shijue truly intended to kill her. Even now, while she was pregnant, he still sought her death. Yu Beicheng suddenly lifted her gaze towards the top, where a lookout platform perched precariously on the cliff's edge featured an opening through which the cage was lowered to feed the crocodiles. From below, she could discern the figure standing beside the opening. Fu Shijue stood there silently, his expression devoid of emotion as he fixed his gaze upon her, unable to discern his thoughts. Yu Beicheng felt an undeniable certainty that her life was forfeit. A bone-chilling wind swept through, causing her to shiver. Then, the iron cage shook violently. It seemed that Xiao Ba had exhausted her strength, or perhaps Fu Shijue had kicked her down. The cage plummeted freely to the ground. With a resounding thud, the iron cage plunged into the water, the foul, brackish liquid invading her mouth and nostrils, followed by the thick, sanguine tide engulfing her entire being. Had she been devoured by the crocodiles? Surely, she must be dead now. Could she ever return to the 21st century? Yu Beicheng drifted in darkness until a cacophony jolted her, causing her to furrow her brow in discomfort. As her eyelids fluttered open, she beheld a strikingly beautiful young girl standing before her, beaming with joy as she illuminated Yu Beicheng's eyes with a flashlight, chattering away in a language she could not comprehend. Soon after, several more lovely young women appeared in her line of sight. Had she died and ascended to heaven, it was then that an elderly woman, somewhat more mature, spoke up. Child, do you feel any discomfort? The words were spoken in Chinese, albeit with a slight foreign accent. Were there foreigners even in paradise? It seems you were merely frightened. Thankfully, you have awakened, the old woman said, gently feeling her forehead to check for fever, and then added, is there anything you wish to eat? I shall instruct the kitchen to prepare it for you. Grandma, she has just awakened, it would be prudent not to overwhelm her with questions, the stewardly suddenly interjected, stepping forward to present a bowl of dark, murky soup to the old woman. The elder accepted it and fed it to Yu Beicheng. It was unbearably bitter, reminiscent of the dreadful prenatal medication Li had previously administered. Was she truly still alive? Yu Beicheng pinched herself hard, realizing she seemingly had not perished. What had transpired after she fell into the crocodile pit? Stewardly, she murmured, I am not dead? You carry the child of the young master, how could it be so easy for you to perish? You must give birth to the young master before you can even think of dying, Li replied. Wonderful, she was alive. Yu Beicheng then inquired, but how is it that I have not died? Is it not because I arrived in time? Had it not been for my intervention, your remains would long since have been in the belly of a crocodile. Last night, as soon as she was submerged in the crocodile pit, Stewardly had rushed over, pulling the cage's ropes and chastising Fu Shijue. The creatures in this estate were all trained to respond to a flute for feeding. Crocodiles were no exception. As long as the flute was not sounded, even if they were deprived of food for half a month, they would not harm anyone thrown into the pit. Upon hearing this, Yu Beicheng suddenly understood why Fu Shijue had sought to place her in such peril last night. It appeared he had no intention of taking her life, it was merely a scare tactic. But such intimidation was truly terrifying, she had nearly been frightened to death. Miss Yu, where is the antidote? If you wish to avoid further suffering, you ought to produce it now. What antidote? Did I not give it to Fu Shijue? Yu Beicheng feigned ignorance, stewardly scoffed. The young master administered the antidote to your sister, but it proved ineffective, thus, you must have swapped it out. Yu Beicheng retorted. What nonsense are you spouting? I clearly handed it over to you. Miss Yu. I truly did not substitute it, I swear on my life. How ridiculous, her life had already been forfeit once, it held little value now. Steward Li's lips twitched. Your life holds no guarantee of value in my eyes. If you do not speak the truth, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Feigning madness, Yu Beicheng replied, even if you wish to take my life, I cannot produce what I do not possess. I have already given everything to you. You, Steward Li pointed at her, exasperated, until you reveal the whereabouts of the antidote, you shall never leave this place. If she could not leave, then so be it. After all, they were not demanding her life. Once Steward Li departed, Yu Beicheng noticed the room had fallen silent, devoid of any presence, and she rose to her feet. The room was quite simple, furnished with some medicine and tea, but devoid of any sweet treats or pastries. At that moment, hunger gnawed at her, prompting her to pour herself a pot of tea to quench her thirst. In truth, she had indeed swapped the antidote. Fortunately, she had done so. Otherwise, Jiang Yubai would never again trust her. Indeed, she had given the swapped antidote to Jiang Yubai. She reasoned that keeping the antidote on herself would be unsafe, and it would inevitably be discovered by Fu Shijue sooner or later. If she placed it on Jiang Yubai, Fu Shijue would certainly be more cautious. Little did she expect that the typically astute Fu Shijue would one day slip up, allowing her to deceive him. How delightful, however, she was currently so very hungry. Not only was she pregnant, but she was also unwell. Was this how they treated her? Yu Beicheng poured herself several pots of water, yet it did little to alleviate her hunger. Dejectedly resting her face on the table, she mumbled, I am so hungry. Unbeknownst to Yu Beicheng, every one of her actions was being recorded by surveillance cameras in the corner, and her every move was being monitored. Miss, that woman was so mistreated by Master Fu last night. Had it not been for Uncle Li's timely arrival, she would have nearly perished. Thus, you need not worry that she will vie with you for Master Fu's affection. In the surveillance room, a fashionable woman stood, flanked by a row of maids. The one speaking was a confidant of the woman, seemingly her right-hand aide. The woman herself remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on Yu Beicheng. In the footage, she was the daughter of Old K, named Qin Shernua, while the aide beside her was called Xiao Qian. Qin Shernua possessed an ordinary appearance, her face plump yet exuding a youthful and vibrant allure. Upon closer inspection, one might notice subtle enhancements, though they appeared quite natural rather than overly dramatic. Even if her face were artificial, her demeanor was exceptional, suggesting a dancer's grace, her back straight, and her outfit impeccably styled, creating an enchanting ambience. Keep a close watch on her. Alert me at the slightest hint of trouble, Qin Shernua instructed. Understood. Chapter 24. At her house arrest, Yu Beicheng had been confined to her room for several days. During this time, only Butler Li brought her the medication for her pregnancy, while Fu Shijue had not made an appearance. Bored and restless, she longed to step outside for a breath of fresh air, yet the guards stationed outside resolutely forbade her from doing so. In a flash of fury, Yu Beicheng exclaimed, Is Fu Shijue intent on imprisoning me to death? The guards were not prone to idle chatter and certainly would not engage in conversation, so no matter how much she complained, none paid her any heed. Infuriated, Yu Beicheng began to vent her frustrations when Butler Li arrived with her medication that evening. He suggested, If you're feeling bored, I could arrange for someone to keep you company, Miss Yu. I don't need anyone. I simply want to go outside. This place was Fu Shijue's territory, being trapped here deprived her of her personal freedom. It is not up to you, he replied. Why? Yu Beicheng shot back, then I shall refuse to eat or drink and starve myself. Suit yourself, he remarked. Despite her complaints of boredom, she had not refrained from indulging in the delightful food and entertainment that had been brought to her room, relishing every morsel and moment. Why? Yu Beicheng glared at Butler Li, saying, I still carry Fu Shijue's child within me. Butler Li glanced at the surveillance camera in the corner and lowered his voice, You would do well to refrain from announcing your pregnancy indiscriminately. Why? She inquired. Butler Li reminded her, Given your awareness of my young master's background, you should know he is the favored son-in-law of Mr. Old K. Yu Beicheng paused, recalling the second female lead from the book, Qin Shernua. This woman was formidable. Though she deeply loved Fu Shijue, she was no ordinary woman content with mere romance. Ultimately, Fu Shijue ended up with Yu Nanin, but Old K intervened, leading to Fu Shijue's downfall at the hands of his enemies. In turn, Qin Shernua directed all her resentment towards Yu Nanin, enduring humiliation and eventually joining forces with the older man who had taken down Old K. In Myanmar, a woman without support is akin to a bus that anyone can board. Using her intellect, Qin Shernua not only successfully climbed into the bed of an older man but also manipulated him against Fu Shijue, ultimately killing him herself and commanding his followers. This was the most terrifying aspect of Qin Shernua. Thus, if Yu Beicheng wished to contend with someone as cunning and deep-minded as Qin Shernua, her fate would be sealed. Should Qin Shernua learn of her pregnancy with Fu Shijue's child, it was likely that she would not wait for Fu Shijue to take action. She would deal with Yu Beicheng herself. Why? Yu Beicheng quickly whispered to Butler Li, This surveillance can record sound, can it? Indeed, he confirmed. Ah, then I'm finished, she gasped, realizing the implications of her daily rants against Fu Shijue's ancestors while threatening Butler Li with her child. Butler Li assured her, What has been said has been taken care of. That's a relief, Yu Beicheng sighed. Butlerly, I didn't realize you were quite astute. Butlerly, however, was not as thoughtful. It was all thanks to his young master, yet he had no intention of engaging Yu Beicheng further. After delivering her medication, he needed to hurry as his young master was returning from Mr. Old K's place. Don't leave, Yu Beicheng pleaded, feeling isolated and utterly bored. Did you not say you would find someone to keep me company? Bring that person here? Butlerly shot her a sidelong glance. I'll send someone over shortly. That would be splendid. Yu Beicheng assumed Butlerly would send Xiao Ba, but to her surprise, it was Yu Nanning who arrived. Having not seen her for some time, Yu Nanning appeared considerably thinner. Upon seeing her, Yu Nanning rushed to ask, Xiao Chang, are you alright? Yu Beicheng shook her head. I'm fine. How did you end up here? And why do you look so unwell? Yu Nanning did not conceal the truth and explained the situation. It turned out that after Yu Nanning had fainted on the cruise ship, she had been taken away by Lan Zhuoqi. Aware of the dangers in Myanmar, Lan Zhuoqi intended to return Yu Nanning to Z country. Unfortunately, he was captured by his father, and even though he arranged for someone to escort Yu Nanning home, she still got lost along the way. Thankfully, her luck was on her side, as she encountered Butlerly, who was searching for Fu Shijue, and he took her in. And meanwhile, Fu Shijue obtained the medicine from her. After administering it to Yu Nanning, he discovered it was a fake. Why didn't Fu Shijue send you back home? Yu Beicheng inquired. He said he'd let me return with him when the time comes, Yu Nanning responded. She was unaccustomed to the environment and cuisine in Myanmar and, like Yu Beicheng, had spent her days cooped up in her room with little opportunity to venture out. However, she was not under the same strict watch as Yu Beicheng. Having felt cooped up, she had ventured out once, only to run into Qin Shihua. Upon learning that Yu Nanning was a guest of Fu Shijue, Qin Shihua treated her as a kindred spirit, showering her with concern. Yet, inexplicably, after parting ways with Qin Shihua, Yu Nanning had been suffering from a persistent cough and discomfort, likely due to a chill. However, Yu Beicheng sensed that it was not merely a cold but rather a sign of poisoning. She asked, have you seen a doctor? No, it's just a common cold, some cold medicine will suffice. Surprised that Yu Beicheng was showing concern for her, Yu Nanning was taken aback. Previously, Yu Beicheng had always looked down upon her. Yet, as Yu Nanning acknowledged her as a sister, she had never made things difficult for her, merely avoiding her. And now, in a foreign land, the two sisters had each other's backs and naturally ought to support one another. At home, Yu Beicheng was petty, yet outside, it was clear she needed to adopt a broader perspective. Has Fu Shijue not sought you out during this time? Yu Nanning shook her head. Not even once? No. Knowing that Yu Beicheng held feelings for Fu Shijue, Yu Nanning quickly clarified, Xiao Chang, there is nothing between me and Fu Gu. Just because there was nothing now did not guarantee the future would remain the same. After all, she had shared a bed with Fu Shijue. Could they ever truly part ways? Yu Beicheng was uncertain, feeling a pang of guilt towards Yu Nanning. Although she understood Yu Nanning and Fu Shijue were a pair, she believed Yu Nanning and Lan Zhuoqi would complement each other better. After all, childhood friends could not be easily replaced. Moreover, if Yu Nanning wished to find happiness with Fu Shijue, she would have to endure many trials and tribulations along the way. Not only was there Lan Zhuoqi, but also Qin Shihua. If these two joined forces to obstruct her, the odds would be stacked against her. Additionally, Fu Shijue had a volatile temperament, prone to explosive reactions and suspicion of others. Had he not harbored doubts about his feelings for Yu Nanning, how could she have ended up so severely injured, only to live a mere 50 years? Indeed, Yu Nanning's life was cut short due to a kidney removal, compounded by the poisoning inflicted by Qin Shihua, along with the madness of being confined by Lan Zhuoqi, and the aftermath of her miscarriage, leaving her with lasting health issues. Poor female protagonist, what sins had she committed to encounter a murderer like Fu Shijue? Ultimately, her narrative hinged on survival. As long as the male and female leads could live longer, she too would enjoy an extended existence. Thus, Yu Beicheng was determined to take special care of Yu Nanning's health. Sister, you're not going to compete with me for Fu Gu, are you? Yu Beicheng asked. Compete? Oh, Fu Gu is hardly worth it. Although I saved him when we were children, he only feels gratitude towards me, Yu Nanning replied. Upon hearing this, Yu Beicheng nodded. That's good, you must not develop feelings for Fu Gu, understood? As Yu Nanning could only smile helplessly. Chapter 25. Not surviving past 50. After Butlerly exited Miss Yu Beicheng's chamber, he proceeded to meet Fu Shijue. To his surprise, he found Qin Shihua also present in Fu Shijue's room. Naturally, the incident involving Fu Shijue's intrusion into the garden had reached the ears of Old K. While Old K could choose not to pursue the matter, he insisted on keeping Fu Shijue in Myanmar. Fu Shijue, however, vehemently opposed this, resulting in Old K imposing a punishment upon him. For the past few days, Fu Shijue had been kneeling in the ancestral hall from 8 in the morning until 8 in the evening, an arduous 12-hour ordeal during which he was not permitted to cheat or evade his penance. Old K intended for him to reflect deeply on his actions, but Fu Shijue's resolve was unyielding, as if no force could sway him. Miss Qin, Butlerly greeted respectfully, acknowledging Qin Shihua. She nodded in response. Uncle Li. I'm fine, you may leave, Fu Shijue stated, addressing Qin Shihua. Very well, shall I have someone prepare porridge for you and bring it over later? Qin Shihua inquired. Though I know you refrain from eating after 7 in the evening, you must replenish your strength after kneeling for so long. Initially inclined to refuse, Fu Shijue acquiesced, replying, just have it given to Butlerly when it's ready. A faint smile graced Qin Shihua's face as she responded, all right. She departed, closing the door with thoughtful care. Seated on the couch, Fu Shijue spun a string of prayer beads in his hands, pondering, have we yet to uncover how Jiang Yubai escaped from the garden? Indeed, he grumbled, tightening his grip on the beads, fools. It seems there may have been inside assistance, someone aiding Jiang Yubai, came the reply. Fu Shijue had already surmised this, lowering his voice as he said, never mind, no need to investigate further. What of Miss Yu's health? I shall devise other methods, keep a close watch on Yunanin. Ensure she does not cross paths with Qin Shernua again. Understood, Butler Li nodded. Each time I deliver the prenatal medicine to Miss Yu, she insists on feeling bored, so I allow Miss Yu to accompany her. What is her status? How can you allow Nanin to keep her company? Butler Li had come to regard Yu Beicheng with great protectiveness. They are sisters, it is only natural for them to look after one another. What sort of sisters are they? That woman, Yu Beicheng, is cunning and has tormented Nanin on numerous occasions. Noticing Fu Shijue's agitation upon the mention of Yu Beicheng, Butler Li cautiously probed, should I remove Miss Yu from Miss Yu's presence? Let her stay for now. Remember, keep a vigilant eye on that woman, Yu Beicheng, prevent her from plotting behind Nanin's back. Understood, Butler Li replied. That evening, while delivering the prenatal medicine to Yu Beicheng, she remarked, I noticed Yu Nanin has been coughing persistently. Why haven't you arranged for a doctor to examine her? Has she been coughing continuously? Butler Li had hardly paid much attention to Yu Nanin and why Yu Beicheng, slightly inebriated, retorted, did you not hear her cough when you entered just now? Since Butler Li had brought the prenatal medicine to prevent Yu Nanin from discovering her pregnancy, he had sent her away. I did not hear anything. Even if you didn't hear, you must have noticed her gaunt appearance, correct? Is this how Fu Shijue expects you to care for his benefactor? Butler Li said, I shall fetch a doctor to examine her at once. Do not delay, go now. Butler Li, were it not for Yu Beicheng's pregnancy, would not have allowed himself to be commanded so casually. He went, and shortly thereafter, a doctor arrived to examine Yu Nanin. The doctor concluded that she had merely caught a chill, compounded by her previous weakness and depletion of vital energy, rendering her particularly frail. He prescribed a few remedies to bolster her health and advised that if her condition did not improve after taking the medicine, it might indicate a fundamental issue with her constitution. Yu Beicheng remained silent upon hearing the doctor's words. Once the doctor departed, Butler Li called out to her, Miss Yu, are you satisfied now? Yu Beicheng inquired, where is Xiao Ba? Who? The man who was previously covered in filth. The book had mentioned that the medicinal catalyst on Xiao Ba belonged to his master, unique in the world. Otherwise, how could Jiang Yubai and Fu Shijue have fought so fiercely over it? Yu Nanin had consumed the catalyst, and her very existence was tethered to a mere 50 years. If she had not ingested the catalyst, would she not have even reached 50? Contemplating this, she deemed it necessary to restore Yu Nanin's health. Perhaps she could find a way to leverage Xiao Ba. Given that Xiao Ba's master possessed the catalyst, it was possible he might also have the formula. Oh, you mean him? He has been assigned by young master as a gatekeeper. Yu Beicheng questioned, what? Such a waste of talent. Xiao Ba is so capable, and yet he is merely kept as a guard. Is Fu Shijue not thinking clearly? I wish to see him. He is not here. Where is he? In the garden. Is Fu Shijue out of his mind? Xiao Ba finally escaped the garden, and now he is summoned back? Butler Li cautioned, Miss Yu, mind your words, young master's actions are for his own good. Then please enlighten me, in what way is this beneficial to him? There were never any unfamiliar faces around Fu Shijue. If someone did appear, Old K would surely investigate their background. If Old K were to discover that Fu Shijue had brought someone out from the Forbidden Area S dungeon, what kind of punishment would Fu Shijue face? And what fate awaited Xiao Ba? Thus, Fu Shijue had deliberately kept Xiao Ba away from him. Once he resolved matters here, he intended to take Xiao Ba and leave Myanmar, returning together to Country Z. However, such details were not for Butler Li to divulge to Yu Beicheng. Seeing Butler Li unable to provide a satisfactory explanation, she insisted, I want to see him. That is not permissible. Why not? This is not a place where you can simply meet anyone you wish. Butler Li needed to inform her to temper her temperament. Fu Shijue was not afraid of Old K, rather, it was Old K who had shown him favor in the past. Although Fu Shijue was ruthless and cold-hearted, he was ultimately a man of loyalty. I understand. Yu Beicheng, reflecting on how Fu Shijue's refusal to allow her to meet outsiders, even confining her for her safety, concluded, may I inquire about Jiang Yubai's current condition? Butler Li sensed a change in Yu Beicheng, though he could not pinpoint the alteration. However, it was a grave error for her to involve herself with Jiang Yubai. Forget it if you do not wish to speak. Jiang Yubai had taken the catalyst from right under Fu Shijue's nose, and it was certain that Fu Shijue harbored animosity toward him. Butler Li urged her to remain in her room and then left the following day. As Yu Beicheng dined with Yu Nanin, the latter suddenly coughed up blood. This alarming act sent Yu Beicheng into a panic as she rushed to find a doctor, but the guards stationed outside forbade her from leaving. Seeing the altercation between Yu Beicheng and the guards, Yu Nanin stepped forward to mediate. However, in a moment of misfortune, a gunshot rang out, startling the birds that lingered outside. The compound was small, and any disturbance could be easily heard. Before long, Butler Li arrived, accompanied not only by himself but also by Qin Shernua. Chapter 26. She was shot. Who was the unfortunate victim? Naturally, it was not the bodyguard, nor the fortunate heroine Yunnan It was the hapless Yu Beicheng. Fortunately, the injury did not affect her abdomen, rather, it was her arm that had been grazed by a bullet. In the midst of winter, clad in thick clothing, had it not been for that, Yu Beicheng's arm would have been rendered useless. The force of a bullet fired at close range is particularly devastating, capable of shattering bones. As Yu Beicheng watched the blood drip incessantly from her hand onto the floor, she felt a sense of bewilderment. It was not until Yunnan inquired, "Are you alright?" that she snapped back to reality. What happened? At that moment, Butler Lee hurried over. Upon seeing the bodyguard holding a smoking gun, he did not allow for any pleas for mercy. Casting a glance at the bodyguard beside him, the bodyguard immediately raised his silenced pistol and executed the one who had fired, blood splattering everywhere. The bodyguard fell lifelessly to the ground, his eyes wide open in death. Other bodyguards rushed forward to drag away the fallen man, and the servants quickly cleaned the bloodstains from the floor, making it seem as though nothing had ever occurred. Yu Beicheng was left reeling from the gunfire, her ears ringing, while Yunnan, having never witnessed such a bloody scene, let out a scream before her vision faded to black, and she collapsed completely. Yu Beicheng was frightened too, but she summoned her strength and did not allow herself to fall, for she had heard Butler Lee sternly admonishing the bodyguards, "Anyone who dares to cause trouble will meet the same fate as this bodyguard." Butler Lee was asserting his authority, ensuring that the bodyguards would remain alert and vigilant in watching over Yu Beicheng and Yunnan. It was evident that these two women were of great importance. "Uncle Lee, since the situation has been handled, please call a doctor to attend to this injured young lady," stood Qin Shernua at the entrance. She wore light makeup and was clad in a rabbit fur ensemble that accentuated her slender figure, exuding grace and elegance. "Miss Qin, I deeply apologize for the disturbance caused by my subordinates," Butler Lee replied. Qin Shernua smiled. "I was actually planning to find Brother Fu, but I happened to hear the commotion and feared something might go awry, so I came to take a look." Butler Lee immediately summoned a doctor to tend to Yu Beicheng's arm. "Uncle Lee, won't you introduce this young lady?" Qin Shernua inquired, her smile still present, yet her gaze upon Yu Beicheng was scrutinizing and somewhat aggressive. Butler Lee promptly brought Yu Beicheng before Qin Shernua. "This is Miss Yu, the second daughter of the Yu family." "Hello, I am Qin Shernua," she said graciously, extending her hand towards Yu Beicheng. Yu Beicheng shook her hand with her uninjured arm. "Since you are a friend of Brother Fu, you are also my friend. Should you need anything, feel free to reach out to me." Her words hinted at a certain intimacy with Fu Shijue. Yu Beicheng smiled. "Thank you, Miss Qin. Uncle Lee, Brother Fu is likely waiting for me. I shall take my leave now," she said, departing. "Very well, Miss Qin, take care," Butler Lee responded, as she glanced back at Yu Beicheng, whose hand continued to drip blood. Butler Lee hurriedly instructed the doctor to tend to Yu Beicheng's wound due to her pregnancy. She could not receive anesthesia, only a simple disinfection, and could not apply any ointment, forcing her to endure the pain. Fortunately, the bullet had not penetrated deeply, it was merely a graze. Otherwise, the matter of Yu Beicheng's feigned pregnancy would likely have been discovered by Butler Lee. "That Miss Qin is the daughter of old K. In the future, avoid her if you can," Butler Lee advised her. While Yu Beicheng looked at him, "Now that she is aware of my presence here, can I not be under house arrest any longer?" "You are not under house arrest. It is merely a precaution to keep you from causing trouble." "How do you know that I would cause trouble if I went out?" Butler Lee had not anticipated her naivety, because even if you do not intend to cause trouble, trouble may still find you, Miss Yu. "I assure you, I have no intention of harming you, you must trust my judgment." Yu Beicheng stated, "Tell Fu Shijue that I wish to see Xiao Ba." Seeing her insistence, Butler Lee nodded. "I will attempt to inquire with the young master on your behalf." "Go now." Qin Shernua had just sought out the young master, and now Yu Beicheng wanted him to go as well? Was she perhaps anxious that the young master might develop feelings for Miss Qin, thus prompting her eagerness for him to play the role of a third wheel? "Very well, I shall ask on your behalf." The doctor bandaged Yu Beicheng's arm and provided some aftercare instructions before leaving with Butler Lee. "Brother Fu, when I came to find you, I encountered your two friends." Qin Shernua deliberately broached the subject of the Yu sisters, eager to gauge Fu Shijue's reaction. However, Fu Shijue, seated on a couch perusing a contract, showed little interest in her remarks. "They are quite beautiful, though they seem rather simple-minded," Qin Shernua remarked, pouring him a cup of tea. One would think that stepping outside would lead to a confrontation with bodyguards, resulting in injury. Injured in a confrontation? Fu Shijue could easily deduce that it must be the troublesome Yu Beicheng. "Brother Fu, have some tea." Fu Shijue accepted the cup she offered but did not drink, stating, "I will be returning to Z country the day after tomorrow." Qin Shernua's face paled slightly. "Brother Fu, what is there in Z country? Why must you go there? Isn't Myanmar better? You should understand, this is not my domain." Fu Shijue was not an illegal immigrant, he had merely been captured and brought to Myanmar. Old K, in fact, was from Z country, but due to certain circumstances, he had been compelled to settle in Myanmar. Having grown up in Myanmar, Qin Shernua naturally held deep sentiments for the place. "Brother Fu, I know you are determined to leave Myanmar, and I realize that persuading you might be futile. However, I have one request, please take me with you." She did not wish to lose him again. Throughout his 5 years in Z country, not a single day had passed without her yearning for him. Had it not been for her father's interference, she would have sought him out in Z country long ago. "If you wish to leave Myanmar, you must first obtain your father's consent. If I persuade my father, will you then take me with you?" Qin Shernua looked at him hopefully. Brother Fu, I have grown. I am no longer the little girl who needed your protection 5 years ago. Fu Shijue remained silent. If you do not take me with you, I will sneak away to Z country on my own. Fu Shijue had no intention of bringing Qin Shernua to Z country. Firstly, it would entangle him with old K, and secondly, he preferred not to have women around him. However, should he refuse outright, Qin Shernua would likely not relent and might even threaten him with the safety of the Yu sisters. Thus, he refrained from a definitive refusal, instead suggesting she discuss it with old K. Qin Shernua left in high spirits, eager to consult her father. She had anticipated a strenuous effort to persuade him, but to her surprise, her father agreed to let her follow Fu Shijue, albeit with one condition. She was to keep an eye on him. Keep an eye on Brother Fu, father. Although he has been away from Myanmar for 5 years, he has remained loyal to you during that time, sharing a portion of his earnings with you. Do you think he is truly loyal to me? Nor, you still do not understand him. He only trusts himself. Of the earnings he made, he only gave me a fraction, while the rest he has long since transferred overseas. Old K recognized that Fu Shijue had grown too formidable for him to control. He had always known Fu Shijue was a powerful eagle, and even if the day came when it might peck at him, he had resolutely allowed Fu Shijue to remain by his side, hoping to tame him and have him serve him. Yet he had underestimated Fu Shijue's ambition. But father, he has never harmed you. Is it not advantageous for him to be ambitious? As long as he marries me, all the power and wealth in his hands will belong to the Qin family. The only way old K could hope to subdue Fu Shijue was to have him marry Qin Shernua. Fu Shijue was ambitious and intelligent, yet he also possessed a sense of responsibility. Once he committed to someone, he would not easily betray the trust. Chapter 27, preventing her from contacting men. Yunanin's cough grew increasingly severe. Yu Beicheng was deeply concerned that Yunanin might succumb to her coughing fits right before her eyes. The medications prescribed by the doctors summoned by Butler Li were utterly ineffective. The only remedy that could save Yunanin was that particular medicinal ingredient. Therefore, it was imperative for her to meet Xiaoba. That evening, Yu Beicheng once again broached the subject with Butler Li. Miss Yu is the savior of the young master. Do you truly believe he is unconcerned about her health? Yu Beicheng stammered. Is he genuinely searching for her? Otherwise, why has he been absent these past few days? Has he uncovered any clues? We shall depart for Z country in 3 days. Butler Li relayed the young master's message. Xiaoba's master is from Z country, and his hometown is even in a city. To procure the formula for the medicinal ingredient, we must visit the former home of Xiaoba's master. What Yu Beicheng could conceive, Fu Shijue naturally had as well. Seeing that Butler Li's demeanor did not suggest deceit, she felt a sense of relief. That is good to hear. Will you be able to remain calm over these next 3 days? Absolutely. Yu Beicheng made an okay gesture with her hand. After Butler Li departed, she hurried to Yunanin's bedside to share the uplifting news. Why Yunanin looked gaunt, her face devoid of any flesh, yet she smiled and said, Indeed, Brother Fu would not deceive me. What do you mean? Do not misunderstand. It was on the very first day I was brought here by Butler Li that I met him. He assured me that he would safely bring me back and restore my frail health. His actions may very well be a gesture of gratitude for my rescue of him in our childhood. Yu Beicheng had not anticipated that Fu Shijue possessed such a gentle and considerate side. After all, Yunanin was the heroine. How could Fu Shijue, as the hero, remain indifferent to her? Despite Fu Shijue's concern for Yunanin, his rationality outweighed his emotions. His immediate priority was to evade old K's surveillance and successfully depart from Myanmar to return to a city in search of the medicinal ingredient that could save her. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The next time Yu Beicheng encountered Fu Shijue was on the day of their departure for Z country, early in the morning. Before she had even had breakfast, Butler Li summoned her and Yunanin to leave with him. Throughout their confinement of half a month, Yu Beicheng had not seen Fu Shijue even once. It had been Butler Li who attended to her daily needs. After this interval, Fu Shijue appeared even more handsome than before. It was the peak of winter, and he donned a black jacket, his tousled hair secured back with a black headband, revealing his smooth and well-defined forehead. His features were striking, with thick eyebrows and deep-set eyes. Were it not for the amber hue of his irises, one might have mistaken him for a person of mixed heritage. Perhaps her gaze was too fervent, for he soon turned his attention towards her. His expression was calm and unassuming. He briefly glanced at Yu Beicheng before his gaze settled on Yunanin. Upon observing her pallid complexion, his brow furrowed slightly. Was he troubled? Yu Beicheng quickly interposed herself to shield Yunanin from his view. Fu Shijue let out a soft scoff, seemingly amused by her jealousy. Cough, 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 Brother Fu. As the two approached, Yunanin politely addressed Fu Shijue and he responded with a nonchalant then proceeded to enter the vehicle. Butler Li did not arrange for the two of them to share the same car as Fu Shijue. Instead, they were seated in the car directly behind him. Yu Beicheng initially believed they were the only ones departing, but upon arriving at the dock, she discovered that Qin Shino was also present. At the same time, she spotted the diminutive Xiaoba among the team of bodyguards. Given that Xiaoba was of a similar height to her and stood out amidst the larger bodyguards, she recognized him at once, not by his face, but by his stature. At this moment, Xiaoba had shaved his head and beard, revealing a deep, unsightly scar on his chin, a remnant of a past injury. Uncertain, she inquired of Butler Li, "Is that Xiaoba?" "Indeed." Upon hearing this, Yu Beicheng instantly waved excitedly at Xiaoba, who responded with a bashful smile. "Come here," Fu Shijue suddenly called Xiaoba over. Xiaoba hurried to his side. Carry this up, Fu Shijue instructed, requesting Xiaoba to assist Qin Shino with her luggage. Qin Shino, ever considerate, remarked, Brother Fu, there's no need to trouble your men for such a small matter. Fu Shijue remained silent. Xiaoba effortlessly hoisted 3 38-inch suitcases for Qin Shino onto the cruise ship. Surprised by Xiaoba's strength, Qin Shino turned to Fu Shijue and said, I don't think I've seen him around you before. Fu Shijue offered no further explanation. Having left the encampment and out of Old K's watchful gaze, Fu Shijue no longer had to conceal Xiaoba. Even if Qin Shino harbored suspicions about Xiaoba, she would not probe as deeply as Old K might, nor would she attempt to investigate Xiaoba's identity. Qin Shino boarded the cruise ship alongside Fu Shijue, while Butlerly led Yunanin and Yu Beicheng behind them. After Xiaoba had placed the luggage aboard, he intended to seek out Yu Beicheng, but Fu Shijue instructed him to protect Qin Shino instead. Xiaoba, disliking Qin Shino, shook his head at Fu Shijue and pointed towards Yu Beicheng, who was chatting animatedly with Butlerly not far away. Do as you are told. If you do not wish to comply, you may leave at any time, Fu Shijue said in a tone that was calm yet authoritative. Since Qin Shino was accompanied by numerous bodyguards and maids, Xiaoba felt indifferent about not protecting her. Brother Fu, thank you for being so considerate of me, Qin Shino said with a smile. Since you are by my side, I shall ensure your safety, Fu Shijue replied before excusing himself on official business and entering the cabin alone. Qin Shino, not wishing to disturb him, followed her maid, Xiao Chen, into the cabin. Miss, why do I feel like that bodyguard seems rather odd? Qin Shino remarked as she retrieved a handkerchief from her suitcase. He's nearly a new face around Brother Fu. It's only natural that you're not accustomed to seeing him. Just now, Master Fu asked him to assist you with your things. Don't you think he might not want that bodyguard to approach Miss Yu? Xiao Qian, a skilled protector trained by Old K, had been with Qin Shino since childhood, and her keen observational skills had detected the underlying issues. Qin Shino furrowed her brow slightly. Why does Brother Fu wish to keep that bodyguard away? Perhaps he wants to prevent that bodyguard from getting too close to Miss Yu? What nonsense are you spouting? Chapter 28. Fu Shijue cares about her. Yu Beicheng was assigned by Butlerly to share a room with Yunaning, and why Yunaning appeared dazed and collapsed onto the bed as soon as she boarded the ship, looking exceedingly weak. With concern, she touched Yunaning's forehead, which felt somewhat warm despite taking cold medicine and receiving saline drips for several days. Why had there been no improvement? Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Assuming it was Butlerly, she opened it. To her surprise, a stranger, a man, burst in. Just as she was about to inquire about his identity, he removed the human skin mask from his face. It was Lan Zhuoqi. What are you doing here? Yu Beicheng exclaimed in shock, hastily locking the door, fearful of being discovered by Butlerly. Lan Zhuoqi ignored her and immediately approached the bedside, softly calling out to Yunanin, Xiaoyin? She's asleep. Please don't wake her, Yu Beicheng cautioned. However, Lan Zhuoqi was intent on rousing her, yet no matter how he called, Yunanin remained unresponsive. What is wrong with her? Why is she even weaker than before? Lan Zhuoqi shouted in frustration. Shu, keep your voice down. Do you want to alert Butlerly? Yu Beicheng retorted. Has she always been like this? Why didn't you call a doctor? I did summon a physician. She has taken numerous doses of medicine, yet there has been little effect. The original owner had been rather harsh on Yunanin, yet Yunanin held no grudge against her. How could such a kind-hearted protagonist possibly turn a blind eye? Seeing Yunanin in such distress, Lan Zhuoqi felt an overwhelming ache in his heart. If it weren't for you, how could her body have succumbed to such weakness? Yu Beicheng remained silent. The one who harmed Yunanin was the original owner. Nevertheless, she currently inhabited the original owner's body, so it could be considered as her doing. Yu Beicheng hesitated, her lips trembling. I will find a way to heal her. You selfish person, how can you think of yourself first? How could you genuinely care for Xiaoyin? Lan Zhuoqi regarded her with a look of resentment. Don't think I'm unaware. You went to the garden district to procure medicinal ingredients for Jiang Yubai. You knew those ingredients could save Xiaoyin, yet you still delivered them to Jiang Yubai. Yu Beicheng, if anything happens to Xiaoyin, I will not let you off the hook. Yu Beicheng questioned, how do you know all this? Surely Jiang Yubai would not divulge such information to him. So, he must have investigated on his own. Indeed, when he was with Yunanin, she had consistently exhibited symptoms of frailty. He had made considerable efforts to uncover the truth in order to cure her. Fortune favored the diligent, and he had succeeded, but just as he made his discovery, his father's men apprehended him. Shortly after he lost track of Yunanin, he heard news of Jiang Yubai's sister's recovery. How could Jiang Yubai's sister, who had been bedridden with chronic illness, recover so swiftly? He sent someone to gather information and learned that it was indeed in the garden district that the medicinal ingredients had been procured to save his sister. Upon hearing this news, he was filled with fury and indignation. Ultimately, he devised a plan to escape from home and sought her out. Yu Beicheng realized he would not relent until Yunanin's condition was treated. I will save her. How will you do that? The medicinal ingredients were acquired from a particular individual. I will take that person back to their homeland to locate the recipe for the ingredients. At this juncture, Lan Zhuoqi had no choice but to trust her. I will grant you 1 month. Agreed. That evening, when Butlerly arrived to deliver meals, he detected a familiar scent in the room. Casting a glance at Yu Beicheng, he inquired, has your sister remained asleep throughout this time? She has awakened briefly, but soon fell back into a daze. The young master is quite concerned about her condition and has suggested that you reside separately. Absolutely not. Yu Beicheng immediately rejected the notion. She has been in a comatose state. How could she be left alone to sleep? There will be dedicated personnel to watch over her. Yu Beicheng quickly grasped the implication behind Butler Li's words. Zifu Shiju fears I might do something to her? He believes that her ongoing state of unconsciousness is the result of my meddling? Butler Li smiled and replied, Miss Yu, given your current condition, caring for a patient would be quite arduous. It would be best to entrust Miss Yu to us. Yu Beicheng was furious. In Fu Shijue's eyes, was she truly such a nefarious person? Enough was enough, who could blame her for the original owner's past malicious deeds? Moreover, even if she refused, Butler Li would still have Yu Nanin taken away. She is pregnant? After Butler Li left, Lan Zhuoqi emerged from the bathroom. Yu Beicheng did not deny it. Please do not disclose this to anyone else. Is it Fu Shijue's child? She remained silent. He actually agreed to let you keep the child? His surprise was evident. Yu Beicheng did not conceal the truth. The medicine Jiang Yubai had us consume had side effects on our health. The child has its uses, which is why he allowed me to keep it. A shadow flickered in Lan Zhuoqi's eyes. So, Xiaoyin's prolonged unconsciousness is due to your actions? Are you out of your mind? Do you believe everything Butler Li says? It was clear that whenever Lan Zhuoqi was confronted with matters concerning Yu Nanin, he ceased to think rationally. Lan Zhuoqi retorted, you were not innocent in the past. You mentioned that was in the past. Furthermore, can we refrain from discussing bygone events? Yu Beicheng no longer wished to remain in his company and stood to leave. The cruise ship was filled with Fu Shijue's people, and there was no one guarding her room. Yu Beicheng thought she could take a breath of fresh air outside, but unfortunately, she ran into Qin Shihua. Qin Shihua seemed to have just finished meeting Fu Shijue, her smile still lingering on her face. Upon seeing Yu Beicheng, her smile was present but insincere, lacking the authenticity it had moments before. Miss Yu. Yu Beicheng nodded as a form of greeting. May I have a word with you? Yu Beicheng's expression shifted slightly. Why did Qin Shihua suddenly wish to converse with her? Had she discovered her clandestine relationship with Fu Shijue? The two settled into a windowside CAF, where Qin Shihua scrutinized her face and unabashedly praised, you are more beautiful than your sister. Yu Beicheng replied. I merely know how to dress myself well. At merely 24 or 25 years of age, Yu Nanin had just graduated and had yet to experience the harsh realities of society, her attire leaning towards the juvenile. In contrast, the original Yu Beicheng had a different story. Uninterested in academics, she had been sent abroad for studies after failing to gain admission to university. Although she studied abroad, most of her days were spent in leisure. With a bold personality and daring fashion sense, she sported voluminous chestnut waves, had her pupils enhanced with colored contacts, and wore earrings. She appeared far from a 23 or 24-year-old girl, exuding the mature allure of a woman in her late 20s. I heard you impersonated your sister's identity and even removed her kidney? You truly are remarkable to have deceived Brother Fu. Qin Shihua had consistently placed informants around Fu Shijue. She was fully aware of whom he had interacted with and what he had done during his 5 years in a city. Yu Beicheng inquired, what is your purpose in telling me this, Miss Qin? Her intentions were clearly not benign. The original owner had been manipulated by Qin Shihua to target Yu Nanin. How else could her demise be expedited, leading her to become a mere pawn? I wish to befriend you. Chapter 29. Taking the initiative to befriend her. Yu Beicheng? Only the original owner, that foolish person, would believe such a thing. After all, Qin Shihua concealed her feelings for Fu Shijue so deeply in front of outsiders that everyone assumed she merely regarded him as an elder brother. Due to Qin Shihua's heavy emotions, Yu Beicheng dared not befriend her. What's the matter? Do you harbor any reservations about me? In the past, the original owner had taken the initiative to ingratiate herself with Qin Shihua for Fu Shijue's sake. So why was it now that Qin Shihua was the one approaching her? Yu Beicheng found herself pondering her intentions but nonetheless displayed a friendly demeanor. Of course, however, I'm quite curious, since Miss Qin is familiar with my character, why are you still willing to befriend me? Qin Shihua had no genuine desire to befriend her. It was merely due to Xiaoqian's remarks. Brother Fu would never care for a woman as ordinary as Yu Beicheng, yet, Xiaoqian's words held some truth. Thus, she sought to approach Yu Beicheng to gauge Brother Fu's attitude. If Brother Fu truly harbored feelings for her, she would ensure that Yu Beicheng met a watery grave tomorrow to feed the sharks. If it turned out that she was merely overthinking, she could utilize Yu Beicheng to drive away the women surrounding Brother Fu. Qin Shihua smiled gracefully. After seeing you once, I found you quite appealing. I intended to have a heartfelt conversation with you, but I was deterred by Brother Fu's guardianship over you, and there was never an opportunity. Now that we are back in a city, we shall have ample chances to chat and shop together. Yu Beicheng chuckled. Why, Miss Qin, you truly hold me in high regard. No sooner had she spoken, than Butler Li arrived. His expression was flustered as he glanced at Yu Beicheng before addressing Qin Shihua. Miss Qin, what brings you to converse with her? Uncle Li, are you anxious about my safety around Beicheng? Did he even mention Beicheng? It seemed their conversation was going quite well. Butler Li's concerns eased as he replied, how could that be, Miss Qin? This Yu Beicheng has shown a ruthless side, even towards her own sister. I fear she may harm you. Beicheng harming her sister? Uncle Li, are you mistaken? I've seen Beicheng, and she doesn't strike me as that kind of person. Yu Beicheng found their theatrics unbearable. She even deceived the young master. Miss Qin, one must not judge solely by appearances. Butler Li continued to express his dissatisfaction with Yu Beicheng. Miss Qin, I have matters to discuss with you Beicheng, may I take her aside? What matters could you possibly discuss with her? Cannot it be done in my presence? Qin Shernua feigned support for Yu Beicheng. Ah, it concerns the matter of Miss Yu's prolonged unconsciousness. She has remained by Miss Yu's side, and now that Miss Yu cannot be awakened by any means, it seems likely she had a hand in it. Qin Shernua stated firmly, I trust Beicheng. She is certainly not that kind of person. Surely, Miss Yu's continued unconsciousness is due to her physical condition. Uncle Li, for my sake, would you not give Beicheng the benefit of the doubt? Miss Qin, it is not that I am unwilling to give you face. It is simply that this Yu Beicheng does not merit your friendship. With that, Butler Li sternly directed his words at Yu Beicheng, be sensible and leave at once. Understanding that Butler Li sought to prevent any connection with Qin Shernua, Yu Beicheng nodded, very well. Not long after her departure, Butler Li remarked to Qin Shernua, excuse me, and left. Miss, Uncle Li never meddles in others' affairs. Therefore, my suspicion is undoubtedly correct. Uncle Li is surely sent by Master Fu to protect Yu Beicheng. Xiao Chen interjected. Qin Shernua clenched her fingers, a flicker of pain crossing her eyes, but she quickly formulated another thought. She deceives Brother Fu. How could he care for her? But I believe Brother Fu's concern lies not with Yu Beicheng, but with Yu Nanin. Qin Shernua followed her intuition. Yet, Uncle Li has openly expressed disdain for Yu Beicheng's actions, yet he has not imposed any punishment upon her. Miss, could it be you have misjudged? Why don't we conduct an experiment? Let us see whether Brother Fu cares for Yu Beicheng or Yu Nanin. Qin Shernua devised various schemes to bring about the demise of the two sisters. However, as Yu Nanin was Brother Fu's savior, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. Therefore, she must ensure their deaths did not lead suspicion back to her. I told you not to associate with her. Why did you not heed my warning? Butler Li chided. Why Yu Beicheng protested, I did not, she approached me first. She approached you, this is troublesome, it seems she has begun to suspect you. Suspect me of what? Yu Beicheng inquired, puzzled. Butler Li did not elaborate, instructing her instead to remain in her room. She asked, may I at least see Xiao Ba? We shall discuss this matter upon our return to a city. Yu Beicheng. Why can't I see Xiao Ba? Butler Li closed the door and hurried off to find Fu Shijue. Fu Shijue was engrossed in reviewing contracts, having spent a considerable time away, and the workload from the A City company had accumulated. Is it not advantageous for Yu Beicheng to be suspected? If she discreetly resolves her own predicament, we will not need to intervene. Butler Li replied, young master, have you forgotten about the child you miscarries? Fu Shijue frowned slightly, I never intended to keep the child. Then why do you still have me deliver prenatal medicines to her daily? Fu Shijue shot him a sidelong glance, do I need a reason to carry out my duties? Butler Li persisted, young master, should Qin Shernua become aware of Miss Yu's pregnancy, she will certainly not let her off easily. It would be quite fitting for this woman, Yu Beicheng, to endure some hardships. But young master, she carries your child. I am not senile, there is no need to repeat yourself. At the mention of the child, a flicker of revulsion crossed his eyes. The mere thought of the child reminded him of the humiliating schemes Yu Beicheng had orchestrated. His anger simmered uncontrollably. Noticing the young master's aversion, Butler Li refrained from further discussion on the matter. He took extra precautions, dispatching more bodyguards to watch over Yu Beicheng. However, much to his surprise, Yu Beicheng, despite her injuries, proved restless and, having somehow learned of Xiao Ba's presence with Qin Shernua, boldly ventured to seek him out. When Butler Li arrived, he found Xiao Ba utterly entranced by Yu Beicheng. Whatever she had said had compelled Xiao Ba to hand over his most treasured necklace to her, which she shamelessly accepted. Butler Li finally understood why the young master forbade Xiao Ba from approaching Yu Beicheng. He feared Xiao Ba might be swayed and turned against them. The matter of the medicinal catalyst is one the young master will resolve. Why are you meddling? Butler Li inquired. Why Yu Beicheng replied earnestly, I genuinely wish to befriend Xiao Ba. She recognized that both Fu Shijue and Lan Zhuoqi would assist Yu Nanin in finding the catalyst, so her intervention was unnecessary. Nevertheless, her fondness for the innocent Xiao Ba was sincere. Of course, she also sought to draw closer to him. After all, she had not forgotten how he had clung desperately to the rope, preventing her from plummeting into the crocodile pit when Fu Shijue had cast her down. From that moment onward, she had regarded Xiao Ba as a true friend. Simultaneously, before her false pregnancy was revealed, she needed to influence Xiao Ba, swaying him to turn against Fu Shijue and align with her. That way, even if Fu Shijue discovered her ruse and sought to eliminate her, she would have Xiao Ba as her ally. Chapter 30 Deliberate approach to Fu Shijue. Xiao Ba smiled foolishly. Steward Li instructed Xiao Ba to leave and warned, you are not to see her again. Don't listen to him, follow your own heart, whenever you think of me, you can come find me, Yu Beicheng said to Xiao Ba. Xiao Ba shyly nodded but received a cold glare from Steward Li. Ultimately, Xiao Ba left reluctantly and naturally. Xiao Ba presented a necklace to Yu Beicheng, who in turn gifted Xiao Ba a cherished item of her own. Xiao Ba held it tightly in his hand, particularly fond of it. What is that you're holding? In the distance, Qin Shernua noticed Xiao Ba outside, grinning foolishly while clutching the bracelet. Upon closer inspection, she found the bracelet strikingly familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before. Beside her, Xiao Qian reminded, Miss, that bracelet was worn by Yu Beicheng during the day. Qin Shernua questioned, did you get that bracelet from Yu Beicheng? Sensing her unfriendly aura, Xiao Ba quickly concealed the bracelet, becoming especially wary of her. Xiao Qian remarked, Miss, he is mute. He is someone close to Brother Fu, how could he possess something so personal of Yu Beicheng? Qin Shernua felt an unsettling truth in Xiao Qian's words and reached out toward Xiaoba, saying, "Hand over the bracelet." Xiaoba refused. Qin Shernua immediately shot a glance at Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian attempted to snatch it, but Xiaoba twisted her outstretched hand painfully, causing her to cry out in anguish, echoing through the ship's corridor. Xiaoba showed no mercy. Xiao Qian's arm was effectively rendered useless. In a panic, Qin Shernua commanded the bodyguards, "Seize him." Yet, the bodyguards were no match for Xiaoba. One by one, they fell to the ground under his swift strikes. The bodyguards surrounding him were all highly skilled. They were previously mercenaries, worth 10 ordinary men each. How could a dozen of them be defeated by this wretched mute? What was his true identity? Panic-stricken, Qin Shernua rushed to Fu Shijue's room, exclaiming, "Brother Fu, your people have harmed mine, please, save me." Upon hearing Qin Shernua's words, Fu Shijue hurried over. He was met with the sight of numerous bodyguards sprawled on the ground, while Xiao Qian stood pale-faced, clutching her limp right arm. The scene caused Fu Shijue's expression to darken. "I tasked you with protecting her, and this is how you fulfill your duty?" Xiaoba was kicked to the ground by Fu Shijue, yet he clutched the bracelet tightly, refusing to retaliate. Fu Shijue ordered, "You will kneel outside for a day and a night." "Brother Fu, Xiao Qian's hand is broken. The doctor says it cannot be reattached. I want him to lose a hand as retribution." Qin Shernua, having heard the doctor's report, expressed her dissatisfaction with Fu Shijue's seemingly lenient punishment toward Xiaoba. He must leave the bracelet behind as well. If he valued the bracelet given by Yu Beicheng so dearly, she was determined to take away something he cherished. Fu Shijue glanced at the furious Qin Shernua and directed his attention to Xiaoba. "Hand over the item." Xiaoba refused. Fu Shijue tilted his head. "Do I need to do it myself?" Xiaoba remained resolute in his refusal. "Brother Fu, I say we should not keep such a disobedient bodyguard." "Just shoot him." Qin Shernua suddenly brandished a pistol, aiming for Xiaoba's head. At that moment, Yu Beicheng rushed in, followed closely by the cautious steward Li, who urged, "Nisu, please, will you let him go?" Xiao Qian sought revenge for her injured ally sister Beicheng. "It's not that I want to spare him. If he has harmed my people, he is mentally impaired, possessing only brute strength." Yu Beicheng apologized, pressing her hand gently on Xiaoba's head. "Apologies 1T suffice. However, in light of Sister Beicheng's intercession, I may spare his life, but he must forfeit one hand." Yu Beicheng's complexion paled. Fu Shijue, standing beside, did not intervene. Steward Li, naturally, was attuned to Fu Shijue's mood. Xiaoba, though mute, was far from foolish. In truth, he could have easily eliminated Qin Shernua on his own, but now he had two people he cared for: Fu Shijue and Yu Beicheng. Seeing Yu Beicheng repeatedly tormented by that old witch because of him, he decisively grabbed his right arm with his left hand and, with a forceful pull, dislocated it. The sound of bones cracking echoed ominously. Everyone present was taken aback by Xiaoba's drastic action. Why Yu Beicheng's eyes turned red with anguish. Xiaoba reached out to Yu Beicheng, pleading for her to return the bracelet to him. "The bracelet cannot be given to him." Qin Shernua objected. Xiaoba felt utterly wronged. This was a gift from her to him, and he wished to protect it diligently. Why Yu Beicheng found herself in a dilemma. "Enough," Fu Shijue spoke up, "I've seen enough of this farce. Everyone disperse. As for you, Xiaoba, go kneel outside. Do not rise without my command." Steward Li, fearing further repercussions from Qin Shernua, escorted Xiaoba away. Fu Shijue addressed Qin Shernua, "Come with me to my room." Qin Shernua glanced at Yu Beicheng, who stood motionless, then at Fu Shijue as he entered the cabin before finally following him. Xiao Qian approached Yu Beicheng. "Nisu, please give me the item." Yu Beicheng replied, "This item is mine. How can it be yours when it is in that bodyguard's possession? I gifted it to him." Xiao Qian appeared incredulous. "If I recall correctly, Xiaoba is under Master Fu's employ. I was merely trying to curry favor with him to resolve matters with Brother Fu." "Is that a valid reason?" she inquired. Xiao Qian was momentarily speechless, taken aback by her reasoning. "Nisu, you should not covet what isn't yours." This rationale resonated with Xiao Qian. After all, which woman would not be captivated by a man as exceptional as Fu Shijue? In recent days, Fu Shijue had seen the ailing Yunanin but had never met Yu Beicheng alone. Those unaware might assume he harbored disdain for Yu Beicheng, while those who understood might believe he was deliberately distancing himself from her. Today's events revealed that Yu Beicheng was also capable of unscrupulous maneuvers. To draw nearer to Fu Shijue, she had attempted to entice those close to him. Fu Shijue held a profound disdain for such women. If she were not the sister of Yunanin, he likely would not have spared her a second glance. Chapter 31. The unrepentant woman. Qin Shernua had anticipated that Fu Shijue would elucidate the true identity of Xiaoba. However, upon entering the cabin with him, Fu Shijue retrieved a blue satin box from the drawer and presented it to her. Instinctively, she sensed that it must contain some exquisite jewelry or diamonds. Could this be a gift from her esteemed elder brother? Having never received a present from him before, a flicker of joy ignited within her, and she feigned composure while inquiring, "What is this?" "It is for you. Take it and see for yourself," he replied. "Is it specifically purchased for me?" she asked cautiously as she accepted the box. He responded with a nonchalant while Qin Shernua lowered her gaze to the opened box. Should she dare to lift her eyes to meet Fu Shijue's, she would find a look of disdain etched upon his face. "This necklace is stunning," she remarked. "Do you like it?" he queried. She nodded, her delight evident on her visage. "I adore it, thank you, Brother Fu. My man harmed your friend, consider this a gesture of apology." At these words, the smile on Qin Shernua's face faltered. So it was due to Xiao Ba's injury to Xiao Chen that she received this necklace. Had the events of today not transpired, would he have refrained from gifting it to her? Qin Shernua asked, whom did Brother Fu originally intend to gift this necklace to? Fu Shijue internally scoffed. It was certainly not meant for her, yet, possessing a keen insight into Qin Shernua's feelings for him, he knew he could not reveal the truth while Old K remained unscathed. Thus, he fabricated a lie. It was initially bought with the intention of presenting it to you at Christmas. Unfortunately, it must be given to you early as a New Year's gift. In Myanmar, the New Year coincided with the Spring Festival, while Christmas was their significant celebration. Fu Shijue had never been one to indulge in flattery, yet Qin Shernua believed him. With a bashful smile, she said, "Thank you, Brother Fu. However, you mustn't pursue the matter of my man harming your friend further." Alright, Qin Shernua was overjoyed, now acquiescing to whatever he said. Fu Shijue exchanged a few pleasantries with her before seeing her off. Not long after, he summoned Butler Li. "Bring that foolish woman, Yu Bei-chan, to me." Butler Li, observing his rising fury, cautioned, "Miss Yu is with child, young master. Do not act impulsively." Did he fear that Fu Shijue might execute Yu Bei-chan? Indeed, Fu Shijue felt an urge to eliminate her. However, to send her to the afterlife with a single bullet would be too lenient. Such an act would waste a precious round. "Butler Li, I am more than capable of deciding matters without your interference. Go fetch her." "As you wish." Butler Li contemplated that Yu Bei-chang was certainly doomed this time. 5 minutes later, Yu Bei-chang entered. Escorted by Butler Li, she implored, "Xiao Ba is innocent, it's freezing outside, please allow him to rise. If punishment is to be meted out, let it be upon me." Fu Shijue was bewildered by her audacity to speak such words to. He retorted coldly, "You seem quite concerned about that wretched mute. Do you believe that after these events, you can evade retribution?" Yu Bei-chang parted her lips, then stated, "Qin Shernua suspects the nature of our relationship and deliberately provoked Xiao Ba to gauge your reaction towards me. If blame is to be assigned, it should fall upon you. After all, you were the one who instructed Xiao Ba to protect her." "Ha, now I am to bear the blame? Am I mistaken?" Though Yu Bei-chang's deductions were indeed accurate, Fu Shijue was well aware of the truth. Why would he concern himself with such trivialities? "Yu Bei-chang, do not presume that because you carry my child, I will refrain from acting against you. From your tone, it seems you now care for the child within me? Did you not declare your indifference towards it before?" Upon hearing his words, Yu Bei-chang felt a surge of triumph. This indicated that, for the time being, Fu Shijue would not take action against her. It appeared her gamble had paid off. Fu Shijue replied, "I could easily take your life at any moment." Now armed with the leverage of her child, Yu Bei-chang attempted to broker a deal. "If I bear this child, will you spare me?" "Dream on." Yu Bei-chang pondered, ruminating until an idea struck her. "I know you're furious about my deception, but would you indulge me in one act of deceit in return? What do you wish for me to deceive you about?" "My heart." She winked suggestively. "If you trick me into giving you my heart, I will be at your beck and call. At that point, you may do as you please. Sometimes, it is not about causing death, but rather about instilling unbearable anguish." Fu Shijue retorted, "I have no interest in your sordid affections. As for causing you pain, there are countless methods to achieve that. Why would I choose the repugnant ruse of making you fall in love with me? However, I could offer you a way out." Believing she had him convinced, Yu Bei-chang eagerly inquired, "What do you propose?" "Just as you sent Yunanin to the operating table for a kidney, now you shall walk onto the operating table and part with yours." "What do you say?" Excellent. It seemed that the conversation had circled back to her heart and her kidneys. Why Yu Bei-chang was naturally unwilling. Fu Shijue approached her, towering over her with a disdainful gaze. "Fearful for your life, are we? Who in this world is not afraid of death? Moreover, killing me serves no benefit to you. I have turned over a new leaf and wish to live a better life. I will never again engage in heinous deeds. You must trust me. I have transformed into a paragon of virtue, a benevolent soul who assists elderly gentlemen across the street and helps little girls search for lost hats." Yu Bei-chang chattered incessantly, causing Fu Shijue's ears to feel as though they might callous over. He had never realized how loquacious she could be. "Brother Fu, grant me just this moment of your belief. Even if you do not consider the child within me, surely you must regard the favor my sister once bestowed upon you in her youth?" "Silence. How dare you mention the injured Yunanin?" At the mention of Yunanin, Yu Bei-chang fell silent, recognizing that this topic ignited his fury. Clearly, he remained concerned for Yunanin. Alas, he was far from achieving the sweet, loving days he desired with her. "Hand over the item," he suddenly commanded, extending his hand towards her. "What item?" "The necklace that Xiao Ba gave you." She immediately became wary. "This necklace was given to me by Xiao Ba. When he offered it to you, you refused it." Fu Shijue clenched his teeth in frustration. "You know very well how you deceived Xiao Ba into giving it to you." Yu Bei-chang protested, "You are mistaken. Xiao Ba genuinely wished to gift me this necklace." "Ha, that necklace was bestowed upon Xiao Ba by his former owner. Were it not for your promise to help him find his owner's grave, would he have given it to you?" Yu Bei-chang, taken aback, exclaimed, "How do you know this? Did you eavesdrop on my conversation with Xiao Ba?" Indeed, she had duped Xiao Ba into giving her the necklace, even offering him a bracelet from her own wrist to prove her sincerity. The bracelet was not her most treasured possession. It was merely a decorative trinket that she found appealing. Only the naive Xiao Ba would have believed her fabrications. "Your intentions are written all over your face. Do you truly believe I need to eavesdrop?" The unrepentant woman. Fu Shijue found it absurd to trust a word from her lips. Chapter 32. The necklace he gave. I merely wished to atone for my past actions, she replied. Upon observing her sorrowful expression, Fu Shijue felt no pang of compassion. I have already sent someone to procure the antidote for you, Nanine. If you truly seek redemption, there is a task I would like you to undertake. Surely, it was nothing beneficial, thought Yu Beicheng, and without a moment's hesitation, she declined. I have been shot. I fear I am unfit for the task. What do you mean by a mere scratch? Yu Beicheng muttered, it is indeed an injury, my arm has been grazed by a bullet and has yet to touch water for several days. Enough of your nonsense. If you refuse, I shall put a bullet through your head. Fine, I shall comply. Yu Beicheng inquired, what task must I perform? Open Xiaoba's necklace. Yu Beicheng complied obediently. Do you see the yellowed old photograph inside the dial? His familiarity with the necklace indicated he had seen it before. I see it. Locate the woman in the photograph. Ah. Yu Beicheng examined it more closely. The photo is so severely damaged. How can you even discern that it is a woman? Why was conversing with Fu Shijue such an arduous task? He stated. She hails from City A, so I shall grant you 1 month. What do you need her for? Fu Shijue would not divulge, simply find her whereabouts. Why not send someone more capable than I to seek her? Yu Beicheng questioned, perplexed. Did you not claim to seek redemption? If I do not assign you any task, how will you atone? But the image is too indistinct to identify her. Where am I to begin my search? Are you not making this exceedingly difficult for me? She lacked any leads. Did he truly expect her to be Sherlock Holmes? I am not concerned with that. I am giving you 1 month. If you fail to find her, do not expect your head to remain atop your shoulders. Yu Beicheng recoiled slightly and weakly nodded in acquiescence. Get out! She shouted, exasperated. She gestured an OK sign and hurriedly departed. Upon returning to her cabin, Yu Beicheng discovered Lan Zhuoqi was there. Did you not go to Yunani's room? Fu Shijue has stationed a martial arts maid by her bedside, Lan Zhuoqi replied, clenching his fists. Yu Beicheng, when you found the antidote, why did you give it to Jiang Yubai? What transaction did you engage in with him? Yu Beicheng's heart skipped a beat. If Lan Zhuoqi could perceive this, Fu Shijue certainly could as well. Could it be that Fu Shijue had deduced her dealings with Jiang Yubai? Jiang Yubai promised that if I helped him find the antidote, he would develop a cure to save me. Was that all? What else could it be? Yu Beicheng, how did you come to know that there was an antidote within the park that could save Jiang Yubai's sister? Lan Zhuoqi pressed. I am not so capable. It was Jiang Yubai who discovered that information. You lie. I inquired with Jiang Yubai, and he claimed the information came from you. Yu Beicheng stammered. Speak, where did you acquire this information? Unable to respond, she resorted to evasion. Why should I disclose my sources to you? Lan Zhuoqi, you are currently on Fu Shijue's territory. Mind your manners when speaking to me, otherwise, I shall summon Butler Li to have you apprehended. Lan Zhuoqi's eyes darkened. Yu Beicheng, the heavens are watching. You will inevitably face retribution. Xiaoyin has treated you with such kindness, yet you repay her in this manner. Yu Beicheng ceased her banter and lay upon her bed. Naturally, Lan Zhuoqi wished to avoid her presence and took his leave. Meanwhile, within Fu Shijue's cabin, he listened intently through a listening device, capturing every word of the exchange between Yu Beicheng and Lan Zhuoqi. Lan Zhuoqi's interrogation raised Fu Shijue's suspicions, yet he had never broached these inquiries with Yu Beicheng. The first reason being his disdain, and the second, knowing that if Yu Beicheng had committed a misdeed, she would never confess, even under duress. Fu Shijue removed his headphones and asked Butler Li, has the antidote been extracted? Not yet. Shall I urge the researchers? After taking the immobilizing drug from Jiang Yubai, Fu Shijue had drawn a vial of blood for analysis, seeking to uncover the residual components of the drug within. However, Jiang Yubai's prowess in research was formidable. Despite having labored for over half a month, the researchers had made no progress. Fu Shijue asserted, ensure they extract it before we return to City A. Should I hear the words no results once more, they may as well be on their way to the afterlife. Understood, Butler Li nodded. Is this the necklace that Master Fu gifted to you? It exudes elegance and is undoubtedly expensive. You look truly radiant wearing it, Xiaoqian remarked, standing behind Qin Shino, admiring her reflection in the mirror. Since departing from Fu Shijue, Qin Shino had maintained a smile upon her face. This is the first gift he has ever bestowed upon me. It appears my decision to accompany him was indeed wise, Xiaoqian. Master Fu has finally taken notice of me. Do you know how delighted I am? Master Fu and Miss have grown up together. It was only a matter of time before he developed feelings for you. Qin Shino blushed with glee. Then, realizing something, she glanced at Xiaoqian's hand, which was encased in a plaster cast. Rest assured, I will ensure your right hand receives proper treatment. As for that Xiaoba, I shall see to it that he pays dearly. Xiaoqian shook her head. As long as you are safe, that is all that matters. My injury is trivial. Qin Shino embraced Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian, you have endured much. Xiaoqian, being 3 years older than Qin Shino, was not adept at expressing her emotions. She simply patted Qin Shino's back with her uninjured hand and asked, Miss, would you like me to inquire about where Master Fu purchased this gift and when? He intended to present it to me on Christmas, but due to today's events, he felt I had suffered enough and gave it to me early. Qin Shino caressed the necklace around her neck, understanding Xiaoqian's implication, and replied with conviction, this necklace is certainly not meant for anyone else. Mississippi. Enough, I am fully aware of whom Master Fu intended to gift this necklace. Xiaoqian, you must not think ill of him, this shall be the one and only instance. Seeing her mistress's anger, Xiaoqian nodded, I understand, Mississippi, from now on, I will not doubt Master Fu's feelings for you. Xiaoqian, it is not that I do not trust you, but Master Fu has never sought to ingratiate himself to me. Hence, there is no reason for him to deceive me this time. Xiaoqian sensed that something was amiss, but, hearing Qin Shino's words, she nodded in agreement, what you say is true, Mississippi. Chapter 33. A surprise to share. The following day, a gentle rain fell from the sky. The recent weather had been quite dismal. The cruise ship navigated through a fog-laden sea, while the deck was chilled by a biting wind. Everyone had sought refuge in the cabin, except for Xiaoba, who remained kneeling on the open deck. No matter how hard Yu Beicheng pleaded last night, Fu Shijue stubbornly refused to relent, leaving her restless and sleepless as she kept vigil over Xiaoba. Naturally, she was not guarding him from outside but rather from within the cabin, peering at him through the glass. At one point, she had urged Xiaoba to come inside with an umbrella, but since he hadn't heard Fu Shijue's orders, how could he possibly rise? Frustrated, Yu Beicheng flung the umbrella in front of Xiaoba and stormed inside. When morning arrived and she saw Xiaoba huddled into a small ball, she could no longer bear the sight and went to confront Fu Shijue. Miss Yu, what brings you here so early? Butler Li awaited her outside. Do not obstruct me. I must see Fu Shijue. I want to understand what his heart is made of, why he can be so ruthless. Logically speaking, Xiaoba was not his responsibility, and he had no right to interfere with him. Butler Li, being an elderly man, could not possibly deter Yu Beicheng. Why Yu Beicheng rudely kicked open the door, only to find Fu Shijue emerging from the bathroom, the air-conditioned cabin revealing his bare upper body, showcasing his sculpted abs, alluring chest, and well-defined biceps. He had a habit of showering and washing his hair immediately upon waking. His damp hair hung down, droplets cascading along his neck and abdomen, trickling down to a mysterious area. He exuded an intoxicating blend of desire and charm, leaving Yu Beicheng momentarily spellbound, her eyes wide with astonishment. Butler Li, thanks to Yu Beicheng, also caught sight of the striking spectacle, but he quickly turned away. Yet, Yu Beicheng continued to gaze unabashedly. It was not until Fu Shijue donned a bathrobe and his cold voice sliced through the air, "What are you staring at?" that she replied, "Your little absolute brother." Fu Shijue's face flushed crimson, whether from anger or embarrassment. He retorted, "Yu Beicheng. Do you have no sense of decorum?" Realizing her words had been too blunt, she amended, "You have a fine physique. Li Butler, get her out of here, and beat her to death." Fu Shijue commanded. Butler Li hurriedly attempted to escort Yu Beicheng away, but she evaded his grasp and approached Fu Shijue, saying, "I came to discuss something important with you." "Get out. I truly have urgent matters." "Oh, is it such a crime to have seen your body? What part of you have I not seen before? You are a grown man, a mere glance won't take a piece of flesh from you." Yu Beicheng genuinely could not fathom his thoughts. Such a splendid physique, what a pity it would be not to showcase it. Fu Shijue was fuming, Li Butler. Yes, I shall remove Miss Yu at once." Butler Li understood that if Yu Beicheng remained any longer, her head would be on the line. Just before being pulled away, Yu Beicheng raised her chin defiantly and declared to Fu Shijue, "Xiaoba has been kneeling outside all night, I have allowed him to rise." "For the sake of Xiaoba?" Fu Shijue barked an unyielding order, "Li Butler, under no circumstances is Xiaoba to rise without my command." "Understood." "Fu Shijue, are you out of your mind? You have already dealt with Qin Shijue. Why do you continue to torment Xiaoba? Are you deliberately opposing me?" This time, Yu Beicheng was rendered speechless by Fu Shijue's fury. The door had already been shut by Butler Li, who warned her, "What audacity you have, to plead for Xiaoba in front of the young master. It is November now, and it is freezing outside. He has knelt all night. If he were of weak constitution, he could very well freeze to death by midnight. He shows no regard for human life." Yu Beicheng was desperate to prevent any harm from befalling Xiaoba, especially since she had risked her life to rescue him from the compound. Moreover, her future survival depended on Xiaoba. Butler Li was about to reprimand her when Qin Shijue arrived. "What is all this commotion?" "Good morning, Miss Qin." Qin Shijue nodded, smiling as she asked, "Li uncle, have you had breakfast?" "I have." "And you, Miss Qin?" The middle-aged Butler Li had a particularly regular routine, waking at 5 or 6 in the morning, unlike the young who would sleep in, and he had an early meal as well. "I am preparing to have breakfast with Brother Fu." Several bodyguards behind Qin Shijue carried food containers. She was aware of Fu Shijue's schedule, knowing he woke at 6, exercised for an hour, and would be ready for breakfast shortly after his shower. "Thank you for your kindness, Miss Qin. I felt it was only right to prepare these breakfasts after the expense Brother Fu incurred yesterday." As Qin Shijue spoke, she cast a glance at Yu Beicheng, who had been staring at the necklace around her neck, and asked, "Beicheng, did you come to see Brother Fu this early as well?" Yu Beicheng withdrew her gaze, "Yes, but he said he would not see me." Qin Shijue replied, "He has always been like this." "Please do not take offense, Beicheng." What kind of personality Fu Shijue had was something Yu Beicheng was well aware of. Why did Qin Shijue's tone suggest an intimate familiarity with him? "Miss Qin, is that necklace from the young master?" Butler Li inquired. "Indeed," Qin Shijue responded with a smile. Butler Lee remarked, "Oh, it seems the young master is deeply infatuated with Miss Chin, as I was unaware of this necklace he gifted you." Yu Beicheng cast a sidelong glance at Butler Lee. Though the necklace was splendid, it did not seem to align with Fu Shijue's taste. How had Butler Lee learned to speak such nonsense? Listening to Butler Lee, Qin Shernua chuckled, "Then I shall excuse myself and enter first." Very well. Once Qin Shernua and her entourage entered, Yu Beicheng surmised, "You bought that necklace, didn't you?" Butler Lee was taken aback. "How did you know?" Yu Beicheng replied mysteriously, "It was even a Christmas gift specifically chosen for your wife. After all, you and your wife met on Christmas and married on that very day." In the narrative, the true happiness did not belong to the protagonists but rather to Butler Lee. His wife was not only beautiful and knowledgeable, adept in art, singing, baking, and sewing, but she also possessed a gentle disposition and understanding nature. However, it was somewhat unfortunate that she had lost both legs and was confined to a wheelchair, unable to walk. Butler Lee had kept his wife well hidden. How did she know all this? Fu Shijue detested prying into the private lives of his subordinates and was largely unaware of his butler's affairs. Yu Beicheng explained, "Because I often see you video calling your wife. And last time when you brought me the prenatal medicine, I accidentally glimpsed a message from your wife, urging you to return before Christmas, as she had a surprise to share with you." Chapter 34. Do not speak for him. Butler Lee, why do you take pleasure in invading others' privacy? I am merely observing openly. Who told you to be of such an advanced age, with presbyopia, adjusting the font on your phone to such a large size? The screen is exceedingly bright. Butler Lee longed to seal her lips. I am but 45 years old, only 45 and already beset by presbyopia. Butler Lee, you ought to take better care of your eyesight. Butler Lee was infuriated. Even if you saw the messages my wife sent me, how could you possibly know that my wife and I met and wed on Christmas Day, Yu Beicheng? At a loss for a retort, she hastily diverted the conversation. Qin Shernua took the necklace you intended for your wife. What will you do about that? It was no surprise she was aware of this matter. In the narrative, Butler Lee's necklace had incited a significant incident. Qin Shernua, upon discovering the necklace in Fu Shijue's study, mistakenly believed it was a gift meant for her and became obsessed with it. To her astonishment, on Christmas Day, she spotted the necklace adorning Butler Lee's wife's neck. Envious, Qin Shernua instructed her subordinates to deal with Butler Lee's wife. Known for her meticulousness, Qin Shernua's misdeeds always appeared as accidents, leaving no trace of evidence behind. Butler Lee's wife suffered severe burns from a gas explosion, with 60% of her body affected, rendering her visage unrecognizable. Tragically, their unborn child, less than 3 months alone, also perished. The good news Butler Lee's wife had shared with him was her pregnancy. Given her previous spinal injury, she had long faced difficulties conceiving. After over 20 years of marriage, the couple had yet to bear a child. The loss of their hard-won baby plunged Butler Lee's wife into despair, leading to her untimely demise within 6 months. Following her death, Butler Lee descended into madness, clutching his wife's belongings, isolating himself in his room until he eventually leapt from the second floor, becoming a vegetable. The ever-loyal Butler Lee, who had been by Fu Shijue's side, was replaced by Xiao Ba. What else can I do? The young master gifted it to someone else, so I must simply purchase another one. How did your necklace end up in Fu Shijue's possession? Butler Lee awkwardly replied, I asked the young master to help select a gift. At the time, he was busy, so I left the present in his study. That was a gift you chose for your wife. By what right does he bestow it upon another? Seeing her indignant expression, Butler Lee quietly added, he financed it. Butler Lee treated his wife exceptionally well, surrendering his entire monthly salary to her without exception. The necklace he had chosen, worth several million, was intended as a surprise for his wife, and he had planned to have Fu Shijue cover the expense, intending to repay him once he received his next paycheck. Even if he paid for it, that gift was your careful selection. Butler Lee had invested considerable thought into the necklace, which bore not only his wife's name but also symbols of their mutual affection, crafted by his own hand. It was my suggestion to the young master to give Miss Chin a gift to placate her, as women typically adore jewelry and diamonds, don't they? I suspect the young master simply made a mistake. Do not speak for him. Yu Beicheng remarked with a scowl. Serving such a master, you've indeed drawn a lifetime of misfortune. Butler Lee, how can you speak so? My young master is a fine person. You must not speak ill of him. Yu Beicheng rolled her eyes. Is it commendable to give the necklace you meant for your wife to someone else? Enough, you must not let Miss Chin hear of this. I understand. It was fortunate that the necklace had been given to Qin Shernua by Fu Shijue, otherwise, had the narrative followed the book's trajectory, the fate of Butler Lee's wife would have been. Thus, it could be considered a somewhat favorable outcome. Perhaps, if you wish for my silence, it is not without conditions, Yu Beicheng stated. Butler Lee, what conditions? You must speak with Fu Shijue and request that he refrain from making Xiao Ba kneel any longer. About that, is it troublesome? If so, I cannot assure you that Miss Chin will not overhear that the necklace Fu Shijue gave her is actually, all right, Butler Lee, genuinely frightened, conceded. I shall tear white out. Yu Beicheng grinned, her demeanor shifting. Thank you, Uncle Lee. Upon hearing Butler Lee's words, Fu Shijue was perplexed. How did she know the necklace was purchased by you? She accidentally glimpsed a message from my wife. This woman is truly beneath contempt. Fu Shijue massaged his temples. Do you expect any good to come from the child she bears? Butler Lee inquired. Has the young master accepted Miss Yu's unborn child? Accepted? Absolutely not. It would be best to eliminate the threat while it is still in the cradle. Fu Shijue, bring Xiao Ba in. Understood. On Yu Beicheng's side, she awaited news from Butler Lee. Upon learning that Xiao Ba was being carried in by bodyguards, she hurried over. After enduring a night of freezing temperatures, Xiao Ba had developed a high fever, yet he remained conscious. Upon seeing Yu Beicheng, he gestured to himself, indicating he was fine. Quickly, close your eyes and rest. I shall remain by your side. Xiao Ba, deeply moved, nodded enthusiastically. The news of Xiao Ba's return spread swiftly to Qin Shernua. It poured all night, and it's below freezing outside. How could he still be alive? Xiao Qian nodded. I heard it was merely a fever. A few cold medications should suffice. This person's constitution is remarkably resilient. Isn't it? Any ordinary individual would not withstand such torment. What manner of being is this Xiaoba? Xiao Qian surmised the doubts plaguing Qin Shinua's mind amiss. Shall I investigate this person's background? Do so. This time, Qin Shunua did not refuse. Xiao Qian promptly made a call. On the cruise ship, the signal was susceptible to interference, yet it was also more easily detectable. As Xiao Qian reached out to contacts in Myanmar, Butlerly received word and immediately reported back to Fu Shijue. Fu Shijue, it seems they have begun to suspect Xiaobai. Very well, let them investigate. Master, do you truly intend to keep Xiaoba around? Fu Shijue had no intention of retaining someone with incomplete information by his side, yet Xiaoba's identity remained an enigma. Furthermore, his former master possessed a drug catalyst, which Xiaoba must locate. Thus, for the time being, Fu Shijue intended to keep him close. Butlerly understood Fu Shijue's intention and inquired. Should we continue to have Xiaoba protect Miss Qin? Of course, why would we not? Yu Beicheng cared for Xiaoba, and since Xiaoba was not truly his subordinate, there was no reason to prevent him from continuing to safeguard Qin Shunua. Chapter 35 of the Sale of Beauty. After enduring 2 days and nights of turmoil, upon reaching the borders of Z country, Xiaoba finally stirred from her slumber just as they were about to disembark from the cruise ship. Throughout this period, Yu Beicheng had remained steadfastly by her bedside. Upon seeing Xiaoba awaken, she joyfully exclaimed, "Thank heavens, you have finally come to." Xiaoba expressed her desire to see Fu Shijue. "You have been in a coma for so long. You must be famished. First, let us fill your stomach before you seek him out," Yu Beicheng insisted, promptly bringing over a bowl of rice porridge. Unable to refuse her hospitality, Xiaoba obediently consumed the meal. However, scarcely had she finished when she rushed off in search of Fu Shijue. Yu Beicheng had intended to ask her some questions, but it became evident that no matter how well she treated him, Fu Shijue remained his foremost concern. Alas, what a troublesome situation. "Fu Shijue has spotted me." Lan Zhuoqi suddenly appeared behind her. Yu Beicheng popped a grape into her mouth and replied, "Wasn't he only a matter of time before he did? My father has come to capture me as well, so you must help me by providing cover, allowing me to disembark successfully." In recent days, Lan Zhuoqi had been taking care of Yunanin, who had been confined to her cabin, her condition neither worsening nor improving. He was aware that Fu Shijue was also searching for a remedy for her, but he wished to find it before Fu Shijue did. "It's not that I don't want to assist you, but rather that I lack the capability. You may refuse to help, but I could very well end your life. After all, I have yet to hold you accountable for your past transgressions against Xiaoyin." With remarkable agility, Lan Zhuoqi drew a dagger and pressed it against her neck. Yu Beicheng was utterly bewildered. It was one thing for the male lead to threaten her, but now the second male lead wished to do so as well. Very well, considering the sins committed by the original owner, perhaps it was indeed warranted. "What do you want me to do to assist you?" Yu Beicheng inquired. "I want to take Yunanin with me." "Have you lost your mind?" Yu Beicheng retorted, "Staying with Fu Shijue is the best option for her now. Do you not wish for her to survive? You know her condition, it is imperative to find the remedy swiftly." Lan Zhuoqi understood this, which was why he wanted to keep Yunanin close. "You need not worry about this matter. I shall manage it myself." "And what are your plans?" "That is none of your concern." Lan Zhuoqi seemed to have devised a plan, though he was uncertain how to abscond with Yunanin under Fu Shijue's watchful eye. Yu Beicheng was intrigued to see what schemes he had in mind and thus agreed. By midday, after several days of torrential rain, the sky was exceptionally clear, the cruise ship had docked, and the edge of the pier was bustling with sharply dressed bodyguards, seemingly affiliated with Fu Shijue. As she stepped off the ship, she spotted Fu Shijue standing alongside Qin Shunua, with Butlerly and Xiaoba trailing behind them. Qin Shunua noticed her and immediately waved, "Beicheng." Yu Beicheng approached them. Just as they exited the cruise ship, medical personnel appeared, supporting the frail Yunanin. That scoundrel Fu Shijue had arranged for her to be isolated on the eastern side of the ship while they resided on the western side. "Beicheng, your sister seems to be in much better shape," Qin Shunua remarked. "I discussed it with brother Fu. Since Nanin saved him when they were children, and given her current health issues, we thought it best for her to stay with us." Yunanin, dazed and possibly brainwashed or simply lacking energy, remained silent. "Mom and Dad probably agree. I have already informed your parents. They are quite reassured. They even suggested you accompany Nanin. Beicheng, why not stay with us as well? That way, Nanin will have someone to look after her," Qin Shunua proposed amiably. Yu Beicheng had no desire to enter the den of wolves. Just as she contemplated how to decline, Fu Shijue interjected, "She did not save me when we were young, and her health does not pose a problem like Yunanin's. What purpose would it serve to have her with us? Let us not concern ourselves with her, we shall take our leave." Qin Shunua followed Fu Shijue as they departed, casually remarking, "Well then, Beicheng, let us arrange to meet again." Butlerly was the last to leave, reminding her, "Remember the task the young master entrusted to you." The reason for not allowing Yu Beicheng to accompany them was that it would facilitate her movements outside, and her volatile temperament would not bode well in a potential conflict with Qin Shunua. Fu Shijue and Qin Shunua entered a sleek black sedan, and shortly thereafter, the entourage of bodyguards vanished from the pier. When Yu Beicheng finally processed the situation, she realized she had been left alone at the dock. The journey from the pier to the city center would take a full hour by car. Without a mobile phone or a single coin to her name, how was she to return home? Was this a deliberate act by Fu Shijue? Why did you not heed Qin Shunua's suggestion to stay with Fu Shijue? Lan Zhuoqi suddenly appeared beside her. Yu Beiqing jumped in surprise. Weren't you supposed to be hiding in the trunk? How did you get out? I had barely settled in when Fu Shijue's men began searching each vehicle. Such diligence mirrored Fu Shijue's meticulous nature. Yu Beiqing asked, do you have any money on you now? I have none. Yu Beiqing suggested, then shall we walk back? The dock is an hour away from the city center. We should take a taxi. How can we take a taxi without money? Suddenly, Yu Beiqing's gaze fixed on his wristwatch, and she pointed, use that to cover the fare. This is a birthday gift from Xiaoyin. I cannot part with it. Lan Zhuoqi refused, then glanced at the necklace around her neck. You could use your necklace as payment. Dream on, she retorted. This necklace belonged to Xiaoba, and she would never part with it, even if it meant walking to the city center. Lan Zhuoqi sighed, then how shall we reach the city center? She surveyed the surroundings and then grinned mischievously, leverage your beauty. Lan Zhuoqi looked perplexed. The dock was bustling with trucks delivering goods and private vehicles passing by. Yu Beiqing led Lan Zhuoqi outside, extending her hand to hail a fully loaded truck for a ride, but the driver ignored her entirely. Consequently, Yu Beiqing had no choice but to focus on private cars. I just attempted to flag down a truck. Now it's your turn, Yu Beiqing declared. Lan Zhuoqi was speechless. However, his luck seemed to hold as he successfully flagged down a black BMW. The driver, a kind-hearted woman in her 40s, not only agreed to give them a lift but also offered them unopened bottles of water. She had a small request, however. Lan Zhuoqi was to sit in the front passenger seat and provide his WeChat number. The driver, a plump woman adorned with sparkling gold jewelry on her fingers and neck, clearly exuded the aura of a wealthy matron. Her willingness to give them a ride was evidently influenced by her admiration for Lan Zhuoqi's looks. Chapter 36. Staring at her in a city, nestled halfway up the hillside of a luxurious mansion, Fu Shijue returned to the villa and found Butler Li had settled Qin Shernua and Yunanin. He then inquired, did that woman walk back? Fu Shijue had deliberately left her behind, instructing the truck drivers at the dock not to give her a ride back to the city center. However, Butler Li, considering her condition as a pregnant woman, deemed it unwise for her to walk such a long distance. Therefore, midway through her journey, he dispatched a bodyguard to fetch her. Naturally, this decision had been discussed with Fu Shijue beforehand. His initial reaction had neither been a refusal nor an acceptance. Nonetheless, having been by Fu Shijue's side for a considerable time, Butler Li was aware that the young master had shown leniency towards Yu Beiqing. Thus, he candidly replied, no, she took a passing private car. She certainly has her ways, he scoffed coldly, then asked, what about Lan Zhuoqi? He's with her. Fu Shijue furrowed his brow. He didn't follow her? During their time on the cruise, he had brainwashed Qin Shernua, claiming that Yunanin had saved him in his childhood, and now, due to her poor health, he wished for someone to tend to her. Consequently, his men had carried Yunanin into the villa, which had quelled any objections from Qin Shernua. No, I specifically instructed the bodyguards to ease their vigilance and not to search the vehicles. He is so fond of Lan Zhuoqi. It is improbable he wouldn't follow her. Fu Shijue shot him a sidelong glance. Are you certain you didn't have anyone check? I did not. If any bodyguard conducted a search, they certainly weren't from our side. The Lan family had also been searching for Lan Zhuoqi, but he had steadfastly refused to return. Fu Shijue pondered this. Continue to keep an eye on Yu Beiqing. Inform me immediately of any developments. Understood. As for Xiaoba, should he continue to stay close to Qin Shernua? Yes. Butler Li slightly furrowed his brow. Young master, it seems unlikely that Xiao Qin's arm will recover. If Xiaoba remains by Qin Shernua's side, it may become somewhat inappropriate. What is inappropriate? If Xiaoba can handle Qin Shernua, it signifies his capability to stay by my side. If he cannot even deal with Qin Shernua, what use is he to me? Fu Shijue was also training Xiaoba. Butler Li nodded. You are correct, young master. In the city center, after Yu Beiqing alighted from the car, she could no longer contain her laughter. Lan Zhuoqi glared at her with a dark expression. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Not at all. If the car owner had been a middle-aged man who took a liking to me, I would surely have selflessly offered myself to ensure we both returned to the city center, just like you. Lan Zhuoqi would have to be quite foolish to believe her words. The wealthy woman even gave us a stack of cash. Just in time. I'm hungry. Shall we find a place to eat? She suggested. That was given to me, not for you. Lan Zhuoqi had certainly not fallen prey to the wealthy woman's advances. Otherwise, given his temperament, he would have exited the vehicle long ago. The wealthy woman merely requested him to call her sister, exchanged contact information, and posed for a few photographs. Though not outrageous, it was nearing the edge of Lan Zhuoqi's limits. The wealthy woman particularly relished Lan Zhuoqi's aloof demeanor. Before they exited the vehicle, she kindly withdrew a stack of cash from her bag, fearing they might lack funds for a hotel. Lan Zhuoqi had never been insulted in such a manner before. He discarded the money on the spot. It was Yu Beiqing who bent down inside the car to pick up each bill. Why? Yu Beiqing pouted. But you threw it away. Since I picked it up, naturally, it's mine now. Lan Zhuoqi had no desire to linger with her. I'm off to eat. Are you really not coming? I'm not. With that, he turned and vanished into the crowd. Yu Beiqing did not pursue him but instead took the money to find a restaurant for a meal. Beiqing? Just as she was enjoying her meal, a high-pitched voice called out. Why? Yu Beiqing looked up to find the original owner's frivolous friends. Long time no see. After a month, you look like you've lost so much weight. They seated themselves without invitation, acting as if they were familiar. Yu Beicheng wiped her mouth and replied, "I finished eating. Feel free to help yourselves if you're hungry." It was obvious that these two women wished to pry into her relationship with Fu Shijue. If the original owner had not been manipulated by these two scheming women, how could Fu Shijue have discovered that she was not the one who saved him in childhood? Indeed, the original owner had foolishly indulged in drinks and conversation with her frivolous friends, spilling the details of how she met Fu Shijue and deceived him. Naturally, they recorded it on their phones and sent it to Fu Shijue. "Beicheng, are you still mad at us?" The woman with bangs and heavy makeup spoke plaintively. "I was wrong. I got drunk and accidentally sent it to your boyfriend. After all these years, are you really going to sever ties with us over this? Do our years of sisterhood mean less than a man?" "Beicheng, Xiao knows she was wrong. Please forgive her." The other woman with voluminous curls chimed in. Yu Beicheng glanced at both of them and said, "If you want my forgiveness, then kneel, bow 3 times, and admit your mistakes." The original owner was already dead. No amount of apologies could restore the original owner's life. Xiao Xia's expression changed. "Yu Beicheng, what do you mean by this? If you don't want to forgive us, just say so. Why insult us like this?" "Exactly. We are genuinely apologizing, yet you don't treat us as friends at all, behaving like this toward us." Wang Jiejiao exclaimed. Yu Beicheng crossed her arms. "What do I need your insincere apologies for? I only desire to see tangible actions." Xiao Xia and Wang Jiejiao's faces turned pale with anger simultaneously. They were astonished that the Yu Beicheng, who had always complied with their every request, had now transformed. Was it possible that after being cast aside by Fu Shijue, her psyche had twisted? With this thought, Xiao Xia smirked sarcastically. "Yu Beicheng, you once said Mr. Fu, which allowed you to act like a queen in front of us, commanding us to do this and that. Now that Mr. Fu has discarded you, what gives you the audacity to confront us?" "Xiao Xia, how can you say such things about Beicheng? After all, she has spent time beside Mr. Fu, although he has seen through her true nature and despises her. Hasn't he that allowed her to survive?" Wang Jiajia added in agreement. Yu Beicheng had no intention of indulging them. If they wished to provoke her, then she would respond in kind. With a bold move, she seized the leftover drink from the table and splashed it all over their meticulously crafted makeup and outfits. The two shrieked in outrage. "Yu Beicheng, this is my brand new Chanel outfit. I've only worn it once. How dare you splash me?" Moreover, some of the drink splattered onto Wang Jiajia's new LV bag. "This is my brand new LV bag." Yu Beicheng warned, "From now on, when you see me, steer clear. Otherwise, I won't merely splash you with drinks, but I will tear your mouths apart." With that, she stood and strode away, leaving Wang Jiajia and Xiao Xia in a state of utter disarray. Chapter 37. The men are unreliable. Young master. After Miss Yu and Lan Zhuqi arrived at the city center, they parted ways with Lan Zhuqi and went to a restaurant for a meal. In the restaurant, she splashed drinks on Xiao Xiao and Wang Jiajia. Ultimately, she went shopping at the mall, purchasing clothes and getting her nails and eyelashes done, returning to the Yu residence only at 9 o'clock in the evening. Butler Li reported Yu Beicheng's whereabouts throughout the day to Fu Shijue with great clarity. Fu Shijue, upon hearing this, expressed a hint of surprise. "You say she splashed drinks on whom?" "On Xiao Xiao and Wang Jiajia. I reviewed the restaurant's surveillance footage, and it seems they were mocking her for being rejected by you, young master. Consequently, Miss Fu, in a fit of embarrassment, retaliated by splashing them." Fu Shijue remarked, "Wasn't she quite close with them before? Regardless of their previous camaraderie, does that not render you more significant in Miss Yu's heart?" Fu Shijue scoffed lightly, tapping the tip of his pen against the desk. If she were truly angry, she wouldn't have splashed them and then proceeded to go shopping. But those two are Miss Yu's only friends. At that moment, perhaps she sought a distraction to calm herself. What can she not do while pregnant? Go get her nails done. Butler Li replied, "It is only natural for a woman to desire beauty. She seems to regard the child in her womb with utter disregard." Fu Shijue's tone bore a hint of displeasure. Butler Li fell silent. "Let her be. In any case, I had no intention of allowing her to carry the child to term." Fu Shijue spoke as if to Butler Li, or perhaps to himself. "I have work to attend to. You may leave. Should we continue to monitor Miss Yu? What do you think?" He fixed a penetrating gaze upon Butler Li. Butler Li quickly affirmed, "Very well, I shall ensure that she is watched at all times." With that, he departed. After Yu Beicheng returned home, she spent 2 days in a state of lethargy. She either indulged in dramas, played video games, or slept, with the maid bringing her meals to her room. Observing her despondency, Yu's mother entered her room to offer solace. "Even if Fu Shijue discovers that the person who saved him in childhood is not you, so what? You have spent so much time together. He must have developed feelings for you. So, my dear daughter, do not fret that Fu Shijue will fall for that wretched Yunnan. Cheer up, will you?" Yu's mother was undeniably materialistic and superficial. Yet, she shared a trait with mothers of female characters in novels, a profound love for the original protagonist. She wished for her daughter to marry into a wealthy family. Yu's mother was not naive about love. She understood that economic stability was a prerequisite for marriage. It was precisely because Yu's father was affluent that she chose to marry him. Otherwise, given her mother's looks and intelligence, how could she have married a man with a previous marriage? Yu's mother was also quite capable. After marrying into the Yu family, she bore Yu Beicheng and Yu Dongzi. Yu Dongzi was Yu Beicheng's biological younger brother, currently attending university. He seldom returned home and was nearing graduation in about a year. "My dear daughter, please do not wear such a sorrowful expression. These days, you should go out and clear your mind. Mother has even prepared a surprise gift for you. Would you like to know what it is? Yu Beicheng rested her chin on her hand and asked, what gift? Were you not always yearning to open a store? Mother has secured one for you. As she spoke, Yu's mother handed her a property deed. The original protagonist loved to play, often swindled by Wang Jejia and Xiao Xiao into investing, but it always ended in losses. The original protagonist would whimsically decide to open a flower shop one day and a murder mystery club the next, insisting on immediate action and pressuring her mother for funds. Initially, her mother complied, but later refused, as the ventures were poorly managed and consistently resulted in losses. When Yu's mother denied her requests, the original protagonist resorted to stealing, even having fierce arguments with her mother, threatening to run away from home. Upon discovering that the original protagonist had impersonated Yu Nanyin and been exposed by Fu Shijue, Yu's mother, fearing for her daughter's mental state, decided to spend lavishly to win her favor. Yu Beicheng had no desire to open a store now. The current economic climate was unfavorable. Opening a store was akin to throwing money into the ocean. She opened the property deed, discovering that the store was registered in her name. Yu's mother had indeed invested heavily to appease her. Why? Yu Beicheng questioned in bewilderment. Where did you get the money to buy the store? I saved a bit of my private funds. Yu Beicheng lowered her voice. Does Dad know? Yu's father was notoriously stingy, particularly given the recent economic downturn, making it highly unlikely he would provide a substantial sum for her mother to purchase a store. I used my own savings. How could I let him know? Sweetheart, you often say that I impede your dreams. I previously refrained from buying you a store because I thought you were too young. Now that you have matured, I will support whatever you wish to pursue, as long as you do not despair, understand? Yu Beicheng nodded. Thank you, Mom. Yu's mother genuinely cared for the original protagonist. Upon learning that Fu Shijue intended to harm her, the original protagonist mentioned wanting to travel for a while to clear her mind. Yu's mother consented. During the month of her absence from home, perhaps Yu's mother had come to a realization, leading her to make such a resolute decision. Yu's mother owned properties, stores, and even hotels, all gifts from Yu's father. However, because the original protagonist had been unproductive, Yu's father had never bestowed any liquid assets upon her and had instructed Yu's mother not to provide her with anything. Consequently, the original protagonist was merely a nominal wealthy young lady. Although she lacked real assets, she enjoyed a life of luxury, with her family taking care of all her needs. Shall we attend a soiree later? Yu Beicheng contemplated whether to rent out the property or sell it to acquire some cash. Noticing her silence, Yu's mother assumed her daughter was preoccupied and added, do not worry, this is not an opportunity for you to meet a suitor. Rather, it is to introduce you to your elder brother Fu. Upon hearing this, Yu Beicheng immediately rejected, I want to go. Why not? I have given up on brother Fu. Since he loves my sister, I shall support their union. Is that true? You once adored Fu Shijue fervently, now you claim you wish to facilitate his relationship with Yu Nanyin. Is this still my daughter? Yu's mother, understanding her daughter's nature, reached out to touch her forehead. Everything seemed normal, she was not feverish. Why? Yu Beicheng cleared her throat. I have come to terms with things, mother. I believe it is impossible for me to love only one man for a lifetime. Did you not once tell me that men are unreliable? Even so, you must accompany me to the banquet. After all, only by going out can you meet more exceptional men. Thus, it is settled. Yu's mother declared, leaving behind a helplessly exasperated Yu Beicheng. Chapter 38. Fu Shijue's disdain for her city. The Zhou family. Today marks the 80th birthday of the matriarch of the Zhou family, drawing numerous influential figures from the business world, accompanied by their families. In his childhood, Fu Shijue was taken in by the Zhou family, yet he endured much suffering at the hands of their male relatives. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the Zhou matriarch, he might have met an untimely demise long ago. While the Zhou family treated him poorly, the matriarch showed him exceptional kindness. Were it not for her continued presence in this world, Fu Shijue would have long since orchestrated the ruin of the Zhou family, leading them to despair. Initially, Fu Shijue intended to send a gift to the matriarch, sparing himself the need for personal attendance. However, observing her deteriorating health, he feared her days were numbered. The Zhou family, eager to create a lively atmosphere, hoped to dispel ill fortune and witness whether the matriarch could endure a little longer. Most of the notable figures from a city had been invited. Upon entering the venue, Yu Beicheng immediately spotted Wang Jejia and Xiao Xiao. Both of their family circumstances were rather modest, and under normal circumstances, they would not qualify to attend a Zhou family banquet. However, Wang Jejia had managed to entangle herself with the Zhou family's youngest son, employing some unknown means to captivate him, and they were now in the throes of romance. Yu Mama, under the impression that Yu Beicheng maintained a good relationship with them, encouraged her to seek out Wang Jejia while she mingled with others. Why Yu Beicheng, however, opted for a quieter spot, indulging in some fruits and pastries to pass the time. Unbeknownst to her, Wang Jejia and Xiao Xiao had noticed her and approached. Yu Beicheng, why are you sitting here all alone? I heard Mr. Fu is coming today, why aren't you with him? They were well aware of Yu Beicheng's recent breakup with Fu Shijue and spoke with malicious intent. Ignoring them, Yu Beicheng remained silent. The two women, feeling foolish, continued, still hoping to reconcile with Mr. Fu at this banquet. Yu Beicheng, you should take a good look at yourself, that he hasn't dealt with you more harshly is a testament to his mercy. Yu Beicheng retorted, what are you barking about? Are you calling us dogs? In response, Yu Beicheng picked up a pastry from the table, threateningly brandishing it. If you don't want me to ruin your dresses, I suggest you leave. Most of the dresses at the event were one-time use and could not withstand moisture. Wang Jejia and Xiao Xiao, dressed to the nines, did not wish to risk a mess before all the guests had arrived. Fearing Yu Beiqing's unpredictable nature, they begrudgingly retreated. We absolutely cannot let this Yu Beiqing get away with this. She must be taught a lesson, Xiao Xiao declared. Meanwhile, as the guests continued to arrive, anticipation grew at the prospect of Fu Shijui's entrance. Suddenly, Wang Jejia had a thought. Isn't she here specifically because of Mr. Fu? She must be hoping to reconcile. Let us ensure she doesn't get what she wants. When Mr. Fu arrives, we should. Wang Jejia whispered her plan to Xiao Xiao. Very well, we shall do as you suggest. This time, we will relish in Yu Beiqing's embarrassment. At that moment, a stir arose at the entrance. Fu Shijue had arrived, yet, he was not alone. Accompanying him was a woman of refined grace, intimately linked to his arm, prompting a flurry of speculation among the guests. The woman by Fu Shijue's side was none other than Qin Shihua. This marked her first appearance at a banquet with Fu Shijue, and she was particularly elated, basking in the attention focused on them. As Fu Shijue leaned closer to her, he said, I shall go greet the Zhou matriarch. Feel free to explore the banquet. I'll go with you, she replied eagerly. Be obedient, he gently patted the back of her hand. Overwhelmed by his affectionate tone, Qin Shihua nodded, all right. As Fu Shijue departed, he was escorted by the Zhou family's security personnel to the courtyard, casting a glance around the venue until his gaze landed on an inconspicuous corner where a familiar figure stood. Several guests attempted to engage Qin Shihua in conversation, but were promptly intercepted by Xiao Qian. Miss, Yu Beiqing is also present at the gathering, Xiao Qian informed Qin Shihua upon entering. She is here too? Qin Shihua inquired, following Xiao Qian's gaze, perplexed. She must have exerted considerable effort to attend, knowing Master Fu would be here, Xiao Qian speculated. Having witnessed Fu Shijue's disdain for Yu Beiqing at the docks, Qin Shihua had set aside any suspicions regarding her. Master Fu holds her in contempt, she is of no concern to me. Previously, she had thought that Master Fu might harbor feelings for Yu Beiqing, given that she had once assumed the identity of Yunanian and had been close to him for a while. However, based on her observations over the past few days, she concluded that Yu Beiqing lacked intelligence and was reckless, clearly not the type that would attract Master Fu. Who is this woman, Mr. Fu brought alone? We have not encountered her in his city before. Which family does she hail from? The guests murmured. She has been casting glances toward Yu Beiqing since she entered. It seems she is well aware of the past between Mr. Fu and Yu Beiqing, Wang Jejia remarked to Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao responded cautiously, this woman appears formidable. She is accompanied by bodyguards wherever she goes. Such an entourage suggests she fears for her safety, they whispered amongst themselves. Yu Beiqing overheard the murmurs and sensed the peculiar attention she was receiving from the attendees, just as Yu Mama approached, pulling her up. Why are you sitting here eating? Mr. Fu has arrived, and he brought a woman with him. Aren't you the least bit anxious? Yu Beiqing frowned slightly. Mom, where are you taking me? Wait for Mr. Fu to emerge from the Zhou matriarch's room, you will have the chance to see him, Yu Mama insisted. Yu Beiqing remained silent. That room over there is where the Zhou matriarch is. Wait here, when Mr. Fu comes out, you can discuss things with him, alright? Yu Mama was determined not to let this opportunity to connect with Fu Shijue slip away. Yu Beiqing, still holding a handful of sunflower seeds, leaned against a Roman pillar, lazily responding, sure, you go back to the banquet, I can manage here alone. Are you sure? Why wouldn't I be? Your presence will only hinder my chances of reconciling with him. Yu Mama sighed in resignation, alright, tonight, make sure to set aside past grievances with Mr. Fu and start anew, understand? She nodded, continuing to munch on the seeds. Enough of that. I don't recall you being this greedy before. Yu Mama snatched the seeds from her hand and departed. Once deprived of the seeds, Yu Beiqing retrieved another handful from her pocket. Instead of waiting for Fu Shijue to emerge, she turned and walked away, only to collide with someone unexpectedly. Chapter 39. Framed by water. It was neither Qin Shihua, nor Wang Jejia or Xiao Xiao. Instead, it was the fourth young lady of the Zhou family, Zhou Luo. Due to a high fever in her childhood that was not promptly treated, she became somewhat simple-minded, her intellect forever stalling at the age of 8. Zhou Luo and the original protagonist were classmates in both middle and high school, and she had often been bullied by the trio of the original protagonist, Wang Jejia, and Xiao Xiao. Upon seeing her, Zhou Luo stammered, why are you at my house? Clearly, Zhou Luo was frightened of the original protagonist. Why? Yu Beiqing inquired, it's your grandmother's birthday, I'm not the only one visiting. Why did you suddenly appear before me? You walked so quietly that you nearly scared me to death. I am looking for my grandmother. You must not have heard Luo walking, Zhou Luo replied softly. What are you doing here? Yu Beiqing felt no obligation to respond, yet she explained, the banquet was too dull, so I stepped out for some fresh air. You should go find your grandmother, I'm heading back inside. Oh, alright. Zhou Luo cautiously stepped aside to make way. Naturally, Yu Beiqing did not return to the banquet, especially since her mother was still inside. Shortly after her departure, a sudden commotion erupted. The fourth young lady has fallen into the water. Someone, quick! Yu Beiqing was near the swimming pool and hastened to the scene. Before long, the guests from the banquet rushed out in a flurry. Zhou Luo emerged, drenched and seemingly terrified, sobbing pitifully. From the crowd stepped a well-dressed man, Zhou Fingjia, the eldest son of the Zhou family and a close friend of Fu Shijue. Fourth sister, it's all right. Your brother is here. Zhou Fingjia immediately draped a towel provided by a maid over Zhou Luo's shoulders. Woo, brother, there was so much water, Luo was so scared, woo. Do not cry, do not cry. Your brother is here, how did the fourth young lady end up here? Zhou Fingjia consoled her and promptly summoned a maid to attend to her. The maid knelt down immediately, saying, Young master, it was the fourth young lady who insisted on finding the old lady and would not allow me to accompany her. I saw her heading towards the old lady's room. Those present remarked, the old lady's room is on the east side, while the swimming pool is on the west side. How could the fourth young lady have come here? She has always been terrified of water due to her childhood incident of nearly drowning, so it is inconceivable that she would venture to the poolside on her own. The maid pointed at Yu Beicheng, stating, When I saw the fourth young lady heading towards the old lady's room, I noticed you spoke with her. The fourth young lady looked quite frightened, as if she had been intimidated by something she was told. Yu Beicheng raised an eyebrow in surprise. If you do not believe it, you can ask the fourth young lady, the maid asserted. Zhou Fingjia looked down at Zhou Luo, who was trembling in his arms and repeatedly murmuring about the cold, and he swiftly carried her back to the room, saying, Let her go to the living room. It was evident that Zhou Fingjia would pursue this matter relentlessly. Huan Sidiye was unaware of Zhou Fingjia's deep affection for his younger sister, Zhou Luo. Since they were siblings, any incident that endangered Zhou Luo would undoubtedly invoke Zhou Fingjia's wrath against the perpetrator. Miss Yu, please, a bodyguard stated. Yu Beicheng replied, I did not push her. Whether you did or not will soon be revealed when the fourth young lady speaks, the bodyguard retorted. Those present cast accusatory glances at Yu Beicheng, with not a single person coming to her defense. Among the crowd, the two who appeared most amused were Wang Jejia and Xiao Xiao. Why Yu Beicheng tilted her head, observing them with a smile, causing the two to falter as they had not anticipated her direct gaze. Yu Beicheng, with so many witnesses present, I think it would be best for you to follow along. The sooner you confess to your heinous deeds, the sooner young Master Chen can question you, Xiao Xiao declared. As her words fell, the crowd was left bewildered, muttering, Who does the fourth young lady fear the most? It is clear she must have been pushed. At this point, what is the use of denying it? People have seen you with the fourth young lady, you should just admit it. All those speaking were young ladies who shared a close relationship with Wang Jejia and Xiao Xiao. Yu Beicheng memorized each of their faces. The dirty water was all being splashed upon her, but it seemed they were targeting her. Why Yu Beicheng's gaze shifted to Wang Jejia and Xiao Xiao, declaring, The one responsible knows full well in their heart. What are you staring at us for? We've been at the banquet the entire time. Wang Jejia retorted immediately. Are you anxious? I don't believe I asked if it was you, did I? Why the sudden urgency to clarify? Wang Jejia's face turned pale with anger. What nonsense are you spouting? Yu Beicheng was beginning to ascertain that these two scheming women were behind the incident. Ha! Once Zhou Luo regains consciousness, the truth will be laid bare. With that, she departed with the maid to the living room. The guests who had gathered soon returned to the banquet. Feeling apprehensive, Wang Jejia asked Xiao Xiao, Do you think Yu Beicheng has figured out that we framed her? What frame? We've been at the banquet the whole time. The maid clearly observed the fourth young lady conversing with Yu Beicheng. If it wasn't Yu Beicheng, who else could it be? Xiao Xiao's words prompted Wang Jejia to nod in agreement. Yes, you're absolutely right. We've not stepped out at all. The guilty expressions of the two did not escape the notice of Xiao Qian and Qin Shernua. Miss, Zhou Fingjia and Master Fu are friends. Should we not expose the culprit and do Zhou Fingjia a favor? Xiao Qian asked. Qin Shernua shook her head. No need. Yu Beicheng has already deduced that it was those two. She seems quite confident. I wish to see how she handles this. Xiao Qian furrowed her brow. That duo's tricks will likely not remain hidden from young Master Zhou. Zhou Fingjia's friendship with Fu Shijue indicated that his capabilities were certainly not inferior to Fu Shijue's. We shall wait and enjoy the drama. Furthermore, we are not citizens of Country Z, so we need not attract unnecessary attention. Indeed, Mississippi. Chapter 40 of The child discarded in the hospital trash bin. Yu Beicheng had been waiting in the living room for nearly 10 minutes when Zhou Fingjia arrived. During school, you certainly bullied Luo quite a bit. Yu Beicheng, have you forgotten the painful lessons I imparted to you previously? Zhou Fingjia was well acquainted with Yu Beicheng, even to the extent of familiarity. In their school days, the original protagonist had tormented Zhou Luo, and upon Zhou Fingjia discovering this, he dealt a severe punishment, which ultimately led to her dropping out before completing high school. Furthermore, Zhou Fingjia frequently sought out Fu Shijue, and occasionally, the original protagonist would make an appearance, thus Zhou Fingjia had grown accustomed to her presence. At this moment, Yu Beicheng felt wronged. I did not push Zhou Luo. If you don't believe me, you may ask her yourself. The person who knew her identity secretly pushed her into the swimming pool from behind, Zhou Fingjia asserted, standing imposingly before her. Yu Beicheng, you intentionally chose an unmonitored swimming pool to act, thinking that without evidence, I would be powerless against you, is that so? Yu Beicheng protested, I did not. Then who could it possibly be? Luo is so kind-hearted, she would never engage in conflict with anyone, except for you. Yu Beicheng was at a loss for words. But how can you prove that it was me who pushed her? Young Master Zhou, everything requires evidence. I offered you a chance, Yu Beicheng, yet you failed to cherish it. With that, Zhou Fingjia produced a silk scarf. This scarf belongs to you, does it not? My people found it near the swimming pool. Yu Beicheng replied, Indeed, this scarf is mine, but I have never been to that area of the swimming pool. If you have never been there, how could your scarf end up by the pool? You can review the surveillance footage from the banquet. Observe closely whether I was wearing the scarf when I left with my mother. Yu Beiqing thought that the corner where she had been was a blind spot, and perhaps Wang Jiejia had taken the scarf without being captured on camera. However, she and her mother would have to pass through the lobby when exiting the banquet, and they would undoubtedly be recorded. Young Master Zhou, surely you do not wish for the true perpetrator who harmed your sister to remain unpunished? Yu Beiqing inquired. If I had truly pushed your sister, would I have deliberately left my scarf at the scene? It is evident that someone is attempting to frame me. Zhou Fingjia signaled to a bodyguard beside him. Shortly thereafter, the bodyguard retrieved the surveillance footage. As Yu Beiqing had stated, although she had worn the scarf when entering the banquet, it was absent from her neck when she departed with her mother. This does not prove anything. It could be a coordinated effort, Zhou Fingjia countered. Unable to contain herself, Yu Beiqing remarked, I know you harbor resentment towards me, but young Master Zhou, I hope you can apply some logic in your investigation. Are you accusing me of lacking intelligence? At that moment, a maid rushed in, saying, Young Master, the fourth miss wishes to speak with you. She requests your presence. Zhou Fingjia muttered, You had better pray that you have not harmed my sister. He then departed, leaving Yu Beiqing to pace in frustration within the room, pondering how she could clear her name while simultaneously exposing the true nature of Wang Jiejia and Xiao Xiao. The incident involving Zhou Luo's near drowning had not disturbed the old matriarch. The banquet proceeded as scheduled. However, there was still gossip circulating, which Fu Shijue, with his keen ears, overheard, yet he did not inquire with the bodyguards. Instead, he coldly engaged in conversation with the nearby executives. It was not until Zhou Fingjia approached with a visibly displeased expression that he said, Have you been waiting long? Let us proceed to the study for a discussion. Fu Shijue followed Zhou Fingjia into the study. This time, Fu Shijue was not attending the old matriarch's birthday banquet. His primary purpose was to discuss his assets in East Asia with Zhou Fingjia. These are the assets you possess in East Asia, meticulously compiled for your review upon your return, Zhou Fingjia stated, handing him a USB drive. The wealth was so vast that it could only be organized through documentation. Fu Shijue replied, Thank you for your efforts. We are brothers, there is no need for such formalities. If it were not for your timely rescue back then, where would I be in the Zhou family today? Currently, the Zhou family thrives solely due to Zhou Fingjia's efforts. During the financial crisis, the Zhou family had nearly faced bankruptcy, but Zhou Fingjia single-handedly salvaged the family business. Have you found any leads on the matter I asked you to investigate? None. Must we find the master of Little Eight to save you, Nanin? Fu Shijue replied nonchalantly, Sister Jiang Yubai has ingested that antidote and is nearly recovered. So soon? Indeed. Fu Shijue settled onto the sofa, pondering aloud, perhaps I can use this antidote to draw out those who once sought to kill me. Fu Shijue had been searching for the individuals who had pursued him in his childhood, yet he had found no clues. He believed that those who had hunted him down must have been aware of his true identity. Do you not think you were abandoned by your parents, or could there be another reason? Zhou Fingjia inquired. How could it be anything other than abandonment? A flash of murderous intent crossed Fu Shijue's eyes. I spent an entire day and night in that trash bin. Had I not been resilient, how could a passing nurse have discovered me? How many mothers would discard their own child in a hospital trash bin, especially in such a remote location? He had wept for a full day and night without a single doctor or nurse passing by, not even a janitor. How could he not have been abandoned? Zhou Fingjia hesitated. So you believe that those who pursued you were sent by your parents? Fu Shijue gazed down at the USB drive in his hand. I do not know. Let nature take its course. He patted Fu Shijue's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Fu Shijue remained silent. When he was cared for by nurses for a week, no one came to claim him, and the hospital had no choice but to send him to an orphanage. While the orphanage was not ideal, at least it provided him with a roof over his head. At the age of 5, a wealthy couple came to adopt a child from the orphanage. With his striking appearance, he was immediately noticed by the couple. He believed that they were his salvation, and indeed, they treated him exceptionally well. However, after one visit to the hospital for a blood test, the couple suddenly changed their demeanor. They plotted to orchestrate an accident to kill him. Fortunately, when he awoke in the middle of the night to use the restroom, he overheard the couple's conversation and fled that very night. He thought they would let him go, but upon returning to the orphanage, he was drugged by the headmaster. In the car, he summoned all his strength and jumped out. The headmaster chased after him, but he dared not stop, running until he was surrounded by several men in black. They captured him, intent on killing him. He was fortunate that Yunanin saved him, her small hand grasping his as they escaped the pursuers. She was familiar with the area and brought him to a secret base, where the assassins could not reach him. Had it not been for Yunanin, he feared he would have perished at the hands of those assassins. His life was a gift from her. Thus, now that Yunanin was in trouble, he felt compelled to save her as a means of repaying the debt of gratitude he owed for her saving him. Fu Shijue stated, the most pressing matter now is to locate the antidote and save Yunanin. Zhou Fingjia nodded in agreement. Chapter 41 She and the child must die. Why hasn't Brother Fu come out yet? At the banquet, Qin Shino had been waiting for Fu Shijue, but after a long while, there was still no sign of him. Xiao Chen remarked, Miss, Master Fu might be discussing important matters with young Master Zhou. He's not a talkative person. Even if it's a serious discussion, it shouldn't take this long. Shall I go take a look? Qin Shino nodded. Be discreet, and don't let Brother Fu catch you. Understood. Meanwhile, Fu Shijue was about to leave when Zhou Fingjie suddenly mentioned Yu Beicheng. Now that Yu Beicheng is not your benefactor, you won't blame me for what I do to her, will you? Do as you wish. Seeing his reaction, Zhou Fingjie chuckled. I thought that after spending some time with her, you might have developed some feelings. Since you haven't, I won't hold back. Fu Shijue replied, that you were right before, she is indeed malicious and cunning however, even if I have seen her true colors, you still cannot harm her. Why not? Zhou Fingjie asked, puzzled. She pushed my sister into the pool, nearly drowning her. She is pregnant, and the child is mine. As he uttered these words, a flicker of disgust and irritation crossed Fu Shijue's eyes. Zhou Fingjie was taken aback. What? Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside, prompting Zhou Fingjie to ask sharply, who is it? No one answered. He quickly opened the door, peering outside to find no one there. Meow, a Persian cat suddenly leaped out, licking its paw. This was Zhou Luo's cat, and Zhou Fingjie had allowed it to roam his territory, so he did not chase it away. He closed the study door and said to Fu Shijue, my sister's cat. But how did you come into contact with her? Didn't you say you had no feelings for her? Could Fu Shijue admit that it was the scheming Yu Beicheng who had forced him? As a man, he had to maintain his dignity, even in front of his best friend. Noticing Fu Shijue's expression, Zhou Fingjie decided not to press further, simply asking, are you going to keep the child? Yes. You are not one to enjoy children, and you would never allow a woman you do not care for to become pregnant. Tell me, why the sudden change of heart? Fu Shijue did not conceal the truth from him. Jiang Yubai, that name sounds familiar. Her sister is MOC's wife. So it's him. That this Yu Beicheng is quite clever. Knowing the good relationship between Lan Zhuoqi and Jiang Yubai, she manipulated Lan Zhuoqi to obtain the medicine from Jiang Yubai to scheme against you. Zhou Fingjie couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of Fu Shijue's previous misfortunes. Fu Shijue shot him a cold glare. Zhou Fingjie immediately suppressed his laughter and asked teasingly, what is it like to be with a woman? Is the sensation of losing your virginity wonderful? Get lost. Ha ha ha. Outside the door, Xiao Qian crouched down, eavesdropping on the conversation between Fu Shijue and Zhou Fingjie. Feeling both shocked and furious, finally, she quietly retreated. In the banquet hall, confronted with Qin Shino's eager inquiries, Xiao Qian struggled to find the right words to convey the situation. What is wrong? You look as though something has happened to brother Fu. Stop keeping me in suspense and just tell me. Qin Shino urged. Xiao Qian stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts. Meanwhile, nearby, Wang Jejia and Xiao Xiao were gleefully recounting Yu Beicheng's misfortunes. Speak up. Qin Shino, growing impatient, raised her voice, drawing the attention of the two. As they turned their heads, they caught the tail end of Xiao Qian's words. Knowing that Yu Beicheng's pregnancy could not be concealed from the miss for long, Xiao Qian decided to reveal everything. Bang! Qin Shino, unable to believe the news, staggered back. In her distraction, she knocked over a display of champagne, sending the bottles crashing to the ground. The sound and scent of the spilled champagne drew the attention of many at the banquet. Drenched in champagne, Qin Shino exclaimed, what nonsense are you spouting? Miss, please don't be angry. Xiao Qian hurriedly supported her as she nearly fell. At that moment, Qin Shino's eyes turned red, tears welling up. A maid rushed over to clean up the mess. As Xiao Qian led Qin Shino away from the banquet, she said, Miss, Master Fu was also forced. It was all Yu Beicheng's delusion. Fury ignited within Qin Shino. I want her dead. That's not an option. Master Fu doesn't even like Yu Beicheng. If you kill her, Master Fu will resent you because of the child. Qin Shino smashed the flowers adorning the wall. I want her to die. Xiao Qian, how dare she scheme against Master Fu? How dare she become pregnant with his child? I want her to die without a grave. Xiao Qian embraced her, offering comfort. Miss, that vile woman Yu Beicheng must die, but it should not be by our hands. We can use Master Fu's hand to eliminate her. Tears streamed down Qin Shino's face as she covered it, her makeup ruined, tears escaping through her fingers. I want to kill her. Xiao Qian, after serving Master Fu for over 20 years, only to have her snatch the opportunity, I must ensure she suffers a terrible fate. Master Fu has not developed feelings for her, miss, think positively. Qin Shino, panicking, replied, right, while she is still pregnant and Master Fu does not care for her or the child, we must quietly make her disappear from this world. Xiao Qian affirmed, okay, I promise to complete the task. Xiao Qian, whether I can be with Master Fu in the future depends on you. You must handle this matter well, do not let Master Fu trace it back to me, understand? Yes. At the banquet, upon hearing Xiao Qian's report to Qin Shino, Wang Jejia and Xiao Xiao stood frozen in shock. Finally, Xiao Xiao hesitantly asked, is it true that Yu Beicheng is pregnant? Did that woman speak the truth? How could it not be true? Yu Beicheng has been missing for over a month, and during that time, I heard Master Fu went to Myanmar for a month. The timelines matched. It seems that Yu Beicheng is indeed carrying Master Fu's child. What should we do? Xiao Xiao, we treated her so poorly the other day, now we've framed her. Wang Jejia exclaimed in panic. Xiao Xiao, her palms clammy with sweat, replied, what are you afraid of? Didn't you hear that person say Master Fu was coerced into being with Yu Beicheng? She deceived Master Fu before and is now plotting against him. Even if she is pregnant, Master Fu won't want her to bear the child. But what if Master Fu agrees to let her have the child? A cold glimmer flashed in Xiao Xiao's eyes. If Yu Beicheng gave birth, she would enjoy endless wealth and privilege. She could not stand the thought of Yu Beicheng thriving. And if Yu Beicheng marries Master Fu, would you accept that? Of course not. What if her child were to be lost? Xiao Xiao suddenly suggested, do you think Master Fu would even glance at her again? Wang Jiazhou was taken aback, what do you mean, exactly? But this time, we must not act directly. That woman must be furious upon learning about Yu Beicheng's pregnancy, right? Then we shall facilitate her. Xiao Xiao grinned wickedly. Chapter 42 Save me. Yu Beicheng never anticipated that shortly after Zhou Fengjia's departure, a bodyguard would come to inform her that she was free to leave. She inquired of the bodyguard, have you discovered the identity of the person who pushed the fourth miss? The bodyguard glanced at her and replied, no, my young master is a man who values evidence. Since there is no proof that you were the one who pushed her, you are released. Yu Beicheng found it hard to believe that Zhou Fengjia could be so benevolent. Like Fu Shijue, Zhou Fengjia was ruthless and unsparing. Anything he suspected required thorough investigation, and he would not tolerate anyone encroaching upon what he valued. Given that they had yet to identify who had pushed Zhou Luo, how could Zhou Fengjia possibly let her go? Perhaps it was merely out of consideration for Fu Shijue. Aside from this notion, Yu Beicheng could not fathom any other reason for Zhou Fengjia's leniency. Upon her exit, Yu Mama, waiting anxiously outside, fixed her with a worried gaze. Did Zhou Fengjia make you do anything? I am fine. That is good to hear. Thankfully, Mr. Fu intervened, otherwise, Zhou Fengjia might not have been so easily persuaded to let you go. Yu Mama expressed with relief why Yu Beicheng was taken aback. Mr. Fu spoke on my behalf in front of Zhou Fengjia? What else could it be? Yu Beicheng remained skeptical. Suddenly, she felt a searing gaze upon her, and when she looked up, she met a pair of murderous eyes. It was Qin Shihua. She stood not far off with Xiao Qian, her expression sinister amidst the bustling crowd, sending chills down Yu Beicheng's spine. Yu Beicheng sensed hostility emanating from Qin Shihua. What was happening? Had Qin Shihua noticed her upon entering the banquet but pretended not to see her? Why had her demeanor shifted so dramatically in the short time that Zhou Fengjia had detained her in the living room? Yet, Qin Shihua only scrutinized her for a few seconds before coldly averting her gaze. What are you staring at? Yu Mama called out to her, Mr. Fu has come out, shouldn't you hurry to greet him? Yu Beicheng shifted her attention towards Fu Shijue, who had emerged alongside Zhou Fengjia. In the next moment, she observed Qin Shihua wrapping her arm around Fu Shijue's. It seemed Fu Shijue sensed something amiss with Qin Shihua and kindly inquired whether she was feeling unwell. From a distance, they appeared to be an utterly perfect match. Who is that woman? Oh, Beicheng, you need to hurry over, otherwise, Mr. Fu might forget all about you, Yu Mama chattered in her ear. Yu Beicheng found herself being nudged forward by her mother. Despite the piercing glare from Qin Shihua, she continued toward Fu Shijue. However, she did not approach him directly. Instead, she opted to remain a silent observer, like a ghostly presence beside Xiao Ba. Xiao Ba was particularly excited to see her but, mindful of Fu Shijue's warning, suppressed his joy. Yu Beicheng was surprised to find Xiao Ba there. When did you arrive? I didn't see you just now. Everyone had anticipated a battle of wits between Fu Shijue's ex and current, eagerly awaiting the spectacle, only to be caught off guard by Yu Beicheng's sudden withdrawal. Xiao Ba pointed outside, indicating that he had been waiting there all along. Now that Fu Shijue was preparing to leave, Xiao Ba had come in. Xiao Ba, come find me here tomorrow. I will take you to your master's home, she said, slipping a note into his hand before he departed. Xiao Ba nodded in agreement. Fu Shijue and Qin Shihua took their leave, never once casting a glance in Yu Beicheng's direction, as if they had never crossed paths. At some point, Zhou Fengjia stood beside her, remarking, a Jew asked me to remind you that you have only 25 days left to settle your affairs. Yu Beicheng was left speechless. So, his earlier disregard for her was merely a pretense for Qin Shihua's benefit. This man was evidently fearful of her interaction with Qin Shihua, and rightly so. The latter's methods were treacherous. Should she fall into her clutches, her life would be in peril, she replied. Tell him I haven't forgotten about the antidote, I will attend to it tomorrow. And regarding my sister, although I have spared you, there is still wait. She interrupted him, I have already discovered the identity of the person who pushed your sister. Zhou Fengjia scoffed, oh? Isn't she right in front of me? Yu Beicheng directed her gaze towards Xiao Xia and Wang Jiazhou nearby. It is indeed them. Zhou Fengjia narrowed his eyes. If I recall correctly, you were quite close to them before, were you not? As you mentioned, that was in the past. With that, Yu Beicheng took out her phone and played a recording for all to hear. This is the scarf Yu Beicheng placed in position. I followed your instructions and tossed it by the pool. When will you pay me? The voice belonged to the maid who attended to Luo Luo. What's the rush? Once the deed is done, you will be compensated. Of course, do you really think we would deny you? The latter two voices belonged to Xiao Xia and Wang Jiazhou. The audience, unfamiliar with the owners of the voices, turned their attention to the two women as Yu Beicheng pointed at them. Now that the evidence is irrefutable, what do you two have to say? Everyone's gaze shifted to Xiao Xia and Wang Jiazhou, whispers erupting among the crowd. Wasn't Wang Jiazhou brought in by young Master Zhou? Who would have thought her intentions were so malevolent? She actually plotted to drown the fourth miss. Xiao Xia and Wang Jiazhou were clearly panicked. What nonsense are you spouting? Where did you get these fabricated recordings to slander us? Still denying it? In that case, I see no reason to spare you. With that, she played another recording. It captured Zhou Luo's voice as she fell into the water. Frowny face, gurgle, cough, help, Jiazhou, Xiao, Luo Luo has fallen into the water. Please save me. Oh dear, we can't swim, we might not be able to help you. Fourth miss, how could you be so careless as to fall into the pool? Xiao, what are you babbling about? The fourth miss nearly drowned as a child. How could she possibly come near the pool? Someone must have pushed her in. Indeed, just now, as I was passing by, I spotted a familiar figure. It seemed to be Yu Beicheng, fourth miss. Could it be that Yu Beicheng lured you here and then pushed you in? The two of them mocked Zhou Luo in the water, refusing to jump in to save her. Now, with the truth laid bare, their faces turned ashen. Xiaoxia, seething with rage, lunged at Yu Beicheng. You vile creature, don't you dare let go. Yu Beicheng effortlessly dodged. Did you truly believe no one would notice your heinous acts? Zhou Fingjia immediately summoned the bodyguards. Take them to the living room. Yes. Chapter 43. Was it you who assisted her? Yu Beicheng's innocence was established, and Zhou Fingjia had spared her. As Yu Beicheng departed the Zhou residence alongside her mother, Yu Mama inquired, why didn't you take out the recorder sooner? By the pool, Yu Mama had assumed it was Yu Beicheng's doing, hence she refrained from intervening. She believed Zhou Fingjia would show leniency towards Yu Beicheng due to his regard for Fu Shijue. Little did she anticipate that after Fu Shijue's departure, Yu Beicheng would produce the recorder. Yu Beicheng remarked, a friend provided it. Had she been aware of Wang Zhejia and Xiao Zhao's schemes against her, she would not have waited until the gathering was nearly over to present the evidence. The recorder was a gift from Xiaobie. In the narrative, during the birthday banquet of old Madame Zhou, the original protagonist had already met her demise, and the incident involving Zhou Luoluo's fall into the water had not transpired. However, Yunanin did attend Wang Zhejia and Xiao Xiao feigned friendship with Yunanin, frequently coaxing her out under the pretense of closeness to Fu Shijue. It was only after Yunanin was drugged and Fu Shijue unveiled their true intentions that she severed ties with them. These two women served as pivotal characters in advancing the romantic narrative between the male and female leads. They exhibited greater acumen than the original protagonist, thus they were fortunate to have escaped with their lives. Presently, Yunanin had not attended old Madame Zhou's birthday banquet, yet they had plotted against her. How had the storyline become so convoluted? Yu Beicheng tugged at her hair, feeling a slight headache. Meanwhile, at the Zhou household, Zhou Fingjia dealt with the two foolish women and subsequently called Fu Shijue. Was it you who instructed someone to give her the recorder? Fu Shijue had already returned home, seemingly having just emerged from the bathroom, his voice carrying a hint of sensuality. What? The person who pushed Sime into the water was not Yu Beicheng, but someone else entirely. You knew this all along, didn't you? Fu Shijue queried, are you not pleased to have found the true culprit? So, it was your directive for your subordinate to hand the recorder to Yu Beicheng? A Jew, you have never been one to meddle in others' affairs. Fu Shijue replied coldly, she is pregnant, she is considered mine, how could my own be bullied by others? Only he could exercise such power over her. Alright, Zhou Fingjia teased with a smirk, it's rare to see you so concerned about a woman. Given their long-standing acquaintance, how could a mere child alter Fu Shijue's perception of a woman? I am not concerned about her. Her status is unworthy. Zhou Fingjia recognized his stubbornness and added, Qin Shihua has always been by your side, you cannot avoid her, can you? She does not reside with me. Fu Shijue lit a cigarette. As long as she does not assist her father, I can grant her a chance at survival. Fu Shijue had been nurtured by Old K, and now he had surpassed Old K in his endeavors. What emotions would Old K harbor? Naturally, he would either seek to bring Fu Shijue under his command or eliminate him to seize Fu Shijue's assets. In January, Old K's influence had begun to extend towards Z country. It would not be long before Old K would turn his sights on Fu Shijue. Fu Shijue had anticipated this day, thus he had already transferred his assets elsewhere, leaving behind only a shell company. This shell company, with him at the helm, represented a billion-dollar publicly listed conglomerate. Without him, it would amount to nothing. Zhou Fingjia chuckled lightly. Are you leaving her to inherit Old K's influence in Myanmar? Indeed, Old K's power in Myanmar must not be dismantled, lest it be divided by Mo's and Jiang Youbai's father. If that occurred, it would become Jiang Youbai's domain. Therefore, after Old K's demise, Qin Shihua must remain alive to take over. Fu Shijue's decision to spare Qin Shihua's life was undoubtedly calculated. His business interests spanned the globe. Myanmar was a land of great value, and he could not afford to overlook such a lucrative opportunity. You know, all I see is money, Fu Shijue stated. Zhou Fingjia chuckled softly, that is because there is no one you care about. If there were, you would find making money exceedingly tedious. I will not have anyone I care about. Having grown up in poverty, Fu Shijue prioritized wealth above all else. Do not speak so definitively. What if you encounter a woman who captivates your heart? That will not happen. Alright, you are still oblivious, I shall not engage you on this matter. After their conversation ended, Li Guanjia knocked and entered. Young master, Miss Yu requests to see you. Did she mention the reason? Li Guanjia shook his head. Young master, will you go to see her? Fu Shijue pondered for a moment before ultimately heading to the southern courtyard. The villa was vast, comparable in size to the Forbidden City, divided into northern, southern, eastern, and western courtyards. He typically resided in the eastern courtyard, as he preferred the dim lighting there. The southern courtyard served as his workspace, housing a library where he spent considerable time. The northern and western courtyards had remained vacant until Yunanin and Qin Shihua arrived, taking residence there. Yunanin occupied the northern courtyard, adjacent to Qin Shihua's quarters in the western courtyard. To reach the northern courtyard, Fu Shijue had to pass by Qin Shihua. At that moment, Qin Shihua had retreated to her room in a frenzy, conspiring with Xiao Qian on how to harm Yu Beicheng, thus she was unaware of Fu Shijue's presence in the northern courtyard. It was only after Fu Shijue departed that she caught sight of him, mistakenly believing he had come to seek her out, which elated her. However, Xiao Qian's words plunged her into despair. Miss, it seems Master Fu emerged from the northern courtyard. What business did Brother Fu have in the northern courtyard? Xiao Qian shook her head. These Yu sisters. Why do they persistently cling to Brother Fu? That wretched Yu Beicheng is pregnant with Brother Fu's child. Now, does Yu Nanyin intend to employ the same tactics as Yu Beicheng? Seeing her usually composed mistress now consumed by rage and jealousy, Xiao Qian cautioned, Miss, have you forgotten the main reason your father entrusted you to be by Master Fu's side? You must not act rashly, no matter how many women surround Master Fu, as long as the position of Madame Fu is yours, that is enough. Qin Shihua closed her eyes. She was well aware of this, yet her jealousy was overwhelming. Find out why Brother Fu went to the northern courtyard to see Yu Nanyin. Understood. Half an hour prior, when Fu Shijue entered the northern courtyard, Yu Nanyin had already awaited him for quite some time. Brother Fu. Fu Shijue glanced at her rather pallid complexion. What do you need? Yu Nanyin coughed lightly, saying, I know that you allowed me to move in here out of gratitude for my past assistance, hoping to restore my health, but cough, cough. Do not speak. Fu Shijue frowned slightly. Rest properly. Do not dwell on unnecessary matters. I wish to leave this place. I hope Brother Fu can grant my request. Chapter 44. How could he think of her? No, Fu Shijue firmly rejected. Are you planning to leave again to work? Are you not aware of your own physical condition? Yu Nanyin lowered her gaze. My grandmother's condition is quite poor. I must earn more money. Since childhood, Yu Nanyin had been closest to her grandmother, yet despite living in the Yu household, her existence was more miserable than that of a servant. When Yu Nannin's mother gave birth to her, her health deteriorated, and she could no longer bear children, leading her father, who favored sons, to harbor disdain for both mother and daughter. The two women barely managed to survive with the meager support from the maternal family. Why Yu Nannin's father squandered his days in debauchery, while her mother, consumed by melancholy, left behind her less than 2-year-old daughter. Within 6 months, her father had remarried, bringing Yu Beicheng's mother into the household. A year later, Yu Beicheng was born. Although the firstborn was a daughter, Yu's second wife was charming and adept at appeasing others. Additionally, when she bore Yu Dongzi the following year, her position became even more secure. Yu's stepmother did not intentionally make life difficult for Yu Nanyin, for at that time, Yu Nanyin was merely a child. The servants were entrusted with her care, but they, aware of Yu Nannin's lack of affection at home, often bullied her. Why Yu Nanyin possessed a temperament marked by tolerance, enduring silently throughout her childhood. She was the quintessential early-era oppressed heroine. Soft-hearted, prone to tears, and self-sacrificing, she found her only solace in her grandmother's concern. However, her grandmother's health was frail, frequently requiring medication and hospital visits. While her uncle was decent, he was weak-willed, and regrettably, her aunt was cruel, cursing her grandmother to pass away sooner. Understanding her uncle's financial struggles, Yu Nanyin economized and gave her savings to her aunt, hoping to alleviate some of her grandmother's medical expenses and lessen her aunt's harsh words. After turning 18 and able to work, Yu Nanyin allocated 2/3 of her salary to her aunt, which earned her aunt a kinder demeanor toward her grandmother. However, when Yu Beicheng began to create difficulties for Yu Nanyin at her workplace, causing her to incur significant losses, and with Yu Nanyin having been away in Myanmar for over a month without sending money, her aunt's treatment of her grandmother worsened. Consequently, Yu Nanyin felt an urgent need to earn money. Fu Shijue had frequently issued checks to her, all of which she declined. Behind the scenes, she arranged for someone to deliver money to her aunt, which left Fu Shijue quite distressed. Why not work for me here? I can offer you a salary. Yu Nanyin shook her head. I do not wish to owe you a favor. I happen to be in need of help. Even if I do not hire you, I would hire someone else. You would not be indebted to me, Fu Shijue stated. Why Yu Nanyin glanced at him, perceiving no deception in his expression, and weakly inquired, then how much would it be per month? Fu Shijue, being astute, knew that offering too much would deter her, so he replied, the same as your previous job. What would my duties be? She certainly would not relish merely lounging about. Fu Shijue responded, watering plants, wiping tables, those sorts of tasks. Isn't that the work of a maid? Your villa already has plenty of maids, do you really need another? Fu Shijue found it quite a challenge to persuade her. They are directed by the housekeeper, while you would be directed by me. It's different. Oh, when can I start working? Fu Shijue replied, whenever you wish. Then let it be tomorrow. Agreed. Fu Shijue asked, is there anything else? There is. Yu Nanyin shyly scratched her head, I have no money. Could you possibly advance me a month's salary? For her aunt Fu Shijue had never encountered a girl as innocent as her. Both were children of the Yu family. Why was Yu Nanyin so kind-hearted while Yu Beicheng was? Damn, why was he thinking of her? Fu Shijue's expression shifted slightly as he said, that can be arranged. Thank you, Brother Fu, I will certainly work diligently. Fu Shijue departed, reminding Butler Li to provide her with the funds. Xiaoqian returned with news, and Qin Shinu furrowed her brow slightly. Yu Nanyin is going to work in the villa? Indeed, Mississippi, I believe you need not worry too much. Yu Nanyin is only being treated well by Master Fu due to her past act of saving him. Xiaoqian had already gathered extensive information about the circumstances of Yu Beicheng and Yu Nanyin, knowing that Yu Nanyin was particularly in need of money at present. Qin Shina sat down. We cannot allow her to stay and work. What if she, like Yu Beicheng, falls in love with Brother Fu? If Yu Nanyin, having saved Fu Shijue, were to harm her, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. But Master Fu wants her to stay. Xiao Qian, understanding her mistress's concerns, reassured her she will not develop feelings for Master Fu. The records indicate that she has a childhood sweetheart, a young master from the Lan family, whose looks and background are comparable to Master Fu's. Before Yu Beiqing's identity is revealed, she was quite enamored with the young master from the Lan family. Fu Shijue would never take away someone else's affection, so it was unlikely he would develop feelings for a girl who already had a boyfriend. Mentioning Yu Beiqing, a flicker of coldness crossed Qin Shinu's eyes as she said, "Are your people keeping a close watch on Yu Beiqing? They have been monitoring her continuously. Make your move tomorrow." "That's not feasible." Xiao Qian knew her mistress was particularly reckless when it came to matters involving Master Fu. Although she is carrying Master Fu's child, he does not love her at all. After all, he was forced into that situation. Qin Shinu asked, "When do you propose we take action?" Xiao Qian had no answer, but it would definitely not be under Master Fu's watchful gaze. Qin Shinu perhaps conceived a clever plan. "Perhaps we can enlist Yunanin's help to resolve the issue with Yu Beiqing." "What do you mean, miss?" Qin Shinu smirked, gesturing for Xiao Qian to lean closer. "This is what we shall do. That is indeed a splendid idea, but will Yunanin comply? Having been oppressed by Yu Beiqing for so many years, how could she possibly harbor no resentment toward her?" Qin Shinu reassured, "Rest assured, this plan will certainly succeed." "Then let us proceed as you say." Chapter 45. Forced administration of abortifacients. The following day dawned bright and clear. While Yu Beiqing awoke at 9 o'clock, and after partaking in breakfast, she departed from the Yu residence. For the past few days, she had been contemplating the photograph contained within her small necklace, even going so far as to spend money to inquire about it. The necklace itself bore little value, yet the pendant housed an exceptionally precious watch. It was said that this timepiece was crafted from a unique material and had been acquired at an auction decades ago by the wealthiest individual in a city. This tycoon was notoriously enigmatic. No one knew his surname or given name, only that he was extraordinarily affluent, having traveled the length and breadth of the nation and left traces of his presence around the globe. Could it be that the owner of the small pendant was none other than this magnate? The thought of tracking him down posed quite a headache. During her time at the Zhou household, she had informed the small pendant that she would summon him today to assist in uncovering the identity of his master. She wondered if he had emerged. Yu Beiqing drove to a CAF situated at the foot of Fu Shijue's villa. Waiting patiently, she thought that once the small pendant descended, she would catch a glimpse of him. However, as noon approached, she had yet to see a single soul. Just as she was about to depart, a familiar vehicle emerged from the iron gate. Perhaps due to the fine weather, the window was lowered, allowing her a fleeting glance at Fu Shijue's striking profile in the back seat. Following closely behind were several other vehicles, trailing in his wake. Standing at the entrance of the CAF, she observed the convoy's departure before summoning a taxi. "Follow the car in front," she instructed the driver. Within the procession, she spotted the small pendant. Convinced that Fu Shijue was headed to his office, she planned to retrieve the pendant from the company premises shortly. However, to her dismay, when they reached a traffic light, the driver abruptly veered onto a different road. She furrowed her brow. "Driver, are you sure you're not going the wrong way?" "I'm not mistaken, there's a blockage ahead, and this route is clear," the driver replied in a thick accent that suggested he was a local from a city. Yu Beiqing glanced at her phone for navigation and confirmed that, indeed, there was congestion, but it was also the most direct route to the company. Taking the driver's detour would lead them in a significant circle. She had no time to waste, stating firmly, "Pull over, I want to get out." The driver disregarded her request and even locked the doors. "Miss, it's best you remain seated, this isn't a safe place to stop." A sudden sense of unease washed over her. "Who sent you?" The driver remained silent. In a fit of desperation, she swung her bag at his head. He winced but maintained a steady grip on the steering wheel, clearly an experienced driver. "Aren't you seeking information about the previous tycoon? I can take you to find him." I work for Mr. Lan," the driver asserted. "He is concerned for Yunanin and wishes for you to find the abortifacient quickly." Yu Beiqing was skeptical. "Then call him." "I want to speak with him." The driver had driven to an area devoid of pedestrians. "He's just a short distance ahead, waiting for you." "You certainly weren't sent by Lan Zhuqi. Speak, whose orders are you following?" Sensing his reluctance to call Lan Zhuqi, she became suspicious. The driver endured several more strikes from her. Rubbing his head, he bellowed, "Damn it, stop hitting me. Pull over." Instead of seizing the steering wheel, Yu Beiqing demanded he unlock the doors. The driver shoved her forcefully. "If you want to live, sit still." In retaliation, she raised her elbow and struck the car window, but alas, the glass was exceedingly sturdy. Suddenly, the driver slammed on the brakes, sending her lurching forward, her forehead crashing against the seatback. In the next instant, the car door was flung open by an outsider, and several burly men roughly dragged her out. "Who sent you?" she questioned, sensing their menacing demeanor. "Certainly not Lan Zhuqi." Who could it be? Fu Shijue, or perhaps Qin Shernua? The men's faces were obscured by black cloth, leaving only their piercing eyes visible. "Miss Yu, do not be alarmed, we mean you no harm." Yu Beiqing was dragged into a warehouse, where she spotted Lan Zhuqi lying unconscious on the ground. In the next moment, a fist struck her abdomen with brutal force. "You'll certainly endure some hardship," one of the men said. He struck her again, causing her to writhe in pain on the floor, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Despite her condition, he showed no mercy and delivered several more blows to her curled form. Logically, had she been in such a position, they would strike her back or head, yet the man inexplicably focused his attacks on her abdomen. One blow had nearly taken her life. Now, with several more, she lost consciousness. Before darkness engulfed her, she vaguely heard the men conversing. Has she passed out? One kicked her, noting her lack of response. With those punches, how could she possibly remain conscious? My strength is such that the child within her cannot be saved. Then is there still a need for the abortifacient? Just to be safe, let us administer it anyway. The man roughly grasped Yu Beicheng's head and forced a concoction down her throat. All done. Let's leave. They carelessly discarded the bowl on the ground and departed without further disturbing her. Not long after their exit, Lan Zhuoqi regained consciousness that he had merely been knocked out, his hands and feet bound but his eyes uncovered. Upon seeing Yu Beicheng, barely clinging to life on the floor, he shouted, "Hey, Yu Beicheng, wake up, are you alright?" The previously unconscious Yu Beicheng was jolted awake by his vigorous shaking, groggily opening her eyes. "It hurts, my stomach hurts so much." Oh, those wretched men, their brutality was unbearable. She felt as if her abdomen had been cleaved into 8 pieces, yet why was her mouth so bitter? What had they forced upon her? Lan Zhuoqi, aware of her pregnancy, inquired with concern, "Are you alright?" "How could I be alright?" Yu Beicheng groaned, lying on the ground, unable to move. Were those men sent by Fu Shijue? Yu Beicheng remained silent, unable to articulate her pain. "Hurry and untie me," Lan Zhuoqi urged. After some time, Yu Beicheng finally mustered the strength to ask, "How did you end up here? Who captured you?" I went looking for Xiaoyin, and for some reason, I was captured." "It must have been Fu Shijue who discovered it and had his men dispose of me here," Lan Zhuoqi explained. Why Yu Beicheng was incredulous. "Isn't Yu Nanning doing well by Fu Shijue's side? Why would you want to take her away?" Lan Zhuoqi, filled with indignation, rebuked her. "You think it's good for her to be near Fu Shijue, it's not good for Xiaoyin at all." "How do you know it's not good for her?" Yu Beicheng asked, struggling to sit up and rubbing her aching belly. Not wanting to argue further, she untied the ropes binding him, saying, "I don't think it was Fu Shijue who bound us." "Then who do you think it was?" Just as Yu Beicheng was about to respond, a sound echoed from the entrance, and she saw the dilapidated iron door being pushed open. Chapter 46. The child is gone. What arrived was not the burly men who had harmed her, but rather Butler Li and Xiao Ba, accompanied by a multitude of bodyguards. "Miss Yu, are you alright?" Butler Li inquired anxiously, his gaze falling upon her lower abdomen. Yu Beicheng desperately wanted to express that her stomach ached terribly, but fearing that Butler Li would discover her ruse of a fake pregnancy, she refrained from speaking. It was not until a bodyguard picked up the shattered bowl from the ground that he remarked, "Butler Li, this bowl seems to belong to those who kidnapped Miss Yu. It smells quite peculiar." Butler Li immediately took a whiff. "What did they make you drink?" Yu Beicheng stammered. "It is likely an abortifacient, specifically targeting the child within Yu Beicheng," Lan Zhuoqi interjected, casting a sidelong glance at Butler Li. "Weren't those individuals your associates? How could our people ever harm the child of Miss Yu?" Butler Li exclaimed, his expression one of profound distress. "Miss Yu, did you drink it?" Yu Beicheng moved her lips. "No need to ponder. It is evident she has consumed it. You must quickly take her to the hospital for a gastric lavage. Perhaps we can still save the child within her," Lan Zhuoqi asserted. Why Yu Beicheng replied, "Lan Zhuoqi, could you please refrain from stating such things?" He fell silent. No one would mistake him for a mute. Butler Li appeared on the verge of tears, promptly summoning the bodyguards. "Hurry and take Miss Yu to the hospital. If anything happens to the child within her, I will hold you accountable." Thus, Yu Beicheng was escorted to the vehicle by the bodyguards. Butler Li instructed them to investigate the shattered bowl, seeking to uncover what those deranged individuals had made Yu Beicheng consume. Soon after, while Yu Beicheng was being admitted to the hospital, the bodyguards called back, "Butler Li, it is indeed an abortifacient, and its potency is incredible. If ingested, within 10 minutes, even a child nearing birth would dissolve into a pool of blood." Butler Li, upon hearing the bodyguard's words, felt as though the sky were collapsing around him. "Investigate? Who could be so ruthless as to target my young master's child?" "Understood." Xiao Ba, who had been lingering nearby, observed Butler Li's tears and, believing something grave had befallen Yu Beicheng, began to feel anxious himself. Butler Li summoned the world's finest doctors to perform surgery on Yu Beicheng. During this time, he also placed a call to Fu Shijue. Upon learning of Yu Beicheng's plight, Fu Shijue's expression remained indifferent, displaying neither disappointment nor sorrow. "If the child is gone, then so be it. It was never meant to be. Young master, do you not wish to know who harmed you and Miss Yu's child?" Fu Shijue replied, "I do not." But Butler Li would not let the matter rest. He was about to dispatch bodyguards for an investigation. Just then, the surgeon emerged from the operating room and stated, "Mr. Li, Miss Yu's health is stable, she merely requires a few days of rest. There is no need for undue concern." Butler Li's tears flowed freely. "And the child, was it saved?" In his eagerness to inquire about the child, Butler Li forgot to end the call with Fu Shijue. The doctor, somewhat confused, replied, "Child, what child?" "Butler Yu's child." The doctor explained, "Miss Yu is not pregnant at all." "But that is impossible, she was clearly with child. Are you certain of your diagnosis?" This physician had been specifically engaged by Butler Li to ensure Yu Beicheng's pregnancy was safeguarded. Thus, regardless of Yu Beicheng's pleas, the doctor would never conspire to deceive Butler Li. "There has been no misdiagnosis, she is merely experiencing abdominal spasms and is not with child. If you do not believe me, you may request a CT scan. A CT scan would involve radiation, and typically, doctors would not suggest this for pregnant women." However, as Yu Beicheng was not pregnant, the doctor kindly offered the suggestion. Upon hearing this, Butlerly was left utterly dazed. Meanwhile, the call with Fu Shijue was abruptly ended. Fu Shijue was seething with rage on the other end. His frustration did not stem from the loss of a child but from the realization that he had once again been deceived by Yu Beicheng. Well done, this woman, Yu Beicheng, had managed to ensnare him time and again. When Butlerly arrived at the hospital room, he found that Yu Beicheng had already vanished without a trace. It was evident that her guilty conscience had compelled her to flee. Yu Beicheng! You dare deceive the young master, and now even me, an old man. Butlerly cried out in anguish. This time, not only would the young master not spare her, but neither would he. Go! Capture Yu Beicheng, search the entirety of City A if you must, dead or alive, I want her found. Yes. Butlerly, he began to issue instructions to Xiao Ba, only to discover that Xiao Ba had also disappeared. Oh no, Xiao Ba, what am I to do? They will surely come after me now that they know I am not pregnant. Yu Beicheng was in a state of panic. Xiao Ba patted her shoulder in a gesture of comfort. I must lay low for a while. Xiao Ba, once the storm has passed, shall I assist you in finding your master? Yu Beicheng inquired. Xiao Ba, unable to refuse her, nodded in agreement. Yu Beicheng, displaying her cleverness, instructed Xiao Ba to wait for her at the hospital entrance until she was taken into the operating room. Once she was inside, she pleaded with the attending physician to conceal the truth of her non-pregnancy, claiming that she had miscarried due to the abortifacients she had ingested. And unfortunately, regardless of her arguments, the doctor remained resolute in his refusal. As the doctor exited, she seized the opportunity to disguise herself as a nurse and slip away from the hospital while Butlerly was occupied questioning the physician. Now that Butlerly and Fu Shijue were likely aware of the truth, they were undoubtedly dispatching individuals throughout the city to apprehend her. This time, she was truly finished. Meanwhile, at the falling court mansion, Qin Shernua asked the returning Xiao Qian, has the abomination within Yu Beicheng been dealt with? Rest assured, it is thoroughly dead. Qin Shernua smirked. What of those who captured Yu Beicheng? They are dead as well. There is no way it will trace back to you, Mississippi. Excellent, Qin Shernua smiled slyly. Xiao Qian, perplexed, queried, Miss, why not simply kill Yu Beicheng? Why allow her to live? We are currently in City A. We must act discreetly and avoid shedding blood whenever possible. Qin Shernua did not wish to have her hands stained with blood, unlike Fu Shijue, who was merciless in his ways. She could kill, could wallow in filth, but the woman she sought must be pure and untainted. Previously, in Myanmar, when Fu Shijue was absent, Qin Shernua could act with impunity. However, now, she must ensure that Fu Ge did not uncover her true nature. Miss, our people departed not long ago when Butlerly arrived with his men in pursuit. It seems that Master Fu was quite concerned for Yu Beicheng. Otherwise, he would not have assigned bodyguards to monitor her. What nonsense are you spouting? Fu Ge does not care for her but for the child within her. Now that the child is gone, will he still care for her? Xiao Qian sensed that Fu Ge was not as indifferent as they presumed. However, with the child gone, Fu Ge would surely sever all ties with Yu Beicheng. Chapter 47 of the revelation of false pregnancy. At the bus station, train station, high-speed rail station, and airport, there are people affiliated with Fu Shijue everywhere. At this moment, Yu Beicheng naturally dares not return home. After all, she has yet to cross the threshold when she was intercepted by Fu Shijue's men right at the door. As for staying at a hotel, currently, worldwide, no country is as stringent as Z country. Hotels require an identification card for check-in, which is why Yu Beicheng and Xiao Ba found refuge in a modest inn costing only 20 yuan a night. In the dead of night, feeling somewhat peckish, she contemplated stepping out to purchase food, only to discover that Fu Shijue's men had tracked her down. How could they possibly know she was hiding here, despite her efforts to remain incognito? Suddenly, she recalled Xiao Ba and inquired, did you inform Fu Shijue? Xiao Ba shook his head vigorously. Let me see your phone. She felt certain that Xiao Ba would not betray her. He handed over his phone. A tracker has been installed on your phone by Fu Shijue. Without hesitation, Yu Beicheng tossed the device into the trash and departed the inn with Xiao Ba. By now, it was already past midnight, and the cold wind howled, leaving the streets nearly deserted. Yet, due to her deception of Fu Shijue, his men were scattered throughout the road. Yu Beicheng understood that if she were to fall into Fu Shijue's grasp this time, it would spell her doom. Hence, she could no longer remain in the city. Her only chance lay in the outskirts, but how could she get to the countryside at this hour? As she wandered indecisively, an idea struck her. She sought out Lan Zhuoqi. At that moment, Lan Zhuoqi was residing in a 5-star hotel. Upon learning that Yu Beicheng had a medicinal catalyst, he wasted no time in driving to her location. First, take us to the outskirts, Yu Beicheng instructed as she took a seat in the passenger seat alongside Xiao Ba. Lan Zhuoqi glanced at the restless roadside and remarked, it seems we have company from Fu Shijue's side. Your child is gone, and he has sent people to hunt you down? Something like that. Lan Zhuoqi scoffed, then turned his gaze to Xiao Ba beside her. Who is he? My friend. He provided the catalyst for Sister Jiang Yubai previously. Lan Zhuoqi scrutinized Xiao Ba for a moment before responding, Yu Beicheng, I will take you to the suburbs, but you best hand over the catalyst to me. Otherwise, not only will Fu Shijue's men hunt you down, but I will too. When did I ever have the catalyst on me? I meant to take you to find it. Are you trying to cover up your tracks? Yu Beicheng murmured, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for mishearing. What does that have to do with me? You've enough, do you still want to save Yunanin? Yu Beicheng was unwilling to argue with him late at night. Hurry and ensure our safe passage. Lan Zhuoqi started the engine. An hour later, he brought them to the border between City B and City A. Fearing Fu Shijua's men would pursue them, Yu Beiqing deliberately chose a secluded mountain village, where the road conditions were poor, and the signal was weak. She believed that with this location, Fu Shijua would not find them too quickly. Lan Zhuoqi furrowed his brow. There isn't even an inn here, where do you plan to stay? At someone else's home. Lan Zhuoqi raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Do you know why I wanted you to bring me here? Yu Beiqing feigned mystery. To evade Fu Shijua's men. You guessed half right, she chuckled softly. Xiaoba's catalyst was given to him by his master, who has since passed away. Before his master died, he visited this place. Where did you hear that? I have my ways. In truth, Yu Beiqing had traced this location through the necklace Xiaoba had given her. However, she could not divulge every detail to Lan Zhuoqi. She instinctively felt that the pendant was crucial and could not allow others to understand its significance. I had originally planned to bring Xiaoba here today, but unexpectedly, I was kidnapped. A cold glint flashed in Yu Beiqing's eyes. And the one who kidnapped me must be that person. Who? You wouldn't know even if I told you. At that moment, Lan Zhuoqi indeed did not recognize Qin Shino. Moreover, he was not particularly interested in her affairs, stating, It's already 4 in the morning, there aren't many households around here, where do you intend to stay? At this late hour, we might as well make do in the car until dawn. Yu Beiqing yawned, adjusting her thick parka in preparation for sleep. Lan Zhuoqi was genuinely impressed by her. Awakened in the middle of the night, he found it impossible to sleep, so he stepped out for a smoke. Though Xiaoba was weary, he remained vigilant, keeping watch over Yu Beiqing as she lay soundly asleep in the back seat. Outside, Lan Zhuoqi, while smoking, observed Xiaoba, who remained fixated on Yu Beiqing, his eyes never wavering. One might mistakenly believe that Xiaoba harbored a secret crush on her. Lan Zhuoqi tapped on the car window, gesturing for Xiaoba to step out. Xiaoba cautiously closed the car door and regarded him warily. What is your master's name? Xiaoba remained silent. Yu Beiqing had already inquired about this, but he had steadfastly refused to divulge any information. Thus, if he wouldn't tell her, he certainly would not share with Lan Zhuoqi. Would you like to smoke? Lan Zhuoqi offered a cigarette to him. After a moment of hesitation, Xiaoba accepted it, took a few puffs, and then returned to silence. I have seen you around Fu Shijua, how did you end up with her? Lan Zhuoqi had encountered him while infiltrating the Luoting mansion in search of Yu Nanin. Xiaoba remained tight-lipped. No matter what Lan Zhuoqi said next, Xiaoba continued to withhold his words. Growing somewhat impatient, Lan Zhuoqi remarked, Are you mute? Why won't you answer any of my questions? Seeing that Xiaoba still refused to speak, Lan Zhuoqi decided to let it go. At 7 in the morning, at the Luoting mansion. Fu Shijua returned from his morning run, and butlerly hurried over, breathless. Young master, we couldn't locate Miss Yu in City A. She has likely already left the city. Fu Shijua scoffed coldly, who aided her? His men had nearly surrounded City A, yet she had managed to escape? It appears to be Lan Zhuoqi. This woman is quite clever. She knew to seek assistance from Lan Zhuoqi. Fu Shijua declared, they can only drive through the night, they surely haven't gone far, pursue them. Understood. Butlerly replied, by the way, young master, there's one more thing. Our men have gathered information regarding Xiaoba's master. His name is Yi Tianfan. He is not actually from City A but from City B. He hails from a poverty-stricken mountain area and was later chosen by the elder of the Lu family to marry their daughter. The Lu family had only one daughter, so for Yi Tianfan to marry her, he must have been a live-in son-in-law. Unfortunately, Yi Tianfan proved to be ungrateful, seizing the Lu family's assets while indulging in extramarital affairs, driving their daughter to madness and ultimately leading to her tragic demise during childbirth. Perhaps heaven could no longer bear to witness this. Within a few years, Yi Tianfan's enterprises encountered difficulties, prompting him to flee to Myanmar, after which he vanished without a trace. This catalyst is said to have been painstakingly developed by his first love, who fell gravely ill, and she was his childhood sweetheart from his hometown. Butlerly reported, the recipe for the catalyst may very well be hidden in his hometown. Fu Shijua narrowed his eyes. Then why not hasten to find it? Yes. Chapter 48. The two once again descend into despair. Awakened, Fu Shijua's men are pursuing us, how can you still be sleeping? Yu Beiqing was jolted from her slumber by a sharp slap from Lan Zhuoqi. Infuriated, she retorted, so what if they come, why strike me? At once, Little Eight sought vengeance for her, restraining Lan Zhuoqi's arms so that he was rendered immobile. Yu Beiqing delivered a sharp slap to him, declaring, one must not strike the face. Do not presume I am oblivious to your grudge against me for dealing with Yu Nanin. You seized this chance while I was asleep to exact your revenge. Lan Zhuoqi looked perplexed. Who is this Little Eight? Why is he holding me down, leaving me utterly unable to move? Why should I divulge that? Yu Beiqing shot Little Eight a glance, instructing, release him. With Little Eight by her side, Yu Beiqing felt no fear of Lan Zhuoqi daring to act against her. Lan Zhuoqi twisted his arms, aware of the urgency of their situation. He refrained from pursuing the matter of her assault and asked, what do you intend to do next? I fear he is not here merely to seek me out. Yu Beiqing observed from the shadows as Fu Shijua's men brandished various items, inquiring at each residence. He must have traced Little Eight's master. What? This location is the ancestral home of Little Eight's master, Yu Beiqing explained. Is he searching for medicinal ingredients to save Xiaoyin? Lan Zhuoqi inquired. Perhaps. However, I suspect it is not as simple as that, Yu Beicheng replied. Little Eight's master possesses a remarkable identity. If he has uncovered that, then what do you fear? Lan Zhuoqi awaited her elaboration. Yu Beicheng appeared as though she had seen a ghost. He has come in person. Who? Upon hearing this, Lan Zhuoqi followed Yu Beicheng's gaze and, upon seeing Fu Shijue emerge from a luxurious black business vehicle, a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. You were right. This matter is certainly more complex than we anticipated. Yu Beicheng asked, Little Eight, what is your master's name? Little Eight remained silent. Lan Zhuoqi suggested, if he chooses not to speak, we should not press him. We must hasten to uncover the formula for the medicinal ingredients before he does. Yu Beicheng watched as Fu Shijue, under the guidance of Butler Li, entered a nearby farmer's residence. She proposed, Fu Shijue must have more information than we do, perhaps we can follow him. Lan Zhuoqi responded, you go ahead, I will keep watch outside. Why should it not be you who follows? I will be the lookout. Lan Zhuoqi insisted, as a man, I am not easily concealed. If Fu Shijue captures me, my life will be forfeit. You, on the other hand, would likely face no harm. Yu Beicheng shot him a look. You should go. Lan Zhuoqi's lips twitched in annoyance, then let Little Eight accompany me. Dream on. Then I shall not go. Go or not, it matters not. The medicinal ingredients are needed by Yunanin, not by me. Lan Zhuoqi, caught off guard by her threat, begrudgingly advanced. However, upon his approach, Fu Shijue quickly noticed him, thereby exposing their position. Naturally, Yu Beicheng was soon discovered as well. Furious, Yu Beicheng cursed under her breath. How utterly useless was this! Lan Zhuoqi, fearing capture by Fu Shijue, she hastily led Little Eight into the mountains. But how could her legs outrun the agile bodyguards of Fu Shijue? In desperation, Yu Beicheng devised a plan. Little Eight, go and knock Fu Shijue unconscious and bring him to me. Remember, bind him thoroughly. Little Eight scratched his head, appearing quite troubled, and not due to the act of binding Fu Shijue, but rather at the prospect of touching him. If you do not comply with my instructions, I shall perish. Can you bear to witness my demise? This Fu Shijue intended for her not to live. Earlier, as she fled, she had overheard Butler Li giving the bodyguards a lethal command. Upon sighting her, they were to shoot her dead without the need to capture her alive. Is this how one speaks of another? She was, after all, Fu Shijue's first woman. Do men not usually show leniency towards their first? Why was Fu Shijue so merciless? Yu Beicheng's words struck a chord with Little Eight. He departed. Approximately an hour later, he returned bearing Fu Shijue over his shoulder, who was, of course, unconscious. Why? Yu Beicheng was beside herself with excitement. How could you be so formidable? Oh, Little Eight, you are truly a deity in my eyes. Little Eight, bashful, scratched his head. You aren't conspiring with Fu Shijue to deceive me, are you? Yu Beicheng kicked the unconscious Fu Shijue. No response. Excellent. It appeared Little Eight had not betrayed him. Little Eight, wishing to spare Yu Beicheng's life, was particularly obedient this time. Why? Yu Beicheng inquired. How did you manage to bring him here in such a state? Little Eight gestured silently. Regrettably, Yu Beicheng could not comprehend. Never mind. Now that he is in my possession, my life is safe. Thank you, Little Eight. Without him, she would have struggled to subdue Fu Shijue. Little Eight proved to be an adept survivor in the wild. Even in winter, he managed to locate water and food, and even found a secluded cave. The food consisted of wild fruits, while the cave was a cellar dug by nearby farmers for storing sweet potatoes and potatoes. Fu Shijue regained consciousness. Why? Yu Beicheng, grinning, placed her head before him. Oh dear, Fu Ge, you have once again fallen into my hands. With that, she teasingly pinched his chest muscles. Fu Shijue gritted his teeth. Yu Beicheng. Shoo. She placed her finger on his lips. It has been a while since I've desired you. I believe you long for me too, do you not? Remove your filthy hands. In the cave, only Yu Beicheng and Fu Shijue remained. Little Eight was outside on lookout duty. After all, with Fu Shijue missing, his men would be scouring the mountains for him. To avoid detection, Little Eight must remain vigilant, fearing that his voice might attract his men. Yu Beicheng removed the scarf from around her neck and stuffed it into his mouth. Little Eight had tied him with a military-grade knot, one he could not easily untie. Why? Yu Beicheng's hand slipped beneath his clothing, her fingertips dancing across his abdomen. Although I was unable to conceive on the cruise, perhaps after tonight, I might? His pupils were as dark as night. Do not look at me like that. Do you truly not wish for my affection? She leaned closer, seductively licking his alluring lips. Fu Shijue had never felt so defeated. Damn, this wretched woman, he would ensure her demise. I know you long for me too. After all, your body is far more honest than your words. She was fervent and audacious. Fu Shijue's eyes turned crimson. A night of entanglement ensued. Chapter 49. The evidence against Yu Beicheng. The following day, the weather was exceptionally fine. Yu Beicheng was beset with aches all over, propping herself against her waist as she gazed at Fu Shijue, who lay on the ground, his clothes in tatters, looking quite disheveled. Her mood lightened somewhat as she quipped, "Did you have a pleasant night?" She reached out to remove the silk scarf from his mouth, and he made no protest, merely stating, "I want water." "I shall feed you," she replied, but as she prepared to fetch the water, she discovered it was entirely gone. Before Xiaoba had departed the previous night, he had specifically filled a large bottle and placed it in the cellar. How could it have vanished so early in the morning? She turned her gaze towards him. Fu Shijue, believing she had uncovered his scheme, furrowed his brow slightly, yet, to his surprise, she said, "Perhaps we were too spirited last night and spilled the water. But it matters not, I shall go fetch you some, you stay here and wait patiently for me, do not attempt to escape, understand?" Her tone was laced with a beguiling persuasion, only a fool would heed her words, yet in his current predicament, Fu Shijue knew that defiance would not spare him from her clutches. He ignored her. Yu Beicheng planted a kiss on his cheek before departing with the water jug. Fu Shijue had spent the entire night awake, while she, perhaps fatigued, slept soundly. He deliberately knocked over the water jug, hoping to seize the opportunity to send her away. As she succumbed to slumber, he contemplated his escape. Her fortune smiled upon him as he found a not-so-sharp broken blade on the ground. He intended to sever the ropes binding him, but just as he was about to succeed, he heard Yu Beicheng's voice. Not only hers, but also Xiaoba's. It seemed that Yu Beicheng had set out to fetch water but had encountered Xiaoba on the way back, thus returning together. Upon entering the cellar, Yu Beicheng and Xiaoba seized Fu Shijue, insisting, "We must leave quickly." Fu Shijue inquired, "Have my people found me?" "Yes, they have searched extensively in this area, and they are closing in on our location," she replied. This region was not devoid of other cellars. Several families had resided here for years, each digging their own cellar. However, the entrance to this particular one was quite concealed and steep, which had allowed them to remain undetected the previous night. With daylight, their search resumed, and it would not be long before they stumbled upon this place. Fu Shijue noticed Xiaoba's scrutinizing gaze upon him and gritted his teeth, saying, "Could you please help me dress?" Yu Beicheng responded, "My apologies, I was too." Xiaoba, lift him up. Xiaoba, intimidated by Fu Shijue's fierce glare, hesitated to approach. Yu Beicheng delivered a light punch to Fu Shijue's arm. "Are you deliberately stalling for time? If you do not comply, I shall ask Xiaoba to render you unconscious." "Are you going to hit me again? Is that truly the crux of the matter?" Yu Beicheng swiftly blindfolded him with the silk scarf and affectionately instructed Xiaoba, "He won't glare at you now, so carry him." Xiaoba nodded in agreement. Fu Shijue seethed with suppressed rage. At that moment, he felt more wretched than he had in childhood, and all of it was the handiwork of that insufferable woman, Yu Beicheng. Barely 10 minutes after Yu Beicheng and Xiaoba had departed with Fu Shijue, the bodyguards arrived. The cellar still lingered with an intimate atmosphere. It was not uncommon for illicit couples to rendezvous in such a place, but the presence of Fu Shijue's tie strewn across the ground indicated that he had indeed been there. In an instant, the bodyguards hastily reported the findings to Butler Lee, who was scouring another hill. Upon arriving in haste, he caught a whiff of the atmosphere within the cellar and furrowed his brow. This person has kidnapped the young master. Is it a premeditated act of seduction? Butler Lee, we have found a woman's intimate apparel. A bodyguard, having searched the cellar thoroughly, discovered it among a pile of sweet potatoes. An experienced bodyguard remarked, "This is clearly something that was discarded this morning." Butler Lee, puzzled, queried, "How can you ascertain it was discarded this morning?" The bodyguard remained silent, prompting Butler Lee to take a closer look. His expression shifted to one of embarrassment as he exclaimed, "This woman possesses an audacious spirit. Butler Lee, this cotton underwear bears the logo of a well-known brand. It is unlikely to belong to any village woman," the bodyguard deduced. Butler Lee inexplicably thought of Yu Beicheng. Could it be that she had ventured here, fortuitously encountered them, and subsequently ensnared the young master? With this thought, Butler Lee commanded, "Search thoroughly, seal off the entire village. Not a single mosquito is to escape." "Understood." Butler Lee clutched the young master's tie and a pair of Winnie the Pooh women's underwear, stating, "Collect these items. Once the young master is found, they will be presented to him." The bodyguard was taken aback. "Are we not discarding these items? This is irrefutable evidence of Yu Beicheng's transgressions against my young master. How can we dispose of them if we intend to see her imprisoned? Throughout history, it has often been women who have been preyed upon by men, who then face trial. Can a man imprison a woman for defiling him?" As Yu Beicheng fled, she sneezed multiple times. Sensing Xiaoba's concerned gaze, she tightened her clothing around her and remarked, "Perhaps the mountain air is too chilly. I might have caught a cold." Xiaoba offered her his jacket. "No need, I am fine," she replied, taking Fu Shijue's coat and slipping it on, resembling a child donning oversized adult clothing, which looked quite comical. The fabric of Fu Shijue's attire was of high quality, feeling thin to the touch, yet it provided ample warmth once worn. "Hurry and wear it, do not catch a chill," she urged Xiaoba. Meanwhile, Fu Shijue, feeling icy all over, was being carried by Xiaoba. Once Xiaoba began to run, he felt less cold and draped his own jacket over Fu Shijue. The latter, however, disdainfully shrugged it off onto the ground. "He radiates enough warmth, he is not cold, just make sure you stay warm yourself," she advised, retrieving the discarded clothing and directing her words at Xiaoba, all the while casting a glare at Fu Shijue. Xiaoba also indicated that he was warm enough and unbothered by the cold. Yu Beicheng chuckled softly, saying, "That I shall hold onto the jacket for you." Although she walked beside Xiaoba, she kept a vigilant eye on Fu Shijue, frequently checking the ropes binding him, her guard firmly in place. Yu Beicheng was not inherently meticulous, yet she understood that Fu Shijue was a cunning and ruthless individual, necessitating her constant vigilance. During this time, with Yu Beicheng's gaze fixated on him, Fu Shijue concealed the broken blade within his sleeve, refraining from making any moves. After an indeterminate duration of running, Yu Beicheng grew fatigued and suggested, "Let us take a break." Xiaoba, still carrying Fu Shijue, paused. At that moment, it became a prime opportunity for Fu Shijue to act. Yu Beicheng remarked, "Why has Fu Shijue remained silent throughout this journey? He appears rather sinister." Fu Shijue feared that speaking would compel him to unleash his ire upon her. To avoid unnecessary complications, he deemed it prudent to remain silent. However, his reticence only aroused Yu Beiqing's suspicion. Xiaoba, I find him rather unsettling, you should set him down and search him for anything suspicious. Fu Shijue, Chapter 50. Pray you do not fall into my hands. This search proved inconsequential, as they directly unearthed the broken blade hidden by Fu Shijue. In truth, the blade had been concealed deeply by Fu Shijue, making it nearly impossible for an average person to discover. Unfortunately, Xiaoba was a skilled scout, particularly adept at tracking. Upon seeing the broken blade, Yu Beiqing flicked his forehead a few times in anger, exclaiming, well, you dare to hide things from me. Tell me, although I have kidnapped you, have I treated you poorly? I have provided you with the finest food and drink, and you still think of escaping? Fu Shijue's eyes were covered with a silk scarf, yet his voice dripped with venom. Yu Beiqing, you had best pray that you do not fall into my hands, or you shall meet your end. Stop, I have heard these words countless times, do you think I am afraid? Yu Beiqing flicked his forehead again. His smooth and full forehead instantly turned red. With her arms crossed, Yu Beiqing instructed Xiaoba, check if his ropes have been cut. Naturally, Fu Shijue would not allow Xiaoba to approach. You will heed her every word? Xiaoba, have you forgotten who brought you to a city? Xiaoba, who was about to confront Fu Shijue, halted. So agitated, it seems the ropes must be damaged. Xiaoba, who feared him, quickly moved to inspect. Indeed, she discovered cuts on his wrist from the broken blade. If he struggled forcefully for another 10 minutes, the ropes would likely snap. Fortunately, she noticed it in time, allowing for a chance of salvation. Yu Beiqing smugly proclaimed, since I have tied you up, I will never let you go easily. Brother Fu, you might as well resign yourself to your fate and accept your role as the father of my child. Do you think that just because you are pregnant, I would let you off as I did before? You may not care for the child, but that does not mean Butlerly does not. Yu Beiqing giggled, covering her mouth. Moreover, didn't T. Butlerly say before? Your sperm is weak. Out of 10,000 women, perhaps not a single one could conceive your child. Upon uttering that last sentence, her expression soured. If it were so difficult to conceive, could she truly achieve it? Fu Shijue retorted, you yourself said that out of 10,000 women, none could conceive my child. What makes you think you can? Yu Beiqing, feeling guilty, replied, perhaps I am that one in 10,000? Attempting to deceive me with a false pregnancy again? Do you think I would still believe you? Xiaoba, uninterested in their quarrel, wandered off to scout, also searching for water and provisions. Meanwhile, he discovered a secluded paradise, accessible only through a narrow passageway. Surrounded by mountains and dense forests, stepping inside revealed an entirely different world. When Yu Beiqing entered alone, she stumbled upon a small bamboo house. The space was modest, merely around 100 square meters, seemingly an artificially crafted natural cave. Curiosity piqued, she wondered how such a place could harbor a small bamboo house. It wasn't until Xiaoba brought Fu Shijue inside that she realized the situation was more complicated than she thought. Xiaoba casually placed Fu Shijue in a dusty rocking chair, and when he emerged with a bucket of water from the bamboo house, she began to connect the dots. How do you know this place so well? Have you been here before? Xiaoba nodded. An idea struck Yu Beiqing, and she joyfully asked, your master brought you here, didn't he? He nodded again. Then why didn't you bring me here sooner? Xiaoba had visited as a child, and over the years, the place had changed significantly. His memories were a bit hazy. It was only when he was scouting for water that he felt a sense of familiarity, leading him to follow those memories, ultimately discovering this spot. In that case, if we hide here, Butlerly's men will likely not find us anytime soon. Xiaoba agreed, then proceeded to fetch spring water flowing down the mountain. Yu Beiqing untied the silk scarf covering Fu Shijue's eyes, saying, by sheer coincidence, we have found a place where Xiaoba's master once resided. I suppose that counts as a gain. Fu Shijue surveyed the surroundings, his brow slightly furrowed. It was probable that Butlerly would not discover this location. Was Yu Beiqing truly lucky, or merely fortunate? She thoroughly searched the small bamboo house, uncovering signs of previous habitation in herbs, clothing, teacups, bowls, and bedding. However, time had taken its toll, and many items had decayed or oxidized. After turning the bamboo house upside down, she found nothing of use. Are you certain your master has been here? She inquired of Xiaoba, who was washing the dishes. Xiaoba nodded affirmatively. But your master is a billionaire, how could he possibly come to this place? Xiaoba shook his head. Fu Shijue gazed longingly at the sky above, stating, this place is very serene. When one amasses wealth to the point where it becomes irrelevant, they begin to seek other pursuits, like thrilling games, eternally youthful women, and tranquil locales. But it's exceedingly dull here, no television, no mobile phones. If it were her, she couldn't bear to stay even a day. Fu Shijue remained silent, his gaze fixed on the overcast sky, seemingly understanding why Yi Tianfan would choose to linger here. What are you looking at? Yu Beiqing approached and followed his gaze upwards, commenting, it seems it might rain soon. The small bamboo house was carved from the middle of a mountain, creating a space of around 100 square meters. Looking up from below was akin to being a frog trapped at the bottom of a well, yet it was also a perfect place for contemplation. The cliff faces surrounding the mountain were covered in moss, with spring water cascading down the walls to the base, forming a natural landscape. It was winter, so there were no birds, but in summer, the scenery would surely be beautiful and refreshing. A breeze swept through, and surprisingly, Fu Shijue did not feel cold. Rather, he found it somewhat comfortable and felt drowsy. Why? Yu Beiqing nudged him, how about I make a deal with you? A deal with me? You are hardly in a position to negotiate. Though his limbs were bound, he reclined leisurely in the bamboo rocking chair. Yu Beicheng, no matter what you do, I will never let you off the hook. She felt somewhat defeated. Then I shall confine you here for life, ensuring you never escape. Foolish. If Butler Lee continued to search without success, he would level the mountains and village. Finding him was merely a matter of time. He cast a sidelong glance at her. Letting me go sooner will spare you some suffering. Yu Beicheng retorted, but I do not wish to suffer at all. What should I do? Then die now, and you shall have no suffering. Unable to continue the conversation, Yu Beicheng declared, since you insist you will never let me go, do not blame me for draining you dry. Fu Shijue raised an eyebrow in confusion. Xiaoba, carry him inside, she commanded Xiaoba, who was busy tidying up. Xiaoba was particularly diligent, cleaning this and that. As soon as he entered the bamboo house, upon hearing Yu Beicheng's instruction, he promptly exited and hoisted Fu Shijue back inside. Place him on the bed and then leave. Remember to walk far away, to a place where you cannot hear us, Yu Beicheng instructed Xiaoba, who nodded in agreement. While Yu Beicheng closed the door and approached Fu Shijue on the bed. Fu Shijue watched her warily. Yu Beicheng, you lewd woman. A lewd woman is born to cherish men, so I have come to cherish you now, shall I? She said with a wicked smile, slipping her hand beneath his clothing. Brother Fu, since you will never let me go, I have no choice but to indulge in you a few more times. For a disobedient man like you, a few more encounters should suffice. You, Shu, be good, darling. Another scene of seduction unfolded. Chapter 51, Can't you just give in? A week later. In recent days, Yu Beicheng had been inseparable from Fu Shijue, spending both day and night together without a moment apart. Xiaoba, on the other hand, played the role of a tool, either venturing out to procure food or gathering intelligence. Upon learning that Butler Lee, unable to locate Fu Shijue, was contemplating bombing the vicinity, Yu Beicheng initially dismissed it. After all, if the bodyguards truly resorted to bombing, Fu Shijue would inevitably be affected, a consideration Butler Lee was certainly not oblivious to. However, one afternoon, just as Yu Beicheng was about to snuggle up to Fu Shijue for a nap, a thunderous sound of collapse echoed through the air. Startled, she leaped from the bed and called for Xiaoba, quickly, go find out what is happening. Xiaoba returned shortly after, using sign language to convey, Butler Lee has ordered the bodyguards to bomb the mountain opposite. At first, Yu Beicheng struggled to comprehend his gestures, but over time, she had grown accustomed to them. Is Butler Lee out of his mind? We cannot remain here, Fu Shijue interjected from the bed. Leaving is a dead end. Your people are everywhere outside, don't think I'm unaware. Yu Beicheng placed her hands on her hips, gazing at him with a resentful expression. Having spent time together, Fu Shijue had come to understand her temperament and remarked, Butler Lee is currently unaware of our hiding place, and if he truly bombs this area, we would perish without anyone knowing. His words struck a chord with Yu Beicheng, prompting her to declare, you are right. Butler Lee cares about you. If I threaten him with your life, do you think he would hesitate to let us go? As she spoke, the idea seemed increasingly viable. She turned to Xiaoba and instructed, send word to Butler Lee that Fu Shijue is in our hands. If he wishes to avoid calamity, he must withdraw his men. Xiaoba nodded and departed. Once the door was closed, Yu Beicheng sat across from Fu Shijue and inquired, have you come to a decision in these past few days? She had been negotiating a collaboration with him, proposing that she would no longer disturb him and would assist in finding the medicinal catalyst, provided he ceased to hold her past actions against her. Fu Shijue could have pretended to agree, but he refused. This time, Yu Beicheng insisted not only on a signed contract but also on filming a video together. Naturally, his refusal would lead to her torment. Still refusing, she pressed. I told you, if you have the guts, just kill me, he retorted, confident that she would not dare, knowing her affection for him. Should he truly die by her hand, she and her family would also face dire consequences. How could I possibly kill someone I love so dearly, she replied, beginning to remove his clothing. Your refusal is inconsequential. I shall continue to sleep with you instead. He glared at her, feelings of both embarrassment and anger swirling within him. Why Yu Beicheng reveled in his discomfort, finding joy in his suffering. Afterward, she suddenly realized that her menstruation had arrived. Her expression darkened. Damn it, after so many days with Fu Shijue, how could she not conceive? This man was quite potent in bed. Why was it so difficult for a woman to become pregnant? Dressed, she gloomily questioned, why haven't you sought treatment for your supposed infertility? Fu Shijue's veins throbbed in annoyance. Who says I have infertility issues? We have not fought just a few rounds. We've gone through 200 encounters. I am a perfectly normal woman, yet I have not conceived. Isn't it logical to suspect it's your problem? Fu Shijue shot back, the doctor assured me I am perfectly normal. Then the doctor has deceived you. She was well aware that he was not infertile but rather that his sperm was too potent, making it challenging for a woman's eggs to match, hence the difficulty in conception. Yu Beicheng felt an urge to chastise the foolish author. Even if the intention was to portray her male lead as formidable, such a brainless plot device was entirely unnecessary. Fu Shijue chose not to engage further, coldly instructing, put on my clothes. Dress yourself. Yu Beicheng was in a foul mood, possibly influenced by her menstrual cycle, compounded by their confinement in this place. Fu Shijue gritted his teeth, I am bound hand and foot, how can I dress myself? Throughout the week, he had repeatedly asked Yu Beicheng to untie him, yet, her wariness remained steadfast, completely ignoring his pleas. Not only did she refuse to loosen his bindings, but she also had Xiaoba tie additional knots. At present, his wrists and ankles bore the marks of constriction. In an effort to elicit sympathy from Yu Beicheng, he would deliberately expose the red marks on his wrists, ensuring they were visible to her. Yet, Yu Beicheng merely wrapped a scarf around the marks, feigning ignorance, which led Fu Shijue to doubt her professed love for him. After all, how many would be able to bear witnessing their beloved in pain? However, Fu Shijue had never loved anyone and was unaware that seeing one's beloved in distress would evoke feelings of heartache and reluctance. Thus, he merely entertained a fleeting suspicion. Soon, another thought crossed his mind. Yu Beicheng loved him so fiercely that she feared he might escape if she untied him, and then she would lose her chance to be with him. Yu Beicheng, oblivious to the inner workings of his mind, retorted, "Don't you have a mouth? Your mouth is certainly more capable than your hands. Use it to get dressed." Fu Shijue had never encountered such an unreasonable woman. "Then show me how you would do it." Yu Beicheng, eager to see him humbled, placed her hands on her hips and declared, "These hands of mine are not for your service. Aren't you quite impressive, so, can't you even manage to dress yourself?" Fu Shijue's face turned a shade of green. "It's not impossible for me to help you dress, but only if you sign a contract stating that we shall no longer disturb each other," she said playfully. Fu Shijue, however, remained resolute, sneering, "Dream on, even if I am cold, I will never sign your inequitable contract." "Fine, then remain cold, after all, you're tough, being cold won't harm you." With that, Yu Beicheng made to leave, hoping to check on Xiaoba's return. Just as she reached the door, Fu Shijue suddenly let out a tremendous sneeze, achoo. She paused, glancing back at him. How could someone with such robust health catch a cold? Cough, cough, cough. Whether intentional or not, he continued to cough several times. Yu Beicheng pursed her lips, muttering in exasperation, "I truly cannot fathom you, can't you just relent a little?" Fu Shijue remained obstinately proud, refusing to back down. "You're so tough, so impressive." She would not allow his few coughs to soften her heart. She was determined to keep him on his toes. With Xiaoba still absent, Yu Beicheng settled on the steps at the entrance, munching on wild fruits. Meanwhile, Fu Shijue, lying on the bed, was scowling fiercely. This woman was indeed heartless. It seemed that without taking decisive action, escape from her grasp was an impossibility. His gaze shifted to the pile of dried grass at the bedside, his dark eyes glinting with a hint of calculation. Chapter 52. House arrest of Fu Shijue. Little 8 brought the news to Butler Lieb upon returning. He noticed that Fu Shijue's complexion appeared rather pale, particularly his lips, which had taken on a bluish hue. He expressed his concern, inquiring whether Fu Shijue had caught a cold. Before Little 8's return, Yu Beicheng had already dressed Fu Shijue, as she wished to spare Little 8 the sight of that scoundrel looking disheveled. Casting a glance at Fu Shijue, who lay on the bed in a state of resignation, she remarked, "He is as robust as an ox, he won't perish easily." This man was, after all, the author's cherished son, who, in the narrative, had never once succumbed to a cold. Typically, in ancient romances, the domineering male lead or the underworld overlord is plagued by gastric ailments, yet Fu Shijue, who had endured much hunger in his youth, was curiously free from such maladies. Conversely, the female protagonist was subjected to relentless torment by the author. Yet he looks as if he is on the brink of death. When I left just now, he didn't appear this way. "What have you done to him?" Little 8 queried in a silent tone. "He is merely in a state of yearning for transcendence. It is not the same as being truly dead. Now, let us not discuss him further. Instead, tell me what you witnessed upon your exit. Did Butler Lee agree?" Yu Beicheng exhibited no concern for Fu Shijue's health. "Outside the mountain, there are bodyguards everywhere. Although I handed your note to Butler Lee, he still did not acquiesce." "What does he mean by that?" she exclaimed, her voice rising in indignation. "Is Butler Lee indifferent to his master's life?" Butler Lee stated that she loves him and would not endanger his life. Yu Beicheng replied. However, he mentioned that he would no longer use explosives to blast the mountain. Nevertheless, his men will not retreat and will send more to search. "So your implication is that we are to remain trapped in this godforsaken place indefinitely?" She had already spent a week there and was on the verge of losing her sanity. Each day, her boredom drove her to squat on the ground and observe ants or to torment Fu Shijue. While tormenting Fu Shijue provided some amusement, the novelty had begun to wear thin. "It is quite pleasant. Moreover, Butler Lee has expressed concern that we might starve, and has therefore prepared food for us." "What food?" "I did not request any. I specifically returned to ask whether you would like me to retrieve the provisions from Butler Lee." Yu Beicheng was exceedingly pleased with Little 8's initiative and said, "We may accept the food, but we must ensure they have not tampered with it. Thus, when you retrieve it, be cautious and examine it carefully, understood?" Recently, they had been subsisting on wild fruits, which left much to be desired in flavor. A bit of meat would be a welcome change. Little 8 nodded. "Then hurry and fetch it. Remember, to procure meat, and it must be cooked and ready to eat," she instructed, then added thoughtfully, "Also, have him prepare some sanitary napkins and women's undergarments." With no electricity available, they could not start a fire. Cooking would require the ancient methods of using firewood. However, producing smoke would betray their location, making it impossible to procure anything requiring cooking. Little 8 departed. Yu Beicheng felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that Butler Lee might detain Little 8 and not allow him to return. Yet, she soon reassured herself, recognizing Little 8's formidable skills. Even if Butler Lee's men captured him, he would have the capability to escape, which eased her worries considerably. Half an hour later, Little 8 returned, laden with an abundance of Western cuisine that Fu Shijue favored, including coffee. Additionally, there were several changes of clothes for Fu Shijue. However, there were no sanitary napkins or undergarments for her. It was said that in the rural area, acquiring such troublesome items was quite difficult. What troublesome items, the surroundings were populated with farmers, and surely there were small shops nearby. Would Butler Lee not send someone to procure them? It was undoubtedly intentional. Yu Beicheng was incensed but, given the current circumstances, suppressed her grievances. She tore apart one of Fu Shijue's spare shirts to use as a makeshift solution. It was pure cotton and quite effective. As she sat down to eat, her expression soured. Why is it all just steak and foie gras? Butler, you should have brought some of what I enjoy as well. She had a penchant for Chinese cuisine, as rice was essential for staving off hunger. I am indifferent. As for you, I assumed that what the master enjoys, you would too, hence, little 8 hesitated. Should I go out again to fetch some? Never mind, let us finish this first, and then you may go for more, she decided, resolving to make do with what she had. However, when she opened the food container, preparing for a hearty meal, she discovered that the foie gras was unpalatable to her, and the steak was cooked to medium, dripping with blood, which she found utterly repulsive. Little 8 did not eat first but instead carried the food over to feed Fu Shijue. Little 8, you should eat first before feeding Fu Shijue. It was indeed a laborious task for Little 8, who was tasked daily with washing clothes, foraging for food, cleaning, bathing Fu Shijue, and feeding him. Little 8 complied with her every request, but when it came to matters concerning Fu Shijue, he occasionally resisted her, especially in the current instance of feeding Fu Shijue. Yu Beicheng, suppressing her appetite after a few bites, decided to rise and approach him. You go eat. I will take over feeding. It was the first time Yu Beicheng had expressed her desire to feed Fu Shijue, which brought a flicker of joy to Little 8. He relished witnessing the seemingly intimate moments between her and Fu Shijue. He handed the food container to Yu Beicheng. As she sat on the edge of the bed, ready to feed Fu Shijue the steak, she noticed that his lips did indeed appear oddly bluish. The author had notably described Fu Shijue's lips. They were always a vibrant red even during their last encounter in the trap. His lips had remained red despite his icy demeanor, yet now. Fu Shijue noticed her gaze fixated on his lips, a glimmer of smugness flickering in his eyes. Yu Beicheng reached out to feel his forehead. He was not feverish, and thus, she inquired, what is wrong with your lips? What's wrong with my lips? He feigned confusion. They're bluish and appear as though you have been poisoned. However, considering we have been sharing the same space, I must be overthinking it. Perhaps the damp environment has caused this. She then offered him a piece of foie gras, saying, eat up. Butler Lee specifically prepared this for you. Fu Shijue remained silent, contemplating, is this place colder than the previous traps? He was not at all averse to the cold. Had this woman not claimed to have researched his background thoroughly? How could she not have discovered his naturally red lips? Now, they were turning a purplish hue. Was she truly this apathetic? Why aren't you eating? Fu Shijue's gaze bore a wounded expression. I am not cold. Then why are your lips so bluish? At last, the conversation circled back to his lips. Fu Shijue countered, did you not just say my lips appeared poisoned? Though your lips are indeed purplish, you still appear as robust and vigorous as ever, she muttered. If I were indeed vigorous, would I be bound by ropes and unable to move? He retorted through gritted teeth. That is true. So, are you poisoned? Perhaps, maybe, yes. That doesn't sound right. I believe your condition stems from a deficiency. Prior to our being together, your lips were perfectly fine. Little 8 returned and remarked on their purplish hue, and now I see it for myself. Yu Beicheng had her own deductions. Chapter 53 Kidney Deficiency. When Fu Shijue was accused of having kidney deficiency by Yu Beicheng, he could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth, remarking, have I been weak these past few days? Yu Beicheng replied. No, however, perhaps it's a fade of strength. Otherwise, how do you explain the darkening of your lips after our encounter? Perhaps I've been poisoned? After uttering this phrase, he began to scrutinize her expression intently. Poisoned? Your lips are merely slightly purplish, yet your speech is still vigorous, she retorted. Hearing Yu Beicheng's words, Fu Shijue could not help but furrow his brow. Had he known earlier, he would have poisoned himself more severely, rendering him unable to speak while confined to bed. Let us eat. Otherwise, the food will grow cold. She fed him a piece of foie gras. The food is already cold, he replied. How could it not be in this frigid weather? The dishes had been insulated, but once removed from their containers, they quickly cooled. Cold food lacks flavor. What flavor do you expect at this moment? Just filling your belly is a considerable achievement, she said, offering him a piece of steak. You haven't cut it properly, how am I to eat it? He inquired. I couldn't just bite into it, she insisted, as she typically did with her steak, eschewing any pretense of formality with utensils. Fu Shijue remained silent but gazed intently at her. Yu Beicheng was not one to indulge his foul temper. Whether he chose to eat was of no concern to her, however. Seeing his lips still so darkened, she sighed, all right, I shall cut it for you. She sliced the steak into a small piece and brought it to his lips with her fork. After feeding Fu Shijue, Yu Beicheng intended to discuss the matter of the antidote with Xiao Ba, but was interrupted by the sound of barking dogs approaching, accompanied by the voice of Steward Li. Yu Beicheng initially thought she had misheard, until Fu Shijue suddenly shouted, I am here. She had not been mistaken. Yu Beicheng quickly covered Fu Shijue's lips, exclaiming, are you trying to get us killed? Then she instructed Xiao Ba, go outside and see what is happening. Xiaoba returned within 3 minutes, reporting, Steward Li's men are outside the cave, and there are not only bodyguards but also many dogs. We're finished. We've been deceived. Yu Beicheng immediately realized why Steward Li had prepared food for them. She had been too complacent. How infuriating. Why Yu Beicheng tore away the silk scarf that concealed the red marks on his wrist and crumpled it into a ball, shoving it into his mouth. This action allowed Xiaoba to see Fu Shijue's increasingly darkened lips. Master has been poisoned. Poisoned? Xiaoba, skilled and somewhat knowledgeable about toxins, confirmed, yes, it appears to be recent. Yu Beicheng crossed her arms and scrutinized Fu Shijue's lips, inquiring, did you ingest the poison yourself? Fu Shijue remained silent. Was it not possible that he had been poisoned unexpectedly? After all, they were residing in the mountains, far removed from the city, where he could have been bitten by a venomous insect or spider. Xiaoba, ascertain what poison he has ingested. If it is not lethal, let his lips remain blue, she instructed. Fu Shijue regarded her with an expression that seemed to say, you are still that woman who loves me to the point of losing her senses. Yu Beicheng gently stroked his head, soothingly. Xiaoba meticulously inspected the bed and surrounding area where Fu Shijue had lain, finding nothing suspicious. Nothing suspicious, then how did he get poisoned? Xiaoba shook his head, equally perplexed. The barking outside grew louder, prompting Yu Beicheng to declare, never mind. He appears to be in no immediate danger. First, we must deal with Steward Li outside. The entrance was cleverly concealed with branches by Xiaoba, making it reasonable that Steward Li's men could not find them. Yu Beicheng examined the items they had brought in and discovered that both the bag and clothing were dusted with a powder detectable by tracking dogs. This bag was opened by us, scattering the powder on the table. The search dogs will likely circle this area incessantly. It won't be long before they find us. What now? Yu Beicheng bit her lip, glancing back at Fu Shijue. Perhaps we can make use of him. Fu Shijue was cunning and ruthless. He was not only merciless to others but also to himself. In his desire for revenge, he was willing to poison himself. Did he think she would comply with his wishes? She would not grant him that satisfaction. If she were to perish, she would ensure he accompanied her as a scapegoat. Yu Beicheng instructed, you stay inside and watch over him. Remember, do not heed his words. If you release him, I shall die. Do you understand? Each time Xiaoba was tasked with guarding Fu Shijue, Yu Beicheng would instill this notion in him. There was no choice, she had to instill this mindset in Xiaoba. Otherwise, with Xiaoba's soft heart, he would have likely been persuaded by Fu Shijue to release him. Xiaoba asked, and what about you? I will devise a plan to divert those tracking dogs elsewhere. What plan? I am still considering it. Hurry inside. Generally, she would not dare leave Fu Shijue alone. These past few days, either she or Xiaoba had been by his side, rarely allowing him solitary moments exceeding 3 minutes. Yu Beicheng's caution was not unfounded. 5 days prior, Xiaoba had ventured out, and in her urgency to use the restroom, she had left him alone for a mere 10 minutes. Despite being bound hand and foot, he had somehow managed to escape the confines of the bed. Fortunately, his sturdy physique had caught on the exit due to his robust chest muscles. Otherwise, he would have made his escape. Since then, Yu Beicheng had taken to performing all tasks in his presence, even accompanying him to the restroom. Xiaoba complied with Yu Beicheng's instructions and entered. Typically, when Yu Beicheng was absent, he dared not approach Fu Shijue closely. It was not out of fear of Fu Shijue, but rather a habitual respect for the master's preference for distance. Upon realizing that the newcomer was not Yu Beicheng, Fu Shijue's eyes glinted with scheming intent. Unable to speak and with his hands bound behind him, he gestured to Xiaoba with his back. The red marks on his wrists drew Xiaoba's sympathetic gaze. Fu Shijue subtly puffed his cheeks, attempting to signal Xiaoba to remove the scarf from his mouth. However, seeing his purplish lips, Xiaoba regarded Fu Shijue with pity. Fu Shijue sought his compassion. Though Xiaoba felt for Fu Shijue, he adhered to Yu Beicheng's instructions, refraining from removing the scarf. Instead, he applied herbal poultices to the red marks on Fu Shijue's wrists and ankles. After taking the herbal remedy, Fu Shijue suddenly closed his eyes and collapsed. Whether feigned or a reaction to the poison was uncertain, but Xiaoba checked for his breath and hastily exited. Chapter 54. Because he is poisoned, she shall perish. What did you say? He hasn't succumbed to death. As Yu Beicheng stood outside for no more than 3 minutes, she saw Xiaoba emerge to deliver the news. She hurriedly followed Xiaoba inside, exclaiming, how could he possibly die so easily? At that moment, Fu Shijue lay on the bed, his eyes tightly shut, his lips no longer a shade of dark blue, but a sinister purple, as if he had been. She quickly checked for his breath. There was none. Impossible. If he were dead, this world could not exist. He must either be in shock or feigning death. Yu Beicheng pressed her hand against his chest and felt a heartbeat, though its rhythm was weak. She glanced at his eyes, and his pupils were nearly dilated. What poison has he been subjected to? She asked anxiously, her hands trembling with concern. Wasn't he perfectly fine just moments ago? How could he suddenly be in such a dire state? Xiaoba, uncertain, recounted the events that had just transpired. Fearing for Fu Shijue's life, he proposed, given the master's perilous condition, perhaps we should carry him outside and have Butler Li summon a physician to administer an antidote? Without hesitation, Yu Beicheng urged, then why are you still dawdling? Hurry up. As Xiaoba flung the door open, a thick, acrid smoke billowed and outside, tendrils of smoke wafted through the air, enveloping them in a choking haze. Both Xiaoba and Yu Beicheng coughed uncontrollably, hastily covering their mouths and noses with damp towels. It must be the work of Butlerly, she coughed. You must carry him out quickly. Throughout the ordeal, Fu Shijue remained utterly still. Yu Beicheng discerned that he was not merely pretending. She pressed a wet cloth over his mouth and nose. Xiaoba hoisted Fu Shijue onto his back, while Yu Beicheng followed closely behind. Suddenly, she felt the world spin around her, her legs growing increasingly heavy, especially in her chest. It felt as if something was compressing her, suffocating her breath. It was unbearable. Was this sensation due to Fu Shijue's impending demise? Yu Beicheng, her complexion ashen, watched as Xiaoba carried Fu Shijue's unconscious form into the distance. Suddenly, she stumbled and fell heavily to the ground. The sound was loud, unmistakably a severe fall. Of the physical pain did little to awaken her awareness, rather, it seemed to diminish further. In that moment of disorientation, she caught a glimpse of something peculiar on the ground. The entire bamboo dwelling had a remarkably smooth floor, yet the area before her appeared gouged, as if it concealed some mechanism. It was only by lying down that she could discern this. Standing offered no indication of any irregularity. With her fading consciousness, she curled her fingers and tapped the floor. The sound was indeed off. There was certainly a secret beneath. Unfortunately, before she could act further, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Outside, Butlerly had been scouring the mountain's periphery with bodyguards and search dogs. The mountain was engulfed in thick white smoke, covering his mouth and nose with a handkerchief. Butlerly commanded, "Search thoroughly. If the young master is not found today, you shall answer for it with your heads." Just as those words left his mouth, a bodyguard suddenly shouted, "The young master is here." Upon hearing this, Butlerly rushed over. The mountain path was treacherous, and Butlerly nearly stumbled, saved only by the quick reflexes of a nearby bodyguard. He spotted Fu Shijue on Xiaoba's back. Upon seeing Fu Shijue bound and with his lips darkened, panic surged within him as he cried, "Young master! What has happened? Do not frighten me!" Xiaoba carefully set Fu Shijue down and gestured to Butlerly. Butlerly, unable to comprehend the signs, had fortunately arranged for a physician to remain close by, and he immediately called for the doctor to attend to Fu Shijue. "The young master is poisoned, and the situation is dire," Butlerly exclaimed, horrified, nearly losing his footing as he sank to the ground. "Quickly, save the young master. Administer an antidote. We do not know what poison he has ingested, thus we cannot concoct an antidote." The doctor trembled as he checked for Fu Shijue's breath. His face paled as he declared, "There is no breath. It seems the young master." "What nonsense are you spouting? The young master cannot be in danger. If you cannot treat him, summon another physician at once." This was the first time Fu Shijue had gone missing, let alone been abducted. Butlerly's frantic search was well-staffed, with thousands of bodyguards and multiple specialized physicians on hand to tackle complex medical issues. After examining Fu Shijue's condition, several doctors were at a loss. Suddenly, Butlerly turned his gaze to Xiaoba, demanding, "Speak, what poison has my young master been afflicted with? How did this happen?" Xiaoba shook his head, indicating his ignorance. "Did you not abduct the young master? You were with him, how could you not know what poison he has been subjected to?" Butlerly pressed relentlessly. "If not you, then it must be Yu Beicheng. Where is she? Bring her here. She must know what poison has afflicted my young master." Xiaoba suddenly realized that Yu Beicheng had not emerged. The cave was filled with smoke. Had she perished within? He attempted to rush back to find her, only to be restrained by a dozen bodyguards. Knowing of Xiaoba's exceptional skills, Butlerly had anticipated this. He interrogated Xiaoba, "Where is she?" Unable to speak, Xiaoba struggled desperately. Aware of the gravity of the situation, Butlerly demanded, "Where is Yu Beicheng?" A bodyguard seemed to comprehend Xiaoba's intent to return, stating, "He just came from that thicket. Miss, you must be hiding there." Butlerly immediately dispatched men to search. The dead trees and underbrush were pushed aside, revealing a narrow, small cave. The bodyguard, equipped with a gas mask, entered and soon emerged carrying the unconscious Yu Beicheng. Xiaoba forcefully pushed away the bodyguard holding him down and quickly seized Yu Beicheng from his grasp. "You escaped. How is it that Yu Beicheng remained inside? Does she think that by leading us away with the young master, she could evade capture herself?" Butlerly inquired. Xiaoba sensed that something was amiss with Yu Beicheng in his arms, and panic set in. "Isn't she merely unconscious from the smoke?" Butlerly immediately ordered the bodyguard to douse her face with water. Unfortunately, this did not revive her. Butlerly hastily instructed the doctor to examine Yu Beicheng. He was not genuinely concerned for her, rather, he feared that the poison affecting the young master had originated from her. If Yu Beicheng were to die, the antidote for the young master would become a distant hope. "Lee Butler, she has passed," the doctor stammered. "There is no heartbeat or breath, her pupils are dilating as well, mirroring the young master's symptoms. Only, while the young master is poisoned, this young lady may be suffering from a cardiac arrest or possibly asphyxiation due to the smoke." Chapter 55. Apologies in hell. Upon the doctor's proclamation, Butlerly was momentarily taken aback. Did Yu Beicheng succumb so easily to the turmoil? Xiaoba, disbelieving the physician's words, endeavored to administer cardiopulmonary resuscitation, yet regardless of her efforts, Yu Beicheng remained unresponsive. "If she has perished, so be it. My young master must not die. Why are you all standing there in a daze? Hurry, devise a method to neutralize the poison afflicting him," Butlerly exclaimed in a flurry of urgency. The doctor meticulously examined Fu Shijue's skin and oral cavity to ascertain whether the poison originated from ingested substances or an injection. Upon parting Fu Shijue's lips, Xiaoba observed the bluish hue of his tongue, indicating the presence of orally ingested poison. Without hesitation, Xiaoba crawled closer to sniff Fu Shijue's mouth. The scent was familiar. This was a toxin that had previously afflicted her master. Xiaoba swiftly rose and dashed toward the cave. The bodyguards were unable to impede her, akin to a bull charging at the sight of a red cloth. "Follow her, we must discern her intentions," Butlerly commanded the bodyguards to pursue. Before long, Xiaoba emerged with a selection of herbs. She began to crush them with her hands, preparing to administer them to Fu Shijue. Butlerly inquired, "What are these substances?" A bodyguard reported, "These were discovered in the bamboo hut within the cave." An elderly physician present remarked, "These are medicinal herbs. They pose no harm to the human body." "Are all of these?" Butlerly questioned, pointing to the herbs in Xiaoba's hands. The doctor scrutinized them closely, but before he could respond, Xiaoba had already stuffed. In a state of anxiety, Xiaoba gestured frantically. Butlerly summoned a bodyguard familiar with sign language to translate. "He claims that he is administering an antidote. Within 10 minutes, the master will awaken." In his desperation, Butlerly resorted to a last-ditch effort. "If he does not awaken, I shall hold you accountable." Some ingredients could not be in excess or deficient given the complexities involved. Concocting an antidote within a day or two was utterly implausible. Everyone anxiously awaited Fu Shijue's awakening, neglecting to check for his breath. 10 minutes elapsed. Fu Shijue's lips gradually regained their rosy hue, visible to the naked eye. Only then did Butlerly remember to check for his breath. "The young master is breathing, he is alive." The young master is not dead. Relief washed over everyone as they joyfully surrounded Fu Shijue. Meanwhile, Yu Beichang, who moments ago appeared lifeless, felt a tremor in her fingertips. Xiaoba noticed and joyfully clasped her hand. Yu Beichang's eyelids slowly fluttered open, revealing a sky of blue and white clouds. Alongside Xiaoba's beaming face, her prior state resembled a sudden heart failure, where consciousness had abruptly slipped away. Perhaps it was indeed due to Fu Shijue's impending demise. Supported by Xiaoba, she gazed at Fu Shijue, now encircled by a throng of people, and asked, "Has the poison within him been neutralized?" Xiaoba nodded. "What sort of poison was it? Who provided the antidote?" Xiaoba pointed to herself and relayed the nature of the toxin afflicting Fu Shijue. Yu Beichang, upon hearing this, was taken aback. "You mean that poison was devised by your former master? How did Fu Shijue come to be afflicted?" Xiaoba clarified, "Those poisonous herbs were left behind by the master. It's possible the young master ingested them by mistake." Initially, Yu Beichang believed the bamboo hut contained only traditional medicinal herbs, never considering that poisonous plants might be present. It seemed that Fu Shijue had indeed inflicted the poison upon himself. That wretched man, resorting to such drastic measures to evoke her sympathy, cursed Fu Shijue. "This particular herb is not highly toxic. However, it induces symptoms such as cessation of breath and heartbeat after consumption. If the antidote is not administered within a week, serious complications may arise." Xiaobai elucidated. Yu Beichang, upon hearing this, furrowed her brow. If that were the case, Fu Shijue must have been aware of the herb's effects. After all, who would joke with their own life? Yet, considering the poison was self-researched by Xiaoba's former master, how could Fu Shijue possess such knowledge? Meanwhile, Butler Li's voice rang with excitement. "Young master, you have finally awakened." Yu Beichang's heart skipped a beat, and she hastily tugged at Xiaoba's sleeve. "Do you have a way to help me escape from this throng of bodyguards?" Xiaoba replied, "They are armed. I fear they may harm you if they open fire. While their attention is solely on Fu Shijue, we can stealthily make our exit." As her words fell, Fu Shijue's menacing voice echoed, "Where do you think you are running off to?" Yu Beichang fell silent. She had just died once. Oh, heavens, could she be granted another chance to avoid falling into his clutches? "Xiaoba, come here." Fu Shijue recognized that Yu Beichang's audacity was bolstered by her reliance on Xiaoba. "Xiaoba, don't go." Yu Beichang clung to Xiaoba's hand in desperation. Xiaoba found herself in a dilemma. Fu Shijue's gaze fell upon her hand resting on Xiaoba's, narrowing his eyes. "Butlerly, take Xiaoba away." Butlerly immediately instructed the bodyguards to escort Xiaoba away. Xiaoba did not exhibit particular concern for Yu Beichang's safety. Instead, she regarded Fu Shijue with an expression that conveyed both confusion and understanding. Once Xiaoba was led away, Yu Beichang hastily implored, "Though I may deserve to die, I beg for mercy on account of my concern for your life. Spare me, and I shall comply with any request you have." Fu Shijue seized a handgun from one of the bodyguards. "Stand up." Yu Beichang queried, "Are you going to kill me?" "I do not wish to repeat myself." His piercing gaze bore into her. Trembling, Yu Beichang rose to her feet. "Come closer." The onlookers were bewildered by his intentions, including Butlerly, who interjected, "Young master, silence." Fu Shijue was aware that he sought to plead for Yu Beichang's life. Butler Lee cast her a look that seemed to say, "You are on your own." Yu Beiqing approached him, and in the next moment, he pressed the gun's muzzle against her forehead. Her body stiffened, cold sweat trickling down her brow. "I never intended to harm you. You surely understand how you were poisoned better than I." "Never intended to harm me? How do you explain this?" He revealed the red marks on his wrist. Yu Beiqing quickly explained, "It was an accident. Next time, I promise to bind you with a rope that won't leave marks on your hands." The bodyguards and Butler Lee were left speechless. "Oh, I misspoke. I meant to say that if I were to die, the world would lose someone who loves you, who would ever wish to diminish the number of those who care for them. So, could you show some mercy and spare my life?" she pleaded humbly. "Do you genuinely believe that is possible?" "As long as you agree, anything is possible." Yu Beiqing replied that he chambered around, "Speak plainly." As Yu Beiqing observed his finger curling around the trigger, tears welled in her eyes. "Please, don't pull the trigger. I was wrong, I truly regret it. Can you spare my life? I am only 24, my life is still ahead of me, I have yet to marry, have children, it would be such a waste to die like this." While she understood that her words would likely fall on deaf ears, every sentiment she expressed was heartfelt. Ha! Apologies in hell. Bang! Chapter 56. My decision not to kill her is not out of weakness. Fu Shijue pulled the trigger. However, he did not aim at Yu Beiqing's forehead, but rather shot at a tree behind her. His marksmanship was impeccable, striking down a black snake that was coiled around the trunk. Meanwhile, Yu Beiqing, overwhelmed by fear, fainted on the spot. Butler Lee, observing the unconscious Yu Beiqing on the ground, inquired, "Young master, what do you intend to do with her?" Fu Shijue tossed the smoking gun to a bodyguard, stating, "My decision not to kill her is not a sign of mercy." This explanation was rather blunt, almost an attempt to deceive oneself. Butler Lee smiled and remarked, "I understand, young master, that you wish to keep her alive to find a remedy for Miss Yu Nanin." "Not just that. What else is there?" Butler Lee asked, puzzled. Fu Shijue's gaze fell upon the necklace around her neck. She must have a way to locate the woman in the dial. Fearing that she might lose the necklace belonging to Xiao Ba, Yu Beiqing had simply worn it around her neck. Butler Lee queried, "If we cannot find her, how can she?" "Xiao Ba was found by her. Tell me, how does she know the information about the remedy in Xiao Ba's possession that can treat Zhang Yubai and Yu Nanin?" "Then why not just ask her? She won't divulge anything. Zhang Yubai and Lan Zhuqi were unable to extract any information from her. He was even less likely to succeed." Butler Lee felt that the young master's suspicions were entirely justified. He had previously found it odd that, despite their extensive connections, it took them several months to find a remedy for Yu Nanin, while Yu Beiqing managed to obtain the information with such ease. No matter her capabilities, how could she surpass them? There must be some undisclosed secret. Butler Lee suggested, "Shall I find someone to interrogate her?" When Xiao Ba went out to forage, she had seen a snake while guarding the bamboo hut, sending her into a panic. She clung to him, refusing to set her feet on the ground until Xiao Ba returned and drove the snake away. Only after 2 days, when Xiao Ba scattered realgar powder around to ensure there were no snakes, did she dare to step outside the bamboo hut. This woman was exceedingly fearful for her life, yet one could not fathom from where she derived the audacity to scheme against him. Having been bound hand and foot, Fu Shijue had not meticulously inspected the bamboo hut in the cave. Now that he was free, he immediately instructed the bodyguards to conduct a thorough search. He was convinced that within, he would find the remedy he sought. Later that evening, around 8 o'clock, Yu Beiqing regained consciousness, her hands and feet bound, unable to move, and her eyes covered with a black cloth, rendering her unable to discern day from night. "Am I still alive?" she exclaimed in surprise, yet a hint of delight. It seemed her slumber during these days alongside Fu Shijue had not been in vain. The man who once sought to end her life with a bullet now seemed reluctant to kill her. "Are you pleased?" Fu Shijue's voice suddenly pierced the silence. Was her smile that evident? Yu Beiqing replied, "I am grateful to Brother Fu for sparing my life. I assure you, I shall never harbor any ill intentions towards you again and will serve you well. Although I am currently on my period and unable to please you, I vow to ensure your happiness for the remaining days of the month, save for those 7 special days." Cough, cough, cough. Butler Lee, standing nearby, felt immensely awkward. Fu Shijue remained silent, taken aback. Why is Butler Lee here as well? Yu Beiqing felt a tinge of embarrassment. She was accustomed to speaking her mind only in the presence of Fu Shijue. Butler Lee noted a hint of bashfulness in the young master's demeanor, his gaze carrying an ambiguous undertone. Fu Shijue, fully aware of Butler Lee's scrutinizing gaze, shot him a cold glare. Butler Lee hastily returned to the matter at hand. "If you wish for the young master to spare your life temporarily, it is not impossible." These words could not naturally come from Fu Shijue himself, thus Butler Lee had to convey them. Upon hearing this, Yu Beiqing immediately understood what conditions they were proposing and nodded generously. "You may ask, I shall be completely honest." Fu Shijue scoffed. This woman had 2 distinct personalities. When it benefited her, she showed no restraint towards him, yet when in his grasp, she became meek as a quail, adept at navigating the winds of fortune. Butler Lee inquired, "How did you know Xiao Ba was locked up in the garden, and how did you learn that he possesses the remedy?" "I heard it." She lied effortlessly, even sounding particularly earnest. "We seek the truth." Otherwise, Butler Lee glanced at Fu Shijue, who had remained silent beside them, and promptly retrieved a non-venomous snake from the cage with his bare hands. "Do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. I truly did not lie." I genuinely heard it, or else how could I? Just as she was speaking, she felt someone approach and touch her cheek with something cold and slightly sticky. At that moment, Yu Beicheng was fortunate her eyes were covered. Otherwise, seeing Butlerly holding a snake against her face would have surely caused her to faint. Butlerly did not conceal the truth. It is a snake, miss you. I suggest you confess honestly, or you shall suffer the consequences. Yu Beicheng was so frightened that she felt her menstrual blood surge forth. All right, I will speak. Just keep that snake away from me. Sincerity proved to be her ultimate weapon. Thus, Yu Beicheng confessed, I knew Brother Fu would not spare me, so I exerted great effort to ingratiate myself with Zhang Yubai and struck a deal with him. As for how I learned about the remedy, it is because I once saw a woman when I was a child. She was always consuming it. A woman? What woman? Yu Beicheng did not wish to divulge details about the female protagonist, Yu Nanning, from her childhood, but she had no choice. If she did not mention it, how could she possibly deceive Fu Shijue? I do not know her name, but her husband called her Anom. She seemed to have suffered from a severe illness that left her frail, and her husband made her drink that concoction every day. To my surprise, before long, she had almost fully recovered. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. If you do not believe me, you can investigate in Qinyang Village, Wenga City, a city. It is my father's hometown, where I visited during my childhood. Yu Beicheng's father's ancestral home. When her father's parents were still alive, during festivals, he would bring the family to visit them. Although Yu Nanning was not favored at home, she was adored by Yu Beicheng's grandparents. Thus, to curry favor with them, Yu Beicheng's father would always take Yu Nanning along during their visits. In this way, Yu Nanning came to know Fu Shijue's mother during her father's visits. Indeed, the woman named Anom was Fu Shijue's mother. Chapter 57. I will not force you. The author, in their profound affection for the male protagonist, could hardly allow Fu Shijue to lack a commendable lineage, could they? It was merely a narrative device to establish the protagonist's persona as a formidable figure in the underworld, necessitating an early portrayal of him as abandoned by his parents in a hospital. Now, having recounted the experiences of Yu Nanning, it seems he should no longer harbor doubts about her, should he? Butlerly inquired, is every word true? If what I say is a deception, may I meet a most tragic end? Fu Shijue cast a glance at Butlerly, who nodded and placed the snake he held into its cage before promptly departing to carry out his orders. In the dimly lit room, only Fu Shijue remained seated on the sofa, alongside the bound Yu Beicheng. So much time has passed since childhood, yet you still remember. Your memory is quite remarkable. Yu Beicheng's heart raced uneasily. Brother Fu, do you think I am deceiving you again? If I were to utter a falsehood now, you would undoubtedly take my life. How could I dare to mislead you? It would be prudent for you to pray that all you have said is indeed the truth. Having spent considerable time in her company, Fu Shijue was aware of her cunning nature, yet he found it tedious to dwell on such matters. He only sought to verify the accuracy of her claims, for what she spoke of held significance for him. Perhaps the woman named Xiao Nome was indeed the daughter of the Liu family, especially since that particular drug was developed by Yi Tianfan. You have only addressed how you know about the drug but have not explained how you know Xiao Bai is in the park. Yu Beicheng hesitated, cough, could I possibly refrain from discussing this? You may. I will not compel you. A smile of relief spread across Yu Beicheng's face, only for Fu Shijue to immediately command, take her next door, let her spend the night among a room full of snakes. I will tell you. Yu Beicheng's expression darkened. Xiao Ba, how could she argue? Is such a matter truly a conundrum? It seems you are merely contemplating how to deceive me, are you not? Fu Shijue queried. Yu Beicheng shook her head vigorously. It's not that I refuse to speak, rather, I fear that if I do, you may not believe me. Oh? Indeed, this matter is rather absurd. However, if you wish to know, I shall certainly inform you. Yu Beicheng quickly sought to clarify, did I not mention that I encountered a woman named Xiao Nome during my childhood? The medicine she took was procured by her husband from a great distance. At that time, I was unaware of the location they referred to, but upon reflection, it must have been Myanmar. Fu Shijue furrowed his brow slightly. As a child, would that woman confide such information to you? She did not speak to me directly. Rather, I overheard their conversation while I was nearby. They probably thought me too young to warrant any caution in their discourse. Fu Shijue, unable to perceive the complexities hidden within her gaze, asked, are you implying that the drug she consumed was acquired from Myanmar by her husband? Yu Beicheng nodded like a chick pecking at grain. She had indeed not deceived him in this regard. His mother had divorced his father during her pregnancy, and upon his birth, his father had taken another wife. The author had neglected to mention his father, as his mother harbored a deep-seated animosity towards him and refused to utter a single word about him. Fu Shijue stated, even if you are aware that the drug originates from Myanmar, how do you know that it is within Xiao Ba's possession? How could she possibly know? She did not. She had gleaned this from a novel, as the author had written it. Could he not direct his inquiries towards the author instead? Yu Beicheng racked her brain, ultimately mustering the courage to assert, I also heard it from that couple. They mentioned that the drug was provided to them by someone from the park. It remained uncertain whether Fu Shijue believed her explanation. In any case, after she concluded her statement, he fell silent. Yu Beicheng, feeling a twinge of apprehension, called out softly, Brother Fu, are you still there? Fu Shijue gazed intently at her. He was uncertain whether to trust her words, for they possessed no apparent flaws and even aligned with what he had heard over the past 2 decades in the park. The original leader of the park was not Old K. There had been another individual, though no one seemed to know who it was. Old K was aware but would never divulge this information to anyone. Brother Fu, you don't intend to kill me after extracting the information you desire, do you? How can you be so heartless? Was it not agreed that if I answered truthfully, you would spare my life? How can you betray your word? Yu Beicheng expressed her dissatisfaction. That was Butler Li's promise to release you, not mine. Yu Beicheng fumed, but you are in cahoots with him. What he says is as good as what you say. I refuse to accept this. You cannot kill me. Fu Shijue scoffed softly. Moreover, you previously tasked me with investigating the photograph within Xiaoba's necklace, which I have yet to fulfill. Therefore, you cannot kill me now, otherwise, who will assist you in your inquiries? Fu Shijue stroked his chin thoughtfully. I can temporarily spare your life. Thank you, Brother Fu. However, your recent actions towards me cannot simply be overlooked. She tensed, sensing an impending misfortune. What do you intend to do with me? How about this? You shall spend a night with the snakes, and in return, I shall not hold your previous transgressions against you. What do you think? A wicked smile graced his sinister face. Yu Beicheng nearly fainted at his words. No, I refuse. You would have me spend a night with snakes rather than simply kill me outright. Bring her in. A bodyguard promptly entered, prepared to drag Yu Beicheng away. Stop, no. She protested vehemently. Fu Shijue, you despicable, shameless man, how dare you resort to such underhanded tactics against me? May you meet a wretched fate. I loathe you. Fu Shijue replied, hate me as you will. Compared to the love you professed for me, I find your hatred far more delightful. Pervert, pervert. She wailed. As the darkness that had obscured her vision dissipated, Yu Beicheng's eyes widened in clarity. The bodyguard had opened the door to the snake chamber, and upon witnessing the serpents coiled in a mass within, the visual shock overwhelmed her, rendering her unconscious on the spot. The perceptive bodyguard did not immediately toss her inside but instead reported to Fu Shijue, young master, she has fainted. Fu Shijue replied, is she to be spared simply because she has lost consciousness? The bodyguard responded. We shall promptly deposit Miss Yu inside. Forget it, since she has fainted, we shall wait until tomorrow. After all, she ought to witness precisely how she is ensnared by the snakes. Fu Shijue spoke with a tone that dripped with malice. The bodyguard nodded, understood. Chapter 58. It is better not to thank him. Yu Beicheng found herself ensnared in a dream, where she was entwined by countless serpents. Their sharp fangs sank into her arms, thighs, and face, causing her immense agony. Suddenly, Fu Shijue appeared in the sky, wearing a peculiar smile. Then, he transformed into an enormous snake, opening his gaping maw and voraciously swallowing her whole. Please, no. She awoke with a start, drenched in sweat, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. Realizing she lay on the cold floor, surrounded by darkness, she immediately curled up, clutching her legs tightly. The bodyguards outside heard the commotion and swiftly opened the door. What do you want? She inquired warily. The young master has instructed that you must witness yourself being ensnared by snakes. We are to take you to the snake room next door. Please, no, Wu, don't, help me, Xiaoba, hurry and save me. The Fu Shijue intends to kill me, please, come quickly. As a woman, she found herself powerless against the bodyguards, her desperate cries echoing in despair. Yet, she was uncertain of the bizarre place Fu Shijue had imprisoned her in. Apart from herself and the bodyguards, there was not a soul in sight. Ah, snakes, snakes. The bodyguards dragged her to the adjacent room, and as the door swung open, she was confronted with the same horrifying scene as the night before. Her heart stopped, and she fainted once more. The bodyguards exchanged glances. In truth, these were harmless snakes. A bite would merely leave a dental imprint. However, it seemed that Miss Yu harbored an intense fear of serpents. The young master had insisted she must see herself ensnared, and now that she had fainted, they would have to wait for her to regain consciousness before throwing her in, wouldn't they? Bring a basin of water to splash her awake, one bodyguard suggested. This back and forth is a waste of time. The bodyguards followed this advice. They splashed water on Yu Beicheng's face, yet she remained unresponsive. After several attempts, there was still no reaction. A check of her breathing confirmed she was alive. It appears she is severely frightened, the bodyguard concluded, and they reluctantly returned her to her previous location. Noon came, and at 12 o'clock, Fu Shijue learned from the bodyguards that Yu Beicheng had regained consciousness only to faint again upon seeing the snake room. He was not surprised. She has not awakened yet? No, young master. But rest assured, she is not dead, she still breathes. The bodyguard's words prompted Fu Shijue to retort, why would I be concerned about whether she is dead or alive? Just then, Butler Li returned and, upon hearing the situation, quickly interjected, young master, Miss Yu harbors a deep fear of snakes. If she is startled again upon awakening, she might truly frighten herself to death. After all, there were indeed numerous reports of individuals succumbing to sheer terror. Fu Shijue shot him a sidelong glance. Are you suggesting we release her? The young master was eager to take Yu Beicheng's life and would never let her off so easily. In an attempt to save face for Fu Shijue, Butler Li replied, to let her go after the way she is treated the young master would be too lenient. Instead, let her clean the chicken coops and cowsheds for the farmers. You certainly show a tender regard for her, he remarked. That punishment seemed rather light, but Lily continued, young master, you have been here, and the bodyguards have been sent to investigate the bamboo house in the cave, convinced that the antidote lies within. However, it has been a couple of days without any findings, why not use Yu Beiqing to locate it? If we cannot find it, how can she? Butlerly asserted, there must be mechanisms within the cave that we have yet to uncover. Xiaoba has a good relationship with her and will certainly inform her. Xiaoba was not one of their own, and they could not mistreat him. Besides, Xiaoba had fled the previous night. Indeed, unless Xiaoba sincerely wished to remain with them, his skills and knack for lockpicking would render him unstoppable. Fu Shijue pondered this and finally replied, then let it be as you suggest. Understood. Miss Yu, you owe me a debt of gratitude for interceding on your behalf with the young master. Otherwise, you would not be so fortunate to stand here today, Butlerly announced as he came to assign her tasks. Yu Beiqing, having not eaten in a day or two and suffering from her menstrual cycle, felt utterly drained. Thank you, Butlerly. I can never repay your great kindness, I will have to wait until my next life. Butlerly sighed inwardly. It would be better if she did not thank him at all. Very well, tidy yourself up and follow me, he instructed her in a tone of exasperation. Yu Beiqing, relieved that Fu Shijue had spared her, felt a surge of joy despite her physical exhaustion. After washing, enjoying a hearty meal, and donning clean clothing, she appeared transformed before Butlerly, shedding her previous despondency. Butlerly examined her with satisfaction and nodded, come with me. As she followed Butlerly, a spark of anticipation ignited within her. Am I to serve Fu Shijue? After all, did not novels often portray that once the male lead became intimate with someone, he would become though such a mistress was deemed dishonorable, she would gladly accept the title. You are currently on your period, Butlerly reminded her, unable to restrain himself. Although he was aware of her infatuation with the young master, it was prudent for a woman to maintain a sense of decorum and grace. It matters not, I have other means, Butlerly suddenly erupted, interrupting her, what scandalous words are you uttering? You are a girl, do not be so shameless, do you understand? Yu Beiqing blinked innocently, what are you pretending for? It is not as if I have never engaged in such affairs. Moreover, it is perfectly normal to harbor such thoughts about someone I like. How does that equate to being shameless? Butlerly regretted ever advocating for her. I should have just let you go to the snake room. I was wrong. Even if I cannot please the young master now, I will gladly serve him tea and meals, Yu Beiqing said with a smile. What a jest. Now that she could continue to live, her spirits soared. All previous grievances had long been swept away. You are not yet worthy of serving the young master. Butlerly led her to the old man's chicken and pig farm next door. Today, you are to clean this entire area. If you do not finish, you will spend the evening in the snake room. Yu Beiqing gazed at the ground littered with chicken droppings and could not help but frown. Is this deliberate? What else? Should we allow you to enjoy comfort, you may choose not to work, but, seemingly anticipating what Butlerly would say next, she quickly interjected, I will do it, I will do it. Butlerly huffed, I will return at 6 o'clock to inspect. Rest assured, I will ensure your satisfaction. Butlerly had no intention of assigning bodyguards to watch over her. After all, even if she fled to the ends of the earth, Fu Shijue's influence would ensure she was found. P.S. Thank you to the lovely Bai Lan Tang Tang for the like, much appreciated. I humbly request gifts from the lovely fairies, thank you. Chapter 59 Deliberate Punishment. As Yu Beiqing assured Butlerly of her commitment to fulfilling her task, she promptly enlisted the help of the nimble Xiaoba. It was no jest, she was enduring the discomfort of her menstrual cycle, with aches in her back and waist, rendering any labor utterly impossible. She maintained a pleasant demeanor, verbally promising to work diligently, yet the prospect of actually engaging in labor? A mere fantasy. Watching Xiaoba toil fervently, she felt fortunate to have found such a capable assistant. However, as they completed the chicken coop and faced the foul-smelling cow and pig pens, she began to feel a twinge of guilt for merely observing. Yet, Xiaoba had no intention of inviting her to join in the labor. Upon discovering her laziness, Butlerly arrived post-haste, you must sweep these yourself, otherwise, your promise of leniency will be rendered null and void. Yu Beiqing's expression darkened. Just as she was about to negotiate with Butlerly, he departed, taking Xiaoba with him. Simultaneously, it remained unclear whether Butlerly feared her laziness or sought to punish her, as he assigned a bodyguard to record her efforts on video. Miss Yu, if you wish to rest sooner, it would be prudent to expedite your work, the bodyguard remarked, pinching his nose in disdain. Do you think I don't want to? As a frail woman, how can I compete with a man in terms of speed? If you find it intolerable, why not assist me? The bodyguard fell silent, retreating to a distance. Lazy men cannot secure a wife. Miss Yu, I am married with 2 children. Moreover, Butlerly has expressly instructed that you must complete this task alone. The bodyguard emphasized the last 6 words. Yu Beiqing was infuriated, yearning to storm off, but she feared that being summoned back by Fu Shijue would entail more than merely cleaning the chicken coop. It might lead to her being confined in the snake shed. With gloves and a mask donned, apron tied, and rain boots on, she ventured inside. After just a few steps, even with her mask, the noxious odor assaulted her senses. The bodyguard, aiming for a close-up of her disgusted expression, stepped closer, a clear directive from Butlerly. Never before had Yu Beiqing engaged in such arduous and filthy work. Holding her breath, she inquired of the bodyguard, do you think I could seek out Fu Shijue and negotiate a different task? Do you believe he would acquiesce? I fear you are indulging in fanciful thoughts. The young master was deliberately punishing her. Why would he readily assign her a lighter task? Miss Yu, cease your procrastination and get to work. The sooner you finish, the sooner I can be free from this torment, the bodyguard urged. Yu Beiqing felt an unprecedented hatred towards Fu Shijue. One day, she vowed to repay the humiliation and suffering she endured today with double the intensity. Infuriating, having labored for less than half an hour, Yu Beiqing was filthy, exhausted, and reeking. She plopped down on the ground, declaring that she would no longer continue. The bodyguard pressed her to rise. However, upon removing the mask, the pungent scent of pig and chicken feces invaded her nostrils, prompting her to gag. Beiqing? A familiar voice suddenly pierced the air. It was Qin Shihua, who seemed to have traveled specifically from City A, accompanied by bodyguards laden with bags. What on earth are you doing? Qin Shihua inquired, her face alight. Yu Beiqing shot her a disdainful glance. Do you not see, I am cleaning the chicken coop and cow pen. Miss Yu, how can you speak to my lady in such a manner? Xiaoqian immediately sprang to defend her. Xiaoqian, it's quite all right. I can only presume that Beiqing has incurred Brother Fu's wrath given her filthy appearance. She must have been laboring for quite some time, and I can empathize with her discontent. Previously, Yu Beiqing could feign friendliness with Qin Shihua, but after the latter's ruthless actions against her unborn child, she found herself aligning more with Butler Li's counsel to minimize contact with Qin Shihua and avoid her as much as possible. Nevertheless, Yu Beiqing understood the importance of not openly confronting her. Miss Qin, are you here to see Brother Fu? He is in that building, you should hurry along. Qin Shihua was indeed eager to see Fu Shijue. Yet, observing Yu Beiqing's disheveled state, she noted that she hardly resembled a woman who had just suffered a miscarriage. Could it be that the child had not perished? Impossible. She was well aware of the efficacy of the abortifacients. One dose would ensure the child's demise. It must be due to Yu Beiqing's robust constitution. Moreover, if Yu Beiqing were indeed with child, why would Fu Shijue punish her with menial labor? As these thoughts crossed Qin Shihua's mind, a faint smile graced her lips. Very well. With that, she took her leave alongside Xiaoqian. Yu Beiqing quickly sprang to her feet, addressing the bodyguard filming her. I'm going to check on her. You provide me cover. Remember to delete any footage of me while I'm gone. With that, she dashed away, disappearing from sight. Qin Shihua's visit was anticipated by Fu Shijue. When Butler Li entered to inform him, Fu Shijue exhibited no surprise, coolly responding, have her wait in the adjacent room. Understood. After Butler Li departed, Fu Shijue hesitated for a moment before taking the jade pendant from his desk and proceeding to find Qin Shihua. A strange odor lingered in the air. He thought little of it, considering his current residence was amidst farming households, where the presence of livestock would naturally produce such scents. Were it not for his unresolved search, he would have long vacated this wretched place. As Fu Shijue entered the room, he found Butler Li pouring tea for Qin Shihua. Brother Fu, why have you been lingering here? Qin Shihua immediately approached him. He instructed Butler Li, you may leave. Qin Shihua, eager for solitude with Fu Soon, the room held only the two of them. Fu Shijue began, I intended to discuss this matter with you. What matter? Fu Shijue presented the jade pendant before her. Brother Fu, where did you find it? The pendant, which had been a gift from Old K, had been a constant adornment until Fu Shijue's departure from Myanmar. On her 18th birthday, it shattered into two pieces, never to be restored, and had remained locked away in her drawer. It is not yours. What? Not mine, but it is identical to the one I wore. Fu Shijue replied, I discovered this pendant in this location. You previously mentioned wanting to restore the health of Miss Yunanin, whom you saved, yet could not find the necessary herbs. Could it be that the herbs are located here, which is why you have remained? Qin Shihua, astute as ever, pieced the puzzle together. Chapter 60. Not just flirting with one man indeed, yet, I never anticipated that instead of locating the antidote. Naturally, Qin Shihua was overjoyed, though a sense of perplexity lingered. But how could there be a jade pendant identical to mine here? I'm not certain, perhaps the owner of this pendant is someone your father knows. As he spoke, his keen gaze rested upon Qin Shihua's face. Concealed beneath the window, Yu Beiqing listened to Fu Shijue's words to Qin Shihua, her lips twitching in disdain. That scoundrel. He remained as despicable as depicted in the book. In the early chapters, Fu Shijue was entirely compliant with Qin Shihua, so much so that everyone believed he genuinely harbored feelings for her. Although he had never engaged in any physical contact with her, he occasionally bestowed upon her a favorable demeanor. The endless ambiguity ensnared Qin Shihua's heart. Ultimately, he exploited her to eliminate Old K. Yet, Fu Shijue interjected, not now, but right this moment. These dishes are prepared by my own hand. I shall partake. A faint smile graced Fu Shijue's face. Qin Shihua, utterly enchanted, left in a daze, completely captivated by him. On the table lay an array of soups. When Qin Shihua visited Fu Shijue, she had instructed the chef to concoct numerous nourishing dishes. Although she had arrived with her bodyguards carrying several packages, most were intended for Fu Shijue. Naturally, Fu Shijue had no intention of consuming what Qin Shihua had prepared. However, leaving the food untouched would only lead Qin Shihua to ponder unnecessarily upon her return. Therefore, Fu Shijue discarded it all out the window. Ah! What on earth splattered all over my face? Just then, Yu Beicheng stood below the window, entirely drenched. As Fu Shijue glanced down at her disheveled appearance, a dangerous glint flickered in his eyes. Were you eavesdropping on my conversation with Qin Shihua? I was not. I merely passed by. This statement was, in fact, the truth. Before losing consciousness in the cave, she had noticed something odd about the floor. Intrigued, she thought to sneak a closer look. However, to reach that cave, she had to pass by his building. The walls here were poorly soundproofed, and as he spoke with Qin Shihua without closing the window, it was entirely reasonable that she overheard their conversation. Is that so? But shouldn't you be busy cleaning the chicken coop? Did you finish so quickly? Yu Beicheng shook her head. Nature calls, and I needed to change my sanitary napkin while I was at it. Fu Shijue's Did this girl just speak so openly about such matters? If you have no further business, then I'll be on my way to the restroom? Yu Beicheng inquired with a playful smile. In reality, she had already cursed Fu Shijue's ancestors in her mind. In the frigid winter, being punished to clean the chicken coop was one thing, being splashed with soup was entirely another. Such occurrences would leave anyone unable to laugh. Yu Beicheng, if you wish to live, refrain from coveting that which does not belong to you. Do you understand? He warned her. Why? Yu Beicheng appeared utterly bewildered. Coveting what? Still pretending? He scoffed coldly. In an instant, realization dawned upon Yu Beicheng as she asked, "But you don't think I'm worried about you and Qin Shihua, do you? That's why I was hiding under the window, eavesdropping?" Fu Shijue replied. Isn't that the case? Ha ha ha. She threw her head back and laughed heartily. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Fu Shijue found her laughter exceedingly irksome and casually grabbed a pastry from the table to silence her. She chewed without spitting it out. Delicious. While Qin Shihua may not be remarkable, her creations are quite appetizing. Get lost. Yu Beicheng indeed planned to leave. She needed to cleanse her filthy self. However, she had no desire to return to the chicken coop. Fu Ge, I've just gotten my period. While cleaning the chicken coop, my back ached terribly. Can you assign me a lighter task? Very well, how about feeding the snakes? Yu Beicheng's expression changed dramatically, and she fell silent, turning away. Standing by the window, Fu Shijue observed her hasty retreat with a cold snort. After washing up and changing her clothes, Yu Beicheng stealthily sought out Xiaoba. Upon seeing her, Xiaoba beamed with joy, and she mirrored his sentiment. She was eager to leave and said, "Now that no one is around, take me away." Xiaoba hesitated. "Please, my dear Xiaoba, I truly cannot bear the thought of cleaning the chicken coop, nor do I wish to sleep in the snake house. Do you understand? I've gotten my period, and Fu Shijue still insists I clean the chicken coop. This clearly demonstrates how merciless he is. If I remain any longer, I shall inevitably find myself feeding snakes." Xiaoba replied, "But the snakes are non-venomous. I don't care if they're venomous or not. I am terrified. Just seeing that pile of snakes makes me feel as though my heart might fail, and I'd drop dead on the spot." Yu Beicheng grasped his hand, her expression pleading. "I beg you, Xiaoba, just take me away." Xiaoba hesitated. "If you do not help me escape, then I shall have to leave on my own." Moreover, only Xiaoba could assist her in evading Fu Shijue's pursuit. There was an even more pressing matter. She needed to accompany Xiaoba to the bamboo house in the cave to uncover what lay beneath the peculiar floor. After all, it was late at night, and as a girl, she felt unsafe. Fu Shijue's men would likely be stationed there. When will I finally see the young master? Xiaoba lamented, reluctant to part, longing to see Fu Shijue at all times. "Here, take this to look at whenever you miss him." She produced a photograph of Fu Shijue from nowhere. It was not a frontal shot but rather a side profile, somewhat blurred, clearly taken surreptitiously, and nonetheless, this image could alleviate Xiaoba's longing for Fu Shijue, and thus, he agreed to help her escape. Meanwhile, all of their movements were under Fu Shijue's vigilant watch. Butler Li inquired with curiosity, "Young master, will you truly let Miss Yu go so easily?" "If I am not mistaken, she will undoubtedly take Xiaoba to the bamboo house in the cave." Fu Shijue reclined on the sofa, an iPad resting on the table before him. It displayed a video recorded by the bodyguard of Yu Beicheng cleaning the chicken coop. In the video, Yu Beicheng grumbled while working, occasionally slacking off. The bodyguard urged her to hurry, and she pouted, "Oh, dear bodyguard, I am not a beast of burden, capable of laboring without pause." The bodyguard retorted, "You have yet to work for 5 minutes. Oh my, how can you keep such precise track of time, dear bodyguard? You have quite the sense of time. If I were in your position, I surely would not be as talented as you." Yu Beicheng engaged in idle chatter with the bodyguard, demonstrating her reluctance to work. Had Fu Shijue not seen today's footage, he would have been unaware that she behaved so playfully around other men. Fu Shijue slammed the iPad down on the table. Once she enters the bamboo house in the cave and activates the mechanism within, sees her. Chapter 61. He bullied me first. Yu Beicheng indeed took Xiaoba to the bamboo cottage in the cave. However, she anticipated that Fu Shijue would have guards stationed there, so she did not recklessly barge in but instead lingered outside for a while. As night was approaching, visibility was somewhat impaired, yet Xiaoba was still certain that Fu Shijue's men were nearby. "You go over there and launch a surprise attack from behind, taking them down one by one. Remember, do not let them feel at ease, understood, Xiaoba?" She had faith in Xiaoba's skills. Xiaoba nodded and then departed. In a short while, the bodyguards lurking in the shadows and those stationed at the entrance were all subdued by Xiaoba. Seeing Xiaoba standing alone at the entrance, Yu Beicheng joyfully rushed over. "Let's hurry inside." Once inside, Yu Beicheng focused on inspecting the floor and soon discovered a mechanism. Unfortunately, she could not open it, nor could she find the switch. Xiaoba pointed to the engraved pattern on the floor. This is the lock for the mechanism. Does it require a key? Xiaoba nodded. The pattern on the floor resembled not an ordinary door key but rather a dog's paw, akin to a jade pendant. It was likely the very pendant Fu Shijue had given to Qin Shihua. Fu Shijue had mentioned that the pendant was found here. It seemed that the pendant was indeed the key to this mechanism. What about Fu Shijue? Should we return? She inquired. This seems to be a cellar. It is unlikely to be opened without a key, Xiaoba replied. Yu Beicheng wore a distressed expression. Very well, let us go back. Later, we shall administer a sleeping potion to him, and once he is asleep, we will retrieve it. Xiaoba naturally complied with Yu Beicheng's words. The two foolishly made their way back. The winter nights in the mountains were quite cold, and after running back and forth, Yu Beicheng seemed to have caught a chill, sneezing several times. Xiaoba immediately took off his coat and offered it to her. Yu Beicheng felt a warmth in her heart. Thank you, Xiaoba, I'm fine, you should put it on, it's so cold. Xiaoba refused, draping it over her shoulders instead. Yu Beicheng intended to return it but noticed that he was keeping his distance, as if afraid she would give it back. She helplessly said, I'll wear it, now come back to me. Xiaoba did not heed her. Yu Beicheng chose not to insist further and walked over to him. Upon discovering Fu Shijue's men patrolling, she quickly crouched down and instructed Xiaoba on how to proceed in the shadows. Night swiftly descended. The nearby farmers retired early, and the lights in their homes gradually extinguished. Seeing that the time was right, Yu Beicheng sent Xiaoba to slip the sleeping potion into Fu Shijue's room. Xiaoba left and returned in about 10 minutes. It's done. Did you see him fall asleep? She asked. Xiaoba nodded. Then why didn't you go in and search him for the pendant? Xiaoba scratched his head and replied, You didn't tell me. Go again and search him for the pendant. If you can't find it on him, then search his room. Xiaoba went, but he took an unusually long time to return. Worried that Xiaoba might be caught by the awakening Fu Shijue, she cautiously approached. Upon sneaking into the room, she found Xiaoba still searching. Have you not found it yet? She asked. Xiaoba awkwardly nodded. I don't know what the pendant looks like. Unable to restrain herself, Yu Beicheng slapped her forehead. It's my fault. I should have come. You are not at fault, you are here now, are you not? Xiaoba bore her no ill will. Yu Beicheng instructed him, this house where Fu Shijue stays is quite large. Let us each search one side. With that, Yu Beicheng began her search. As she passed by Fu Shijue, who was slumped unconscious at his desk, she feared he might be pretending to be under their spell. Cautiously, she poked his face to test whether he was truly unconscious. No response. Good, it seemed he was genuinely out cold, entirely at her mercy. That dog of a man, wanting to... Forcing her to clean out a chicken coop, Yu Beicheng picked up the pen from his hand and uncapped it. Ha, you dared to act so ruthlessly, let us see if I don't ruin your handsome face. With swift stroke, I am merely returning the favor. Xiaoba moved to wipe the ink off Fu Shijue's face, but Yu Beicheng stopped him. We must hurry and find something, we can't waste time on him. Xiaoba was thus persuaded to search elsewhere. Meanwhile, Yu Beicheng noted that Fu Shijue was indeed unconscious and began to misbehave. She unceremoniously pulled aside his clothing and began searching for the pendant. Sure enough, she found the pendant in his pocket. He had simply placed it there, and Xiaoba hadn't discovered it. It was likely that Xiaoba had never even touched a hair on Fu Shijue. Fortunately, she arrived, otherwise, Xiaoba would have searched in vain. Having secured the pendant, she intended to leave, but her gaze suddenly fell upon a plate of pastries on the table, reminding her of the humiliation he had inflicted on her earlier. In retaliation, she maliciously left several ambiguous red marks on his chest and neck. With a resounding slap, a handprint immediately appeared on his skin. Perhaps she had been a bit too forceful, as it stirred Fu Shijue, causing his elegant brows to furrow slightly. Oh no, he was about to wake up. Yu Beicheng quickly called for Xiaoba, we must leave at once. As they departed, she stealthily pocketed a plate of pastries from the table. On the way, she generously offered half to Xiaoba. This was specially made for Fu Shijue by Qin Shihua. I tasted it, and it was quite good. Xiaoba, who had a great fondness for sweets but seldom indulged due to his previous masteress aversion, brightened upon receiving a piece from Yu Beicheng. Delicious, isn't it? Yu Beicheng affectionately ruffled his hair, her face beaming with affection. I enjoy it too. Just as she was about to pop another piece into her mouth, Xiaoba abruptly stopped her. Do not eat. There is a laxative in these pastries. Horrified, Yu Beicheng hastily discarded the pastry she had been holding. The next moment, a loud sound erupted. Pft, pft, pft. Yu Beicheng was left speechless. Xiaoba, his face buried in his hands, turned away and wept. It's all right. It is perfectly normal for people to pass gas. It's all that wretched Fu Shijue's fault for plotting against us. With his keen perception, he had discerned her fondness for pastries, so he had left the treats that Qin Shihua made for him, ultimately lacing them with a laxative to serve her. How despicable! She had been aware that Fu Shijue did not eat anything from Qin Shihua. How could he place the pastries right in front of her? It was her oversight, all her fault. Fu Shijue, scoundrel, Chapter 62. Is Yu Beicheng consumed by flames? Yu Beicheng felt a surge of relief that she had been prevented by Xiaoba from indulging in the pastries. Otherwise, she would not be the only one suffering from diarrhea amidst the mountains, but she and Xiaoba together. Xiaoba's robust physique was on the verge of succumbing to weakness from the ordeal. This served as a testament to the potency of the poison administered by Fu Shijue. Yu Beicheng's heart ached for Xiaoba. If it becomes unbearable, shall I fetch you some anti-diarrheal medicine? Simply find me a herbal remedy from the cave to consume. Yu Beicheng was entirely unfamiliar with such herbs. Xiaoba sensed her limitations, yet he struggled to walk normally toward the cave, which was, let's take our time. No sooner had Yu Beicheng spoken than Xiaoba dashed off, presumably due to another bout of diarrhea. By the time they reached the cave, it would likely be morning, with Yu Beicheng having to witness Xiaoba's continuous distress. Upon encountering the pale Xiaoba, Yu Beicheng urged, stay still, and describe the herbal remedy to me in detail. I will search the cave for something similar. Xiaoba articulated the shape of the herb, prompting Yu Beicheng to embark alone on her journey back to the cave. The night enveloped her in an endless hush, with only the whispering wind rustling through the leaves. To be honest, wandering alone in the mountains at night instilled a sense of fear within her, yet the thought of Xiaoba suffering on her behalf spurred her to quicken her pace. Before long, she arrived at the cave. The bodyguard lay incapacitated by Xiaoba's actions, and it seemed unlikely he would awaken anytime soon. As she entered the cave, her first instinct was not to cure. To Yu Beicheng, Xiaoba had become her dearest friend in this world, and she regarded him with the affection of a beloved younger brother. She gathered a bucket of herbs and set off to find Xiaoba. However, just as she departed, an ominous figure stealthily approached to ignite a torch, and soon the bamboo hut within the cave was engulfed in fierce flames. After walking a short distance, Yu Beicheng turned to see the blaze behind her and furrowed her brow. Is Fu Shijue responsible for this fire? For days, he had instructed the bodyguards to search the bamboo hut, likely suspecting the presence of other mechanisms within. Why would he set the hut ablaze before uncovering its secrets? It must be. A shadow passed over Yu Beicheng's eyes. This Qin Shihua, it appears she is not to be underestimated. Fu Shijue had given the jade pendant to Qin Shihua, intending for her to extract information about Xiaoba's master from Lao Ke. It seemed likely that Qin Shihua had already contacted Lao Ke and learned something, prompting her to start the fire. The situation was becoming increasingly convoluted. Meanwhile, Butler Li, upon witnessing the flames from the direction of the cave, hurried to find Fu Shijue. He was momentarily taken aback by Fu Shijue's wretched state. However, the primary concern was that the young master had fainted and could not be roused. With no other option, he decided to send bodyguards to investigate the situation at the bamboo hut. By the window, Butler Li observed the remnants of the mind-altering incense. What had Yu Beicheng and Xiaoba done? Very well, once the young master regained consciousness, he would undoubtedly demand Yu Beicheng's life. Butler Li promptly summoned the antidote. Before long, Fu Shijue awoke. His chest and neck throbbed with pain, yet he had slept soundly, for he had experienced a dream. In this dream, he was blessed with both parents, enjoying a blissful childhood, growing up joyfully like an ordinary person, taking college entrance exams, attending university, entering the workforce, meeting a beloved girl, and raising a pair of children, living a life of happiness. However, the faces of the dream's inhabitants were all blurred. The sole exception was the girl he cherished, who turned out to be that wretched Yu Beicheng. It was impossible for him to dream of Yu Beicheng, as all his dreams had been nightmares. He had never experienced a single pleasant dream in his life, thus someone must have drugged him. Rubbing his temples, he was about to inquire who had done this when he suddenly felt ink all over his hands. Fu Shijue gritted his teeth and demanded, bring me a mirror. He didn't need to ask to know who was responsible. Yu Beicheng, without a doubt, it was her. Butler Li, trembling at the sight of the furious young master, cautiously handed him the mirror. On his forehead was drawn a small turtle, and on both cheeks were the words, wretched woman. A pig's nose adorned his prominent nose, and on his chin were smudged black whiskers. A large mole was painted next to his lips. Yu Beicheng. Fu Shijue seethed, bring her to me. But young master, the bamboo hut in the cave is on fire. She and Xiaoba have fled to that area, and it seems they have, Butler Li stammered, perished in the flames. Fu Shijue paused, then uncertainly asked, on fire? Yes. It appears to have been deliberately set. Given the current winter conditions, dry and damp, and the absence of cooking to ignite a fire in the cave, how could it have caught fire? It was undoubtedly the work of someone else. Take me to see. Fu Shijue washed his face and then rushed over with Butler Li. A sea of flames engulfed the entrance, roaring like molten lava. It was impossible to enter, and even getting close would result in burns. Fu Shijue declared, she cannot be dead, search the entire mountain. If Yu Beicheng and Xiaoba had entered the cave, they would certainly have sensed the impending danger before. If she was indeed inside the cave, then she must have discovered the mechanism. Suddenly, Fu Shijue had a revelation, narrowing his eyes with a sinister smile. I know where the mechanism is located. Butler Li inquired, where? Under the floorboards. I underestimated Yu Beicheng, she discovered it before I did. Fu Shijue had never realized how astute she truly was. He instructed Butler Li, have all the bodyguards remain here. No one is to leave until the fire is extinguished. Understood. Fu Shijue had already surmised who was behind the fire and commanded, bring Qin Shihua to me. Soon, Butler Li brought Qin Shihua. She appeared as if just awakened, feigning innocence. Brother Fu. For the first time, Qin Shihua perceived the murderous intent and hostility in his eyes. She stiffened. Could it be that he had discovered her involvement in the fire? That was improbable. She had been exceedingly cautious and had Fu Shijue would not confront her directly, the matter was already apparent, and there was no need to waste words. He stated, I lost the jade pendant identical to yours. Seeing that he was still able to converse with her calmly, Qin Shihua sighed with relief and asked, how did you lose it? I lost it on my way here. His purpose for summoning her extended beyond mere pleasantries. He did not have anyone escort her away, instead, he allowed her to stand in the frigid night air, watching the flames within the cave. Chapter 63 Who shot her? Yu Beicheng sneezed several times, rubbing her cold nose as she remarked, it's so chilly, how much longer must we wait? Xiao Ba wrapped her in her clothing and replied, currently, the young masteress people are searching for us. If we venture out, we may well be captured. Yu Beicheng understood the gravity of the situation, yet her discomfort was overwhelming. With dawn still a distant promise, they could only hope that Fu Shijue's men might disperse with the... However, to her dismay, the number of his men seemed to increase rather than diminish. Xiao Ba faced considerable challenges in his quest for food and water. While Yu Beicheng realized that Fu Shijue was genuinely furious. Suddenly, Xiao Ba pressed his palm against her forehead, concern etched across his face. You have a fever. Is that so? She inquired, touching her forehead and feeling no warmth. Perhaps her body temperature had risen uniformly, leaving her in a state of lethargy. I'll go find some herbs for you. Don't go. There are Fu Shijue's men everywhere. If you don't return, I will be left with no choice but to surrender. Yu Beicheng preferred to endure her affliction rather than let Xiao Ba leave. Do not worry. I am still young, and my constitution is certainly robust. I will be fine in a while. Please, stay. No sooner had she uttered these words than she succumbed to unconsciousness. After a day of cleaning and a night of wandering in the mountains, combined with her menstrual, Xiao Ba had intended to take her along to search for herbs, but, fearing it would exhaust her, he instead removed his clothing to cover her and set off alone. The daytime proved far less forgiving than night in eluding Fu Shijue's men. Xiao Ba was soon detected by a bodyguard but managed to evade capture. The bodyguard promptly reported to Butler Li. By this time, the fire in the bamboo house had extinguished, and Butler Li had just informed Fu Shijue, leading them both to the scene for inspection. When the bodyguard reported to Butler Li, Fu Shijue was also present. It appears that Xiao Ba and Yu Beicheng are still alive, Butler Li remarked to Fu Shijue. You were correct in your assumptions, young master. Fu Shijue coldly retorted, ensure that you capture that wretched woman, Yu Beicheng. With that, he stepped into the charred remains of the bamboo house. After a night of raging flames, the cave entrance was cloaked in darkness, leaving only ruins of the bamboo structure. Fu Shijue, astute as ever, discerned the mechanism within moments of arriving. Noticing the imprints on the ground, a flicker of darkness passed through his eyes. Observing this, Butler Li remarked, young master, the jade pendant we found in the bamboo house must be the key to the cellar mechanism. Fu Shijue replied, old KS relationship with Yi Tian. There must be some unspeakable secrets within, Butler Li stated. Fu Shijue replied, then we ought to hasten our search for Yu Beicheng. Indeed. At that moment, in another room, Qin Shino sat atop her bed, enveloped in a thick down jacket, cradling a cup of steaming tea. Xiao Qian expressed her concerns, Miss, I fear that Master Fu deliberately summoned you, intending for you to stand outside the cave all night. Do you think I am unaware? Qin Shino's eyes were slightly red, as if she had been weeping. But what choice do I have? If I defy my father's wishes, then she ceased her words, wiping away the tears at the corner of her eyes. When Butler Li summoned her last night, she had feared that Fu Dage suspected her and would interrogate her. To her surprise, Fu Dage did not confront her. Instead, he seemed to harbor doubts about her. He had made her stand outside the cave all night, enduring the cold winds until dawn permitted her return. Miss, at this juncture, we must secure the jade pendant from Yu Beicheng before Master Fu does. We must unlock the cellar mechanism and destroy those items. Xiao Qian urged. Qin Shino, puzzled, inquired, how did the jade pendant end up in Yu Beicheng's possession? Master Fu was meticulous, he would never lose the jade pendant taken from the bamboo house. It must have been deliberately stolen. Xiao Qian's reasoning resonated with Qin Shino, but what does Yu Beicheng intend to do with that key? Miss, Xiao Ba is affiliated with the dungeon within the park. Judging by his skills, his previous master is likely the deceased individual mentioned by the old master. Yu Beicheng shares a close bond with Xiao Ba and is undoubtedly intent on helping him find information about his master. A glint of madness flickered in Qin Shino's eyes. Since Yu Beicheng is willing to wade through this murky water, let us eliminate her. Very well. Allow me to handle this matter. Xiao Qian did not harbor animosity towards Yu Beicheng, rather, she sensed that one day, Yu Beicheng and Master Fu would inevitably become intertwined. While Master Fu was not yet particularly invested in Yu Beicheng, it was be sure to exercise caution. Understood, Mississippi. Meanwhile, Yu Beicheng had been administered herbs by Xiao Ba, and her fever had subsided, yet she remained in a state of stupor. Xiao Ba vigilantly guarded her, when suddenly, footsteps echoed outside. Instantly alert, he concealed himself in the shadows to observe the intruders, discovering them to be Master Fu's men. Cough, cough, cough. At that moment, Yu Beicheng, still in a stupor, coughed. The bodyguard, initially poised to depart, quickly turned back. Search, we have heard Miss Yu's voice, they must be nearby. Yes. The bodyguards would soon scour this area, prompting Xiao Ba to hastily lift Yu Beicheng onto his back, preparing to flee. However, Yu Beicheng coughed again. In an instant, the bodyguards pinpointed their location and swiftly drew their firearms. Xiaoba was nimble, capable of evading the bodyguards even while carrying the slightly heavier Yu Beicheng. Unfortunately, the bodyguards drew their weapons and aimed at him. If you run again, we will shoot. Xiaoba disregarded their warning, and the bodyguard immediately chambered around, pulling the trigger. No matter how swiftly Xiaoba ran, he could not outpace the bullet. In a desperate bid to protect Yu Beicheng, he was struck. The first bullet pierced his arm, and the second found his leg. These bodyguards were among Fu Shijue's most elite, warning him, if you continue to flee, the next shot will find its mark on your forehead. Xiaoba was undeterred by the bullets. Xiaoba, you've been shot. Stop running and put me down. Yu Beicheng jolted awake at the sound of gunfire, witnessing Xiaoba limping as he attempted to carry her away, her eyes filled with tears. It was all her fault, but had it not been for her, Xiaoba would not have been injured. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a bullet struck Yu Beicheng in the back. Blood sprayed forth, splattering onto the dew-kissed grass and leaves. Who fired that shot? Did I not instruct you to only shoot at Xiaoba and not miss you? The lead bodyguard bellowed. We did not fire, the bodyguards chorused. Yet, as their words faded, another bullet shot from behind them, striking Yu Beicheng in the back once more. The two successive shots were aimed at her heart. Fortunately, Xiaoba reacted swiftly, causing the bullets to veer and strike her back instead. Not one of ours. The shooter is over there, hurry, pursue them. Chapter 64. He personally sewed for her. Xiaoba had a chance to take Yu Beicheng away. However, having been shot twice and with the fever still raging, without prompt treatment, her life could be at stake. He dared not gamble with Yu Beicheng's life and surrendered covered in blood. Yu Beicheng was brought before Butler Li by the bodyguards. Upon witnessing her dire condition, Butler Li furrowed his brows and exclaimed, "What happened?" The bodyguards explained the situation to Butler Li, who immediately summoned a doctor to extract the bullets. The wounds were on her back, necessitating the removal of her clothing and a prone position for treatment. If it had been summer, they could have simply torn her clothing to access the injured area. However, it was winter, and she was clad in a thick down jacket and woolen sweater, meaning she would have to strip entirely from the waist up. Unfortunately, all the doctors brought in were male. Butler Li had not found the jade pendant on Yu Beicheng, leading him to believe she had concealed it. To extract the whereabouts of the pendant from her, she could not be allowed to die. Thus, Butler Li disregarded the distinction between genders and did not prevent the doctors from undressing her. While Yu Beicheng retained some awareness and tugged at her collar, insisting, "Let a woman do it." With your life hanging by a thread, do you still care whether it is a man or a woman undressing you? All the doctors here are married, they wouldn't spare a glance at your withered form. Yu Beicheng lacked the strength to resist the male doctor, and just as she felt she was about to be exposed, Fu Shijue spoke up. Butler Li, heed her request. Butler Li glanced in surprise at Fu Shijue, who was seated on the sofa. Meeting his cold, unfeeling gaze, Butler Li nodded, understood. The bodyguards quickly fetched a female doctor, and after Yu Beicheng's clothing was removed, she kindly handed her a garment to cover her front. The male doctor swiftly entered to treat her injuries. In the room, apart from the male doctor, only Fu Shijue remained seated on the sofa. Everyone else had stepped out, leaving him alone. From his vantage point, he could see her prone form in a pitiful state, her face pale, lips devoid of color, and beads of sweat rolling down her cheeks to the tips of her hair, exuding an aura of impending death. "Doctor, it hurts so much," she gasped, struggling to breathe. "Could I have some anesthesia?" The male doctor could not resist informing her. "The young master stated that you are not to be given anesthesia." Yu Beicheng realized Fu Shijue was deliberately punishing her and weakly replied, "He is not here. You could sneak me some anesthesia." The young master is here, sitting right beside us, watching our every move." Yu Beicheng raised an eyebrow. "He hasn't left at all?" "Correct, Miss Yu. That means he didn't leave when the female doctor came in to change my clothes?" "Indeed, Miss Yu." This was unlike his usual demeanor. When had Fu Shijue ever shown such concern for her injuries? Though Yu Beicheng was aware of her own allure, it was hard to fathom that even while injured, she could attract Fu Shijue's attention. He must be worried about her. She bent slightly, unable to see Fu Shijue's direction from her position, and inquired of the doctor, "Is he still in the room?" "Yes." "Where is he sitting?" She scanned the room but could not spot him within her line of sight. The doctor noted her spirited demeanor when speaking of the young master and replied, "To your left." Summoning her strength, Yu Beicheng turned her head to the left and indeed caught sight of him. At that moment, Fu Shijue sat on the sofa, clad in a well-tailored black suit. Perhaps due to the warmth of the room, he had slightly unbuttoned his jacket, revealing a gray vest and white shirt underneath. He emanated an air of regal authority and intimidation. However, what was that black object on the table before him, glowing red? She squinted, realizing it was the camera the bodyguards had used to photograph her while she was cleaning the chicken coop. In an instant, the smug smile that had graced her lips vanished. She had thought he had developed feelings for her, only to discover he was utterly shameless and despicable. Even while she was injured, he sought to mock her. Yu Beicheng averted her gaze and began to wail. It hurts, without anesthesia, I truly might die from the pain. Should I die, my belongings would accompany me to heaven." Seemingly hinting to Fu Shijue. "Do you still want the jade pendant? If I were to die from the pain, you would never find the pendant." Everyone present was astute enough to comprehend Yu Beicheng's veiled threat. This Miss Yu was indeed a formidable character, daring to openly threaten the young master. He was not someone easily intimidated, yet, the next moment, was this truly the iron-willed young master they all knew? Yu Beicheng's face lit up with joy. Thank you, brother Fu. Fu Shijue cautioned, Yu Beicheng, do not forget your words. What words? If I give you anesthesia, you must hand over the jade pendant. As the doctor began to administer anesthesia to her back, Yu Beicheng pretended not to. Fu Shijue had myriad ways to deal with Yu Beicheng. He rose and moved aside to wash his hands with soap, then had the doctor don dustproof gloves and attire, positioning himself at the bedside where the male doctor swiftly placed the scalpel in Fu Shijue's gloved hand. Seeing this, Yu Beicheng's expression shifted. Brother Fu, why are you personally handling such a trivial matter? You should just sit back and relax. He remained unfazed as he made an incision in her back, and since Yu Beicheng was under anesthesia, she felt nothing. He was silent, exuding an icy demeanor. Why Yu Beicheng knew he was capable of extracting bullets, having been sent on missions by old K in his youth, or he had suffered at the hands of adversaries. Yet, the distinction between him extracting bullets and him personally extracting bullets for her was a different matter entirely. The original owner had fair skin, and the scars from such cuts would take at least. If Fu Shijue intentionally enlarged the incision, she would never be able to wear a bikini at the beach again. Yu Beicheng's bravado diminished significantly. Brother Fu, I don't want scars. Please be gentle. Be quiet. Yu Beicheng looked at him with pitiful eyes, hoping for some leniency. Were you not quite bold just now? Fu Shijue calmly extracted a bullet, placed. Should we stitch it up? Yes, yes, yes. If left unstitched, her scar would take at least a month or two to heal. Stitching it would expedite the healing process and prevent unsightly scars. And she cried, I'll give it to you. I'll hand over the jade pendant. Fu Shijue pressed further, where is the pendant? At this moment, Yu Beicheng displayed remarkable cleverness. I'll tell you after you've stitched me up. You have no room to negotiate. What if I tell you, but you refuse to stitch me, leaving me in this state? She retorted angrily. Chapter 65. Another attempt to escape. Fu Shijue fell silent. Given her current predicament, she had no choice but to reveal the whereabouts of the jade pendant, lest she suffer dire consequences. Within 10 minutes, he attended to her gunshot wound, skillfully stitching up the large gaping scar with cosmetic sutures. As the anesthetic wore off, she began to cry out in pain. He cast aside the scalpel into the silver tray and, with a pair of tweezers, extracted the bullet. After attending to the bloodstains on Yu Beicheng's back, the doctor departed. Through gritted teeth, she asked, I just heard from Butler Lee that it wasn't one of your men who fired the gun. So, who attempted to kill me? He remained silent, his countenance heavy. The bullet type matched that of his bodyguards, suggesting a traitor among them. Naturally, Fu Shijue would not divulge such matters to Yu Beicheng. Instead, he coldly inquired, where is the jade pendant? She hesitated, moving her lips. I can tell you, but will you take me along? It seems your injuries are quite severe. Yu Beicheng resorted to a child. You still haven't told me who harmed me. As he exited the room, Yu Beicheng called after him, but the only response was the resounding thud of the door closing. Unable to remain still, she lay on the bed, worried for Xiaoba, who had been injured and needed her attention. To her dismay, Fu Shijue's men were stationed outside, guarding the premises. Damn it, enduring excruciating pain, she opened the window. Outside lay a thicket of thorny bushes. Jumping down could leave her legs mangled. Yet, she could not linger any longer. She felt certain that the one who shot at her was sent by Qin Shihua. Now that Qin Shihua sought her life, staying by Fu Shijue's side would only invite further attempts on her life. Moreover, given Fu Shijue's recent demeanor, if she were to hand over the jade pendant, he had no intention of taking her along. Thus, she needed to outmaneuver Fu Shijue and activate the mechanism to the cellar first. Grinding her teeth, Yu Beicheng jumped out of the window. Her skin was pierced and bled, but compared to her back injury, it was merely a drizzle. She evaded Fu Shijue's bodyguards and found Xiaoba, confined in the woodshed. Xiaoba lay on the ground, a bullet lodged in his leg, untreated, blood pooling around him. Her eyes welled with tears as she exclaimed, Xiaoba, how are you? Are you alright? Seeing her unscathed brought a relieved smile to his face. Fu Shijue allowed you to be harmed, yet why has he not sent anyone to remove the bullet from your leg? Xiaoba's resilience was remarkable. Anyone else would have succumbed to the pain by now. I'll go fetch a doctor for you, she insisted. Xiaoba grasped her hand. First, go activate the mechanism in the cave. Don't worry, I'm fine. I can handle the bullet myself. I'm sorry, Xiaoba, rest assured, I will never abandon you, she vowed. Departing the woodshed and retracing her steps back to the previous room, the doctor had left the tools behind when he extracted the bullet. If Xiaoba could manage the extraction, she only needed to retrieve the disinfectants and tweezers. However, just as she reached the eaves, a familiar voice echoed, right now, Master Fu and the young lady are together. You must quickly administer this to her. Remember, kill her and leave the scene without a trace. Understood. It was Xiao Chen, one of Qin Shihua's associates. Indeed, the person who shot at her was affiliated with Qin Shihua. Terrified, Yu Beicheng covered her mouth and crouched beneath the eaves. Moments later, she heard the door being pushed open, and the bodyguards rummaging through the room. Not spotting anyone, one of them reported, the woman is not here. Not here? She must have sensed something and fled. Injured as she is, she can't have gone far. Hurry, pursue her. Xiao Qian commanded. Yes. Yu Beiqing crouched in silence for a while, and once the coast was clear, she dared to climb back through the window. Swiftly retrieving the disinfecting tools, she set out to find Xiaobie. To her dismay, Xiao Qian seemed to anticipate her move and had stationed someone outside to watch. Standing at a distance, she scrutinized the faces of the bodyguards and recognized them as Fu Shijue's men. Clearly, Xiao Qian had bribed Fu Shijue's subordinates. At this point, escape seemed impossible. Desperate, Yu Beiqing sought a safe place to hide when she unexpectedly encountered Fu Shijue and Qin Shihua. They stood not too far apart, and the area was relatively deserted, likely due to a recent dispatch. She overheard Fu Shijue say, "I hope you remain the Shihua sister I knew from childhood. Regarding the arson incident, I understand it was coerced by your father, and I hold no grudge." Brother Fu Qin Shihua was instantly moved to tears. "I realize my mistakes, rest assured, I will never assist my father again." Fu Shijue continued, "As for Yu Beichang, do not lay a hand on her." "Why? Brother Fu, do you have feelings for her?" "Because I intend to kill her myself. Should I learn that her death is at your hands, you shall return to Myanmar." His tone left no room for refusal. Qin Shihua bit her lip. "I have no intention of harming her, it was Xiao Qian who said you treat her differently." Fu Shijue frowned slightly. "You have been led astray by Xiao Qian. Do you believe everything she says? You must form your own opinions?" "I was merely confused for a moment, Brother Fu. I will heed your every word from now on. Please do not despise me." Qin Shihua displayed a pitiful countenance. Fu Shijue held a deep aversion for cunning, scheming women. Were it not for the fond memories of their childhood, she would have long since met her demise, and he would not be wasting words in this manner. Listening to Fu Shijue's words, Yu Beiqing could not suppress a sigh. It was evident that Fu Shijue still harbored some sense of conscience towards Qin Shihua, but as her actions grew increasingly extreme, he would soon cease to feign concern. The image of Brother Fu would fade, leaving only indifference and coldness, inevitably twisting Qin Shihua's psyche and leading to a tragic end. In truth, Qin Shihua's love was excessively extreme. In her pursuit of Fu Shijue, her hands were stained with blood. Fu Shijue had become a thorn in her heart, and relinquishing him seemed impossible. She would only be able to do so in death. After sending away the weeping Qin Shihua, Fu Shijue quickly uncovered the hidden Yu Beiqing. Upon seeing her clutching the disinfecting tools, he scoffed, "Planning another escape?" Yu Beiqing shook her head. "I am not, I merely wish to tend to Xiaoba's wounds." Chapter 66, completely under control of Fu Shijue. "You go, and I will break his legs." "Just try me," Yu Beiqing said, her eyes reddened with anger. "How can you be like this? Xiaoba was injured because of me. If I stand by and do nothing, won't that make me heartless and ungrateful? You know he was hurt because of you?" Fu Shijue was, "Are you courting death?" Fu Shijue growled. Why, Yu Beiqing retorted defiantly, "If you dare, just kill me." "You think I wouldn't dare?" "Humph, I possess the jade pendant you desire. If you kill me, you will never obtain it, nor will you be able to unlock that cellar." With puffed cheeks, Yu Beiqing glared at him. Fu Shijue realized that Yu Beiqing was becoming increasingly unruly. When had she ever spoken to him with such defiance? Did she truly believe he was particularly eager for that jade pendant to access the cellar? Without the pendant, he could easily have it blown open. He could even call in an excavator to drill through. Yu Beiqing was genuinely worried about Xiaoba, especially since his injuries were far more severe than hers. Thus, she compromised. "I just overheard your conversation with Qin Shihua. She was the one who injured me, so you should take responsibility. If you allow the doctor to treat Xiaoba's bullet wound, I will tell you where the pendant is." Fu Shijue shot her a sidelong glance. "Where is it?" Yu Beiqing moved her lip. Although the hut had been burned down, the pendant was made of a special material that could withstand fire and would not easily shatter. As soon as Yu Beiqing revealed the pendant's location, Fu Shijue immediately dispatched someone to search for it. However, he did not instruct the doctor to attend to Xiaoba's bullet wound. Upon discovering this, Yu Beiqing was so furious she began to stomp her feet. "That bastard Fu Shijue! Xiaoba treated him so well, does he not remember how Xiaoba cared for him while in the bamboo hut?" Butler Li placed a bowl of medicinal soup before her. "If you truly care for Xiaoba, refrain from mentioning him in front of the young master." It seemed to be a fact. Why, Yu Beiqing was dumbfounded. How can he not like someone as good as Xiaoba? "I have never seen our young master particularly favor anyone, nor have I seen him harbor a strong disdain for any." Yu Beiqing was left speechless. In the previous narrative, Xiaoba was highly regarded by the male lead, who did not harbor any dislike towards him. Why, then, did he now seem to disdain Xiaoba? Could it be because of her? Well, although Xiaoba was around Fu Shijue in the story, he only listened to Fu Shijue and had very little interaction with Yu Nanin. Now, having touched Xiaoba's heart with her sincerity, it appeared Xiaoba's feelings for her were deeper than his feelings for the male lead, which would naturally lead to the male lead's disfavor towards Xiaoba. "Drink the medicine. It is specially brewed by the kitchen staff for you. It will help your back injury heal faster." Yu Beiqing looked at the traditional Chinese medicine, which smelled just as bitter as the previous pregnancy preservative. She shook her head. "I won't drink it. If you drink it, I will let the doctor treat Xiaoba's bullet wound." As soon as Butler Lee's words fell, she immediately picked up the bowl and gulped it down. It was exceedingly bitter. However, it was not as bitter as the last pregnancy-preserving medicine. It seemed that the bitterness was indeed due to the medicine, yet, she was not one to tolerate bitterness easily. She quickly rummaged through the cabinets until she found a piece of chocolate candy, hastily unwrapped it, and popped it into her mouth. Butler Lee shook his head at her pitiful demeanor. "I've finished drinking. Hurry and let the doctor treat Xiaoba's injuries," she insisted. Butler Lee immediately called for a bodyguard, instructing him to fetch the doctor to treat Xiaoba's injuries in her presence. However, it was not long before the bodyguard returned with a report. "Butler Lee, Xiaoba is missing." "What happened? Wasn't he locked in the woodshed? He has been shot in both legs. How could he possibly be missing?" The anxious voice belonged not to Butler Lee, but to Yu Beicheng. The bodyguard glanced at Butler Lee. "It seems he was taken away. There are signs of a struggle inside." Upon hearing this, Yu Beicheng immediately sought to confront that wretched Qin Shihua. Butler Lee restrained her. "Where do you think you're going? There are people from Qin Shihua among your bodyguards. When I went to find Xiaoba earlier, I noticed people from Qin Shihua guarding outside the woodshed. With him now missing, it must be her doing. Miss Qin, she has no grievance with Xiaoba. Why would she want to take him? Xiaoba was injured because of me, which caused Xiao Qian to suffer a wound to her arm. Although she hasn't come to seek revenge on Xiaoba lately, she has certainly been keeping it in her mind." Yu Beicheng knew of Qin Shihua's methods and spoke urgently. "I was previously drugged with abortion pills by her henchmen." But Butler Lee countered, "Those people were hired by your so-called friends. Are you referring to those two foolish women, Xiao Xiao and Wang Jiajia? That's impossible, they lack the intelligence for such schemes." "But I have already investigated. What, do you think I am deceiving you?" Butler Lee replied. "Then it must be Qin Shihua who is manipulating them. Miss Yu, your prejudice against Miss Qin runs deep. Although Miss Qin has always loved the young master, you cannot malign her simply because she is your rival." Yu Beicheng was on the verge of collapse. "Can we please not discuss this now? Let us find Xiaoba first." To Butler Lee, Xiaoba was merely dispensable. If he had indeed been taken by Qin Shihua's people, there was little he could do. "I will go report this to the young master. He has gone to the cave. It will take him at least half an hour back and forth. By the time you send someone out to search, Qin Shihua's people may have already killed Xiaoba. If Xiaoba's legs were fine, she would not worry. However, with his mobility severely impaired, he was very vulnerable to being captured by Qin Shihua's people." Butler Lee furrowed his brow. "It's not that serious. If you want to send someone to search, I will go myself," Yu Beicheng declared, bolting from the room. Butler Lee hurriedly commanded the bodyguards, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and bring her back." Yet, Yu Beicheng was faster than a rabbit. By the time the bodyguards chased after her, her figure had vanished. Yu Beicheng did not confront Qin Shihua but instead searched for Xiaoba's whereabouts. She snatched a gun from a bodyguard, just in case. Why Yu Beicheng? However, she never expected that this incident would completely place Fu Shijue under her control. Chapter 67. Do not fear me. Yu Beicheng encountered Xiaoba. However, at that moment, Xiaoba was engaged in a life and death struggle with Xiao Qian. Surrounding them lay several bodyguards, presumably incapacitated by Xiaoba. Though Xiao Qian was a woman, her skills were on par with Xiaoba's. Yu Beicheng immediately stepped forward, gun in hand, aiming it at Xiao Qian. "Stop." At that moment, Xiaoba's knees were soaked in blood, the crimson staining his trousers, a clear testament to his struggle to endure. Upon seeing her, Xiao Qian smirked. "You finally arrived today. I shall send you both to hell." Xiao Qian's target was none other than Yu Beicheng. Now that she saw Yu Beicheng before her, she shifted her focus to attack. "If you take another step forward, I will shoot you dead," Yu Beicheng warned fiercely. But Xiao Qian was undeterred. She sensed that Master Fu harbored unique feelings for Yu Beicheng. The lady followed Master Fu's words because of her deep affection for him, easily swayed by his mere utterances. As an outsider, Xiao Qian recognized that if Yu Beicheng continued to associate with Master Fu, their bond might evolve into something inseparable. Thus, she secretly pursued Xiaoba, knowing her assumptions were not unfounded. Yu Beicheng genuinely cared for Xiaoba. Once a person has a vulnerability, they are nearly buried in the earth. "Today, you shall undoubtedly perish." Xiao Qian advanced upon Yu Beicheng. Yu Beicheng had to die, even if it cost her life. She would do so willingly. The lady loved Master Fu so dearly that she could not allow her to be disappointed, nor could she let her genuine feelings go awry. Yu Beicheng loaded the gun, her nerves heightened as she had never fired one before, her hands trembling violently. "Do not come any closer." Yet, it seemed Xiao Qian had not heard her. Bang! Yu Beicheng fired a shot. The bullet did not hit Xiao Qian. It went right out. Yu Beicheng's hands were numbed by the recoil, and by the time she regained her senses, Xiao Qian had somehow appeared right before her. She was no match for Xiao Qian, who easily wrested the gun from her grasp. Just as Xiao Qian was about to pull the trigger, Xiaoba charged in and tackled her to the ground. Bang bang bang! With only her left hand free, Xiao Qian was still more than capable of dealing with Xiaoba, even with his injuries. Currently, Xiaoba had Xiao Qian pinned to the ground, effortlessly seizing the gun from her. He then pressed the barrel against her forehead. Xiao Qian was completely immobilized beneath Xiaoba's grip. As the cold muzzle was aimed at her temple, a glimmer of unwillingness flickered in her eyes. In the next moment, a loud bang echoed as her brain splattered. Xiaoba had pulled the trigger, ending Xiao Qian's life with his own hands. Ah! Yubicheng screamed in fright. Xiao Qian lay lifeless among the withered leaves, her eyes forever wide open in shock. Hearing Yubicheng scream, Xiaoba turned to look at her. His hands and body were smeared with Xiao Qian's blood. Upon seeing the terror and fear etched on her face, Xiaoba silently parted his lips. Frowny face, do not fear me. At that moment, Xiaoba was terrified that Yubicheng would come to despise him, forgetting to signal her. He had taken countless lives, and it was evident that Xiao Qian intended to kill her. To protect her, he had no choice but to eliminate Xiao Qian, otherwise, she would not stand a chance against her. For her safety, he had unhesitatingly killed Xiao Qian. He felt no regret. If given another chance, he would still protect her without a second thought. As a modern individual, Yubicheng had never witnessed murder. She stood frozen for quite some time, but once she regained her composure, she shouted, "Xiaoba, come quickly, the Qin Shinua's people are coming." The sound of approaching bodyguards could be heard. Not realizing Xiaoba had not responded, she assumed it was due to his injured legs and rushed over to support him. Tears streamed down Xiaoba's face, and she panicked. "Why are you crying?" He gestured. "I fear you will hate me for killing her." "Fool, you did this to protect me. I can hardly thank you enough. How could I ever hate you?" Yubicheng replied with a hint of exasperation. "Can you still walk?" He nodded. "They are over there." The searching bodyguards spotted them. Yubicheng immediately pulled Xiaoba to run. The bodyguards were not only from Qin Shernua but also those sent by Butler Li to pursue Yubicheng. When the bodyguards saw the corpse on the ground, they reacted with little more than surprise. Until they laid eyes on the horrifying sight of Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian. Qin Shernua rushed over, her heart shattering upon seeing Xiao Qian lying lifeless on the ground, crying out in anguish, "Who did this? Who killed her?" "Miss Qin, please accept my condolences," a bodyguard said. "Get lost." Qin Shernua wept profusely, clutching Xiao Qian's lifeless body. "Xiao Qian, don't scare me, please don't die, don't die." Qin Shernua and Xiao Qian had grown up together. Xiao Qian had treated her like a sister, unwaveringly loyal. Now that she lay dead here, Qin Shernua was engulfed in unbearable sorrow. At the same time, she vowed that the one who had killed Xiao Qian would pay with their life. A bodyguard, barely alive and gasping for breath as Xiaoba held him by the throat, managed to utter, "It was Xiaoba. He killed her, and Yubicheng." Xiao Qian had secretly taken the bodyguard to capture Xiaoba, concealing this from Qin Shernua. Now, upon hearing from the bodyguard that Xiao Qian had perished at Xiaoba's hands, Qin Shernua issued a death order, "Kill Yubicheng and that wretched mute, bring me their heads." Yes. The news of Xiao Qian's death quickly. Currently, Butler Li was by Master Fu's side. "Young master, Xiao Qian is dead." Fu Shijue, examining the jade pendant discovered by the bodyguards in the cave, inquired expressionlessly, "Where are the two of them?" "They've fled." Currently, Qin Shinua's people are scouring the mountains. They will likely be caught before the day is out. Butler Li cautiously suggested, "Young master, they are both injured. They probably won't get far. Should we assist them?" Fu Shijue gazed at the darkening sky. "How long have we been here?" "Almost half a month." Was the young master helping or not helping them? "Young master, are we leaving now, but haven't you yet used the jade pendant to open that cellar?" Butler Li asked again. Fu Shijue had naturally tried to use the pendant as soon as he obtained it. He discovered that the mechanism for the cellar required 2 jade pendants to be combined to unlock it. The other pendant was the one that Qin Shernua had broken and left in the drawer. The pendant in his hand belonged to Yi Tianfan. Where had the other pendant come from? If he was not mistaken, these 2 pendants belonged to Yi Tianfan and his wife, Anon. What connection did Yi Tianfan have with Old K? Chapter 68. Only she in the car accident. As the clock struck 8 on a rainy night, the sky drizzled softly. Yu Beicheng, accompanied by the injured Xiaoba, refrained from venturing into the woods, for the bullet lodged in Xiaoba's leg had yet to be extracted. She urgently needed to locate a clinic to remove the projectile from his body. However, Qin Shinua's men were relentlessly pursuing them. Gazing at Xiaoba's increasingly frail countenance, Yu Beicheng vowed, "I will not allow anything to happen to you." Upon reaching the roadside, she suddenly noticed the gate of Fu Shijue's residence ajar, with a dozen black sedans parked outside. Was he preparing to leave? Had Fu Shijue, after acquiring the jade pendant, activated the cellar mechanism and secured the medicine, ready to depart? Perhaps this presented an opportunity for her to evade Qin Shinua's men. Yu Beicheng deftly sidestepped Fu Shijue's entourage and assisted Xiaoba into the trunk, cautioning him, "Stay quiet and remain here. I will fetch some antiseptic supplies." Xiaoba grasped her hand, pleading, "I can endure, please do not go." "Absolutely not. The bullet has been lodged in your legs for over a day. If this persists, it will lead to infection and disability." Yu Beicheng understood his concerns for her safety, yet she was determined that if danger were to arise within Fu Shijue's territory, she would undoubtedly involve him. Stealthily, Yu Beicheng slipped inside. Her remarkable memory served her well. She recalled precisely where the doctor who attended to Fu Shijue resided. As Fu Shijue prepared to leave, the once bustling 3-story house had grown eerily vacant, with bodyguards and doctors congregating in the front yard. She infiltrated the doctor's quarters, discovering a surgical knife and antiseptic that had been left behind. Concealing the items within her clothing, she exited the room just as a throng of bodyguards, chefs, doctors, and maids began boarding vehicles to follow Fu Shijue. Hidden in the shadows, she caught sight of Qin Shihua, weeping profusely, her eyes swollen and red as she wiped her tears with a handkerchief. Steward Li remained at her side, though Fu Shijue was nowhere to be seen. After Qin Shihua entered her vehicle, Steward Li did not opt for another car but instead joined her in the passenger seat. It was evident that Fu Shijue had already settled into the car. Qin Shihua, Fu Shijue, and Steward Li, 3 individuals in a single vehicle. Naturally, it was expected that Qin Shihua, in her sorrow, would cling to Fu Shijue. This arrangement would facilitate Yu Beicheng's plans perfectly. Quietly, she and Xiaoba concealed themselves in another vehicle, confident they would remain undetected. She felt quite clever indeed. Yu Beicheng, like a thief, climbed into the vehicle housing Xiaoba. As she departed, she had deliberately marked the car, ensuring she would not mistakenly board the wrong one. To her dismay, upon opening the trunk, she found it empty. Where was Xiaoba? At that moment, the vehicle roared to life, prompting her to glance at the license plate, only to discover she had mistakenly entered the wrong car. Xiaoba's vehicle bore the plate A12121, while she had entered A12122. She had misread a single digit. Cursed be her luck, the car carrying Xiaoba was ahead, and now, attempting to board his vehicle was impossible. She could only remain in 12,122 until they reached a service area, where she might stealthily switch to 12121. She nestled into the trunk, closing the door behind her. Meanwhile, in another vehicle, Qin Shihua received a message from her bodyguard regarding Yu Beicheng. She is currently in the trunk of 12122. Accompanying the message was a photo capturing Yu Beicheng entering the car. Qin Shihua glanced at Steward Li in the passenger seat and typed on her phone, "Is there only her in 12,122? Yes, then let us ensure she and the car plunge into the abyss." Qin Shihua opened the window, the winter wind biting cold, but it paled in comparison to the chill within her heart. Through the rearview mirror, she spotted a procession of black sedans. Yu Beicheng, this time, she was as good as dead. Inside 12122, Yu Beicheng assumed the vehicle housed only the driver, perhaps a few hospital maids in the back seat. To her astonishment, Fu Shijue was present. Had he not been seated with Qin Shihua and Steward Li, why was he alone in a different car? Her knowledge of Fu Shijue's company stemmed from the driver's respectful inquiry. "Young master, is the heating adequate? Should I adjust it higher or lower?" Fu Shijue replied coolly. "Lower it." Yu Beicheng, trembling in the cold trunk, thought, what is wrong with this man? It is freezing outside, yet he claims to be warm. He should be in the Arctic or Antarctic, already suffering from a gunshot wound and still recovering from a prior illness. She felt the chill seep into her bones, causing her nose to run incessantly. To her dismay, Fu Shijue opened the window, allowing the cold air to invade the car, stealing away the scant warmth remaining. She could not suppress a sneeze, the sound echoing despite the car's soundproofing. Yet, Fu Shijue seemingly remained oblivious, offering no inquiry. The driver, not deaf, remarked, "Young master, are you unwell?" Yu Beicheng could only stare in disbelief. Surely, Fu Shijue was not so oblivious as to be unaware of her presence in the trunk. He was clearly toying with her, resolute not to confine herself to the trunk any longer. She slightly arched her body, peeking out from behind him, her voice thin and tremulous, reminiscent of a character from a horror film. "Brother Fu, I am in grave peril. You must avenge me, or I shall haunt you daily." Fu Shijue coldly turned his head. "If you wish to die, I can accommodate you." Instantly, she was deterred from further jesting. The cramped confines of the vehicle meant that once she emerged, their bodies were uncomfortably close. Fu Shijue's imposing stature rendered even her slight frame a tight fit. Employing the rationale of one person sits comfortably, Fu Shijue had opted not to share a vehicle with Qin Shihua. Yu Beicheng smiled brightly. "Thank you, Brother Fu. I know you intend to leave, and you surely wish to assist me in evading capture by Qin Shihua's men. You think too highly of yourself." Undeterred by his dismissive tone, Yu Beicheng inquired, "Brother Fu, since you have acquired the jade pendant, could you enlighten me about what lies within the cellar?" No sooner had her question left her lips than a large truck came barreling towards them, not gliding smoothly but accelerating with intent, aimed directly at 12122. The impact sent the car careening several meters. Yu Beicheng was thrown against Fu Shijue, her gunshot wound tearing open anew, her face paling as she gasped, "It hurts." Drip, drip. A liquid cascaded onto her face, a metallic scent enveloping her senses. It was blood. Chapter 69. "Hey, don't scare me. The Fu Shijue is bleeding." Due to inertia, his head was forcefully struck against the car door. The shattered glass lacerated his skin, and blood trickled down his smooth forehead, causing Yu Beicheng to gasp in alarm. "Brother Fu, are you all right?" In the next moment, the truck collided again, with a resounding bang. The car that had overturned on the road was pushed towards the guardrail. The sudden appearance of the truck caused dozens of cars to come to a halt. Just as everyone was about to exit their vehicles to investigate, the truck crashed into the small car wedged against the guardrail once more. This time, it seemed determined to send the car plummeting off the cliff, heedless of its own safety, as it slammed the accelerator, forcing the car off the crumbling mountainside. "Young master! There's a young master in the car!" Butler Li, having exited the vehicle, bellowed upon witnessing the horrific scene. Qin Shihua had remained inside, gazing through the glass at Yu Beicheng's demise. But upon hearing Butler Li's words, the glee on her face instantly morphed into panic, and she stumbled out of the car, exclaiming, "Butler Li, what did you say? What do you mean Brother Fu was in the car?" At that moment, Butler Li paid no heed to Qin Shihua, his legs weak as he rushed forward. The guardrail by the roadside had been smashed open for several meters. Both the truck and the small car carrying Yu Beicheng and Fu Shijue had tumbled down the cliff. The night was dark, and although streetlights illuminated the road, the depths below were unfathomable. Butler Lee took the flashlight handed to him by a bodyguard and shone it below, shouting, "Young master, young master." Behind him, Chin Shino, summoning all her strength, approached. Upon seeing the endless darkness below, confusion filled her eyes as she muttered, "How could it be Brother Fu? Wasn't it said that Yu Beicheng was inside? How could Brother Fu be in there?" Upon hearing her words, Butler Lee questioned with anguish, "Did you wish to harm Yu Beicheng? I understand, but why would you not spare the young master as well? Was it your father who instructed you to do this?" I didn't know Brother Fu was in the car, Butler Lee. I wanted to avenge Xiao Shen. I meant to kill Yu Beicheng, but I love Brother Fu. I could never harm him." Butler Lee's words shattered the last bastion of resolve within Chin Shino. Today, she had lost her dearest friend, and the sorrow was already unbearable, and now, she had inadvertently killed Brother Fu. If Brother Fu were truly dead, what meaning would her existence hold in this world? Butler Lee, having acted impulsively, now reflected with a clearer mind that Chin Shino loved the young master dearly and could not possibly wish him harm. It must all be mere coincidence. Yet, falling from such a height, the odds of survival were slim. Clutching his chest, Butler Lee weakly commanded the bodyguards, "Search, do not overlook a single spot beneath the cliff, whether dead or alive, we must find him." Yes. The truck driver had crashed into Yu Beicheng's car with the intention of taking them both down with him. After 3 successive collisions, the car was sent tumbling over the cliff. Of the 2 vehicles, already precariously matched in size, had inflicted grave danger upon the occupants of the sedan. Now, having directly fallen into the abyss, could anyone survive? The sky continued to weep with a gentle drizzle. Butler Lee's hair and eyelashes were dampened by the fine rain as he clasped his hands together, beseeching the heavens, "Heaven, I implore you to protect my young master. If I can see him return safely, I vow to abstain from meat for the rest of my days." All the bodyguards had set off, leaving only a few maids and Chin Shino on the roadside. Hearing Butler Lee's words, they too began to pray fervently. At the foot of the mountain lay a small lake. The expensive black sedan lay in ruins, having been mercilessly struck by the truck, while not far away, the truck had fallen, engulfed in flames. Yu Beicheng, seated in the back, had been cushioned in Fu Shijue's embrace when the sedan rolled down the cliff, affording her some protection. However, Fu Shijue was not so fortunate. His large frame had met the windshield with brutal force during the truck's initial impact, and now his injuries were exacerbated, blood streaming from his head, obscuring his features. Despite the truck colliding 3 times, Fu Shijue had fought to remain conscious, but when the sedan fell, he happened to be seated by the door, sustaining the brunt of the impact and losing consciousness. The driver in front, though strapped in, was even worse off. Shards of glass had lacerated his face, and a sharp branch had pierced his throat, leaving him bloodied and slumped over the steering wheel. In the car, only Yu Beicheng seemed relatively unharmed, though a wound on her back had split open, causing her to wince in pain. "Surviving such a calamity must bring blessings," she exclaimed joyfully to Fu Shijue. "We're alive. We didn't die." If Fu Shijue had perished, she would surely have succumbed to despair. The fact that she remained unharmed indicated that Fu Shijue had merely fainted. Observing the blood covering his face, she checked for his breath. Miraculously, he still breathed. She attempted to open the car door to escape but discovered the truck was ablaze less than a meter away, flames licking hungrily, and with the fuel tank leaking, an explosion was imminent. Frantically, she realized she must hasten to extract Fu Shijue from this hellish place. Fu Shijue, towering at nearly 6 feet and weighing over 170 pounds, was a daunting burden, particularly as she was injured. She slapped him lightly. "Fu Shijue, wake up, if you don't move, you'll die here." His head tilted from her slap, revealing a gaping wound at the back, causing Yu Beicheng to panic. "Hey, don't scare me." Blood continued to pour from the wound, quickly staining his white shirt crimson. In her arms, she clutched the sterilization tools intended for Xiaoba's bullets, urgently disinfecting his injury and wrapping it in gauze. Yet, the severity of the wound at the back of his head persisted, and despite several layers of gauze, blood continued to seep through. She was fraught with anxiety, calling his name while desperately binding his wound. After using several rolls of gauze, she finally managed to stem the flow of blood. Just as she sighed in relief, she suddenly heard the ominous sound of hiss 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 as the flames began to explode. The truck was about to blow. Seeing that he remained unresponsive, Yu Beicheng gritted her teeth, pushed the car door open, and hoisted his arms over her shoulders, using every ounce of strength to carry him out of the vehicle. As Fu Shijue's weight pressed down upon her back, the gunshot wound aggravated her pain, causing her to break into a cold sweat. "It hurts. Fu Shijue, I'm risking my life to save you. You better not keep saying you want my life." It was clear she could not carry him, but given the circumstances, she had no choice but to press on, lest they both perish in the explosion. Dragging his body, she painstakingly took one step after another. Though the bleeding from Fu Shijue's head had ceased, fresh blood was now seeping from her own back, staining his jacket. The path up the mountain was treacherous, and with the night obscuring her vision, her steps faltered. The uneven terrain caused her to twist her ankle multiple times, sharp stones cutting into her leg, yet she pressed onward. After what felt like an eternity, a resounding boom 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 echoed behind her as the truck was obliterated. The shockwave was immense, propelling Yu Beicheng, who was carrying Fu Shijue, several meters away. Chapter 70, Who Are You to Me? The explosion of the large truck was deafening, soon attracting bodyguards searching for Fu Shijue. They conducted a wide-ranging search but found no trace of the sleek car he was in. It seemed likely that the large truck and the car had collided, and when the truck exploded, it also affected the smaller vehicle. The young master inside was likely. One observant bodyguard immediately pointed at the blazing inferno surrounding the truck. "Isn't that the fire engulfing the young master's car?" Upon hearing this, Butler Lee was overcome with anguish, crying out, "Young master! The bodyguards hastily extinguished the flames with branches and water, revealing the charred remains of the vehicle. The explosion had indeed engulfed the car, leading to its subsequent combustion, reducing everything inside to ashes. However, the corpse in the driver's seat was unmistakably visible, along with a charred body lying on the ground between the truck and the car. Judging by the physique, it appeared to be a male body, resembling the young master quite closely. One could surmise that during the fall from the cliff, the individual had been thrown from the vehicle, only to be consumed by the fire from the explosion. You're talking nonsense. You must be mistaken, the young master cannot be dead. How could he possibly die? Young master, cough, cough. Butlerly gasped, his emotions overwhelming him, leading to a heart attack. With a sickening sound, he spat out blood and collapsed, losing consciousness. In the background, Jean Chernouin, with reddened eyes, grasped a bodyguard and demanded, Yubi Cheng, have you found her body? Wasn't she inside? We have yet to discover any other corpses. Or brother Fu cannot be dead. Continue searching for him. Jean Chernouin refused to believe that Fu Shijue could have perished so easily. By now, night had fallen, making the search arduous for the bodyguards. Moreover, due to the darkness, they overlooked the faint traces of blood on the ground, which, compounded by the rain washing away the evidence, led them to mistakenly believe that the corpse was Fu Shijue. Fu Shijue was presumed lost to the flames. By the time they pondered the whereabouts of the truck driver's body, it was already the following day. After a long night, Yubi Cheng had long since taken Fu Shijue away, and no matter how extensively they searched the mountains, they could find no trace of the two. Whether it was Yubi Cheng's good fortune or Fu Shijue's fate, she stumbled upon a road not long after wandering aimlessly in the dark. The highway was sparsely populated, but she managed to hail a tricycle driven by an elderly man returning from taking his wife to the city for medical treatment. The kind-hearted grandfather welcomed her and Fu Shijue aboard, initially intending to drop them at the nearest station. The grandfather changed his mind when he realized the cold and the frail condition of his wife made it unwise to travel further at such a late hour. Instead, he took them back to his humble, yet warm home in a remote village. After placing Fu Shijue on the bed, the grandfather retrieved a quilt from the cupboard, adorned with a large red double happiness character, likely a remnant from his marriage. He then presented them with 2 sets of clothes, saying, These are my daughter's and grandson's clothes. Young lady, if you don't mind, you may change into them. Thank you, Grandpa. Yubi Cheng expressed her heartfelt gratitude. No need for thanks. If you need anything, just call for me. I must go prepare medicine for my wife now. The elderly man, hunched with age, left the room, kindly closing the door behind him. The grandfather appeared to be in his 70s or 80s, and Yubi Cheng, having lived 2 lifetimes, had never encountered a man of such an age who treated his wife with such devotion. Surely, the bond between the grandfather and grandmother was strong. Who else, after all, would continue to ride a tricycle to take their ailing spouse to the city for treatment? Yubi Cheng felt a pang of envy, mixed with a sense of melancholy. She admired the affection between the elderly couple while being troubled by the fact that Xiaoba had killed Xiao Qian, knowing that Qin Shernua would not let her or Xiaoba off easily. For the time being, she resolved to avoid Qin Shernua as much as possible. As for Fu Shijue, that they could discuss matters when he awoke tomorrow, but if he still desired her life, she would ally with the grandfather to bind him here and continue to exploit him. But if he agreed to let her go, she would graciously allow the grandfather to escort him away. As for herself, she had no intention of leaving with him. Instead, she would seek out Xiaoba and travel the world. However, Yubi Cheng's thoughts proved to be wishful thinking. In the following day, Fu Shijue did not awaken. On the 3rd day, he still lay unconscious. During this time, the grandfather called a local doctor to assess his condition, who stated there was a hematoma in his brain and that surgery might be necessary. Yubi Cheng was taken aback. Will he become a vegetable? This situation could work in her favor. In the 2 days since they had stayed here, she had feared notifying Butler Li, wary of attracting Qin Shernua's attention. However, with Fu Shijue in this state, she could easily summon Butler Li to take him away. Unfortunately, she did not know Butler Li's phone number. Fu Shijue had no habit of carrying a phone with him. To contact Butler Li, she would have to walk straight into the trap. Damn it, suddenly, a loud noise erupted from the room where Fu Shijue lay. Yubi Cheng, basking in the sun outside, assumed it was just another chicken wandering in. The grandfather kept several chickens, ducks, and geese, and it was not uncommon for a chicken to intrude. The house was old, with doors that could only be locked from the inside, making it difficult to secure from the outside. Occasionally, when she stepped out to use the restroom, a chicken would sneak in and leap onto the bed, leaving droppings everywhere. She entered the room only to discover that it was not a chicken but Fu Shijue, who had awakened. He sat up, his gaze vacant, seemingly puzzled as to how he had ended up in this place. Yubi Cheng felt as though the sky had fallen upon her. Hadn't the doctor said he needed surgery to awaken from the hematoma? Otherwise, he would become a vegetable. Why had he suddenly regained consciousness? Oh well, he was surely favored by the heavens. It was impossible for such a perfect and exceptional man to be condemned to a life of vegetative existence. Coming to terms with this reality, Yubi Cheng approached him and inquired, "How do you feel?" He stared at her intently, his beautiful, noticing her affectionate gesture, so familiar and intimate, it seemed as though they had known each other for ages. His finely arched brows furrowed slightly as he pressed his lips together and asked, "Who are you to me?" Yubi Cheng? Chapter 71. Fu Shijue's amnesia. Yubi Cheng believed that Fu Shijue was feigning amnesia, perhaps playfully teasing her. Alternatively, it could be the result of a concussion leading to sudden, intermittent memory loss upon regaining consciousness. It wasn't until she fibbed, declaring, "I am your wife," that he did not regard her with a skeptical gaze. Instead, his brow furrowed even deeper. Perhaps he was astonished that he would marry such a beautiful, charming, and captivating woman. With an air of uncertainty, he inquired, Am I married to you? Yu Beicheng, upon hearing this, felt a thrill of excitement. You truly do not remember me? Even in his amnesia, he maintained an acute observance of her demeanor. You seem quite happy? Happy? Not at all, I am utterly miserable. I just want to cry. How could you forget me, you scoundrel? We shared so many tender moments, and now you've forgotten them all. Dramatically, Yu Beicheng clenched her fists and playfully pounded on his chest before collapsing into his embrace, weeping plaintively. Fu Shijue gazed down at the dark-haired head nestled against him, a flicker of emotion crossing his eyes. He did not resent her proximity, perhaps she was not deceiving him after all. Wah! You villain, my heart aches, how could you treat me this way, she lamented, sobbing as if her heart were breaking. He awkwardly raised a hand to comfort her, but she swiftly seized his arm, pulling him closer. The sudden intimacy enveloped him in her delightful fragrance, stirring an unfamiliar sensation within him. Uncertain whether it was his body's instinctive resistance or mere discomfort, he muttered, You're a bit loud. I doubt I would appreciate such a noisy woman. Yu Beicheng abruptly lifted her head, glaring at him with fierce indignation. She refrained from responding, fearing that her verbosity might displease him and lead to his suggestion to break up. His head throbbed, and he couldn't help but rub his temples. How did I sustain these injuries? She averted her gaze, fiddling with her fingers, offering no reply. I am inquiring of you. Yu Beicheng pouted, Did you not complain about my verbosity? I shall speak less in your presence from now on. Fu Shijue felt his headache intensify, exacerbated by her antics. I permit you to be a bit chatty, for instance, regarding my identity, the nature of my injuries, and how we came to know one another. Yu Beicheng replied. But you have upset me, and I require some coaxing before I will divulge anything. Fu Shijue had never been one to placate others. Even in his current state of amnesia, his prideful nature remained unchanged. Observing his hesitance to articulate anything, Yu Beicheng felt a surge of amusement. This was delightful. Had she known to tell him she was his stepmother, she might have elicited him to call her mother. Alas, there was no opportunity for a do-over. Do not be angry. I shall allow you to chatter a bit, he offered. Yu Beicheng rolled her eyes in response. This stubborn man, he had crossed a line with his words, and he wisely shifted the conversation. My identity must be respectable. How could I possibly find myself in such a wretched place? Unable to restrain her curiosity, Yu Beicheng asked, How do you know your identity is respectable? He revealed the luxurious Patek Philippe watch adorning his wrist. A watch worth 50 million. Such extravagance is beyond the means of an ordinary family. Yu Beicheng was momentarily speechless. Had this man truly lost his memory? How could he still recognize his watch? Well, he might not remember people, yet he was not oblivious to the world around him. Folding her arms, she teased, Perhaps it is a counterfeit. You used to enjoy showing off. My identity does not require a watch for validation, Fu Shijue retorted, fully aware of the nuances between genuine and fake. Yu Beicheng did not shy away from the truth. You are indeed quite wealthy. The reason we are here is due to a car accident. The vehicle plummeted off a cliff. You were injured, and I carried you for quite some time before being rescued by the elderly gentleman of this household. A car accident? Yes, the incident was orchestrated by someone. That person is the infatuated daughter of a crime lord. Out of jealousy for our relationship, she sought to eliminate me. Little did she know that you loved me dearly, fighting valiantly against the driver of the truck that struck us, ultimately leading to the driver's demise. Yu Beicheng spoke with such fervor that it hardly felt like fabrication. Fu Shijue mused, I loved you? Of course, otherwise, why would you have risked your life against the driver, resulting in your current condition, she insisted, relentlessly attempting to instill this narrative in his mind. He frowned, But it seems I do not feel anything towards you now. Feelings of indifference? Yu Beicheng gasped dramatically. Fu Shijue, I never imagined you could be so ungrateful after losing your memory. I endured a gunshot wound for you, and even faced the trials of childbirth. Now you wish to cast me aside, exploiting your amnesia. I shall not permit it, unless you write a guarantee that after our separation, you shall never disturb me again, regardless of what transpires. Hearing her, Fu Shijue initially assumed she was merely disappointed in him, but the conversation took a bewildering turn. We are not truly married, are we? He inquired. Yu Beicheng's heart skipped a beat, and she struggled to mask her panic. What do you mean we are not married? Do you think I am deceiving you? Very well, I shall present you with evidence. With that, she turned her back to him and removed her top. The smooth, unblemished skin of her back bore the marks of 2 bullet wounds, the injury aggravated from carrying him days prior, now appearing quite severe. These are the tokens of my love for you. Fu Shijue, we have been together for several years. It is only natural for you to feel weary of me. However, you must not question the sincerity of my affections, she proclaimed sorrowfully, feigning tears in front of him. Not only did the amnesiac Fu Shijue feel a pang of compassion, but even the unamnesiac Fu Shijue would likely be moved by her heartfelt confession. Forgive me, I may have misjudged, he replied, for he had always been a suspicious individual, and his inherent sensitivity would not vanish even in his memory loss. Yu Beicheng sat on a rickety bench, tears streaming down her face as she buttoned her coat. I do not blame you, it is my fault. Had I not fallen in love with you, we would not have to endure this pain before our separation. Fu Shijue, unable to restrain himself, uttered a promise. I vow that I will not doubt our feelings again. Yu Beicheng looked at him with glistening eyes. Really? Indeed. Fu Shijue felt awkward, his body and heart whispering that he had never truly experienced love for a woman. Yet, before him stood Yu Beicheng. Oh well, she appeared to be just a girl in her 20s, how malicious could she possibly be? In her heart, Yu Beicheng rejoiced, a mischievous idea flickering through her mind. Then could you kiss my lips and sweetly call me wife? Fu Shijue's expression shifted, adopting an odd demeanor. Chapter 72, calling her wife with a touch of emotion. I knew you wouldn't be willing, you resist me, said Yu Beicheng, her face clearly reflecting sadness. She was strikingly beautiful, her slightly affected demeanor only serving to heighten one's sympathy for her. You weren't like this before. Every night, you would hold me and express how blissful and joyful it was to be with me for a lifetime, and you even said you wanted to. Seemingly aware of what she was about to say, Fu Shijue hastily interrupted. Don't say anymore, just call me. She was not only incessant but also exceedingly blunt in her speech. Was she truly his type? He fancied himself a man of depth, one who valued substance over mere appearances. Surely, his taste was not that lacking. Yu Beicheng could easily discern the self-doubt in his gaze, yet her heart was brimming with joy, a smile dancing on her lips. Then quickly call me. Regrettably, there was no phone at hand. Otherwise, she would have recorded this moment. How delightful it was to witness him floundering. Fu Shijue's voice was devoid of any emotion or warmth as he uttered, wife. Ah, that won't do, you must infuse it with some feeling, like wife, she cooed playfully. Wasn't that how I called you before? Fu Shijue furrowed his brow in inquiry. Yu Beicheng nodded, her eyes sparkling with innocence. Indeed. Then how did you call me? Since I have already called you wife, I presume you refer to me as husband. Fu Shijue deftly turned the tables on her. While my call of wife may lack sentiment at present, I can certainly learn. Just teach me, and I shall earnestly endeavor to master it. Yu Beicheng was momentarily taken aback. Was this man attempting to take advantage of her? TSK, he must not know her well enough. She immediately perched herself on his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck, blowing softly into his ear. Her husband, she could feel his body stiffen noticeably, and a smirk crept onto her lips. Would you like to know how we used to interact? He was not inherently a curious individual, but in that moment, bewitched by her, he couldn't help but ask, how did we interact? She began to unbutton his shirt, her laughter laced with innuendo. The two were so engrossed in their romantic reverie that they failed to notice the impending disaster until they heard a resounding crash. The bed had collapsed. It was an old bed, having endured too much wear and tear over the years. The noise was rather loud, drawing the attention of the neighbors passing by. Old Su, what's that ruckus coming from your house? What fell? Old Su was the elderly gentleman in question. Due to the bright sunshine that day, he had taken his wife to a crowded mahjong parlor to bask in the warmth. Otherwise, Yu Beicheng would not have dared to engage in such antics with Fu Shijue in broad daylight. Upon hearing the neighbor's approach, Yu Beicheng glanced at the disassembled wooden bed, utterly unrepairable, and said to Fu Shijue, you broke the bed. You should compensate Old Su for a new one. Fu Shijue corrected her misstatement, his tone leaving no room for dispute. We broke it together. She felt it was time to leave and said to him, let's buy a new bed and then depart. Now that Fu Shijue had lost his memory, she was unafraid of Qin Shino's retaliation. In fact, she intended to seize this opportunity to teach Qin Shino a lesson. At this moment, it was 2 in the afternoon. After stepping outside, Yu Beicheng eagerly engaged in conversation with the arriving neighbors. She exuded an undeniable charm, and after exchanging a few words, the neighbors readily agreed to drive them to town to purchase a bed in their tricycle. The tricycle was equipped with 2 small stools. Yu Beicheng sat behind Fu Shijue in the tricycle. Noticing his continued silence, she said, I understand that you are not accustomed to this place. As soon as you woke up, I brought you back home. Please don't be unhappy. His focus, however, was not on her words but rather on the warmth they had just shared. It seemed she was indeed speaking the truth. They had an undeniable chemistry, though it was unfortunate that the bed had collapsed. By the way, I have no money on me. When we buy the bed, you'll have to pay, Yu Beicheng stated. It was winter, and although the sun shone brightly that day, the tricycle lacked a canopy, leaving them vulnerable to the cold wind, rendering them both rather foolish in appearance. Especially with the white bandage wrapped around Fu Shijue's head fluttering in the breeze, it was quite a comical sight. However, he was oblivious to it, and Yu Beicheng refrained from laughing. They were counting on the expensive watch on his wrist to cover their fare home. Having fallen on hard times, they hoped to see if they could raise some funds in town. It was unlikely they could fetch millions, and even 100,000 seemed far-fetched. She estimated that if they could manage to pawn it for several tens of thousands, it would be quite impressive, considering the small town's limited market. He plainly stated, I have no money either. Not having cash on hand does not imply one lacks valuable items, she indicated with her gaze towards the watch on his wrist. She had clearly risen in stature, perhaps one day managing to enjoy the fruits of Fu Shijue's soft living. Fu Shijue, being the astute man he was, could easily discern her implication. This watch is not something an average person can afford. Finding a buyer at this time is challenging. However, are we not headed to town? We can take it to the pawnshop and see how much they will offer. The pawnshops in the city do not offer high prices. What can we expect from a small town? In our current situation, we can only hope they offer us a lower amount. Yu Beicheng was well aware of the reality, yet felt it was a necessary course of action. Fearing he might hesitate, she further convinced him, don't worry, you are incredibly wealthy, this watch is just a small part of your family's fortune. Fu Shijue merely responded with a nonchalant as an acknowledgement. Upon arriving in town, Yu Beicheng promptly led Fu Shijue to the pawnshop of the small town. Indeed offered low prices. However, for Yu Beicheng's persuasive skills, the owner agreed to a valuation of 1 million. With the money in hand, Yu Beicheng immediately handed 3,000 to Old Su's neighbor as a token of appreciation for their efforts. After spending 5,000 on a new bed at a furniture store, she arranged for the store owner to deliver it to old Sue's home. Initially, she planned to give a little something to old Sue. However, upon reflection, she realized that as an elderly man, he would likely prefer cash. If she were to give him money, the villagers would surely find out, and should a thief break in at night to steal it, unforeseen troubles could arise. Thus, she extravagantly purchased a slew of household appliances from the electronics store, including a refrigerator, washing machine, air conditioner, water heater, and television, all to replace the old items in old Sue's home. These small gestures were her way of repaying old Sue for the hospitality she and Fu Shijue had received during their stay. With all the appliances being delivered, Yu Beicheng felt at ease as she and Fu Shijue took a rented car back to City A. Upon returning, she believed she was stepping into a life filled with happiness, only to find that a tragic nightmare was just beginning. Chapter 73. Wait until I grow tired of this before we part. As Yu Beicheng and Fu Shijue returned to a city in a rented car, the clock struck 9 in the evening. Rather than immediately escorting Fu Shijue to the villa to meet Butler Lee, she opted to check into a hotel room, wishing to indulge in some intimate moments with him. Naturally, she was also apprehensive that Butler Lee might expose her deception in Fu Shijue's presence, and thus, she felt the need to prepare him in advance. Although she had already attempted to brainwash him during the taxi ride, she believed that given his amnesia had only lasted a day or two, it was essential to cultivate their relationship further. She could discern that he harbored little affection for her character, integrity, and appearance failed to attract him, yet, she was certain that her devilish figure would captivate him. The very thought of him being amnesiac, and under her influence, transforming into a lovesick fool devoted solely to her, brought a smile to her face. How delightful it was to finally have the upper hand. Upon returning, she could leverage him against Butler Lee, making it a piece of cake to deal with Qin Shernua. Upon entering the hotel, Yu Beicheng wasted no time and delved straight into the matter with Fu Shijue. In the prime of his youth, he was still a vigorous young man. Even if he had suffered an injury to his head initially, Yu Beicheng was amused by Fu Shijue's formidable demeanor, but by the following morning, when she found he showed no signs of tiring, her amusement waned. Awakening the next evening at 8, she realized she had gone a day without food, leaving her both famished and parched. Just as she was about to speak, she discovered she had lost her voice. Awake? Fu Shijue inquired, seated on the sofa, engrossed in a financial newspaper provided by the hotel. TSK, even in a state of amnesia, this man retained a keen interest in finance. No wonder he had become the owner of a publicly listed company. Observing Fu Shijue's composed demeanor, Yu Beicheng felt a surge of frustration and couldn't help but retort, I am utterly exhausted. You've slept for an entire day without doing anything, he replied. Yu Beicheng was taken aback. What nonsense was this man spouting? I'm hungry, let us have a meal and then return. She was eager to wield her authority over Qin Shernua. Let us stay a bit longer. We can return later, he stated calmly. Why? Yu Beicheng raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Sensing something amiss, she quickly added, we should head back soon. After all, we've been missing for several days. Butler Lee must be quite worried. Yet, as she spoke, her throat ached painfully, and meanwhile, Fu Shijue remained unresponsive, prompting Yu Beicheng to explode. Can't you at least bring me a bottle of water to drink? Instead of taking offense at her raised voice, he kindly fetched her a bottle of water, saying, since they've already worried, a few more days won't make a difference. Yu Beicheng twisted open the bottle and gulped down the 500 milliliters of water in one go. Her throat felt considerably better, though her voice remained hoarse. Butler Lee is getting on in years and isn't in good health, we should really return sooner. Fu Shijue sensed her reluctance and asked, do you seem to be quite averse to us being alone together? How could that be? You misunderstanding. Having spent so much time together, I trust you are well aware of my capabilities. How can you suddenly claim otherwise? Yu Beicheng could no longer maintain her feigned smile. I'm only considering your health. You are still recovering from your injury, after all. So she was concerned for herself. Fu Shijue raised an eyebrow. I'm in perfect health, you needn't worry about me. Yu Beicheng was not concerned for him at all. She was worried for herself. Did this man only think of himself, disregarding her well-being? What a brute. Why don't you ever show any concern for me? Am I still your beloved darling? She switched to a more coy tone, hoping to smooth things over. Unfortunately, even in his amnesiac state, Fu Shijue remained a self-centered individual. He replied, I detest killjoys. Wah, you used to be so kind to me, gentle and considerate. Yu Beicheng covered her face with a pillow, feigning a pitiful demeanor. But you've changed. Fu Shijue frowned. Had he ever been that indulgent towards a woman before losing his memory? He found it hard to believe, as at this moment, he felt little fondness for her, though he was somewhat captivated by her physique. Perhaps his previous affection stemmed from her alluring body, which piqued his interest. Meanwhile, she viewed him through rose-colored glasses, convinced of his deep love for her. Noticing the shift in his expression, Yu Beicheng realized he was growing suspicious. Why had she claimed to be his wife? She regretted that decision deeply. Fu Shijue was proving to be far more challenging than she had anticipated. She had thought she held all the cards, but this man was shrewd and difficult to approach. Oh well, since he was amnesiac, he wouldn't harm her for the time being. Should she propose a breakup now, they could part ways, and she could enjoy a period of peace until his memories returned? Yu Beicheng deemed this plan quite sensible. Since you are no longer the good that loved me, let us break up. Fu Shijue was taken aback. At present, he had no intention of breaking up with her. Wait until I grow tired of this before we part. His tone was less that of a boyfriend and more of a commanding order. Yu Beicheng was infuriated yet amused. What if I insist on breaking up? Then your family and friends shall not blame me for being unkind to them. His tone suggested he was not merely joking. Yu Beicheng found herself exceedingly irritated with him, gazing at his infuriating expression. She wished to slap herself. Why had she thrown herself into this predicament? She had initiated their intimacy, feeling genuine happiness at the time, yet now she felt trapped. What was the difference between this and selling herself? I'm still your girlfriend, so what do you consider me now? Yu Beicheng demanded. Fu Shijue replied, but you mentioned you are my girlfriend, not my wife. Yu Beicheng was rendered speechless. And after you break up with me, you won't find another man as exceptional as I am. You should know just how remarkable I truly am. Yu Beicheng was not inclined to continue this conversation. It would only serve to infuriate her further. Regardless, she would not allow herself to be at a disadvantage. Since he wished for her to remain by his side, she would do just that. After all, as long as she stayed close to him, he would never have a moment's peace. Chapter 74 The dog that amuses its master. After exiting the hotel, Yu Beicheng and Fu Shijue dined together before returning to the luxurious residence of Luoting. In recent days, Butler Lee and Qin Shinua's associates had been tirelessly searching for Fu Shijue. A series of bodyguards returned empty-handed, and Butler Lee feared for Fu Shijue's life, believing he had succumbed to a grave illness. Meanwhile, Qin Shinua wept daily, her eyes swollen from tears. The entire household was troubled by Fu Shijue's mysterious disappearance, leaving them little time to attend to Xiaoba, who had since nearly healed from his injuries. When Fu Shijue and Yu Beicheng finally appeared at the villa, the bodyguards and maids erupted in cheers. The young master has returned. Butler Lee, the young master is alive, he has not perished. Soon, Butler Lee, visibly trembling, approached Fu Shijue, exclaiming, this is wonderful news, young master, your return brings us such relief. With tears brimming in his eyes, Butler Lee appeared significantly aged from the ordeal, his hair now streaked with white. Fu Shijue gently pushed aside the eager Butler Lee who sought to embrace him, stating, find a female doctor to tend to her. But young master, where are you injured? Please, let me see. Butler Lee implored anxiously. Despite sustaining a frightening head injury in the car accident, Fu Shijue's remarkable constitution led to a swift recovery. Within a week, the wound had nearly healed, and he had already removed the bandages. To the untrained eye, his injury was hardly noticeable. Fu Shijue, typically reticent, was even more so in his amnesiac state, responding coldly to Butler Lee's concerns. If I ask you to find someone, then do so without all this unnecessary chatter. Of course, I will summon a doctor for you immediately, Butler Lee replied hastily. Not for me, for her, Fu Shijue clarified, finally drawing Butler Lee's attention to Yu Beicheng standing beside him. Yu Beicheng greeted with a smile, Butler Lee, it has been a while. I assure you, I am not seriously unwell, so there is no need to call a doctor for me. Fu Shijue shot her a cold glance, retorting, what are you trying to prove? Did you not claim to feel unwell? Let a female doctor prescribe you some medication, it will alleviate your suffering when attending to me in the future. She rolled her eyes dramatically. Butler Lee, observing the peculiar interaction between the young master and Yu Beicheng, appeared taken aback. Young master, since when have you been so? Fearing that Butler Lee's words might incite Fu Shijue's suspicion, Yu Beicheng quickly interjected, I am just so tired, feeling drowsy, and in need of rest. Fu Shijue replied, you ought to take your medication before sleeping. By morning, you should be well enough to visit my room. With that, he strode towards the villa, evidently uninterested in further conversation with Butler Lee and Yu Beicheng. Butler Lee stood in stunned silence, processing Fu Shijue's words until a sudden gust of cold air jolted him, prompting him to question the forlorn Yu Beicheng, what have you done to my young master? I have done nothing, she replied, feeling a surge of fear from Fu Shijue's unfamiliar demeanor. His mind seemed consumed by an overwhelming desire, fixated solely on her as if he had never experienced intimacy before. Am I unaware of my young master's nature? He has always been virtuous and restrained, with modest desires. Even if you had previously forced him, he remained disinterested, yet, after a mere few days of disappearance following a car accident, he has transformed into a man who cannot detach himself from women. Yu Beicheng, you had better confess honestly, or I shall not let this matter rest. Yu Beicheng felt a weight of unspoken grievances but ultimately mustered the courage to assert, haven't you noticed? During these days, I have developed feelings for your young master. He is particularly infatuated with me now. But you had previously been intimate with him, why was there no affection then? Butler Lee persisted, his disbelief palpable. He could accept that Fu Shijue might be drawn to other women, but Yu Beicheng, he simply could not fathom that his young master would harbor such feelings for her, especially given his past disdain for her. Butler Lee, filled with indignation, demanded, have you placed some curse upon my young master? Absolutely not, you may have him examined. Yu Beicheng retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Perhaps this is his true self. The aloof and temperate Fu Shijue was merely a facade. You shall not defame my young master. Yu Beicheng struggled to comprehend Butler Lee's archaic mindset. Fu Shijue was human, not a deity. How could he possibly lack physical needs? Butler Lee, I recognize your grievances towards me. However, I must assert that despite any misunderstandings, Fu Deji adores me deeply with my beauty and figure. What man would not be captivated? Though I have erred in the past, I have since soothed him in bed, and he has forgiven my previous transgressions. Therefore, I implore you not to bring up matters that cause discomfort to us all, if you would be so kind. Her smile radiated warmth. Butler Lee, taken aback, replied, I know my young master well, he is not that sort of person. Yu Beicheng realized she could not deceive Butler Lee, who had been by Fu Shijue's side for over 20 years, capable of discerning even the slightest shifts in his demeanor. She refrained from further elaboration, stating, "Then you may inquire directly with him." After a night spent together, she was confident she had thoroughly enchanted Fu Shijue, making him utterly reliant on her presence. Even if Butler Lee exposed her true identity, Fu Shijue would likely not harm her. After all, he had lost his memory and forgotten the humiliating experiences she had subjected him to. Butler Lee indeed sought out Fu Shijue to inquire about the events of his absence. Fu Shijue, not withholding the truth, recounted what transpired upon awakening but omitted the details of his amnesia. During their return journey, Yu Beicheng had already provided him with extensive information regarding the people in his life and their backgrounds. He believed it prudent to keep the details of his distinguished identity and amnesia to a minimum, given his numerous business ventures that attracted scrutiny. Butler Lee observed that Fu Shijue seemed unchanged, perhaps indicating that his concerns were unfounded, yet an unsettling feeling lingered within him. "Lee Butler, you need not worry that I shall develop feelings for her." Fu Shijue discerned his unease, stating, "I merely perceive her as a dog that brings joy to its master, which is why I have chosen to keep her close." "A dog? Who would ever engage in intimacy with a dog?" "But young master, if your heart harbors such thoughts, I shall refrain from further comment." Butler Lee conceded to himself. However, he could not have anticipated that in the days that followed, Fu Shijue's behavior towards Yu Beicheng would lead Butler Lee to a complete breaking point. Chapter 75. Seek treatment early in case of illness. The next day, Butler Lee approached Yu Beicheng. Before he could utter a word, Yu Beicheng lamented, "Butler Lee, please save me, your young master is more beastly than a savage. He was never like this before. If you can rescue me from this inferno, I shall honor your memory daily after your demise." Butler Lee's lips twitched slightly. "I truly appreciate that you still remember me." Yu Beicheng surmised the purpose of Butler Lee's visit. After all, in Butler Lee's eyes, Fu Shijue was the epitome of a pristine and self-restrained gentleman. Thus, she devised a plan. "Butler Lee, you must hurry and arrange for my escape." "But why must it be me who arranges your departure? Can't you leave on your own?" Butler Lee retorted, bemused. It was rather amusing. She had perfectly functional legs, and calling a taxi would suffice for her to leave. "If I leave on my own, I cannot guarantee that Fu Shijue won't send someone after me," Yu Beicheng replied, her face a mask of anxiety. At present, merely recalling Fu Shijue's name conjured terrifying memories of endless nights. She could not endure it. Butler Lee's thoughts turned inward. "If you hadn't seduced the young master, would you be in this predicament? This is all your own doing." Yu Beicheng, feeling aggrieved, exclaimed, "What's the use of discussing this now? It's too late." Had she not entangled herself with him, she would have been at a loss for how to approach him. He had no one he truly cared for, nor any family. He was indifferent to everything, devoid of desires. Butler Lee shrugged. "There is little I can do about what the young master wishes to pursue." He had assumed Yu Beicheng was the one who had seduced the young master, only to discover that it was the young master himself. Alas, he could hardly speak on her behalf with the young master, and could only devise strategies to incite his disdain towards her. "If you do not assist me, I truly have no one else to turn to." Upon finishing her plea, Yu Beicheng's gaze landed on Yunanin, who was diligently cleaning not far away. Why was Yunanin working so earnestly? Did she not know how to slack off? Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind. With a mischievous grin, she inquired, "Butler Lee, is that my sister?" Butler Lee cast her a sideways glance, sensing she was about to hatch another ill-conceived plan. "She has been working here for over half a month." Yu Beicheng was aware that Yunanin intended to support their uncle's parasitic family. Given Yunanin's frail health, working outside was hardly as easy as here. It seemed that Fu Shijue had retained her out of gratitude for her prior assistance. "Has she been bullied by Qin Shernua?" Butler Lee candidly replied, "Qin Shernua is currently mourning the death of Xiao Qian and has no time to trouble miss you." "Oh, I see. And where is Qin Shernua now?" "She has fallen gravely ill, her condition appears dire, and she is currently recuperating in the west courtyard." This grand estate belonged to Fu Shijue, and Butler Lee had long instructed the maids and bodyguards in the west courtyard to maintain secrecy regarding Fu Shijue's return. As a result, Qin Shernua was unaware that he had come back. Had Xiao Qian still been by her side, such news would hardly remain concealed. With Xiao Qian's death, it was as if Qin Shernua had lost an arm, unable to reach out. Yu Beicheng replied with an "oh," initially considering confronting Qin Shernua with Fu Shijue's support. However, since Qin Shernua was still oblivious to her survival, it would be prudent to avoid stirring trouble. Just because she could not exact revenge on Qin Shernua did not mean she wouldn't incite others. "Qin Shernua has also caused harm to your young master. Are you still treating her with kindness?" "Qin Shernua came here with the young master, and her target is not him, but you. Thus, how she is dealt with will be entirely up to the young master," Butler Lee replied, not falling for her ploy. Yu Beicheng pouted. The crux of the matter was that Qin Shernua had targeted her, and she had brought this upon herself by provoking Fu Shijue. Thus, his refusal to assist was understandable. Cleverly, Yu Beicheng shifted the topic, asking, "Has your young master finally come to his senses? Why don't you arrange something for him?" Butler Lee squinted, eyeing her warily. "Miss Yuer, what do you mean by that? Do you wish for me to find another woman for the young master, so you may escape his clutches?" Yu Beicheng indeed harbored such intentions. However, presenting herself as someone who deeply loved Fu Shijue, she rambled on to Butler Lee, "Do not question my feelings for your young master. I love him, hence I cannot bear to confine him. There are countless beauties in this world. A man cannot have but one woman. Your young master is so exceptional and perfect, surely he will attract other women in time. What difference does it make whether he has them sooner or later? You are quite generous, Butlerly remarked. Yu Beicheng bit her lip, feigning a look of hurt intolerance. As long as your young master is happy, I would not only allow him to be with another woman, but I would even agree to serve her during her confinement. Butlerly scoffed. It is time for the young master to exercise some restraint. He can no longer indulge in such behavior. Butlerly was concerned for Fu Shijue's well-being, not swayed by Yu Beicheng's arguments. Yu Beicheng longed for the former self-restrained Fu Shijue and joyfully inquired, Butlerly, do you have a plan? None whatsoever. Yu Beicheng was rendered speechless. He appears to be in good spirits. I believe my approach is viable. Butlerly replied, Are you truly willing to go through with this? I must be willing. Do you know what he said to me when he left this morning? As she spoke, Yu Beicheng became infuriated, a surge of anger swelling within her. What did he say? He told me to come find him in his study later. Woo woo. Yu Beicheng cried loudly. Butlerly was left speechless. At this moment, he did not view Yu Beicheng's allure or her seductive tactics as the issue, but rather, Butlerly's expression grew grave as he asked, Do you think our young master is suffering from some ailment? Yu Beicheng had not encountered any mention of Fu Shijue's illness in the book. Perhaps it was a consequence of the car accident, but that affected his mind. That should not be the case. Nonetheless, she found herself agreeing with Butlerly's concerns, thus she suggested, I think it would be prudent to call a family doctor to examine him. It is better to resolve any illness promptly. Very well, I shall bring a doctor to see the young master shortly. With that, Butlerly took his leave. Yu Beicheng had initially wanted to inquire about Xiao Ba's whereabouts, but Butlerly had already vanished. After a restless night, she intended to catch up on sleep but instead noticed a bodyguard playfully teasing Yunanin. That innocent girl, Yunanin, could hardly withstand such antics. Her face flushed crimson. Yet, the figure of the bodyguard seemed oddly familiar. Chapter 76. She teases other men at a glance. Yu Beicheng recognized the bodyguard as Lan Zhuoqi. However, as she approached, she was met with an unfamiliar visage, suggesting that the Lan Zhuoqi before her had altered his appearance. But wasn't he known for his inability to disguise himself? Could it be that Shen Fu, who was often seen beside Jiang Yubai, had come to Z country? Xiao Chang, it truly warms my heart to see you with brother Fu, Yunanin remarked upon noticing her presence. Yu Beicheng forced a smile, concealing her true feelings. Had it not been for the fear that Yunanin might become involved with Fu Shijue, she would have unequivocally denied any connection to him in front of Yunanin. Yet, the tale within the pages was only just beginning. With Yunanin joining the staff at the Luoting mansion, the dynamics of her relationship with Fu Shijue had deepened significantly. In just a few days, it would be Fu Shijue's birthday. During the banquet, Yunanin would inadvertently consume drugged champagne, leading her to stumble into Fu Shijue's room, where they would share an unforgettable and enchanting night. To prevent such an occurrence, Yu Beicheng knew she must distract Yunanin. You should return home to care for your grandmother, who has been unwell, and then come back in a few days, Yu Beicheng suggested. Well, Yunanin hesitated, realizing her immediate superior was Butlerly. Sister, I am now practically the lady of the Luoting mansion, can't I handle this matter? Yunanin pressed. Yunanin's grandmother was gravely ill, likely not surviving until the new year. Yu Beicheng understood her desire to work and earn money for her grandmother's treatment. However, at this moment, she needed to be by her grandmother's side, cherishing the last moments together. Without allowing her to refuse, Yu Beicheng calculated the days and said, You should go home the day after tomorrow, then return to work a week later and now, hurry and pack. I'll speak to Butlerly. Yunanin, without suspicion, replied, Thank you, Xiao Chang. After seeing Yunanin off, Yu Beicheng turned her gaze to the bodyguard, Lan Zhuoqi, who had been staring intently at her. Rather than speculate on his identity, she commanded, Come here. Lan Zhuoqi, observing her walk toward the sofa, inquired, What can I do for you, miss you? My back aches, please give me a massage, she requested. Lan Zhuoqi's expression darkened instantly. He had never played the role of a servant in his life. What's wrong, unwilling? Yu Beicheng retorted, recalling the countless times she had suffered at his hands. Then you may leave. We do not keep disobedient bodyguards. Miss you just I merely believe that propriety dictates a certain distance between men and women. Should others witness this and inform Mr. Fu, it may tarnish your reputation in his eyes. Yu Beicheng teased him, Do you think I would forsake brother Fu for you? Your physique, your looks, your family background, would I ever be interested in you? Lan Zhuoqi, this impudent girl, allowing her to have him massage her legs was one thing, but to claim he was inferior to Fu Shijue? How could Fu Shijue possibly compare? If not for his current disguise, he would have revealed his true identity long ago. As Yu Beicheng saw him kneel down to massage her legs, she found herself delightfully amused. If Lan Zhuoqi was obediently massaging her legs, how far could she be from having Fu Shijue do the same? Yet, she did not forget her purpose and asked, You seemed quite cheerful chatting with my sister earlier. Have you developed feelings for her? Lan Zhuoqi offered no rebuttal. In matters of affection for Yunanin, he had always been unreserved in his admission. My sister has a childhood sweetheart, do not harbor any thoughts, Yu Beicheng said, plucking a seedless grape from the fruit bowl and popping it into her mouth. Isn't the childhood sweetheart him? Lan Zhuoqi's heart swelled with uncontainable joy. She has a boyfriend, how come I've never heard her mention this? Why should she divulge her private affairs to you? She and that childhood sweetheart will undoubtedly end up together, do not meddle in their romance, understand? Although Lan Zhuoqi could be rather dogged at times, he was indeed well matched for Yunanin. After all, he loved her dearly, possessing a gentle and reserved nature. Unlike Fu Shijue, who was tempestuous and fierce, Lan Zhuoqi redoubled his efforts in massaging her legs. From your tone, it sounds like you and Xiao Nanin enjoy a good relationship. Did she tell you her boyfriend is her childhood companion? Yu Beiqing gestured for him to bring the fruit bowl closer. Lan Zhuoqi promptly complied. After a few bites, she remarked, "Knead my shoulders, and I'll tell you." Lan Zhuoqi, utterly smitten, had no complaints. He exerted every effort to please her. After about 10 minutes, Lan Zhuoqi pressed, "Miss you still haven't told me." Yu Beiqing had drifted into a comfortable slumber on the bed, and when Lan Zhuoqi roused her, she groggily murmured, "Continue. Why have you stopped?" Her back was particularly uncomfortable, and she ordered him to massage her for another 10 minutes before revealing anything. Although Lan Zhuoqi was displeased, he obediently complied, eager for the answer. This time, Yu Beiqing ceased her teasing and smiled invitingly. "Come closer, I'll whisper it to you." Lan Zhuoqi nodded eagerly. She leaned in and whispered, "Lan Zhuoqi, if you wish to pursue my sister, you must keep striving." Lan Zhuoqi's expression shifted abruptly. "You've already guessed my identity?" "Indeed, otherwise why would I request a massage from a bodyguard I do not recognize?" Lan Zhuoqi reached out, as if to throttle her. But in Fu Shijue's territory, he could only see through clenched teeth. Yu Beiqing. Ha ha ha. Yu Beiqing laughed uncontrollably. Their playful, flirtatious exchange was inadvertently witnessed by Fu Shijue and Butler Li, who were about to descend the stairs. Butler Li suddenly felt a chill emanating from Fu Shijue standing behind him. He could not see his expression, yet he knew the young master was irate. What was going on with Yu Beiqing? She was now considered the young master's woman, yet here she was, cavorting with a bodyguard. Wait a moment, the young master had never been one to concern himself with trivial matters. How could he possibly be displeased by Yu Beiqing's playful antics with a man? Could it be jealousy? Butler Li expected the young master to comment, alerting Yu Beiqing to his presence and subsequently dragging the bodyguard away for a thorough reprimanding. Instead, Fu Shijue ignored Yu Beiqing entirely and strode purposefully toward the door. Butler Li was left bewildered. Had he misjudged the situation? As the black Bentley pulled up at the entrance, Butler Li, donning white gloves, opened the car door. After Fu Shijue entered, Butler Li climbed into the passenger seat. Just as he was about to instruct the driver to depart, Fu Shijue suddenly interjected. Zhou Fingjia mentioned his sister is bored and wishes for someone to keep her company. I thought Yu Beiqing has nothing to do, so I'll have her accompany Zhou Fingjia's sister. Butler Li, when did the young master ever require explanations or justifications for his decisions? Noticing Butler Li's expression, Fu Shijue inquired, do you believe I am bothered by her association with other men? Isn't it? Butler Li instinctively questioned. Not at all. What is her status? What is mine? Does she even compare to me? If she doesn't compare, then why would he sleep with someone else? Butler Li inwardly scoffed. His young master was not the type to be so petty. Something felt off, making him feel as though the man before him was not his usual master. Chapter 77. It steal a joy. When Fu Shijue departed, Yu Beiqing remained oblivious to his absence. She had intended to tease Lan Zhuoqi about his disguise, but when Butler Li entered and requested her to accompany Fu Shijue to the Zhou family, she found herself perplexed. Why was she following Fu Shijue while he discussed work matters with Zhou Fingjia? Naturally, Butler Li did not elaborate for Yu Beiqing. As he led her away, his cold gaze scrutinized Lan Zhuoqi's face several times. How could a man like him possibly attract Yu Beiqing? It seemed implausible, especially when he was less appealing than the bodyguard. Lan Zhuoqi, aware of Butler Li's condescending look that seemed to convey, "You are not worthy of her," wondered what he meant. Did he think he was vying for Yu Beiqing's affection? Did she truly deserve such attention? Miss Yu, allow me to offer a word of caution. Although the young master does not harbor any feelings for you, you are currently his bedmate. It would be prudent to maintain your propriety, Butler Li warned. How could I possibly be interested in someone inferior to you, a mere bodyguard? Butler Li felt a slight satisfaction from her retort, yet he couldn't resist adding, a wild boar cannot appreciate fine grains. What if you have a taste for excrement? Yu Beiqing retorted. What do you mean, are you calling me a wild boar? She was tempted to report Butler Li's insult to Lan Zhuoqi, but then realized that Butler Li likely had no authority over her personal affairs. Thus, she quickly dismissed her indignation, her heart filled with delight as she asked, did your young master instruct you to convey these words to me? My young master is not that trivial. Disappointment washed over Yu Beiqing. Upon entering the car, she met Fu Shijue's icy gaze and shivered, mumbling, why are you looking at me like that? I heard you intend to find me another woman, and that I am suffering from an addiction? Immediately, Yu Beiqing turned her gaze to Butler Li in the passenger seat. Butler Li, feeling guilty, dared not look back at her. Do you think Butler Li would dare to speak on your behalf now? Fu Shijue's dangerous aura loomed over her. Yu Beiqing, my touch is a privilege for you. Do not be ungrateful. Yu Beiqing pouted, you can bestow that privilege upon someone else. She longed for the pre-amnesia Fu Shijue, the one who was a normal man with normal desires. Fu Shijue scoffed coldly, is this what you call loving me? Must love require self-sacrifice? Yu Beiqing met his gaze with determination. Brother Fu, I cannot bear your demands. If you continue to be so greedy, do not blame me for being ruthless and ending our relationship. Butler Li silently lowered the partition, wishing to shield himself from Fu Shijue's impending wrath. Yu Beiqing had quite the audacity to openly challenge the young master. Just earlier, he had been in the study requesting a doctor to examine the young master's condition, only to be penalized with a 3-month deduction from his year-end bonus and a handwritten apology of 10,000 words. At nearly 50 years of age, being forced to write an apology letter for the young master would surely be a source of ridicule. Yu Beicheng would undoubtedly face her own reckoning. He awaited the spectacle with bated breath. I in the back seat, Fu Shijue icily declared, the word breakup can only be uttered by me. On what grounds? Because my capabilities surpass yours, and my power eclipses yours. He wielded his status to overpower her. Yu Beicheng rubbed her temples, a headache brewing. Soon, an idea formed in her mind. She smiled warmly at him. I am willing to serve you whenever you desire, without a single complaint or grievance. However, I have one condition. Fu Shijue, intrigued, responded, what condition? With a beaming smile, she raised 5 fingers, 5 million each month. Agreed. He replied without hesitation. Why Yu Beicheng couldn't contain her joy at the thought of earning 5 million without lifting a finger. Yes, her devious plan was to find another woman to take her place. She suddenly recalled Lan Zhuoqi's ability to disguise. If she could persuade him to help her find a woman with a similar physique and have her transformed to resemble Yu Beicheng, she could easily deceive Fu Shijue. Today, it would be one woman serving Fu Shijue, and tomorrow, another. She could spare herself the trouble while also bringing joy to other women, a win-win situation. Yu Beicheng's face lit up with delight as she gazed at Fu Shijue, who seemed increasingly pleased. Then let us commence as soon as we return from the Zhou residence. Fu Shijue replied, we can begin now. Ah, now is not appropriate. You have pressing matters to attend to, and we are in transit. It would be uncivilized and undignified. Yu Beicheng refused. Fu Shijue countered, we have yet to engage in such activities in the car. Yu Beicheng rolled her eyes, there are plenty of places we haven't explored. Would you prefer to indulge in public parks where the foul-smelling restrooms frequented by perverts? Fu Shijue furrowed his brow and replied earnestly, you are correct, those venues would not provide the proper atmosphere. Yu Beicheng was momentarily taken aback. She suddenly felt that Fu Shijue was not the odd one, rather, it was the deranged author who had crafted such a character. Why must the author make the male lead a man capable of consuming a woman for an entire night? Perhaps the authoress' husband was lacking in that department, leading her to imbue her character with exaggerated virility to compensate for her own unfulfilled desires. At the Zhou residence, Yu Beicheng alighted the car alongside Fu Shijue but did not follow him to Zhou Fengjia's study. Instead, she was directed by Butler Li to the game room to find Zhou Luo. Miss Zhou is feeling bored, so I brought you here to keep her company, Butler Li explained. Yu Beicheng was at a loss for words. Am I his girlfriend or a servant? Accompanying him to bed is one thing, but now I must entertain his friend's sister? Miss Yu, the young master and Mr. Zhou are the best of friends, and Mr. Zhou is particularly fond of his sister. The fact that the young master allows you to accompany her is a testament to his regard for you. Yu Beicheng quipped, I truly wish he would underestimate me, believing I am a woman devoid of ambition, content only with indulgence. You lack ambition? You have captured the attention of a veritable treasure trove, take pride in that. Butler Li, uninterested in further banter, offered a few parting words before departing. Why Yu Beicheng casually reclined on a sofa, ignoring Zhou Luo, who sat on the carpet dressing her Barbie dolls. The original owner of her body had bullied Zhou Luo, leaving her fearful. Consequently, upon Yu Beicheng's arrival, Zhou Luo refrained from approaching, even becoming noticeably tense while playing with her dolls. However, seeing Yu Beicheng lying on the sofa without any inclination to engage, Zhou Luo relaxed considerably. Before long, the sound of Yu Beicheng's snores filled the room. The past few days had deprived her of restful sleep, constantly interrupted by food. Thankfully, her health held up, otherwise, she would not be lying on the sofa, but rather lifeless in a coffin. Chapter 78, Letting You Go, a delusion. As Yu Beicheng was indulging in a profound slumber, she was abruptly roused by a rather rude shove. Struggling to open her eyes, she muttered, are you out of your mind? Can't you see others are trying to sleep? Yu Beicheng, I demand to know where my sister is. The voice that boomed was none other than Zhou Fengjia's, resonating with an intensity that jolted her awake. Realizing the crowd encircling her, she spotted Fu Shijue and Butler Li standing to the side, accompanied by a throng of anxious maids and bodyguards. A sense of foreboding washed over her, and she stammered, your sister is missing? I walked in just a moment ago and saw her playing with Barbie dolls. How could she possibly be gone? With the Zhou family South extensive estate and its stringent security measures, where could Zhou Luo have gone? This matter is for me to inquire about. You were with her, so if she is missing, it's your fault. Zhou Fengjia growled menacingly, if anything has happened to my sister, Yu Beicheng, you will pay dearly for it. Yu Beicheng, incensed by the unfounded accusations, retorted, your sister has vanished, yet instead of checking the surveillance, you come to interrogate me? Are you out of your mind? The external surveillance has confirmed that Miss Zhou has not left her room, Butler Li interjected. Why Yu Beicheng sensed the gravity of the situation. Could it be that the surveillance footage has been tampered with? There are no signs of deletion, Zhou Fengjia snarled, this room has been turned upside down, and a living person has simply vanished. Why are you shouting at me? Perhaps you've offended someone outside, and they've taken your sister as a consequence. Yu Beicheng shot back suddenly, a thought struck her. After Fu Shijue's birthday, he had departed from country Z, heading to Southeast Asia for business ventures. The author had only lightly touched upon this later in the narrative due to Zhou Fengjia's interference. Fu Shijue's assets had swiftly been relocated, his enterprises were flourishing in Southeast Asia, drawing envy from many, and countless individuals were scheming against him. Since the Zhou family's foundation lay within the country, Zhou Fengjia had remained in country Z. However, due to his close ties with Fu Shijue, he was particularly protective of his sister, who had been kidnapped by ruthless criminals. Zhou Fingjia was exceedingly fond of his only sister, and when the kidnappers demanded a staggering $500 million, he acquiesced without hesitation. Regrettably, the returned Zhou Luo was already over 5 months pregnant. Considering the timeline of Zhou Luo's pregnancy, it coincided precisely with her disappearance. Yu Beicheng's heart raced, and she urged, quickly seal off all exits from country Z, perhaps we can still recover Zhou Luo. Since Zhou Fingjia was a secondary character, the author merely summarized the situation without detailing who had abducted Zhou Luo. It was mentioned that it was Fu Shijue's enemies who, owing to his close relationship with Zhou Fingjia, had targeted him through Zhou Luo. I have no enemies. Zhou Fingjia insisted. Yu Beicheng turned her gaze towards Fu Shijue, who had remained silent. Your lack of enemies does not imply that your close associates are free from them. Fu Shijue met her gaze momentarily, his expression neutral, yet he commanded Butler Li, follow her instructions and seal off all major exits. Understood, Butler Li promptly complied. Zhou Fingjia, naturally skeptical of Yu Beicheng's words, turned to Fu Shijue. Do you agree with her? Fu Shijue replied, she has no reason to abduct your sister. Zhou Fingjia, upon hearing this, crumpled in despair. If Luo is indeed kidnapped because of me, how will I face our deceased parents? Yu Beicheng understood that Fu Shijue's visit to Zhou Fingjia was not without purpose. His assets had been entirely transferred from country Z and would soon head to Southeast Asia. The whispers of his departure had reached those in Southeast Asia, prompting them to act swiftly to secure their own escape routes. Yet, unexpectedly, those individuals, unable to confront Fu Shijue and Zhou Fingjia, had resorted to targeting Zhou Luo instead. Yu Beicheng felt that Zhou Luo, despite being born into a wealthy family, led a life fraught with hardships. Since she disappeared right under her nose, let her take responsibility for finding your sister, Fu Shijue stated indifferently. His calm demeanor was infuriating. Though he had no personal connection with Zhou Luo, he shared a brotherly bond with Zhou Fingjia. Zhou Fingjia's realization was sudden. Why was Luo abducted while you were not? Were you not in the same room? Yu Beicheng could only remain silent. She had been utterly exhausted and had fallen into a deep sleep. However, she suspected that the kidnappers were not a large group. Otherwise, the Zhou family would have surely caught wind of something amiss. Could it be? Yu Beicheng hastily inquired, who has Zhou Luo been particularly close to in the family lately? Zhou Fingjia's gaze shifted to the wet nurse beside him. The wet nurse quickly responded, the new girl, Xiaoli. Zhou Luo has taken quite a liking to her, insisting that she accompany her every day. And where is Xiaoli now? Yu Beicheng pressed. Under Zhou Fingjia's scrutinizing gaze, the wet nurse hurried off to find Xiaoli. Unfortunately, she could not be located. Yu Beicheng concluded, I fear that the one who kidnapped Zhou Luo is her. Quickly, pursue her. Zhou Fingjia commanded the bodyguards. She has already left the Zhou residence with Zhou Luo. I fear that without her photograph, you will not be able to track her down. It seemed that Xiaoli had undergone a transformation, and very few in country Z possessed the skills to alter their appearance. There were two possibilities. Either Xiaoli was adept at disguise herself, in which case it would be manageable to inquire with Shinfu, who specialized in such transformations, or Shinfu had altered Xiaoli's appearance, indicating that Zhou Luo had been taken by Jiang Youbai's men. But what could Jiang Youbei possibly want with Zhou Luo? Yu Beicheng naturally refrained from disclosing these suspicions to Zhou Fingjia, opting instead to let them search for answers. After leaving the Zhou residence, she could discreetly seek out Lan Zhuiqi and consult with Shinfu. Though she was not one to meddle in others' affairs, Zhou Luo's disappearance was a matter she felt compelled to assist with. However, if Lan Zhuiqi was indeed involved, the situation would only become more intricate. Fu Shijue escorted Yu Beicheng out of the Zhou residence. I in the car, he asked, why do you suspect that my enemies are behind Zhou Luo's abduction? He had refrained from questioning her in Zhou Fingjia's presence, but now, alone with her, he wished to uncover the truth. Yu Beicheng hesitated, having been with you for so long, how could I not be aware of your background with Zhou Fingjia? Still pretending, we have only known each other for a year, Fu Shijue remarked, crossing his legs. Do you truly believe I would take your word at face value without employing a private investigator? Yu Beicheng remained silent. Do you know who I despise the most? Those who deceive and exploit you. Though Yu Beicheng had anticipated this confrontation, she had not expected it to arise so swiftly. She pleaded, if I help you find Zhou Luo, could you overlook the fact that I deceived you and release me? I can overlook your deception, but to think I would let you go is pure folly. At this point, Fu Shijue was far too invested in her to ever consider freeing her. Chapter 79. The corner of the mouth is harder to suppress than AK. Throughout the journey, Yu Beicheng refrained from further arguing with him. Nonetheless, she was contemplating that when he eventually departed from Z country to seek opportunities in Southeast Asia, she absolutely could not accompany him. However, what if he was particularly insistent on taking her with him, driven by desire? Southeast Asia was a chaotic place dominated by the affluent and the powerful. As a vulnerable woman, her prospects there would undoubtedly be perilous. Upon disembarking, Fu Shijue ushered Yu Beicheng into a room, yet, she quickly fabricated an excuse. I have a stomachache, I need to relieve myself. Fu Shijue replied, Isn't that rather disgusting? Everyone has their urgent needs, you wouldn't be so petty as to monitor my bathroom habits, would you? Yu Beicheng aimed to dampen his mood, hoping to be dismissed and avoid his torment. Despite her efforts, Fu Shijue remained unyielding, coldly stating, you have 10 minutes. 10 minutes is hardly sufficient. I typically wash up right after, which takes at least 40 to 50 minutes, she asserted, not entirely lying. Half an hour would suffice. Fu Shijue furrowed his brow, clearly disdainful of her vulgarity. A half an hour, you have no right to negotiate. Fine, fine, she replied in a tone that feigned reluctance. Fu Shijue's bedroom was spacious, equipped with 2 large bathrooms. As she prepared to leave, he inquired, "Where are you going?" "To the toilet." Fu Shijue's veins visibly pulsed with irritation. "There's a bathroom right here. I'm not accustomed to it. Yours is a Western toilet. I prefer a squat toilet." Before he could protest, Yu Beicheng swiftly departed. Fu Shijue never anticipated that he would find himself so captivated by a woman like Yu Beicheng. Aside from her pleasing figure and face, what other merits did she possess? Glancing at his watch, he noted the time was 7:30 in the evening. He decided to take a shower, expecting her to return around 8. When she emerged, Yu Beicheng had not gone to the restroom as claimed. Instead, she sought out Lan Zhuoqi. At that moment, Lan Zhuoqi was assisting Yu Nanyin with her belongings, preparing to send her off. Fortunately, the timing was just right, and she called out to him. Why Yu Nanyin, unaware that the bodyguard before her was Lan Zhuoqi, said, "Since my sister has matters to discuss with you, you need not see me off." Lan Zhuoqi completely disregarded Yu Beicheng, gently stating, "Then I shall escort you to the door. I'll have another bodyguard take her home. I have something urgent to discuss with you." "Come with me," Yu Beicheng insisted, genuinely in need of his assistance, and without regard for his reluctance, summoned another bodyguard to escort Yu Nanyin. Lan Zhuoqi watched helplessly as Yu Nanyin was taken away by another bodyguard, realizing he had missed a significant opportunity. His icy gaze fixed on Yu Beicheng. "You had better have a compelling reason for this." Noticing the resentment etched across his face, Yu Beicheng could not help but offer some comfort. "Oh, I've already dealt with your formidable rival, Fu Shijue. Do you still fear you cannot pursue my sister?" Lan Zhuoqi, his tone irritable, inquired. "What is this urgent matter?" Yu Beicheng replied. "Your disguise was arranged by Shin Fu, wasn't he it? Do you need something from me?" Lan Zhuoqi's demeanor instantly brightened. "You want my help, but you present yourself in this manner. I could assist you, but you must give me a shoulder massage in return." She was determined not to be so easily manipulated. "Do you still wish to pursue my sister?" "My pursuit of your sister has nothing to do with helping you. It is indeed closely related. If you assist me, I will help you win her heart. I guarantee you will succeed." Her tone was resolute, not mere empty words. Lan Zhuoqi remained skeptical, having already discerned Yu Beicheng's true nature. "Yu Beicheng, you had Fu Shijue remove Xiaoyin's kidney. I have yet to settle the score with you. Now you wish to exploit me against her. Are you tired of living?" This conversation was clearly going nowhere. Was she attempting to force his hand? Why were men so insufferable? Yu Beicheng crossed her arms, no longer inclined to be polite. "If you refuse to assist me, I will inform my sister that you have been feigning to be her bodyguard." Lan Zhuoqi's face flushed with anger. His father was pressuring him to return for an arranged marriage, which he vehemently opposed. Moreover, his mother had specifically approached Yu Nanyin, urging her to distance herself from him, resulting in Yu Nanyin's current aversion to him. Should Yu Beicheng expose Lan Zhuoqi's true identity as a bodyguard, it would become exceedingly difficult for him to approach Yu Nanyin again. "Speak, what do you need my help with?" Lan Zhuoqi ground his teeth in frustration. Why Yu Beicheng grinned smugly. "So, it is indeed Shin Fu who provided your disguise, correct? Then I wish to meet him. I would like to ask for his assistance." She refrained from inquiring why Shin Fu had come to Z country. Lan Zhuoqi cast a sidelong glance at her. "What assistance do you require?" Yu Beicheng coughed lightly, certainly unwilling to divulge that her motive was to find another woman to disguise herself as her to appease Fu Shijue. "I wish to learn from him that he possesses the skill of disguise, and I too wish to acquire this art." Lan Zhuoqi responded. "There is no need to meet him. He will not agree. The art of disguise is not something just anyone can master, and those who can are exceedingly rare." Why Yu Beicheng was taken aback by his dismissive attitude. Yu Haven-T even asked him, "How do you know he will refuse me? Besides, I am not afraid of hard work. As long as I can learn the art of disguise, I am willing to endure any hardship. It's not that I wish to discourage you, but the process of mastering disguise can be detrimental to a woman's body, and it is primarily men who pursue it. You'd best abandon this notion." Upon hearing this, Yu Beicheng furrowed her brow. Her initial suspicion was confirmed. There were indeed few experts in disguise globally, and since Xiaoli was a woman, it was evident she did not possess the skill herself. Someone else had to have disguised her. Of course, it was also possible that another master had done it, but she had a nagging feeling that Xiaoli was affiliated with Shin Fu. "I warn you, if you dare reveal my identity to Xiaoyin, you will be finished." Seeing her silent contemplation, Lan Zhuoqi assumed she was plotting something sinister and threatened her coldly. Yu Beicheng rolled her eyes at him. "If I don't learn disguise, I want to meet Shin Fu. He won't meet you. Why not?" she questioned, perplexed. Yu Haven-T even asked him, "How do you know he won't meet me?" Lan Zhuoqi fell silent. "Regardless, I don't care. If he refuses to meet me, I will disclose your identity to Yu Nanyin. You can figure out how to deal with that." Yu Beicheng had already threatened Lan Zhuoqi numerous times. She was not afraid to add another. Lan Zhuoqi was furious, yet he ultimately acquiesced. After all, he was rather infatuated, and whenever matters concerning Yu Nanyin arose, his intelligence plummeted. "I want to see him now. Hurry and contact him to come meet me," Yu Beicheng commanded. "Don't push your luck." Yu Beicheng feigned to take out her phone. "No, I must call my sister to check where she is and casually ask if she has thought of her childhood companion, Lan Zhuoqi, during these days." Lan Zhuoqi instantly capitulated. "I will have Shin Fu come over immediately." A smile crept across Yu Beicheng's lips as she tucked her phone away. "Thank you, brother-in-law." Lan Zhuoqi, originally brimming with anger, found it exceedingly difficult to suppress a grin at the mention of brother-in-law. Chapter 80. You are truly annoying. At the entrance, Yu Beicheng and Lan Zhuoqi stood, their figures inadvertently spotted by Qin Shino as she passed by. In the stillness of the night, upon seeing Yu Beicheng, Qin Shino felt as though she had encountered a ghost. It was only when the biting cold wind struck her face that she hazily realized her eyes had not deceived her. Why Yu Beicheng was alive. She was indeed alive. In fact, she had returned. Qin Shino turned to her bodyguard beside her and inquired, "When did she arrive here? Why wasn't I informed?" The bodyguard, brought over from Myanmar by Qin Shino, was ostensibly her man, yet he had entirely turned against her, now serving Fu Shijue. The reason for Qin Shino's outing from the North Courtyard was to commemorate the 7th day after Xiao Qian's passing. She wished to burn some paper money for Xiao Qian. To her astonishment, she had encountered Yu Beicheng. Noticing the bodyguard's hesitance, Qin Shino instantly recognized his betrayal. She demanded sharply, "Have you been lying to me about Brother Fu's whereabouts as well?" The bodyguard lowered his head in silence. In a fit of rage, Qin Shino pivoted on her heel, making her way toward Fu Shijue's study. The bodyguard hastened to catch up. "Miss, Master Fu has just returned and is injured. He is likely resting now. Get out of my way. If you obstruct me again, I swear I will shoot you." Although Qin Shino's face was pale and frail, her time spent in Myanmar had imbued her with a certain arrogance and disdain for those around her. The mere thought of Fu Shijue still being alive filled her with uncontainable joy. Realizing she could not be stopped, the bodyguard relayed the information to Butlerly without delay. Butlerly remarked, "It is futile to conceal the fact that the young master is alive from her. Let her see him. However, she must not discover that Yu Beicheng is also alive." "Understood," the bodyguard replied. "That miss just saw Miss Yu standing at the door with a bodyguard. Is that why she realized the young master is not dead?" Butlerly cursed Yu Beicheng inwardly. A woman who was more of a hindrance than a help aside from being a bedmate for the young master, what use is she? He promptly instructed the bodyguard, "Go inform Yu Beicheng to refrain from seeking the young master tonight and to stay in the south courtyard." "Understood." Meanwhile, Yu Beicheng was awaiting Shen Fu's arrival when she unexpectedly spotted Qin Shino approaching. She quickly concealed herself behind Lan Zhuiqi, exclaiming, "If she lays a finger on me, you must ensure he pays for it dearly." Her voice carried a hint of panic. Qin Shino was undoubtedly bent on avenging Xiao Qian, and as a frail woman, she could not hope to overpower the burly bodyguard. Fortunately, she was not alone, otherwise, she would have had no allies. Lan Zhuiqi coldly rejected her plea. "Why should I heed your command and deal with him? He is not my concern. Stop your incessant whining. If I say to kill him, then kill him." Just then, the bodyguard approached respectfully, bowing to Yu Beicheng. "Miss Yu, Butlerly sent me to escort you to the south courtyard to avoid my young lady. Also, Butlerly mentioned you need not attend to Master Fu tonight." Why Yu Beicheng could only stare in silence. Lan Zhuiqi tilted his head to gaze at her. "So, the reason you are here is to serve Fu Shijue tonight? Have you become his mistress?" If only she were merely a mistress, in reality, she was little more than a tool to fulfill his desires. Regardless of her willingness, she was summoned at his beck and call. Yu Beicheng peered cautiously at the bodyguard. "There is no need for you to escort me to the south courtyard. I can go myself," the bodyguard cautioned. "My young lady is meeting Master Fu. I believe she will come looking for you soon. It would be best not to linger outside." "All right, thank you, young man," Yu Beicheng hurriedly told Lan Zhuiqi. "Quickly take me to the south courtyard." "I won't take you. You can go by yourself." Lan Zhuiqi intended to find you Nanin. Why Yu Beicheng grasped his arm. "If you don't escort me to the south courtyard, then I will accompany you to find you Nanin." Ultimately, Lan Zhuiqi relented and took her to the south courtyard. However, upon arriving, Yu Beicheng forbade him from leaving until Shen Fu arrived. Lan Zhuiqi was thoroughly exasperated. "You are truly annoying." Her concerns were of no consequence. She felt utterly insecure alone. At that moment, she longed for Xiao Ba. These past few days, she had inquired about Xiao Ba's whereabouts from Butlerly, but that wretched man was notoriously tight-lipped. He only relayed that Xiao Ba was in good health and safe, but refused to divulge his location. Meanwhile, in the upstairs bedroom, Fu Shijue had just finished his shower. Noticing that there were still 15 minutes until 8 o'clock, he summoned a maid to prepare a cup of coffee and settled down on the sofa with a book. When the door swung open abruptly, he did not look up. However, the page he was about to turn remained untouched. "I am quite satisfied with the results in less than half an hour." "Brother Fu." Upon seeing Fu Shijue seated on the sofa, Qin Shino rushed toward him in excitement. Just as she was about to embrace him, he splashed half a cup of coffee onto her face. Stunned, Qin Shino stood frozen. Fu Shijue cast a cold glance at her, and after a moment, spoke with a dispassionate tone. "I apologize, my hand slipped and splashed you. Are you alright?" There was not a trace of sincerity in his voice. At that moment, Qin Shino was far too preoccupied to consider such matters. Wiping the coffee stains from her face, she shook her head. I'm fine. "Brother Fu, I'm so sorry. I truly did not know you were in the car. I was just..." Her words faltered. Fu Shijue completed her thought. "You merely wished for Yu Beicheng's demise?" Taken aback, Qin Shino stammered. "If it weren't for her killing Xiao Qian, I would never have acted against her. From what I know, Xiao Qian was killed by Xiao Ba." During his days back home, Fu Shijue had commissioned private investigators to look into his personal affairs and past events. Naturally, he had learned of the many calculations Yu Beicheng had made against him. However, this was born from his anger before his amnesia, not his resentment after. Thus, until he regained his memories, he would not harm Yu Beicheng. After all, he still required her life to satisfy his physical needs. One day, when his memories returned and he recalled the hatred he had towards Yu Beicheng for her schemes, he would not hesitate to end her life personally. Tears welled in Qin Shino's eyes, but Xiao Ba only killed Xiao Qian under Yu Beicheng's instigation. The gunshot wound on Yu Beicheng's back was caused by Xiao Qian. "Are you aware of this?" Qin Shino fell silent. She was indeed unaware. All of this had transpired without her knowledge, orchestrated solely by Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian intended to kill Yu Beicheng but failed, only to be killed in return by her. Fu Shijue rose, a dangerous aura surrounding him as he approached. "It is because you sought revenge for Xiao Qian that the vehicle I was in plunged off a cliff, nearly resulting in my demise." "No, I didn't mean for it to happen. I didn't know you were in the car." Qin Shino's tears streamed down her face. "I thought you were a kind-hearted girl, believing that all those dirty deeds were solely the work of Xiao Qian. I never anticipated that you would disappoint me so profoundly. Your methods are no less vicious than Xiao Qian's." Fu Shijue's words shattered her final defenses, causing her tears to cascade like pearls fallen from a broken string. "Brother Fu, I am not that kind of person. You are misunderstanding me." She covered her face, sobbing uncontrollably. Chapter 81. Why is the young master angry? "I cannot say it is impossible for me to trust you again, but you must swear never to lay a finger on Yu Beicheng, Fu Shijue spoke with an indifferent tone. As these words echoed, Qin Shino abruptly raised her head to gaze at him. Brother Fu, do you care for her? I have stated that her life can only be concluded by my own hands. A flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. How could I possibly care for a woman of her kind? Upon hearing his tone laced with contempt, Qin Shino felt a slight relief in her heart. However, to refrain from touching Yu Beicheng would be betraying the memory of the deceased Xiao Qian. What, do you hold Xiao Qian in higher regard than me? Fu Shijue began to manipulate her emotions. If that is the case, I shall hand Yu Beicheng over to you, and we will sever all ties. You are important. Qin Shino promptly declared her sincerity. Naturally, Brother Fu, you are of utmost importance. Given that, you ought to behave and refrain from causing any trouble. In a few days, we shall depart from Country Z together, Fu Shijue reassured her. Qin Shino had long been aware of his assets being relocated abroad, as he intended to develop in Southeast Asia. Previously, he had never discussed work-related matters with her, yet now he broached the topic himself. Did this signify that her earnestness had touched him? Fu Shijue would not keep her by his side but would instead send her back to Myanmar. Nevertheless, he refrained from disclosing this to her. He glanced at his watch. It was already 8 o'clock, and his brows knitted slightly. It is getting late, you should return and rest. I am not tired. Qin Shino wished to linger longer with him. He replied coldly, I am tired. But Brother Fu usually stays up late. Why today? A wounded expression crossed Qin Shino's face. Do you not wish to spend more time with me? Having recognized her awareness, Fu Shijue sighed. You are overthinking. Qin Shino sought reasons for Fu Shijue's behavior. Considering that he had fallen from a cliff, it was likely his body was somewhat unwell, and resting early would be beneficial for recovery. She obediently replied, then I shall come to find Brother Fu tomorrow. As Qin Shino reached the door, a sudden thought struck her, and she turned back to look at Fu Shijue, who stood behind her. She had expected him to see her off as she departed, yet he was instead focused on his watch. Was there something amiss? Why did he keep checking the time? Pressing her lips together, she called out to him, Brother Fu, I promise not to touch Yu Beicheng, but I hope to never encounter her at the Luoting mansion. Fu Shijue shot her a glance and inquired, when have you seen her? Had the bodyguard failed to report to him? Just a moment ago downstairs, Qin Shino did not intend to report, but rather to discern whether his retention of Yu Beicheng was an act of torment or concern for her. She was laughing and chatting with a bodyguard, seemingly planning to stay here for a while. Brother Fu, did you permit her to reside here? A trace of coldness flashed in Fu Shijue's eyes. She is downstairs? Qin Shino inexplicably felt a chill creep down her spine, nodding, yes. Very well. Fu Shijue's anger twisted into a mocking smile. As Qin Shino left, she caught sight of the sinister smile adorning Fu Shijue's face, thinking that he surely did not care for Yu Beicheng. After all, when one is fond of another, mere mention of that person brings joy. Fu Shijue's demeanor was far from that. Thus, her previous concerns for Xiao Qian were unfounded. Qin Shino wished to avoid inciting Fu Shijue's ire, hence she would temporarily refrain from avenging Xiao Qian. However, this was merely a pause, for she would undoubtedly witness Yu Beicheng meet her demise at Brother Fu's hands. Steward Li, where is Yu Beicheng? He pressed the intercom to contact Steward Li. Steward Li hastily explained, seeing Miss China send to seek you, I feared she would cause trouble for Miss Yu, so I took the liberty of relocating Miss Yu to the south courtyard. Have her come to me, he coldly uttered before hanging up the phone. Why is the young master angry? Steward Li was somewhat bewildered, yet still proceeded to the south courtyard to find Yu Beicheng. At that moment, Yu Beicheng had just been waiting for Xin Fu. She cheerfully poured him a cup of tea, exuding warmth. It has been a while, you look even more handsome. Xin Fu, noticing her unwavering enthusiasm, politely replied, Thank you, Miss Yu, but it is already evening, and I shall forego the tea, lest I find it difficult to sleep. Then have some pastries, she eagerly offered. Miss Yu, if you have something to discuss, please be direct, Xin Fu stated. Yu Beicheng chuckled, scratching her head, I merely wish to trouble you for a small favor. Xin Fu inquired, what small favor? Yu Beicheng outlined her predicament, causing Xin Fu to frown deeply. I fear that may not be feasible. Why would it be unfeasible? Is it because my figure is too perfect, my skin too delicate, leaving no other woman of comparable attributes? Xin Fu was momentarily speechless. He had never encountered such self-absorbed woman. No, it is because Fu Shijue will undoubtedly notice. It is nighttime, all the lights are off. How could he possibly notice anything? Yu Beicheng pouted playfully. Come on, Xin Fu, just help me out. If this works, I will give you this amount in a month. She held up 2 fingers. It is not merely a matter of money, but rather, Xin Fu began, but she quickly raised 3 more fingers. All right, I will give you 3 million more. How about 5 million? This is my utmost sincerity. 5 million a month is a sum that a common person could hardly earn in a lifetime. Xin Fu understood that she was relentless. If he did not assist her, she would likely continue to pester him. He finally conceded, I will ask the young master, would that be acceptable? Why must you ask Jian Yu Bai? Because if Fu Shijue discovers that you are a disguised woman, I will be at risk of exposure at any moment. Xin Fu had come to Country Z with a specific purpose. She patted his chest. Oh, rest assured, if he finds out, he will be angry with me, not you, unless your visit to Country Z is related to Fu Shijue. Xin Fu cast a glance at her, recalling the young master's warning, and could not help but affirm, yes. Ah. So Luo Luo was indeed kidnapped by you, she questioned, what are you planning? We did not kidnap Luo Luo. Then who did? Yu Beicheng queried, puzzled having heard rumors about Zhou Luo's disappearance. Shen Fu remarked, I do not know. It appears to be Fu Shijue's enemies. So she had misjudged. Yu Beicheng awkwardly scratched her head. Then why did your young master send you to Country Z? Regarding the matter of the drug catalyst. Shen Fu had actually been in Country Z for some time. He had blended in among the bodyguards when she visited Yeti Fan's hometown, Qingyang village, but had not revealed his identity. Why is there still a need for a drug catalyst? Did you not already provide it to your young master? Shen Fu explained, the catalyst was administered to my young master miss. Her health has improved considerably however, as her condition has stabilized, the hereditary ALS symptoms have begun to manifest. Jiang Youbai's mother had succumbed to ALS. How could it be that his sister, with such a frail constitution, was suddenly diagnosed with ALS? This disease is indeed hereditary. The renowned theoretical physicist Hawking suffered from ALS. It is one of the 5 most perplexing diseases recognized by the health department. Once afflicted, it is a certain death sentence. Indeed, Jiang Youbai's fate is a tragic one. Chapter 82 Scandalous Man. Bang, bang, bang. The door was suddenly pounded upon rudely from the outside. As the door had been locked by Yu Beicheng, the butler was unable to open it. Yu Beicheng, the young master is looking for you. Hurry and go meet him. Yu Beicheng still had much to discuss with Shen Fu. Why was that insufferable Fu Shijue in such a rush? Could he not wait even a minute? She shouted back, I'm coming. Then, leaning in closer to Shen Fu, she whispered, let us agree on this. Tomorrow, you bring a woman of similar stature to mine. She must be willing, and make sure to emphasize that the other party is a man with an incredibly strong desire and exceptional stamina. Shen Fu's lips twitched slightly. I need to ask the young master. If your young master is unwilling, just hand me the phone, and I'll speak to him myself. Shen Fu mused that the young master would likely agree, considering Yu Beicheng had previously assisted him. As Yu Beicheng was about to leave, she suddenly remembered something and said, by the way, could you please find Xiao Ba for me? I have no idea where Butler Li has hidden him. If you bring him to me, I'll reward you with 5 million. Miss you, why haven't you come out yet? Hurry, the young master is quite angry. Outside, Butler Li urged her again. Unable to linger any longer, Yu Beicheng clasped her hands in acknowledgement to Shen Fu and exited the room. Didn't you say you wouldn't go? Why are you suddenly calling me over? Yu Beicheng asked, visibly displeased. Butler Li had no idea however, seeing Qin Shino emerge from the young master's room, it was clear she had been persuaded, and for the time being, she would not be troubled. Therefore, the young master would naturally seek the company of a woman to alleviate his boredom during this beautiful yet quiet night. Upon entering Fu Shijue's room, Yu Beicheng was enveloped by a strong scent of perfume, one she had previously detected on Qin Shino. Didn't you say you were going to take a bath? Why haven't you changed clothes? Fu Shijue stood with his back to her, facing the floor-to-ceiling window, not bothering to glance back, yet, he was aware she had not changed, as a large floor mirror in front of him reflected her image clearly. Yu Beicheng had already prepared her excuse, I was constipated, it took me half an hour to relieve myself. He turned around, his cold gaze resembling a venomous snake, sending chills down her spine. She had long since grown accustomed to his inhuman glare, maintaining her composure as she locked eyes with him. Fu Shijue strode towards her and, standing before her, grasped her chin forcefully, his icy tone striking her like a hammer. Do you know the price of deceit among my subordinates? Yu Beicheng shrugged off his hand. What lies have I told? I know you dislike me, but you can't nitpick at every little thing just because you find me disagreeable, can you? Fu Shijue produced an iPad and tossed it in front of her. The surveillance footage displayed Yu Beicheng walking directly towards Yunanin and Lanjuichi after coming downstairs. She countered, is it not permissible for me to see my sister? I allowed you only time to use the restroom and take a bath, not to engage in idle chatter with others. Yu Beicheng, should I catch you flirting with my subordinates again, I will make your existence a living hell. Yu Beicheng felt utterly vexed. Was this man mind impaired? What business did he have watching her? He didn't seem like the type to indulge in such trivialities. Could it be that Qin Shino had informed him of her actions downstairs? Go take a bath, he commanded coldly, and be out in 5 minutes. Yu Beicheng, another sleepless night awaited her. Although this was the outcome she had previously desired, why did she now feel such resistance? One reason she loathed Fu Shijue. Typically, 2 individuals in love would anticipate such encounters. However, neither she nor Fu Shijue harbored affection for the other, reducing their connection to mere physical relief. Secondly, Fu Shijue was extraordinarily formidable, bordering on the monstrous. Perhaps, deep down, he was nothing short of a lecher. Even so, she could never sate his insatiable appetite. By night's end, she felt as though her waist might snap under his relentless grasp. There was something unsettling about him, an unfamiliarity that left her feeling particularly disconcerted. The following day, as Yu Beicheng emerged from Fu Shijue's room, her trembling legs caught the attention of the cleaning maid, who regarded her with an odd gaze. Nearly stumbling down the stairs, she managed to steady herself by grasping the railing. That insufferable man. Once Shen Fu located Xiao Ba, she would have absconded with him, refusing to remain in this wretched place to be trampled upon. Furthermore, she would have Xiao Ba knock him unconscious and send him to a club, where he could serve 100 wealthy women. If he was so capable, surely they would adore him. Within half a month, he would undoubtedly become the club's star attraction. Upon returning to her room, Butler Li delivered a special ointment. This is from the young master, he informed her. Why Yu Beicheng ignored him. As he placed the ointment on the table, he cast a glance her way and could not resist advising, if you're feeling better tonight, you should go to the young master's room. Scandalous man. Scandalous man, he thinks he can lay claim to her, does he? Would very well, she would let him have his fill, tonight, she would not be so weak, the ointment provided by the doctor worked wonders. Merely applying it would restore her within an hour, leaving her even softer than before. Yu Beicheng was determined not to shortchange herself. After applying the ointment, she collapsed into a deep sleep. She rested until evening, exhausted from a sleepless night. Had it not been for Butler Li's knock-announcing work, Fu Shijue would have certainly not let her off so easily. Awakening from her slumber, Yu Beicheng felt significantly rejuvenated. Upon seeing Shin Fu before her, she inquired, "Did you find Xiao Ba?" "I did. He has been placed in the east courtyard by Butler Li." Originally hidden in the trunk, Xiao Ba had soon been discovered by Butler Li, who arranged for a doctor to remove the bullet from his knee before concealing him in the east courtyard to recuperate, carrying him there alongside Qin Shino. Naturally, Butler Li had also deceived Xiao Ba, claiming that he would only be taken to see Yu Beicheng once his legs had fully healed. Xiao Ba had been injured for far too long, resulting in a somewhat serious condition. Fearing he would become a burden to Yu Beicheng, he intended to wait until his injuries were healed before seeking her out. Unsurprisingly, Butler Li had kept all news regarding Yu Beicheng and Fu Shijue from him. Xiao Ba was rather innocent and easily fooled. Unable to contend with Butler Li's cunning, she declared, "I shall go see Xiao Ba now." "Are you sure you can manage?" Shin Fu expressed concern for her condition. Her expression darkened in an instant. That scoundrel Fu Shijue, she was not yet ready to see Xiao Ba first. She would teach Fu Shijue a lesson before meeting Xiao Ba. "Have you found the woman you were searching for?" "I have. She can come in at any time." A malicious smile crept onto Yu Beicheng's lips. "I believe you are correct. Fu Shijue is far too cautious. He would undoubtedly recognize that a disguised woman is not me. Therefore, I now have an alternative plan." "What plan?" Yu Beicheng replied, "Do you still have that drug which renders a person immobile after consumption? That medication is only possessed by the young master. Besides, I wouldn't carry such items on me," Shin Fu explained. Why Yu Beicheng pressed further. "What about a potion that makes a man feel utterly powerless after being with a woman, wishing he could become a eunuch?" Shin Fu responded, "I do not have that, amiss. I can only assist with disguises. I am not omnipotent." Realizing she had placed too much expectation on him, akin to Xiao Ba's capabilities, she conceded, "Then please summon a woman of similar build to mine." Chapter 83. Please spare me. Yu Beicheng had underestimated Fu Shijue's sensitivity. The woman that Shin Fu had brought in had barely stepped into Fu Shijue's chamber for 5 minutes before he saw through her ruse. Though he did not appear particularly enraged, a chilling smile crept across his face as he commanded, "Bring me that wretched woman, Yu Beicheng." Butler Li, observing the weeping Yu Beicheng on the floor, was utterly perplexed. "Wasn't Miss Yu right here?" Fu Shijue, having noticed Butler Li's gaze, barked, "Scar this woman's face." His tone was frigid, leaving no room for doubt. Butler Li remained motionless, yet Fu Shijue summoned the bodyguards. As they approached Yu Beicheng, the woman fell to her knees in desperate pleas. "Please, spare me, I am innocent, it was that woman who compelled me to do this." Unfortunately, Fu Shijue remained unmoved. The bodyguard brandished a dagger, gripping her erratic face and mercilessly slashing it. The skin mask adhered tightly, and blood gushed forth from her visage. She screamed in agony, "My face, my face." Though her voice bore a striking resemblance to Yu Beicheng's, those familiar with her would know that her intonation was not quite like this. Without delay, Butler Li hurried down to summon Yu Beicheng. This Yu Beicheng was becoming increasingly audacious. How dare she deceive the young master with an impostor? Did she not value her life? At that moment, Yu Beicheng and Shin Fu were at the east garden seeking Xiao Ba. Xiao Ba lay on the bed engrossed in a book. Upon seeing him, Yu Beicheng's joy knew no bounds. "Xiao Ba, Xiao Ba. I've come to fetch you." Hearing her familiar voice, Xiao Ba immediately lifted his head. The moment he spotted Yu Beicheng, his clear eyes sparkled, and he approached her like a well-trained puppy. Yu Beicheng, overwhelmed with excitement, embraced Xiao Ba's head and planted several kisses on his forehead. "I missed you so much." Shin Fu, observing her actions, furrowed his brow. How could a girl be so lacking in restraint? It was improper to be so casual in her affections towards the opposite sex. Xiao Ba blushed shyly, his face and ears turning crimson, and he communicated in sign language. "Frowny face, I missed you too." Yu Beicheng regarded Xiao Ba with the affection of an elder sister towards her younger brother, devoid of any ulterior motives. "Let us hurry and leave. If Butler Li discovers us, we won't be able to escape." "Where to?" Xiao Ba obediently followed her. "Being led along," she replied. "I'll take you to enjoy some delicious food." Shin Fu could not hold back a reminder. "Miss you, perhaps you should tell him the truth." "I'm not deceiving him," Yu Beicheng retorted, hands on her hips. "Xiao Ba has not experienced a single day of happiness since arriving in Z country. Therefore, I want to take him to a city for a few days of joy before returning him to his rightful owner." Upon hearing the word owner, Xiao Ba immediately stated, "Frowny face, I don't need to play. You can take me to see my owner now." "Not Fu Shijue, but your previous owner," Yu Beicheng reassured him, gently ruffling his hair as one would a pet. "Currently, Fu Shijue is a man driven to madness. If we remain in his vicinity, we may very well be subjected to torment." Xiao Ba appeared conflicted. Ultimately, caught between Yu Beicheng and Fu Shijue, he resolutely chose Yu Beicheng. It was not that he favored her over the young master, but he felt a protective instinct toward Yu Beicheng, believing she was a girl in need of safeguarding. Meanwhile, the young master had bodyguards and Butler Li by his side, and he was in no danger. Suddenly, a bodyguard approached, one of Shin Fu's spies placed within the Luoting estate. The bodyguard reported that Fu Shijue had uncovered the fake Yu Beicheng, who not only had her face marred but was also particularly incensed, instructing Butler Li to bring the real Yu Beicheng forth. This outcome did not surprise Shin Fu, but upon hearing it, Yu Beicheng gasped. He had that woman's face scarred. Fu Shijue truly had a heart of stone. A woman's face was of utmost importance. This was all her fault. Knowing well how difficult Fu Shijue could be, she had still allowed another woman to approach him, yet, thankfully, her life remained intact. Yu Beicheng declared. Shin Fu, please ensure her face is restored, no matter the cost. I will cover the expenses. Seeing a hint of conscience in her, Shin Fu replied, rest assured, the young master will have her face repaired. Besides, she was aware of the dangers prior to her arrival. Yu Beicheng said nothing, realizing she had underestimated Fu Shijue's ruthlessness. Did she truly wish to continue pursuing him? Presently, he was amnesiac and had feelings for her, thus, her life was temporarily secure. But what if he regained his memories? With his temperament, he would surely seek her demise. Xiaoba sensed her despondency and patted her shoulder, signaling her not to fear, for he would be by her side. Yu Beicheng felt touched. Thank you, Xiaoba. Butler Li is bringing people here. Will you stay or come with me? Shin Fu inquired, returning to serve that scoundrel Fu Shijue. She would be a coward. Moreover, after such an incident, he would undoubtedly seek retribution against her. Grasping Xiaoba's hand, she declared, Xiaoba and I will accompany you. Shin Fu nodded and immediately arranged for a cover, leading her and Xiaoba away from the Luoting estate. Butler Li scoured the entire Luoting estate but found no trace of Yu Beicheng. When he returned to report to Fu Shijue, the latter erupted in fury. A woman vanished right under your noses? Butler Li, what purpose do I have in employing you? Understanding that the young master was incensed, Butler Li hurried to placate him. Rest assured, even if Yu Beicheng escapes the Luoting estate, she cannot flee a city. Fu Shijue pinched his cold fingers, speaking with conviction. She lacks such capability. There must be someone aiding her from behind. Butler Li could not fathom who would assist Yu Beicheng. Suddenly, he recalled Xiaoba, who had been recuperating in the East Garden. Xiaoba was extraordinarily skilled. If Yu Beicheng had sought him out for assistance, it would not be implausible for him to help her escape the Luoting estate. Butler Li promptly sought out Xiaoba, only to discover that he too had vanished. Very well, Fu Shijue sneered through clenched teeth. Yu Beicheng, you are quite bold. Butler Li silently mourned for Yu Beicheng. She had forsaken a life of happiness, choosing instead to provoke the young master's wrath. At this moment, even if he spoke well of her before the young master, it would be of no avail. And what of the woman with the scarred face? Fu Shijue inquired. She is outside. I give you 3 hours. I want to know who her master is, Fu Shijue commanded, and why they would assist Yu Beicheng. Fu Shijue was well aware that few possessed the skill of disguise, and once someone could alter their appearance, they were likely to be in the service of someone wielding considerable power. Butler Li nodded. Understood, young master. However, before Butler Li could interrogate the woman, a bodyguard arrived to report that she had concealed poison in her back molars and had succumbed to it. Darkness clouded Fu Shijue's eyes. Yu Beicheng, you truly continue to surprise me. Chapter 84 Finding a girl I like. Yu Beicheng and Xiaoba boarded the business car arranged by Shin Fu. She was deeply concerned about the woman's condition. Initially, Shin Fu had assured her that the woman would be fine, but after receiving a phone call, he solemnly stated, she is dead. Yu Beicheng was taken aback, and after a long pause, she inquired, how did she die? Shin Fu remained silent. Was it Fu Shijue who killed her? You need not bear too heavy a burden. She was an orphan, a death warrior trained by the young master. Noticing her pallor, Shin Fu attempted to comfort her, recognizing the profound impact this news had on her. Yu Beicheng trembled uncontrollably. How could she have expected Fu Shijue to show any mercy? He would not sully his hands with murder. He only needed to utter a few words, and many would sacrifice themselves for him. Xiaoba gently patted the back of her hand, trying to clarify Fu Shijue's character. The young master is not that kind of person. He is indeed. I nearly lost my life at his hands. Xiaobai opened her mouth, as if to speak, but Shin Fu interjected, producing a jade pendant to shift the topic. The mechanism in the cave requires 2 jade pendants to unlock. This one was taken from Qin Shinua's room, the other is in Fu Shijue's possession, which I have yet to locate. Yu Beicheng glanced at him. Were you with me in Xingyang village when Fu Shijue was there? Yes. I was pursued by Qin Shinua's people, nearly killed by Xiao Qian. You are aware of this, aren't you? She asked. Shin Fu did not respond. He knew but refrained from intervening, as any rash action would arouse Fu Shijue's suspicion and jeopardize his access to critical information for the young master. Yu Beicheng recognized that they did not regard her as a friend and stated, it's a fair exchange. I will assist you in finding the antidote's recipe, but you must help me rid myself of Fu Shijue. Agreed. But words alone are insufficient. Fu Shijue's influence spans the globe. On what grounds should I trust your unverified claims? Previously, Yu Beicheng naively believed she could eventually seduce Fu Shijue. She had indeed succeeded. He was now infatuated with her, yet she could not bear it. Thus, she resolved to choose a different path. What do you expect us to do? In light of the recent death of the woman who had assumed her identity, Yu Beicheng had made up her mind she would never return to Fu Shijue's side. Given Fu Shijue's formidable power, she would seek a man with comparable influence. She dismissed that foolish Lan Zhuiqi. He was a quintessential lovesick fool. Zhang Yubai seemed a worthy candidate. After all, he was obsessive and could rival Fu Shijue. Moreover, she had Xiaoba, who possessed considerable skills. With such a double advantage, she was confident Fu Shijue could not eliminate her. I want to stay close to Zhang Yubai, inseparable, so that he can protect me. Shin Fu was momentarily speechless. Failing to entangle Fu Shijue, she intended to ensnare his young master instead? If that is the case, then it is non-negotiable. Without the jade pendant from Fu Shijue, you shall never obtain the antidote. Without it, Jiang Youbai's sister may not survive for long. After all, Jiang Youbai's sister was already in fragile health, compromised further by a debilitating illness, and her time was likely limited. Shenfu pondered for a moment. I will call the young master. All right. Shenfu did not shy away from calling Jiang Youbai in Yu Beiqing's presence. Jiang Youbai, on the other end, did not refuse. He merely requested Shenfu to pass the phone to him. I agree, but you must come to Myanmar. Yu Beiqing, perhaps momentarily deranged, suggested venturing into chaotic Myanmar. You come to Z country. Otherwise, we cannot negotiate. Her tone and demeanor were exceedingly firm. Jiang Youbai replied, my sister's condition is dire. I need to monitor her health constantly. In that case, it is indeed quite regrettable. Yu Beiqing feigned sorrow, but no worries, we cannot transact this time. Perhaps there will be a next. Suddenly, there was silence on Jiang Youbai's end. Neither party hung up, and eventually, Jiang Youbai spoke, give me a reason. The allure of Z country was manifold, and Yu Beiqing enthusiastically enumerated, I'll take you on a tour, indulge you with food and fun, ensuring each day is more joyful and fulfilling than the last. I have no interest in what you offer. He was solely focused on his instruments. She understood that. Why Yu Beiqing countered, if you do not venture out, how will you ever find a girlfriend? Z country is filled with beautiful women. During your visit, you might just meet someone you fancy. In the narrative, Jiang Youbai was indifferent to women. He had neither an ex-girlfriend nor even a girl he fancied. Although his background was respectable, his mother's health was deteriorating. He yearned to heal her, yet his father forbade him from meddling with such frivolities, often confining him to a dark room or forcing him to kneel in the ancestral hall. Throughout his life, he had never enjoyed a moment of peace. In childhood, he worried about his mother's illness, and as he grew older, he fretted over his sister's health. He had never lived a day for himself previously. Yu Beiqing viewed characters in novels as mere paper dolls, but now, through their interactions, she recognized them as flesh and blood individuals. It was merely the author's lack of skill that failed to bring the characters to life. Listening to Yu Beiqing's words, Shenfu's mouth twitched incessantly. What drivel was she spouting? How could the young master possibly agree to her coming to Z country merely to find a girlfriend? Were there no attractive women in Myanmar? Yet, the next moment left Shenfu astounded as Jiang Youbai acquiesced. Finding a girlfriend is unnecessary, but I want to see snow. Snow is ubiquitous in our great Z country. I checked the weather forecast. Heavy snow is expected in a few days. If you depart from Myanmar now, you could catch the first snowfall of 2025. Yu Beiqing exclaimed excitedly, when the time comes, I'll take you to the mountains to see the frost and fog. It will be breathtaking. Jiang Youbai responded with a subdued adding, I hope to receive the other jade pendant from you when I arrive in Z country. Yu Beiqing could not muster a smile. After hanging up, she tossed her phone to Shenfu. The other jade pendant is in Fu Shijue's possession. I cannot retrieve it. You will have to resolve this on your own. Shenfu sighed. If you, who are so familiar with Fu Shijue, cannot acquire it, I stand even less of a chance. I am not at all familiar with that loathsome scoundrel. Shenfu remained silent. Were they not sharing the same bed? Aware of Yu Beiqing's intense aversion towards Fu Shijue, he contemplated before speaking. Miss Yu, you previously stated that if I helped you find Xiaoba, you would grant me 5 million. When do you plan to fulfill that promise? Yu Beiqing replied, very well, Shenfu, have you now learned to threaten me like that despicable man Fu Shijue? She was furious. Had she known better, she would have insisted that Fu Shijue transfer the 50 million to her in advance when they discussed their collaboration. However, given Fu Shijue's cunning nature, he would undoubtedly wait until after the task was completed to compensate her. I am not threatening you. I am simply at my wit's end. Miss Yu, consider this as me pleading with you, Shenfu implored earnestly. Why Yu Beiqing took a deep breath. If she did not descend into hell, who would? I can assist you in locating the jade pendant from Fu Shijue, but our previous agreement of 5 million will be nullified, and you must provide me with an additional 50 million. Shenfu was left speechless. Such extortion was beyond reason. Chapter 85. Who made me love you so much? In pursuit of the jade pendant held by Fu Shijue, Yu Beiqing returned alone to the luxurious estate of Luoting. She chose not to bring Xiaoba along, confident in her ability to handle Fu Shijue, yet uncertain about persuading him to spare Xiaoba from harm. Upon seeing her unexpectedly materialize before him, Butler Li exhibited little joy, instead questioning, what on earth are you doing? Why deceive the young master with a false woman? Where is he? Yu Beiqing had come with purpose, having devised a strategy along the way. Observing her calm demeanor, as if nothing had transpired with the disguised woman, Butler Li exclaimed, don't think you can play this off. The young master is not easily fooled. Did you not witness his fury just moments ago? You are in serious trouble this time. With that, Butler Li escorted Yu Beiqing to the bedroom to confront Fu Shijue. Engrossed in his work, Fu Shijue did not lift his gaze upon hearing the door open. Have you found her? Li, you may leave, Yu Beiqing stated, standing behind Butler Li. His hand, which held the pen, faltered momentarily. Butler Li shot her a glance that conveyed, take care of yourself, before departing, closing the door behind him with consideration. Fu Shijue raised his cold, piercing eyes towards her. Before he could voice any inquiries, she approached with a serpentine grace, affectionately settling onto his lap, her delicate arms encircling his neck, her warm breath cascading over his cheek. Brother Fu, it seems you are utterly dependent on me and care for me deeply. She drew near, enveloped in a familiar, intoxicating fragrance that wafted into his senses. Just as he intended to push her away, she took his hand and placed it on her waist, not merely through fabric, but with skin against skin, whether by design or unintentional. She had likely just stepped in from the cold, amplifying the heat radiating from his palm. Brother Fu, do you know how elated I felt when I realized you recognized that woman as an imposter in less than 5 minutes? She rested her chin on his shoulder, gazing at him with an expression of dreamy admiration. If Fu Shijue merely tilted his head, their eyes would meet, yet Fu Shijue remained unaffected, as she began to nibble at his neck. Why are you silent? Are you still angry with me? Yu Beichang, do you comprehend what you are doing? His body tensed, the awkwardness stemming from her overt advances. Ever since his amnesia, her displays of initiative had been scarce, with the only instance being at the old man's residence, after which she had become akin to a lifeless fish, languishing on the bed without a flicker of movement. Satisfaction gleamed in Yu Beichang's eyes at his reaction. This was precisely the ambiguity she desired from him. She understood that to successfully retrieve the pendant from him, she could not confront him head-on but instead had to rely on cunning. Did he not crave her body, then she would use her own to manipulate him. After all, it was not as if they had not shared intimacy before. Just this once, if she could endure, she would be free from him entirely. She comprehended the principle of saturation. Why Yu Beichang banished her lingering thoughts and summoned all her energy to face him. I am fully aware of my actions, but do you understand why I am doing this? She slipped her hand beneath his shirt, finding his heart's chamber. I am testing your feelings for me. Her fingertips traced circles on his chest. He seemed unable to contain himself, gripping her wayward hand, his gaze heavy with intensity. Is this how you test a man, by pushing a woman onto my bed? I would never allow that woman to touch you. After all, you are my man, I love you so dearly, how could I let another woman lay claim to you? She reversed the grip on his hand, fabricating her words with ease. At that moment, her sincerity was palpable, yet Fu Shijue remained unconvinced, trusting only in his own instincts. And have you gleaned the outcome of your test? He queried. Indeed, I know you love only me, which makes me love you even more, she responded. He scoffed, pinching her chin. Yu Beichang, do not presume I am oblivious to your schemes. Fu Shijue was habitually sensitive and suspicious, no amount of eloquence from her could dispel his doubts. After he recognized that woman was not her, she vanished without a trace. The bodyguard scoured the estate, yet she remained elusive. Did she not harbor her own secrets? I acknowledge that seeking another woman to test you was my fault, yet can I not blame you as well? Fu Shijue retorted. Blame me? Your sole pursuits involve our intimacy, as if keeping me by your side is merely for that purpose. Do you have any idea how wretched I have felt these days? I fear that when I grow old, you will lose interest in me and cast me aside. With tears welling in her eyes, she gazed at him, embodying a picture of grievance. Fu Shijue raised an eyebrow. Are you afraid I'll tire of you? She nodded earnestly, terribly so. After all, I love you so much, while you, the heartless rogue, do not love me at all. She pounded her fists against his chest, lacking the gentleness of a playful tease, instead striking with considerable force. Fu Shijue nearly succumbed to her assault, seizing her wrists and warning, Yu Beichang, this time, I will overlook your foolishness, considering your ample bosom, but should there be a next time, this woman was truly love-struck, her mind perpetually consumed with romantic notions. There will be no next time, she asserted, wrapping her arms around his neck and planting a kiss on the corner of his lips. Whatever punishment you wish to impose upon me in bed, I shall accept, as long as you cease to be angry. Her affectionate demeanor, imbued with a sense of devotion that could ensnare any man, left Fu Shijue's heart in turmoil, despite his lingering suspicions. At that moment, her hands were not merely restless on his torso, she giggled softly, Brother Fu, you are truly easily amused. Fu Shijue's expression darkened, and he swiftly lifted her onto the desk, punishing her with fervor. Tomorrow, he would interrogate her thoroughly about the identity of the woman who had helped her with the disguise. That night stretched on interminably, yet Yu Beichang remained awake. Typically, she would disdain engaging in such acts without a proper kiss, yet to obtain the pendant, she resorted to enchanting his lips. She was particularly proactive that evening. Indeed, by the early hours, he succumbed to slumber upon her. Seeing him deeply asleep, Yu Beichang roughly pushed him away. Hey, Fu Shijue, are you even a man? How can you not last more than 3 minutes? Testing him, she sought to prevent any ruse of feigned slumber. Men are notoriously prideful about their endurance, such disparagement would surely provoke him. Noticing his lack of response, Yu Beichang lifted her hand and delivered several sharp slaps to his face. The handsome visage immediately bore the vivid marks of her fingers. Chapter 86, Is she trying to escape? Yu Beichang was, in fact, unaware of the whereabouts of the jade pendant that Fu Shijue had concealed. However, fortune favored her. After thoroughly searching the entire room without success, she suddenly recalled his study. He would undoubtedly instruct Butlerly to investigate the master at Shaoba, and given his numerous companies, he must be exceedingly busy. Consequently, when Butlerly reported matters to him, he would likely be preoccupied with official duties. Thus, it was plausible that some documents and significant items were carelessly discarded in the study. Moreover, it had been noted by the author of a book that there existed a hidden chamber within his collection, which he had frequently visited with Yunanin for their intimate encounters. The second floor was generally accessible only to Butlerly and Fu Shijue, and at this hour, the night was enveloped in profound silence. She successfully entered the study, rummaging through drawers until she obtained the information regarding Xiaoba's master, along with the jade pendant that had been carelessly tossed into a drawer. Was it truly that easy? A nagging suspicion arose within her that this was a trap set by Fu Shijue. As she prepared to return and confront him, her gaze fell upon an instant camera perched on the bookshelf. Yu Beicheng casually seized the camera, and upon entering the bedroom, she discovered Fu Shijue still asleep. She was taken aback by the efficacy of the sedative given by Shin Fu. Concealing the jade pendant in her bra and stuffing the documents regarding Xiao Ba's master into her clothing, she finally picked up the instant camera. With a series of clicks, she captured dozens of artistic photographs of Fu Shijue, who lay naked on the bed. Each image was a full-body shot, with particular emphasis on intimate close-ups. Upon viewing those eye-watering photos, Yu Beicheng nodded in satisfaction. Fu Shijue, this time, truly had to bid farewell. It would be prudent to hope that we never cross paths again. As she departed, she stuffed the photographs into a bag and secured it to the large iron gate. The moment the gate swung open, the bag would burst, causing the images to cascade down, to be discovered by the bodyguards and maids arriving in the morning. Regrettably, she would not be able to witness the spectacle firsthand. With a heart full of joy, Yu Beicheng left, where Shin Fu awaited her outside the mansion. "Did you obtain the items?" he inquired. "I did, but I can only retrieve them once Jiang Yubai arrives in Z country," she replied. Shin Fu remarked, "The young master is already en route. When is he expected to arrive?" Shin Fu calculated the time and stated, "At noon today." After all, Myanmar was not far from Z country. "Then we shall go to the airport to meet him at noon. I am rather fatigued, let us hasten away from this place of turmoil and return to the hotel for a brief rest," she yawned, clearly disinterested in further conversation with Shin Fu. The following day, when Fu Shijue awoke, his face throbbed with pain. The familiar figure that usually greeted him in the morning was absent. He had always prided himself on his remarkable stamina. How could he have lost consciousness last night? Barefoot, he made his way to the bathroom. Upon gazing into the mirror and noticing the bright red, swollen handprints on his face, a raging fire ignited in his eyes. Yu Beicheng. Fastidious as he was, he did not take a shower but donned a bathrobe and descended the stairs, intent on confronting Yu Beicheng. Fu Shijue possessed an impeccable internal clock. No matter how late he retired, he awoke promptly at 6 o'clock the following morning. At this hour, the servants of the Luoting mansion were just beginning their shifts, diligently attending to their duties. As he reached the ground floor, the bodyguards promptly opened the door for him. The moment the iron gate swung open, the photographs from the bag scattered across the freshly mopped floor, as well as over Fu Shijue's shoulders and face. Annoyed, he brushed the images from his face, only to be confronted with the sight of his compromising photographs, which he crumpled in his fist. Yu Beicheng. The bodyguards were taken aback upon witnessing the young master's scandalous photos. The perceptive lead bodyguard swiftly commanded, "Close your eyes. Or else, I'll have them plucked out." Butler Lee arrived belatedly and, upon seeing the bodyguards gathering the Risku images, quickly donned his reading glasses. Good heavens, what a disgrace, which shameless individual dared to capture such vile content. Not only did they take the photos, but they discarded them for all to see. Regardless of how fine one's physique may be, such flaunting is unacceptable. Due to the small size of the instant photographs, coupled with Yu Beicheng's full-body shots, Butler Lee, afflicted with presbyopia, failed to discern the clarity of Fu Shijue's visage. It was only when the bodyguards exchanged knowing glances with Butler Lee that he realized, "Butler, it's the young master, perhaps you should refrain from further commentary." At that moment, Fu Shijue stood amidst the scattered, unsightly photographs, emanating an aura of icy fury. His elegant fingers clutched the images, a sinister smile gracing his features. "Yu Beicheng, you truly are remarkable." Butler Lee hurried to Fu Shijue's side, ready to inquire about the situation, but upon witnessing Fu Shijue's expression, he was taken aback. "Young master, what happened to your face? How did you end up like this? Bring that wretched woman, Yu Beicheng, before me, I shall tear her to pieces and scatter her ashes." Butler Lee's words only stoked Fu Shijue's fury further, inciting thoughts of annihilating everyone present to quell the raging storm within him. Butler Lee quickly instructed the bodyguards to locate her. Alas, Yu Beicheng's presence was nowhere to be found in the entirety of City A. "Then bring her parents here, I refuse to believe she can continue hiding." Fu Shijue was genuinely incensed at this point. Butler Lee, aware of his master's wrath, complied without hesitation. Half an hour later, Yu's father and mother were brought forth. Fu Shijue issued an ultimatum: "If I do not see your daughter before noon today, this day next year will mark your demise." Yu's parents clung to one another in terror. Soon after, the bodyguards relayed Yu Beicheng's whereabouts. "Young master, Miss Yu is at the airport. Is she attempting to flee?" Fu Shijue's smile turned menacing. "The moment she enters the airport, seal it off immediately." "Understood." The bodyguards were ready to act, but Fu Shijue halted them. "I shall accompany you." Butler Lee, incensed by the young master's plight, protested to young master, "Allow me to handle this minor matter. I will personally ensure Yu Beicheng is brought before you." Fu Shijue could hardly contain his impatience to settle the score with her. "I will personally strangle that heartless woman." Amidst the protective throng of bodyguards, Fu Shijue boarded the vehicle bound for the airport to apprehend Yu Beicheng. However, just as they set out, Butler Lee received alarming news from the mansion. "Young master, someone has rescued Yu's parents." "Who?" "Uncertain, it appears to be one of our bodyguards. We do not know if they were bribed or if someone has infiltrated our ranks," Butler Lee reported. A chilling smile crept across Fu Shijue's refined features. The more composed he appeared, the more terrifying he became. "Excellent, Yu Beicheng, what else is it that I do not know about you?" Chapter 87. Is she truly so in love with him? Yu Beicheng was well aware that Fu Shijue would inevitably set his sights on the original owner's parents, so she had promptly alerted Shin Fu. Shin Fu, showing commendable resolve, did not disappoint her and directly rescued Yu's father and mother from Fu Shijue's clutches. Ha, just thinking about how furious Fu Shijue must be makes me so happy. The image of his face, reduced to a pig's head by my slap, brings me such joy. Yu Beicheng exclaimed, laughing heartily in the business car parked outside the airport. Shen Fu, in the driver's seat, was truly impressed by her. Aren't you worried he will come after you later? Regardless of whether I slapped him or not, he would seek me out for retribution. Reflecting on last night, I can't help but feel foolish for not giving him a few more slaps. It's infuriating. Yu Beicheng lamented, shaking her head in regret. Shen Fu was left speechless. The information indicated she was deeply infatuated with Fu Shijue, to the point of losing her sanity. Was this really love? Glancing at her phone, Yu Beicheng remarked, isn't your young master supposed to arrive by noon? It's already 12:30, and yet he hasn't shown up. Just as Shen Fu was about to step out and make a call, Yu Beicheng suddenly shrieked, ah, that pervert Fu Shijue is here. She caught sight of a familiar vehicle in the distance. Initially, she thought she was imagining things, but upon seeing the license plate, she was certain her whereabouts had been compromised, and Fu Shijue was on her tail. Shen Fu, startled by her outburst, replied, wasn't this expected? Yu Beicheng pressed her hand to her chest, where her jade pendant was hidden, and said, you must protect me from being captured by Fu Shijue's men. Otherwise, you can forget about getting the pendant. Rest assured, I would risk my very life to ensure you do not fall into Fu Shijue's hands, Shen Fu declared. Yu Beicheng felt profoundly touched, even though she understood his ulterior motive was the pendant in her possession. Considering your unwavering determination to protect me, you needn't pay me 50 million. Just 30 million will suffice. Shen Fu couldn't help but be grateful to her. Her bold demand would deplete his years of savings, but as long as he could save the young lady, he could always rebuild those savings later. Goodness, why is Fu Shijue here too? Yu Beicheng was intently observing when she saw Fu Shijue emerge from his car, prompting her to exclaim a string of expletives. He's personally here. It shows just how furious he is. This is the end for me. Shen Fu's lips twitched. What was the point of saying such things now? As Fu Shijue exited the vehicle, he sensed someone was watching him. He scanned the surrounding area filled with parked cars and, with a furrowed brow, inquired of his bodyguard, is Yu Beicheng at the airport? No, her flight information is not listed, the bodyguard replied. Then she must be here to pick someone up? Fu Shijue's instincts kicked in and no need to search the airport. Check the parking lot, she must be hiding in one of these cars. The bodyguard responded affirmatively inside the car. Upon seeing Fu Shijue remain stationary after exiting, Yu Beicheng informed Shen Fu that cunning Fu Shijue has likely realized I'm here to pick someone up and is searching each vehicle. You must disguise me at once. How do you know? She instinctively retorted, after sleeping with him so many times, how could I not know what he's thinking? Shen Fu's cheeks flushed. Despite being in the relatively liberal Myanmar, he had never encountered a woman as unabashed as her. Some women might come off as vulgar or distasteful, but Yu Beicheng spoke with a refreshing frankness and earnestness. Seeing the bodyguard approaching their vicinity, Shen Fu promptly disguised her. Yu Beicheng examined her reflection in a mirror and complained, why didn't you make me look more attractive? This face is too ordinary. Being low-key is the goal, he replied. Suddenly, Yu Beicheng's phone chimed. Shen Fu picked it up and said, the young master has sent a message, stating he is waiting for us at exit A. With keen eyes, Yu Beicheng spotted the sign for exit A not far off. However, Fu Shijue's bodyguards had surrounded the parking lot, making it impossible for their vehicle to pass through anytime soon. Furthermore, Fu Shijue stood right at the exit. Even if they managed to drive over, the guards would thoroughly inspect the car, and Fu Shijue might notice something amiss. Consequently, she decided to employ the simplest solution. I'll walk over to retrieve your young master. Shen Fu clicked his tongue. Doesn't that mean you'll have to pass right by Fu Shijue? And so what? Don't forget I've already disguised myself, Yu Beicheng insisted, placing great importance on Shen Fu's abilities. What, you don't trust your own skills? You think Fu Shijue will see through it? It's not my skills I'm doubting. It's you, Shen Fu replied. Yu Beicheng felt exasperated. How about a wager? If I can walk past Fu Shijue and fetch your young master without arousing his suspicion, you owe me a foot massage from Little 8. And if I win? Then Little 8 will give you a massage instead. Shen Fu realized she was determined not to lose any advantage deal. Yu Beicheng grinned mischievously, donned a hat and coat from the car seat, and then exited the vehicle. Shen Fu kept a close watch on her, fearing she might expose herself in front of Fu Shijue. To his surprise, as she passed by Fu Shijue, he barely glanced her way. It wasn't that she lacked allure, rather, she was too eye-catching. Upon exiting the car, she altered her gait, swaying her hips enticingly, resembling a woman stepping out of a nightclub. Even in the dead of winter, she deliberately left her coat open, revealing her alluring figure and shapely waist, making it evident to any onlooker that she was an indecent woman. Yu Beicheng had strategically covered her hair with the hat, and as she walked past Fu Shijue, she displayed no fear, even throwing him a flirtatious glance. Although her current appearance was less than stellar, she exuded confidence. The bodyguards were captivated by her charms, but Fu Shijue couldn't be bothered to spare her a second glance. To put it plainly, he found her the type of woman who shamelessly flirted with men in public. However, as Yu Beicheng passed by him, he caught a whiff of a familiar scent, faint, yet mingled with a pungent tobacco odor, which led him not to suspect anything amiss. After all, Yu Beicheng did not smoke. Yu Beicheng successfully approached Zhang Yubai. After several months apart, he had become notably more ethereal, having donned a thick down jacket and scarf upon landing in the chilly season of Z country, which made his already small face appear even smaller. You're blocking my view. Step aside, Jiang Yubai commanded coldly, mistaking her for another woman attempting to flirt. Yu Beicheng chuckled, it's me, Yu Beicheng. Chapter 88, a change of flattery. Upon hearing a familiar voice, Jiang Yubai's expression softened slightly. How did you disguise yourself? Did you not notice the peculiarities around the airport? I have offended Fu Shijue, and he has dispatched bodyguards to search for me everywhere. Jiang Yubai had indeed noticed, but he had not anticipated it would be Fu Shijue's men. After all, when has Fu Shijue ever needed to make such a grand display to find someone? He could have dealt with it discreetly. Feeling cold? Yu Beicheng kindly retrieved a hat from her coat pocket and placed it on his head. It was safer to cover his strikingly beautiful face before Fu Shijue had the chance to recognize him. Jiang Yubai felt somewhat uneasy with her affectionate gesture, his posture stiffening slightly. A bit. But it's bearable. I'll take you to enjoy hot pot to warm you up shortly. A smile graced her face, yet her gaze remained fixed on his extraordinarily handsome visage, one that words could scarcely describe. Jiang Yubai inquired, what about Shen Fu? Over there. She gestured to a vehicle not far away. We should exit from that side quickly. Then let us proceed. Jiang Yubai averted her gaze. Yu Beicheng sensed his discomfort and remarked, I apologize. I did not mean to stare at you. It is just that I have an affinity for beautiful things, and your lovely face allows me a brief escape from my unpleasant thoughts. Internally, she was cursing her fate. Why couldn't she win over Jiang Yubai? He was far more handsome than Fu Shijue and possessed a kind disposition. If she could court Jiang Yubai, it would be effortlessly within her grasp. He seemed so innocent and easily deceived. Jiang Yubai understood her nature and did not take offense. Fu Shijue's looks are not inferior to mine. Haven't you grown tired of looking at him? Compared to you, his appearance pales significantly. Moreover, with his face swollen like a pig's, it is quite off-putting. Ha ha ha. Yu Beicheng chuckled mischievously. Jiang Yubai instinctively glanced toward the tall figure in the distance. Oh dear, don't look at him. He is rather sensitive. She quickly grasped his arm. Meanwhile, Fu Shijue had indeed sensed Jiang Yubai's gaze and turned his attention toward the duo. Yu Beicheng had her back to him, while Jiang Yubai lowered his head, focusing on her. They seemed quite intimate, resembling a couple. Fu Shijue coldly shifted his gaze away. Before long, he observed Yu Beicheng and Jiang Yubai, this couple, passing by him hand in hand. Fu Shijue caught a whiff of a familiar scent, not the mingling of cigarettes, but rather the distinct aroma of cedarwood that belongs solely to a man. Having shared many nights with Yu Beicheng, he could easily identify her fragrance. Thus, the flirtatious woman who had just glanced his way was indeed Yu Beicheng in disguise. Fueled by anger, Fu Shijue watched as Yu Beicheng and Jiang Yubai entered a vehicle, and he immediately strode forward, shouting, "Stop right there." Upon seeing Fu Shijue's expression, Yu Beicheng realized her cover had been blown. She hurriedly pulled Jiang Yubai into the car, commanding Shen Fu, "Drive quickly." Shen Fu promptly revved the engine. Airports are typically located on the outskirts, and since parking is free, a simple turn could facilitate their escape. Fu Shijue bellowed, "Yu Beicheng, if you wish to live, stop the car." How dare that woman betray him and flirt with another man? His rage boiled over. It chased them. A bodyguard swiftly arrived with a vehicle. This time, Fu Shijue did not sit in the back seat, allowing the bodyguard to drive. Instead, he ordered the bodyguard out and took the wheel himself. With one press of the accelerator, he surged out of the airport. Meanwhile, Butler Lee, who was conducting a search, noticed the young master pursuing alone. "What are you waiting for? Go after them." "Yes." Inside the car, Yu Beicheng held an iPad, presenting a selection of hot pot restaurants she had found the previous evening to Jiang Yubai. "Do you prefer this one or that one? I'm fine with either. I heard from Shen Fu that you cannot handle spicy food, so do you have any particular dislikes?" Since he had come all the way to Z country, she wanted to extend her hospitality. Moreover, she would rely on him in the future, so it was essential to win him over. Compared to placating that despicable Fu Shijue, she would much rather charm Jiang Yubai. After all, he seemed quite agreeable. "For instance," he said, "I have no dietary restrictions, so feel free to choose according to your preferences." "Great." She relayed an address to Shen Fu. Shen Fu, drenched in sweat, remarked, "We have someone tailing us. It seems we won't be able to eat anytime soon. Is it Fu Shijue's men?" She immediately turned to look out the back window. This glance nearly sent her into a panic as she caught sight of Fu Shijue, the driver of the pursuing vehicle, wearing a fierce expression. "How did he manage to chase us himself?" she stammered. In the book, the author portrayed the male lead as exceptionally talented in every endeavor, from motorcycling to swimming and gaming. He excelled at everything he attempted. Shen Fu, clearly struggling, said, "The traffic light at the upcoming intersection is red. If they stopped now, it would be disastrous." Yu Beicheng was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation and refused to remain passive. She promptly rolled down the window and leaned out. The biting cold wind whipped her hair wildly. As she tucked her long locks behind her ear, Fu Shijue caught sight of her strange yet repugnant face. In the next moment, she extended her hand, making a gesture, an unmistakable sign. "Fu Shijue?" With both hands, she displayed a crude gesture. "Yu Beicheng." He was furious. "I will sever all 10 of your fingers." Yu Beicheng spotted the red traffic light and quickly instructed Shen Fu, "Turn right." Shen Fu complied, deftly maneuvering the steering wheel, causing the car to drift to the right. Meanwhile, Fu Shijue's vehicle continued straight, allowing them to narrowly evade each other. She had successfully misled him. Otherwise, with Fu Shijue's keen observational skills, such an oversight would have been impossible. Seeing that the pursuing vehicle had vanished, Shen Fu smiled knowingly. You truly are remarkable, Miss Yu. He, dealing with him is a piece of cake. Then why did you appear so submissive in front of him before? Shen Fu could not help but ask. Yu Beiqing's smile faltered. Do you think I wanted to? I had no choice. To save my own skin, I could only endure his bullying. And now you are fighting back? Yu Beiqing shyly glanced at Zhang Yubai. Isn't it because you all are protecting me now? We are in this together, so I hope for your continued support. Zhang Yubai corrected her miswording. We are being coerced by you. The fact that I can threaten you indicates I possess that capability. Without her wits about her, Yu Beiqing would truly struggle to navigate this world. Zhang Yubai did not reproach her. For your sake, we have made an enemy of Fu Shijue. Thus, I am compensating you by treating you to food and entertainment, right? And it's just Fu Shijue. When have you ever been afraid of him? She flattered. Indeed, Zhang Yubai harbored no fear of Fu Shijue. Compared to offending Fu Shijue, he was more determined to ensure his sister's safety. Shen Fu, in the front seat, was genuinely impressed by Yu Beiqing's eloquence. Only a young master in a daze could be so easily swayed by her words. Chapter 89. Fu Shijue comes knocking. They ordered a yin-yang pot, featuring a clear broth and a mildly spicy base. However, it became evident that Zhang Yubai was not merely someone who couldn't handle spice, he was utterly incapable of tolerating even the slightest hint of it. After just a few bites, his lips were left red and swollen, reminiscent of the aftermath of a woman's kiss, an oddly seductive sight. On the other hand, Shen Fu and Yu Beiqing, both fond of spicy food, relished the meal. Yu Beiqing had even thoughtfully purchased an old popsicle for him, saying, "Next time, I'll take you for a non-spicy iron pot stew with goose." He replied, "The level of spiciness is just right." Shen Fu couldn't help but smirk, unable to resist exposing him. "But young master, when you were in Myanmar, you wouldn't touch anything spicy." "That's because I had never tried it before. An occasional indulgence is acceptable," Zhang Yubai asserted, clearly enticed by the hot pot. Shen Fu observed him intently, then glanced at Yu Beiqing, who was licking her ice cream. Having never witnessed the young master interact with a woman, he assumed Zhang Yubai was simply being courteous to Yu Beiqing, as he had always exuded gentlemanly charm. As Yu Beiqing finished her ice cream, she inquired, "Shall we take a stroll after our meal to aid digestion, or head back to the hotel?" Since the young master has just disembarked from his flight, he should naturally return to the hotel to rest. Shen Fu expressed his concern for Zhang Yubai's health. After all, Zhang Yubai's sister had been unwell lately, and he had been engrossed in his research day and night. Why? Yu Beiqing nodded. "Then you take him back to the hotel, and I'll wander around." Having just eaten, she felt inclined to lie down and rest, especially after indulging too much. Moreover, she needed to change the color of her long nails. As a girl, she naturally cherished beauty. Manicures and lash extensions were monthly rituals. Spending a few hundred yuan on them brought her daily joy. "I have something to discuss with you," Zhang Yubai said, having refrained from broaching the topic during their meal. Yu Beiqing understood what he wished to discuss and replied, "Regarding the jade pendant, there is no rush. I promise I will give it to you." "When will you give it to me?" Zhang Yubai inquired. Noticing that he hadn't unwrapped the popsicle she had given him, she pursed her lips. "I've hidden it in my underwear, sewn in, so it will take some time to retrieve it." Was he disdainful of the popsicle she offered? Had she known, she would have given him the ice cream instead. Shen Fu and Zhang Yubai exchanged glances. "Come to my room tonight, and I'll give it to you," she said, devoid of any suggestive undertones. Yet, such words spoken by a girl inevitably sparked the imagination. Zhang Yubai coughed discreetly, clenching his fist. "All right." After Yu Beiqing settled the bill and prepared to bid them farewell, Zhang Yubai insisted that Shen Fu accompany her, concerned for her safety and fearing she might be ambushed by Fu Shijue's men. As she departed, she took the untouched popsicle with her, unwrapping it to take a bite, mumbling, "No need, I'm just going to do my nails." She then planned to find a spa for a massage. After being tormented by Fu Shijue in recent days, she needed to unwind. Zhang Yubai felt the fatigue of adjusting to the time difference, otherwise, he would have genuinely intended to accompany her for some nearby leisure. Yu Beiqing insisted on going alone, and Zhang Yubai chose not to argue further. Once they parted ways, Zhang Yubai instructed, "Keep an eye on her." "Young master, it's unnecessary, she is cunning enough to elude Fu Shijue's grasp," Shen Fu replied, longing to stay by Zhang Yubai's side for a while longer. Zhang Yubai stated, "The jade pendant is still with her." Shen Fu reluctantly acquiesced, "Very well." Yu Beiqing, naturally, would not indulge in luxury alone, so she summoned Xiaoba as well. Xiaoba was obedient, patiently waiting on the sofa while she had her lashes and nails done. Knowing he would be bored, she even bought him milk tea and snacks. She had initially planned to invite Xiaoba to join her for hot pot but had to attend to her parents instead. When she arrived at the hot pot restaurant, Xiaoba and her parents had already finished their meal. After an hour, her nails and lashes were complete, and Xiaoba had finished his snacks. She smiled warmly, tousling his hair. "Let us go, I'll take you somewhere more fun these days, I'm spoiling you." Xiaoba delightedly gestured, asking frowny face where to. She chuckled, "You'll find out soon." Subsequently, Yu Beiqing took Xiaoba to a massage parlor, opting for a handsome male model for herself at the price of 888, while selecting one for Xiaoba at 1288. Xiaoba felt a bit shy, prompting Yu Beiqing to encourage him to relax. Not long after Yu Beiqing settled into her chair, she heard a commotion outside. Xiaoba, who was on the adjacent bed, immediately got up to investigate. Upon returning, he reported, the young master has arrived with others. Yu Beicheng's face paled, causing the cucumber slices on her eyes to drop. Why has he come here? Xiaoba shook his head. Yu Beicheng hastily put on her shoes, intending to flee with Xiaoba, only to discover that the entire venue was swarming with Fu Shijue's men. She was aware that Fu Shijue wielded considerable power in his city, but she hadn't anticipated such an overwhelming presence. Who are you? Fu Shijue's men created quite a scene, startling many patrons who were receiving massages in the private rooms. This was the largest entertainment venue in his city, frequented not only by powerful men but also wealthy women from privileged backgrounds. Fu Shijue typically avoided such low-end establishments, but this time, he made an exception for Yu Beicheng. His handsome face bore a slight swelling, though the dim lighting of the parlor and the anti-swelling ointment he applied masked the evidence of his recent altercation. Striding forward with purpose, his expression betrayed his disdain. The men and women, hastily ushered out by bodyguards, were not only captivated by his extraordinary looks but also intimidated by his commanding presence. No male model in the establishment could rival the visual impact that Fu Shijue commanded. The owner of the parlor rushed over to attend to Fu Shijue, nervously reporting, Mr. Fu, I've located the person you're seeking. She spent 2,176 yuan in room 8. The bodyguards promptly pushed open the door to room 8. Upon entering, the dim light illuminated Fu Shijue's polished shoes. He scanned the room, his gaze locking onto a woman in a hat on a massage chair, none other than the disguised woman Yu Beicheng he had encountered at the airport. Where is she? He coldly inquired of the two trembling male models standing nearby, their appearance is a stark contrast to his own. It was rather amusing that she had even ordered two male models. The models quickly pointed towards the locked restroom. Break down the door. Fu Shijue commanded icily just as the bodyguards were about to act. A voice emerged from the restroom. Brother Fu, I'm having a stomach issue. If your bodyguards burst in, they see me without my pants? Fu Shijue's expression darkened. The bodyguards, discerning their master's mood, retreated from the room. Standing at the door, Fu Shijue's voice was frigid. I'm giving you 1 minute to pull yourself together and come out. Chapter 90. The lingering haunt. Fu Shijue had anticipated that she would negotiate for a few more minutes, but to his surprise, she obediently replied, I will be out shortly. The bathroom was filled with the rustling sounds, leading Fu Shijue to believe she was merely putting on her pants, yet she still did not emerge. Naturally, he could no longer wait and instructed the bodyguard to break the door down. This time, there was no sound from within. The bathroom door was rudely pried open by the bodyguard, revealing an empty space, save for a small window ajar. The bodyguard promptly investigated, stating, the security window has been pried open by hand. She must have slipped away through the side. Who was with her? Fu Shijue knew all too well that she lacked the strength to accomplish this feat alone. The two male models outside trembled as they replied. There was another man, appearing quite frail, about her height. Young master, it must be Xiaoba, butlerly remarked. Fu Shijue, enraged, retorted with a bitter laugh, then why are you still standing there? Go pursue them at once. Unfortunately, after Yu Beicheng had fled with Xiaoba, they had swiftly hailed a taxi and vanished without a trace. Fu Shijue picked up the hat that Yu Beicheng had tossed beside the bed, exclaiming, Yu Beicheng, you truly are something. Butlerly recognized his master's fury, yet understood that capturing Yu Beicheng was not the immediate priority. Rather, they needed to discern why Jiang Youbai had come to City A. Fu Shijue stated coldly, do we even need to speculate on Jiang Youbai's intentions for coming to City A? It is undoubtedly for the drug catalyst. That foolish woman, Yu Beicheng, believes that by aligning herself with Jiang Youbai, she can rest easy. Does she truly think my possessions are so easily obtained? After leaving the airport, Fu Shijue immediately dispatched someone to investigate who Yu Beicheng had gone to meet. Upon ruling out those unfamiliar to her, they narrowed it down to Jiang Youbai, who had flown in from Myanmar to Z country. Once he obtained Jiang Youbai's personal information, Fu Shijue realized that Yu Beicheng had coerced him to Z country for the drug catalyst. Yu Beicheng's tactics were indeed formidable. Did she genuinely believe she could turn him and Jiang Youbai into bitter enemies over this catalyst? Was she underestimating him? Does the young master intend to confront Jiang Youbai in person? Fu Shijue did not respond, his face betraying a chilling smile. After Yu Beicheng and Xiaoba made their escape, they did not return to the hotel where Jiang Youbai was staying. Instead, they opted for a different establishment, continuing their relaxation with massages. Did Fu Shijue ever anticipate that she would indulge in a massage? This was infuriating. Xiaoba lay down, feeling somewhat uncomfortable after only a brief period of massage. I will step outside to guard against the return of the young master's people. Oh, they won't come back. Just relax and enjoy, she sighed contentedly. Xiaoba was unaccustomed to being touched by others. Previously, Yu Beicheng had found him a beautiful, well-endowed female masseuse, but after his insistence, she had arranged for a male therapist. This time, considering his discomfort with the opposite sex, Yu Beicheng had complied with his request for a male therapist. Leaning back languidly, with a blissful expression, Yu Beicheng suggested, if you dislike massages, how about I take you to soak in a hot spring tonight? Do you wish to go? He inquired. Indeed. Very well, let us go soak tonight, he replied. Yu Beicheng smiled brightly and beckoned him closer. Xiaoba obediently approached her, bending slightly to align his gaze with hers as she reached out to ruffle his hair, saying, Xiaoba, you are truly wonderful. Rest assured, with me, you shall not suffer any losses. Do you not wish to see your master? In a few days, I will take you to meet him. Since meeting her, Xiaoba had seldom thought of his master. He nodded, gesturing, with you here, I am very happy. Xiaoba was straightforward, he liked what he liked and disliked what he disliked, with no ulterior motives. Yu Beicheng felt a surge of emotion, suddenly sensing a gaze upon her. Fearing it was Fu Shijue searching for her, she shuddered and glanced over. A figure flashed past the doorway. The door was not solid wood but rather had a section of transparent glass, allowing visibility into the hallway. Xiaoba felt the presence as well and immediately rose to leave. Shinfu was dragged in by Xiaoba. Yi Beicheng propped her head up, knowing without a doubt that he had been following her, and asked, "Why did you not come to our rescue earlier?" "I intended to, but I did not expect you to have already escaped," Shinfu replied. He had been in the next room at the previous establishment, receiving a massage from a female therapist. However, this time, fearing Fu Shijue's men might arrive, he had stayed vigilant. Yi Beicheng shot him a disdainful glance and inquired, "Now that Fu Shijue is likely aware that your master has come to Z country, he may soon deduce the reason for his visit. Thus, you should promptly deliver the jade pendant to my master. Once he acquires the drug catalyst, he will have no further concerns." Yi Beicheng genuinely found Fu Shijue bothersome. She had yet to fully savor her days of leisure, only to be persistently pursued by him. Alas, matters must be resolved once everything was settled. She could resume her enjoyment later. She reluctantly suggested, "Then let us go find your master now. My master is likely sleeping at this hour. Would it not be better to finish the massage first and seek him later?" Shinfu proposed. Yi Beicheng nodded. "That works." After all, she had not been indulging for long. An hour later, refreshed and invigorated, Yi Beicheng, Xiaoba, and Shinfu returned to the hotel to find Jiang Yubai. Upon entering the elevator, she caught a whiff of a strong scent of men's cologne, mingled with a crisp note of snow. This fragrance was unmistakably associated with Fu Shijue. Had this man been here? Regardless of whether Fu Shijue had visited, Yi Beicheng felt compelled to exercise caution. She pressed the button for the floor below. Noticing her action, Shinfu remarked, "The young master is on the 18th floor. Fu Shijue has been here." This hotel was a luxurious establishment, with mirrors lining the elevator walls, reflecting Yi Beicheng's anxious expression clearly. "How do you know?" Shinfu questioned. Yi Beicheng replied, "Just take a good whiff of the air in the elevator." "There is no scent," he replied, oblivious to the nuances. Men were so unobservant compared to women. Yi Beicheng turned to Xiaoba, asking, "Can you smell anything?" Xiaoba awkwardly scratched his head. "My nose is blocked." Under normal circumstances, Xiaoba would have detected the scent, as he was remarkably capable, albeit too innocent and easily manipulated. "Are you catching a cold?" She immediately wrapped him in his coat, saying, "Why did you not tell me? Otherwise, I would have bought you cold medicine earlier." Shinfu was taken aback to witness this considerate side of Yi Beicheng. "It's going to snow in 3 days, the temperature has been dropping." 3 days from now was also Fu Shijue's birthday. As the elevator reached the 17th floor, Yi Beicheng stepped out and instructed Shinfu, "You should go up and check." "Why the anxiety? You must be mistaken, Fu Shijue is not up there," Shinfu replied before heading up the emergency stairs to the 18th floor. He did not return for quite some time, raising Yi Beicheng's concerns. Wanting to leave with Xiaoba temporarily, she pressed the button to descend, only for the elevator arriving from above to stop on her floor, the doors chiming open. A tall, imposing figure stood within the elevator. Chapter 91. "Yi Beicheng, you are doomed." It was Jiang Yubai. He was somewhat taken aback upon seeing her appear outside the elevator on the 17th floor. "What are you doing here?" Yi Beicheng, believing the individual in the elevator was Fu Shijue, nearly had a heart attack. Stepping into the elevator with Xiaoba, she inquired, "Did Fu Shijue come looking for you?" Jiang Yubai did not conceal the truth. "Yes, but how did you know he sought me out?" "There is that unmistakable scent of him lingering in this elevator," Yi Beicheng replied, feeling nauseous. "It has even clung to you." Jiang Yubai sniffed slightly and, indeed, detected a hint of it, chuckling, "You are quite sensitive to his aura." How could she not be? Every night, she endured the torment of his overwhelming presence. Yi Beicheng asked him in confusion, "If you're not in your room, why are you down here?" "Fu Shijue approached me, requesting that I hand you over to him, in exchange for which he would give me the jade pendant." Yi Beicheng, fearful that he might be deceived by Fu Shijue, cautioned, "Don't trust him. The jade pendant he possesses was found in a cave, but I have already taken it. He claims it was switched, and the pendant you have is a counterfeit," Jiang Yubai stated. "Impossible. Compare the pendant you acquired from Qin Shernua with mine. I assure you mine is genuine." Fu Shijue had lost his memory. How could he possibly know about past events so well? The elevator came to a halt on the first floor, and Jiang Yubai stepped out. He had kept the jade pendant he took from Qin Shernuai's room on him at all times, and when Yu Beicheng suggested a comparison, he promptly retrieved it and handed it to her. As Yu Beicheng produced her concealed pendant for comparison, the disparity was striking. It was not merely a difference in color but in craftsmanship and artistry as well. Qin Shernuai's pendant, having aged, had yellowed edges and a crack in the middle due to previous damage, yet it remained extraordinarily beautiful, exuding a sense of immense value. In contrast, the pendant she had taken from Fu Shijue exhibited only minor wear. When the two pendants were placed together, they revealed several uneven contours. Yu Beicheng returned the pendant to him, stating, "Do not collaborate with him. I will provide you with the authentic pendant." No wonder when she sought out Jiang Yubai, Fu Shijue did not send bodyguards to guard the hotel entrance. He must have left a contingency plan, hoping she would seek him out herself. Jiang Yubai reclaimed the pendant and assured her, "I did not agree to collaborate with him. Thank you. However, I did not say I would not consider it in the future." After all, his primary objective for coming to Z country was to obtain the medicinal ingredient as swiftly as possible. If he could not secure the pendant from Fu Shijue during this time, his options would be severely limited. He was aware of Fu Shijue's manipulative tactics. Even if he surrendered Yu Beiqing to Fu Shijue, it was unlikely Fu Shijue would relinquish the pendant to him. It was for this reason that when Fu Shijue approached him, he refrained from giving an immediate affirmative. While Yu Beiqing understood his predicament and granted a deadline, give me 3 days, within this time, I will ensure you receive the genuine pendant. Are you planning to seek out Fu Shijue? Yes. With that, Yu Beiqing departed with Xiaoba. Zhang Yubai remained in place, watching her retreating figure, his eyes laden with unshakable sorrow. Once Yu Beiqing exited the hotel, she sensed something was amiss with Xiaoba and inquired with concern, what is wrong? Xiaoba did not conceal the truth, the jade pendant in that man's possession belongs to the lady. Lady? Is she your master's wife? Xiaoba nodded, how could the pendant end up in his hands? The pendant held by Zhang Yubai was taken from Qin Shinua's room. This implied that Lao Ke must have seized the pendant from Xiaoba's master and then handed it over to Qin Shinua. There were 2 pendants, presumably, one belonged to Xiaoba's master and the other to his master's wife. The pendant belonging to Xiaoba's master remained in the bamboo house within the cave, having been confiscated by Fu Shijue, while the pendant belonging to Xiaoba's master's wife had been taken by Lao Ke and was now in Zhang Yubai's possession. Yu Beiqing pondered, is there some rare treasure hidden in the cellar? Xiaoba replied, it's merely some valuable belongings of my master. Xiaoba's former master was the richest person in the world. Surely, the items within were worth a fortune. Considering this, Yu Beiqing felt a surge of excitement. We should also sneak in and grab a few things. Zhang Yubai was solely after the medicinal ingredient and likely had little interest in wealth. However, she was only interested in riches. Xiaoba, belatedly realizing this, nodded in agreement. Though unable to see his master, it would be quite delightful to glimpse the belongings of his former life. However, Yu Beiqing did not seek out Fu Shijue at all. After leaving the hotel, she took Xiaoba to a hot spring instead. Their movements were not only observed by Zhang Yubai's informants but also by Fu Shijue's people. Upon learning that she was at the hot spring, Fu Shijue was both furious and amused. This woman was incredibly carefree. She didn't come looking for him. Did she no longer desire the jade pendant in his possession? However, she had taken the pendant from him to have Zhang Yubai protect her. Now that she was without the pendant, Zhang Yubai could not safeguard her. She would have to rely on herself. Thus, it was improbable that she would willingly place herself in his grasp. With this thought, Fu Shijue immediately set aside his work and assembled a team to capture her. At the largest hot spring resort in a city, the price of 666 per person was neither exorbitant nor particularly economical. As Fu Shijue exited the car and made his way towards the hot spring area in his polished shoes, he heard a familiar voice. A few steps further and revealed Yu Beiqing splashing around in a bikini with a group of male university students. It was nighttime, and the outdoor area was aglow with warm lights, illuminating her delicate skin like smooth satin. Her fair complexion, surrounded by a throng of male university students, was particularly eye-catching, as if she were the center of a celestial array, causing passers-by to pause and admire her. Xiaoba was the first to notice Fu Shijue and waved enthusiastically at him. Fu Shijue's expression darkened, and without uttering a word, his bodyguards were immediately alarmed, swiftly clearing the area. Yu Beiqing, seated in the hot spring, did not flee upon seeing him. Instead, she beamed at him with a sweet smile. Brother Fu, why are your bodyguards staring at my chest? It is quite embarrassing. You should have them wait outside. The bodyguards' faces instantly soured. Good heavens, they were positioned several meters away, and given the hour, even if her assets were more prominent and revealing, they could not see anything clearly. Moreover, in this era of electronic devices, their eyesight had long since deteriorated. Oh no, why was she speaking so recklessly? They were all upstanding gentlemen. The displeasure was not limited to the bodyguards. Fu Shijue was equally incensed. With a mere glance, he commanded the bodyguards to wait behind. The moment the bodyguards retreated, Yu Beiqing sprang to her feet, wielding a water basin she had prepared in advance, and doused him with water. Brother Fu, come join the fun. Fu Shijue found himself drenched in an instant. That wretched woman, where had she procured that basin? Brother Fu, come on, she laughed joyfully, her bosom jiggling enticingly, nearly blinding him with its allure. Until now, she had been seated in the hot spring, with the waterline barely obscuring her figure. Now that she stood, her form was fully visible. Fu Shijue approached with a stern expression. Yu Beiqing, you are in serious trouble. Chapter 92, I shall feed him. Yu Beiqing meticulously splashed each spoonful of water either upon his impeccably handsome face that incited both admiration and ire or onto his full forehead. The moment he stepped into the hot spring, she immediately directed Xiaoba, quickly hold him down. Without hesitation, Xiaoba complied. Although Fu Shijue possessed commendable skills, he was no match for Xiaoba. He found himself immobilized, his icy gaze fixed upon Xiaoba. Let go. Xiaoba was not intimidated by Fu Shijue, rather, he hesitated to heed Fu Shijue's command. Fortunately, Yu Beiqing's voice pulled Xiaoba back to reality. Submerge his head in the water. Push down with all your strength, let us see if he dares to act arrogant again. You dare to gurgle. With his head mercilessly pressed into the warm spring water, Fu Shijue inadvertently swallowed several mouthfuls of her bathwater. His face turned a shade of fury. Yu Beiqing gurgle. Seeing his plight, Yu Beiqing couldn't help but burst into laughter. Fu Shijue, did you truly believe I would foolishly wait for you to seize me? Cough, cough, cough. Fu Shijue had never felt so humiliated. He vowed that she would pay a steep price for this. At that moment, Fu Shijue had yet to regain his memories. Had he remembered Xiaoba's prowess, he would never have allowed himself to be alone with Xiaoba and Yu Beiqing. His bodyguards, once summoned by Fu Shijue, stood with their backs turned, daring not to cast a glance inside. Yu Beicheng roughly seized his hair. His face and hair were drenched, water droplets tracing his chiseled profile, rendering his delicate features even more striking, as if washed clean by the water. The phrase emerging lotus should not solely apply to women, men, too, could embody such beauty. For instance, at this moment, if Fu Shijue were to refrain from casting those fierce glances at her, he would indeed be quite pleasing to behold. Should you continue to regard me with such eyes, I shall strike you, she declared, pinching his muscular chest with force. Fu Shijue's expression shifted slightly. It was not one of pain, but rather a hint of enjoyment. After all, Yu Beicheng exerted all her strength, yet to him, it felt like a mere drizzle. Yu Beicheng discerned his peculiarities and raised an eyebrow. Do you enjoy this treatment? Fu Shijue had no desire to engage in idle chatter with her, instead commanding the bodyguard at the door, take her down. The bodyguard turned around, surprised at the sight of their young master in such a pitiful state, restrained by Xiaoba. It was the first time they had witnessed him in such disarray. However, having faced Xiaoba before, they knew all too well the pain that accompanied such encounters, yet, they were bound to follow their master's orders, even at the cost of their own limbs. Yu Beicheng immediately instructed Xiaoba, bind him and hand him over to me, you deal with those bodyguards. Xiaoba swiftly produced specially designed soft rubber ropes and bound Fu Shijue's hands before charging towards the bodyguards. While Yu Beicheng could not physically overpower Fu Shijue, she had prepared for this moment. She brandished a stun baton, delivering a fierce jolt to his waist, commanding, follow me. Fu Shijue nearly lost consciousness from the shock. This Yu Beicheng had clearly dug a pit for him to jump into. You think that by binding me, you can escape this place? A city was his territory, where could she possibly hide? Though his hands were restrained, his legs remained free. Yu Beicheng, fearing a swift kick could send her sprawling, kept her distance, looping a leash around his neck to lead him away. Yu Beicheng nonchalantly proclaimed, your life is in my hands, do you dare to disobey me? Noticing that Xiaoba had not followed, Fu Shijue quickly stepped forward, intending to subdue her. However, she retaliated with another fierce jolt of the stun baton to his inner thigh, the shock being both relentless and prolonged, causing him to crumple to the ground. Fu Shijue, I advise you to comply. Otherwise, you shall suffer greatly, Yu Beicheng declared, showing no mercy. Both were drenched, and as a cool evening breeze swept by, Yu Beicheng shivered slightly. With their clothes left in the car parked around the corner, and Fu Shijue sprawled on the ground, he showed no sign of getting up. Yu Beicheng threatened him with the stun baton, get up quickly, or I shall shock you again. She tugged on the leash around his neck. Seeing her lips turn purple from the cold and goosebumps dotting her fair skin, he responded, I'm too weakened by your shocks to rise. Perhaps you could assist me? Stop feigning, get up now. Fu Shijue showed no concern for the chill, remaining seated on the ground frustrated. Yu Beicheng delivered another jolt. You dare to shock me again? He was utterly soaked through. Observing that the stun baton in her hand was of inferior quality, he felt no fear of electrocution. Could it truly kill him? If you do not rise, I shall continue shocking you. Yu Beicheng was unafraid of his demise. His life was too resilient. Previously, he had dared to poison himself to deceive her, and having survived that, how could he not withstand this minor shock? Fu Shijue's expression darkened, and at that moment, Xiaoba returned after dispatching the bodyguards. Upon seeing Xiaoba approach, Yu Beicheng felt relieved. With Xiaoba present, she could do as she pleased with Fu Shijue. Xiaoba, quickly lift him up and toss him into the car, she commanded. Xiaoba promptly hoisted Fu Shijue, who now appeared quite delicate, into a princess carry. The sight of a towering man over 6 feet tall being cradled by the 5'7" Xiaoba was undeniably peculiar. Once inside the car, Yu Beicheng immediately donned a thick outer coat for herself and Xiaoba gestured, is there no outerwear for the young master? He does not deserve it. Though Xiaoba was obedient to Yu Beicheng, he could not bear to see Fu Shijue suffer and offered his own coat to cover him. Fu Shijue initially intended to shake it off, disdainful of the gesture, but upon noticing Yu Beicheng's face had turned pale with anger, he relented and remarked, Xiaoba, I'm thirsty. Bring me some water. Xiaoba promptly retrieved a bottle of water from a nearby box, opened it, and offered it to him. Xiaoba, you need not be so kind to him, Yu Beicheng fumed, reluctant to command Xiaoba, questioning why Fu Shijue deserved such treatment. Xiaoba, delighted to attend to Fu Shijue, replied, it's alright, I enjoy serving the young master. With that, Xiaoba thoughtfully opened a bottle of water for Yu Beicheng as well. Yu Beicheng was infuriated, her mood soured, but witnessing Fu Shijue's insufferable demeanor, she seized the water from Xiaoba's hand and splashed it across his face. Drink up, drink up. Aren't you thirsty? Let me feed you. Cough, cough, cough. The water splashed into his nostrils, and as he coughed, his eyes reddened, making him appear pitifully wronged. I shall feed him, Xiaoba proposed. Yu Beicheng, arms crossed and fuming, retorted, call Butler Li and have him deliver the jade pendant, otherwise, tomorrow, he shall receive a taste of Fu Shijue's fingers. Chapter 93, What gift do you desire for your birthday? After Yu Beicheng placed a call to Butler Li, she proceeded to the hotel to book a double room and a luxurious suite. The lavish suite was designated for Xiaoba, while the double room was for herself and Fu Shijue. Although she had hoped to spend the night alone, she was wary of the sinister nature of Fu Shijue and dared not allow Xiaoba to be alone with him. Xiaoba had expressed a desire to share the double room with Fu Shijue, but Yu Beicheng resolutely declined, saying, you've had a long day, hurry off to sleep. Once Xiaoba exited the room, she promptly locked the door. Fu Shijue lay on the bed, his hands bound, yet he appeared remarkably at ease, as if he were not the prey at the mercy of another. Yu Beicheng found his relaxed demeanor intolerable and retrieved a self-defense stun baton, preparing to administer a jolt. However, Fu Shijue nimbly evaded her attempt, for he was only restrained at the wrists. Should she approach him, he would be capable of retaliating. In a swift motion, Fu Shijue turned the tables, pinning her beneath him, causing the stun baton to clatter to the floor. "Yu Beicheng, you are as good as dead," he proclaimed, straddling her with his knee forcefully pressing against her neck. "The one destined for demise is you, Fu Shijue." Yu Beicheng summoned all her strength and seized his lower body without a hint of mercy. "You," his expression contorted in pain, "are you attempting to ensure my lineage is extinguished?" Yu Beicheng successfully freed herself from his grasp and stood with her hands on her hips. "In any case, you are incapable of fathering a child. What purpose does your presence serve? Not being able to father a child does not equate to being unable to bring joy to a woman." How had their conversation veered into such a provocative territory? The mere recollection of those nights made her stomach churn. "What does that expression on your face imply? Am I not capable of bringing you pleasure?" Yu Beicheng chose silence, retrieving the stun baton from beneath the bed and commanding, "Head to the bathroom." Fu Shijue had no intention of complying, yet to defy her would result in an unexpected jolt from Yu Beicheng. "Yu Beicheng! If you fail to comply, this time, I shall aim for your lower half." Her tone was anything but casual. "That will depend on whether you possess the ability to stun me," he retorted, fully aware that using the stun baton required proximity. He had been too engrossed in their exchange to notice her stealthy approach. Now, he was on high alert, determined to evade her grasp. Yu Beicheng had numerous methods to deal with him. From her bag, she produced a long whip adorned with studs. With a swift flick, it landed with a resounding crack against his chest. Fu Shijue's face darkened. Where had this woman acquired such bizarre implements? "Get inside," she commanded, brandishing the whip menacingly. "Otherwise, I shall leave your backside and face adorned with welts." "You dare!" Fu Shijue challenged. "Do you wish to see whether I have the audacity?" She swung the whip again, delivering several sharp strikes to his neck. Although her strength was minimal, the nylon material of the whip inflicted considerable pain upon contact. A vivid crimson mark appeared on his neck, flanking his Adam's apple, exuding an alluring, yet provocative, appeal. "You truly struck me." He was taken aback by the forcefulness of her blows, showing no signs of restraint. "Why would I hesitate to strike you? I have endured my fair share of your bullying." With that, she cracked the whip once more, this time across his thigh. Having just been drenched outside the hot spring, his clothing was still damp, and her strike tore through the fabric, leaving a painful red mark on his skin. In a fit of rage, Fu Shijue contemplated strangling her. "Yu Beicheng, I shall ensure your demise." "You are in my grasp now, how dare you speak so arrogantly," she replied, resuming her strikes. Seeing her genuine intent to inflict harm upon him, Fu Shijue lunged at her in anger. "You insolent man, daring to attack me. Watch as I bring you to your knees." Fortunately, her agility kept her from being toppled. The high-end garment he wore was shredded under her relentless strikes, and his skin bore the marks of her wrath. Despite being in a five-star hotel, the rooms were closely situated. As Yu Beicheng drove Fu Shijue towards the bathroom, she overheard the amorous sounds of a couple in the adjacent room. The once menacing gaze of Fu Shijue grew contemplative. As the moans of the neighboring couple escalated, Yu Beicheng felt her face flush with embarrassment. Attempting to divert the conversation, she proposed, "You shall sleep here tonight." "But there are 2 beds in the room. Why must I be confined to the bathroom?" Yu Beicheng placed her hands on her hips. "Can you truly remain peacefully in bed?" Naturally, he could not. Fu Shijue gritted his teeth. "You cannot expect me to endure sleeping in the bathroom while eavesdropping on the couple next door." She smiled slyly, retorting, "Given your dubious character, wouldn't eavesdropping on others' intimacy suit you perfectly?" Fu Shijue had never harbored such disdain for anyone until now, and that person was Yu Beicheng. She shut the glass door and placed a hanger across the handle, preventing him from opening it from within. The only way to unlock the door was from the outside, ensuring he could not escape this time. Yu Beicheng reclined on the bed, engaging in a game of joyful do di ju. "Let me out, I will lie quietly on the bed." Fu Shijue's voice resonated from the bathroom. Bang, bang, bang. When Yu Beicheng ignored him, he kicked the door. "Yu Beicheng, are you deaf?" The bathroom was connected to the one next door, and the commotion he caused caught the attention of the couple, causing their noises to diminish. Yu Beicheng, lying on the bed, knew that as long as the glass door remained closed, the sordid sounds would not reach her ears. "What is the matter? Can you not hold out after just a brief moment of listening?" Fu Shijue remained silent. "How did she know his current desires?" Yu Beicheng continued. "You won't have a restful night. If Butlerly does not deliver the jade pendant within 2 hours, I shall personally sever your fingers." Fu Shijue took a deep breath. "Is this what you call love, Yu Beicheng? To truly love someone is to be unwilling to inflict any harm upon them," yet she was not only striking him but threatening to mutilate him as well. "What use is my love for you when you do not reciprocate? Why should I continue to love someone who does not love me in return?" Yu Beicheng said, engrossed in her game. At that moment, her phone rang. It was Butlerly. Upon learning that he had retrieved the jade pendant from the study, she provided an address for him to deliver it. The address was the room number of Jiang Yubai. Once the pendant was verified as genuine by Jiang Yubai, Yu Beicheng would release Fu Shijue. Butler Li, who held Fu Shijue in high regard, agreed without hesitation. After hanging up, Yu Beicheng, in a buoyant mood, remarked, "Though I have ceased to love you due to your indifference, do not be disheartened. After all, you have Butler Li, who will love you unconditionally, regardless of how you mistreat him." Fu Shijue felt perplexed. Her lack of affection for him did not equate to his unhappiness, nor did he yearn for Butler Li's affection. "By the way, your birthday is in 2 days," Yu Beicheng suddenly inquired. "Is there anything you desire?" His expression shifted slightly. "Are you planning to gift me a birthday present?" "Indeed. I hope that once I present you with a gift, you might overlook my current treatment of you." He scoffed derisively. "I do not celebrate birthdays, I certainly do not require any birthday gifts." "Therefore, you are as good as dead." Unfazed by his threats, Yu Beicheng retorted, "Then I shall not release you, keeping you bound indefinitely." Chapter 94. She changed her affection. Yu Beicheng received a call from Jiang Yubai, who informed her that the jade pendant provided by Butler Li was authentic and insisted that she release Fu Shijue. Yu Beicheng replied with a simple alright, but after hanging up, she did not release Fu Shijue at all. Instead, she called Xiao Ba and left the hotel, locking him alone in the bathroom. Once Jiang Yubai obtained the pendant, he would undoubtedly rush to Qingyang village. Yu Beicheng did not wish to miss this golden opportunity and promptly made her way to meet Jiang Yubai. When Jiang Yubai saw her arrive, he was not surprised but merely inquired with curiosity, "How did you capture Fu Shijue?" She chuckled mischievously, wrapping her arm. "I told you, I possess countless ways to deal with him." Jiang Yubai did not press further but could not help but advise her, "In the future, when you are by my side, try to avoid provoking Fu Shijue." It was not that Jiang Yubai feared Fu Shijue. Rather, he abhorred causing trouble. Yu Beicheng, feeling slightly guilty, replied, "Alright." The previous Fu Shijue would not have spared her, and the current Fu Shijue would likely be even more relentless. Moreover, she had no intention of provoking him. It was Fu Shijue who had never planned to let her off the hook. Shinfu, Jiang Yubai, Yu Beicheng, and Xiaoba traveled to Qingyang village in a luxury vehicle. Meanwhile, Fu Shijue had already been rescued by Butler Li. He was left battered and bruised, with not a single unscathed spot on his body. Seeing his pitiful state, Butler Li's heart ached, and tears welled up in his eyes. "Jiang Yubai is inhumane. He dared to hurt you so badly just to obtain the jade pendant." For Fu Shijue, these were merely superficial injuries. His spirit had endured a far greater blow. Naturally, he would not disclose to Butler Li that Jiang Yubai had not been involved and that he had been beaten by Yu Beicheng. Gritting his teeth, Fu Shijue commanded, "Go, bring that woman, Yu Beicheng, before me. I want to see her by tomorrow morning." Understood. An hour later, Butler Li hurried back to report, "Young master, Miss Yu and Jiang Yubai have gone to Qingyang village." Fu Shijue had just finished showering and changed into fresh clothes, his damp hair dripping with water. He furrowed his brow and asked, "That wretched woman, Yu Beicheng, has gone too?" "Yes. Jiang Yubai is there for the medicinal herb, but what is her purpose?" Butler Li was unsure. Perhaps it is also for the herb? After all, Miss Yu's health has deteriorated because of her. She might be seeking to remedy it. Fu Shijue let out a cold laugh, as if mocking. "She could commit acts that betray Yunanin. Do you think she would feel any guilt?" "So, young master, are you suggesting that Miss Yu has changed her affection, no longer loving you, but instead enamored with Jiang Yubai?" Butler Li, having lived a long life, had seen enough of such hypocritical affections. Yu Beicheng was merely in her early 20s, who could love someone for a lifetime. Moreover, people often grew weary of what they had once obtained. They would not cherish it. Yu Beicheng's prior affection for the young master was merely because she had not yet possessed him. Now that she had acquired his body, her interest waned, and she turned her gaze towards another man. While Butler Li acknowledged that his young master had an impressive physique, he also considered Jiang Yubai quite remarkable. It was entirely reasonable for Yu Beicheng to be enticed by Jiang Yubai. Fu Shijue cast a cold glance at Butler Li, a flicker of inexplicable irritation flashing in his dark eyes. "Whom she loves is of no concern to me. I have no desire for the affections of such a deceitful and despicable woman." Butler Li quickly nodded in agreement. "Indeed, young master is right. Therefore, her following Jiang Yubai to Qingyang village might also be due to her fear of you seeking her out for retribution." So it was not because she had taken a liking to Jiang Yubai. Fu Shijue pondered for a moment before speaking. "Have our men in Qingyang village set up their ambush?" "It has long been arranged. We are merely waiting for them to fall into our trap." "Excellent." A smug smile graced his lips. "This time, we shall utilize Jiang Yubai's hand to uncover what secrets lie within the mechanism." With that, he stood and headed towards the door. "Young master, where are you going?" It was already 3 in the morning. Should he not be resting? "To Qingyang village." Butler Li was puzzled. Their men were already in Qingyang village, so why did the young master need to go? Although confused, he followed closely behind Fu Shijue. At 6 in the morning, Yu Beicheng was awakened by Xiao Ba, realizing they had arrived at Qingyang village. The rural weather was not particularly pleasant. Shrouded in thick fog, the muddy path made the vehicle bounce violently, with mud splattered all over the wheels. Inside the car were only Yu Beicheng and Xiao Ba. "Where are the others?" "Outside." She yawned, "Then let us get out of the car." Xiao Ba quickly exited and squatted down before her car door. "It's dirty. You can ride on my back." "It's all right, I can walk." The dawn light was dim, and she could not see the road clearly until she stepped into a puddle of mud, soaking her pants. Reluctantly, she allowed Xiaoba to carry her. Recent heavy rains had made the path quite treacherous, but fortunately, the vehicle had stopped not far from the bamboo house in the cave. Shenfu held a flashlight, carefully leading the way. The morning air was chilly, and Yu Beiqing cupped her hands around Xiaoba's cold ears. You carry me, and I'll warm your ears. A smile spread across Xiaoba's face. Jiang Yubai observed their interaction with a subtle smile in his eyes. Suddenly, Yu Beiqing tugged at his collar, prompting him to ask, "What's wrong?" "Something feels off. Fu Shijue would never so easily allow Butler Li to give you the jade pendant. I have a strong suspicion they have sent people to monitor us." Jiang Yubai reassured her, "Even if they have people nearby, it matters not." "Why not? What if we enter the mechanism and become trapped inside? What if they burst in shortly after we enter?" Jiang Yubai understood her concerns and replied, "I only need the medicinal herb. What Fu Shijue desires, I shall not take." Yu Beiqing inquired with confusion, "What does he want?" As the morning breeze blew, a strand of white hair on Jiang Yubai's forehead swayed gently. He replied, "An answer." "An answer?" She was even more puzzled. "What answer? I don't understand what you mean." "Not understanding is for the best," he stated. "Please tell me, I'm curious." She quickly grasped his arm, her face pleading, "I have leverage over Fu Shijue. I won't have to fear him anymore." Jiang Yubai hesitated for a moment. In that instant, she resembled a charming little parrot he had nurtured. Unable to resist, he ruffled her hair, exclaiming helplessly, "I will tell you later." She beamed with delight and playfully ruffled his hair in return. He was taken aback, then joined her in laughter. In the distance, bodyguards recorded the movements of the four with a high-definition camera, sending the footage to Fu Shijue. Chapter 95. No mercy. Even in pleas for mercy, Fu Shijue had arrived at Qingyang village, yet he remained concealed within the building he had previously occupied. Upon viewing the footage sent by his bodyguard, his icy gaze fixated intently on a particular frame. He replayed it repeatedly, ensuring he was not mistaken, and a chilling smile, both eerie and astonished, crept across his face. Gripping his phone tightly, he rose and opened the door, instructing Butler Li, who stood watch outside, to the cave. He was determined to personally eliminate the treacherous couple, especially Yu Beiqing. He yearned to strangle her with his bare hands. Even if she were to kneel and plead for mercy, he would remain utterly unmoved. Butler Li, puzzled, inquired, "Why the sudden change of plans to go to the cave? Did we not agree to let Jiang Yubai and the others act first, so we could capture them all at once?" "I've had a change of heart." "Is that a problem?" "Of course not," Butler Li replied, recognizing the urgency of the situation. The young master bore the marks of the whip, and it pained him deeply. How could someone who had never suffered a loss endure such torment? That scoundrel Jiang Yubai, to treat the young master so cruelly for the sake of obtaining a drug catalyst, there would be a reckoning, and he would ensure that Jiang Yubai paid tenfold for his transgressions. As Fu Shijue and Butler Li approached the entrance of the cave, dawn had broken, yet the morning mist lingered. He did not see any sign of Yu Beiqing and coldly asked, "Have they entered?" The bodyguard stationed outside confirmed, "Yes, the inside has been completely destroyed by fire, making it difficult for our men to hide. To avoid arousing suspicion, we must remain outside." "Then they have all entered, let us proceed," he said nonchalantly. The bodyguard looked at Butler Li in astonishment. "Wasn't it said we needed them to trigger the mechanism before we?" "Enough chatter. Follow the young master's orders," Butler Li urged, equally eager to apprehend Jiang Yubai and his companions. The cave was hardly expansive. Once they were inside, there was nowhere for them to escape. They possessed the jade pendants necessary to activate the mechanism. Whether Jiang Yubai opened it or they did, it would yield the same outcome. The lead bodyguard quickly led the hidden guards toward the cave. Regrettably, they found no trace of Jiang Yubai and the others outside. However, they did notice a disturbed patch on the otherwise dark ground, suggesting that the mechanism had been activated upon their entrance. Fu Shijue entered the cave as well, and the bodyguard promptly reported, "Young master, they have entered the cellar. However, it seems a key is required for entry, and we cannot get in." Butler Li instructed, "Then why are you hesitating? Hurry and break it open. This ground is made of a special material, we cannot breach it." Previously, Fu Shijue had ordered thorough inspections of the cave's surroundings, utilizing electric drills and even explosives. Unfortunately, none had inflicted any damage to the entrance of the mechanism. Fu Shijue issued a command, "Break it down. They are beneath the cellar. Any noise above will surely be heard." "Yes." Meanwhile, not long after entering the cellar, Yu Beiqing and her companions discovered it to be quite deep below ground, dark and damp. They had been using their phone flashlights for a while when they suddenly stumbled upon a large open space housing a crystal coffin. The four hurried over, only to find it empty. "What the hell, is that a diamond on the coffin lid?" Yu Beiqing exclaimed, immediately fixating on the large diamond sealing the coffin. Jiang Yubai, well versed in such matters, remarked, "Indeed. If I am not mistaken, that is the heart of the ocean, which caused a global sensation at a charity auction 20 years ago. It was purchased by a mysterious individual for 5 billion, after which it vanished without a trace." 5 billion. The figure was staggering. Had this been the 21st century, she would have rallied her relatives to cart off the coffin and lead the entire village to prosperity. Jiang Yubai, uninterested in the diamond, urged, "Let us search the area thoroughly." However, Yu Beiqing stood fixed before the coffin, chattering animatedly with Xiaoba, "Xiaoba, your master is so wealthy. You've always wanted to meet your master, right? If we pry this diamond off and take it home, you can gaze at it every day and think of him." "Miss Yu, this is a coffin, meant for the dead. Even if you are greedy, you ought not to covet objects meant for the deceased," Shenfu interjected, unable to contain himself as he observed Xiaoba's mindless nodding. "But there's no body in the coffin." Leaving it here is such a waste. Yu Beicheng surmised it was undoubtedly crafted by Xiaoba's master, only to have been left unused all this time. Seeing her intent on prying off the diamond, Shenfu remarked, then let us share the spoils. You can give me half when the time comes. Yu Beicheng generously replied, then you help me with it. You three, come here. Zhang Yubai suddenly called from not far off. The cellar was not particularly spacious, nearly around 100 square meters, seemingly excavated specifically for storage. The trio approached to find Zhang Yubai holding a stack of photographs. Some had been torn and reassembled, others appeared burned and were missing pieces, while some were hand-drawn portraits. The photographs seemed to have been preserved for a long time, as they were surrounded by the kind of wavy borders used in the 70s and 80s for photography. Ordinarily, storing items in such a damp place would lead to oxidation, yet, the owner had taken great care, using special vacuum bags to preserve each photograph. Each photograph depicted a woman. Judging by her silhouette, it appeared to be the same woman. Regrettably, after examining a substantial number of the photographs, they could not discern the woman's face. Is this woman your master's wife? Yu Beicheng asked Xiaoba. Xiaoba nodded, pride evident on his face. Zhang Yubai likely deduced who this woman was, either the wife of Yi Tianfan, a daughter of a prominent family, or perhaps a childhood sweetheart of Yi Tianfan. Regardless of her identity, he was indifferent. Continue searching for anything related to the drug catalyst, Zhang Yubai instructed. Shenfu and Zhang Yubai resumed their search, while Yu Beicheng, flashlight in hand, continued to illuminate the crystal coffin, remarking, aside from this seemingly valuable coffin, there doesn't appear to be anything of worth here. She had anticipated the cellar would house ancient treasures, valuable paintings, and heaps of gold, only to find it filled with scraps of paper and photographs. Noticing her disappointment, Xiaoba seemed to understand. Frowny face. All of the master's possessions have been transferred to the young mistress. This place is merely filled with items related to her. Why didn't you tell me? Had I known, we wouldn't have come here. Over the past few days, she had hoped to find treasure, which had thrilled her immensely. Xiaoba scratched his head, intending to explain why they had come here, but suddenly recalled something and hurriedly began rummaging through the area. Ultimately, he unearthed a picture frame, excitedly placing it before Yu Beicheng. Upon seeing the face within the frame, Yu Beicheng let out a startled scream. Ah, it's Fu Shijue. How could his photo be here? It's terrifying. She snatched the frame from Xiaoba's hands and smashed it forcefully to the ground. Chapter 96. He could not bear to let her die. The frame shattered, and Xiaoba, disregarding the shards of glass, hastily picked it up from the ground. Upon noticing that the photograph within remained unscathed, he let out a sigh of relief. Why? Yu Beicheng, witnessing his actions, inquired slowly, is the man in the photo your master? Xiaoba nodded, carefully presenting the photograph in both hands to Yu Beicheng, stating, he is not the young master. He is the master. The young master refers to Fu Shijue, while the master is Xiaoba's deceased former owner. Once again, Yu Beicheng beheld the visage of Fu Shijue. The man in the photograph bore an uncanny resemblance to Fu Shijue, yet his gaze exuded a calmness, devoid of the latter's ferocity. Your master looks remarkably similar to Fu Shijue, she remarked, unable to suppress her thoughts. No wonder you were so reluctant to leave his side when you first encountered him. Could it be that your master is Fu Shijue's father or perhaps a brother? Xiaoba shook his head, uncertain. Is he Tianfan, your master? Zhang Yubai, who had been searching for something, approached and, upon seeing the individual in the photograph, posed the question to Xiaoba. Xiaoba, who only conversed with Yu Beicheng and Fu Shijue, offered no acknowledgement to anyone else. Zhang Yubai included. Why? Yu Beicheng, taken aback by the mention of Yi Tianfan, asked Xiaoba, is your master named Yi Tianfan? Xiaoba nodded affirmatively. Fu Shijue's father is indeed named Yi Tianfan. Later, the author elaborated on Fu Shijue's lineage. Yi Tianfan was the older man sought by Qin Shihua. However, the true Yi Tianfan had long since passed away, with his half-brother impersonating him. The brother had been engaged in nefarious activities in Southeast Asia, masquerading as Yi Tianfan to seize his substantial wealth. In the later narrative, Fu Shijue, while developing his ventures in Southeast Asia, had significant dealings with Yi Tianfan's brother. Isn't Fu Shijue supposed to be without parents? How could Yi Tianfan be his father? Zhang Yubai inquired, perplexed. Why? Yu Beicheng coughed lightly. It's merely a conjecture of mine. After all, it is rare for two individuals to bear such striking resemblances unless there is a blood relation. Indeed, they do share a likeness, but according to my research, Yi Tianfan had no children. The authoress later writing faltered, providing only scant details about Fu Shijue's background. Consequently, Yu Beicheng's information was limited to the fact that Fu Shijue's father was named Yi Tianfan. As for whether Yi Tianfan had children, she lacked Zhang Yubai's resources to ascertain. She suggested, perhaps a woman close to him gave birth in secret. Zhang Yubai shook his head. He cannot procreate. During his childhood, while laboring for others, his testicles were crushed. Given that the drug catalyst was developed by Yi Tianfan, Zhang Yubai had meticulously investigated Yi Tianfan's entire background. Why? Yu Beicheng pondered. Could it be artificial insemination? Both were crushed, hence, he cannot produce sperm. How could he possibly undergo artificial insemination? Yu Beicheng scratched her head in frustration. Then how could he have fathered Fu Shijue? Perhaps Fu Shijue is not his son. They must be father and son. The author would not falsify such a fundamental connection. Noticing her unwavering conviction, Zhang Yubai asked, what leads you to be so certain they are father and son? Yu Beicheng, feeling a bit embarrassed, swiftly changed the topic. Have you found the drug catalyst yet? Not yet. I've searched everywhere and still found nothing. Just as the words left her mouth, a tremendous commotion erupted outside, followed by a tremor. Shenfu, not far from the entrance, ventured to investigate the situation and hurried back to report, Fu Shijue's men are above. They seem intent on blowing up the entrance. What? This cellar has only this one exit. If he detonates it, how will we escape? Yu Beicheng refused to remain idle. I'll confront him. You continue searching. Zhang Yubai, aware of Fu Shijue's tactics, did not hinder her. Chen Fu, accompany her. No need, I can manage with Xiaoba. With that, Yu Beicheng and Xiaoba departed. Chen Fu, noticing Zhang Yubai's furrowed brow filled with concern for Yu Beicheng, reassured him, young master, I believe Yu Beicheng has a solid strategy for dealing with Fu Shijue. You need not worry, focus on finding the drug catalyst, he instructed. Understood. This cellar featured 3 secret doors, each requiring a jade pendant to unlock. Yu Beicheng approached the last door, and as she neared the ground, the noise above intensified. She said, I'll entrust the jade pendant to you for safekeeping. Remember, if I am captured by Fu Shijue, you mustn't concern yourself with me, just escape and bring them both out, understood? Xiaoba shook his head, insisting, you are important. Rest assured, I shall be fine. She affectionately patted his head. When the moment comes, follow my instructions. She then shared her plan with Xiaoba before unlocking the secret door. Outside, dust swirled in the air. As soon as Yu Beicheng emerged, she was immediately surrounded by bodyguards. Upon spotting her, the guards quickly rushed to inform Fu Shijue, who sat in a vehicle outside. Is everyone out? He inquired. Just her alone. Fu Shijue narrowed his eyes. It seems they have yet to locate the drug catalyst. Another bodyguard hurriedly approached. Young master, Miss Yu insists she has something of utmost importance to discuss with you, something related to your lineage. A chill swept through Fu Shijue's gaze. Bring her to me. She stands by the cellar entrance, but as we approach, she retreats inside. The guard's voice faltered. She claims she won't emerge unless she sees you. Is she attempting to threaten him? Fu Shijue found himself both amused and infuriated. Then blow up the entrance. Let us see how long she can hide inside. Previously, they had only been smashing things, creating a cacophony. However, if they resorted to an explosion, the impact would be significantly greater, potentially shattering Yu Beicheng, who stood at the entrance, into oblivion. Naturally, the bodyguards would not dare defy Fu Shijue's command. As Fu Shijue observed the bodyguards preparing to detonate explosives to obliterate the entrance, Yu Beicheng's voice echoed from below, is your young master here yet? The young master said if you have the ability, you can keep hiding. Then we will blow up the entrance and reduce you to nothing. The guard relayed Fu Shijue's words, even distorting some of them. Fu Shijue. Did he actually say that? Yu Beicheng erupted in a torrent of curses from within. Moments later, the secret door swung open, and she emerged, her eyes immediately locking onto Fu Shijue among the guards. In an instant, she joyfully exclaimed, Xiaoba! Hurry out and get to work. Xiaoba, concealed behind, sprang into action at her command, swiftly incapacitating the bodyguards. Chapter 97. All affections were bestowed upon him. Fu Shijue seemed to perceive her intentions, promptly drawing his gun, prepared to shoot 2 rounds at Xiaoba's legs. Unexpectedly, Yu Beicheng saw through his actions and threw herself in front of Xiaoba, lunging at him with fierce determination. Fu Shijue was taken aback by her audacity. Did she not fear that he might shoot her dead? Bang! Bang, bang! Fu Shijue fired at her feet. Ah! Yu Beicheng was considerably startled, yet in her quest to protect Xiaoba, she pressed on, you vile man, Xiaoba resolves matters with his fists, how dare you fire a gun? Her petite frame allowed her to sprint swiftly. Fortunately, her agility spared her life today, otherwise, she would have perished at his hands. Fu Shijue coldly fixed his gaze upon her. If you dare approach again, I shall not aim at your feet but at your forehead. It seemed she had forgotten Fu Shijue's precision with a firearm. Was he deliberately sparing her? Yu Beicheng's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement, her voice transformed with enthusiasm. So you are intentionally avoiding hitting me, reluctant to inflict harm? Fu Shijue's expression darkened. What nonsense are you spouting? Yu Beicheng realized she had not misjudged him. Fu Shijue currently had no desire to kill her. After all, she still held a modicum of utility for him. If she were to die, where would he find the amusement he once relished? With a beaming smile, she remarked, Fu Shijue, look at you now. It was quite the departure for him to show mercy to a woman he had once bullied. This was not his usual style. Unable to tolerate her smug demeanor, Fu Shijue retorted coldly, do not think for a moment that I am afraid to kill you. Seeing Xiaoba subdue the bodyguard, she quickly commanded, seize the gun from his hands. Bind him. Just because he had hesitated to kill her earlier did not mean he wouldn't act against her now. After all, men were notoriously fickle creatures. As soon as Yu Beicheng's words fell, Xiaoba moved with lightning speed, toppling Fu Shijue. Now your young master is in my grasp. All of you, lay down your weapons. Yu Beicheng swiftly positioned herself beside Xiaoba, sternly addressing the bodyguards. The bodyguards, glancing at Fu Shijue, who was restrained by Xiaoba, were about to lower their guns when Fu Shijue interjected, do not lower them. This person will not harm me, just proceed to capture this woman. Yu Beicheng quickly exchanged glances with Xiaoba. Xiaoba immediately led Fu Shijue into a hidden chamber. As Yu Beicheng noticed the bodyguards closing in, she seized the gun she had wrested from Fu Shijue and fired a shot at his feet. Instantly, the bodyguards were deterred from advancing. If you wish for your young master to live, vacate this place, otherwise, I assure you, he will not escape unscathed. Previously, the bodyguards had doubted Yu Beicheng's ruthlessness towards the young master, but after witnessing the state he was in these days, they recognized her as a heartless individual. Fearful she might shoot him, they retreated satisfied. Yu Beicheng entered the cellar. Xiaoba, unable to signal due to restraining Fu Shijue and the absence of light in the cellar, was not concerned about Fu Shijue's escape. She commanded, release him. As she spoke, she turned on a flashlight, illuminating Fu Shijue's face. He squinted uncomfortably. What exactly do you intend to do? I've already spared you, why are you still following me? Yu Beicheng inquired. The moment Fu Shijue regained his freedom, he reached out to strangle her. However, Yu Beicheng deftly evaded and hid behind Xiao Ba, who blocked his hand. Little master, we will not harm you. Fu Shijue, unable to comprehend the gestures, remained oblivious to Xiao Ba's words. Yet, he had often heard from Butler Li that Xiao Ba had initially intended to stay by his side, only to be intercepted by Yu Beicheng. With a cold sneer, he uttered, "What good is following her compared to being with me?" Previously, Fu Shijue had shown indifference towards Xiao Ba, forcing him to follow Yu Beicheng. Now it seemed he wished for Xiao Ba to accompany him. As Yu Beicheng observed Xiao Ba's eyes light up at Fu Shijue's words, she quickly interjected, "Xiao Ba, don't be foolish. He has Qin Shernua by his side. Even if he does not mistreat you, do you believe she would allow you to thrive?" Xiao Ba, naturally unwilling to part with Yu Beicheng, would not be swayed by Fu Shijue's mere words. Seeing Yu Beicheng's concern for Xiao Ba, Fu Shijue chuckled. If Xiao Ba were to follow him, would she still possess the audacity she currently exhibited? Would she still be able to manipulate him? Fu Shijue resolved firmly, "If you choose to follow me, you will be mine. I shall not permit any stray dog or cat to bully you." Xiao Ba, do not listen to him. Butler Li treats him so well, he even gave a necklace meant for his wife to Qin Shernua. How can you expect him to treat you well? Fu Shijue glared menacingly at her, as if you have treated him any better. You want him by your side precisely because you fear I might capture him, but if he were worthless, would you still cling to him? Infuriated, Yu Beicheng aimed her gun at him. "Speak another word, and I shall shoot you dead." Her stance suggested she was not merely bluffing. Fu Shijue's eyes darkened as he shifted the topic. "Did you not mention wanting to discuss my identity?" Yu Beicheng, noticing his cowardice, smiled. Who would have thought that Fu Shijue feared death? After all, every human being harbors a fear of death. And no matter how ruthless he may be, he would still tremble before the specter of mortality. "You will know once we enter," she replied, leading Fu Shijue deeper into the chamber. Meanwhile, Zhang Yubai and Xin Fu were still searching for the medicinal recipe. Upon seeing her return with Fu Shijue, they exchanged astonished glances. "You brought him in so easily? Now he is my defeated foe. With him as a hostage, we can secure what we need and leave smoothly," Yu Beicheng stated. Zhang Yubai and Xin Fu exchanged a knowing look before resuming their search. Although the space was small, it was cluttered with numerous items, making the quest for a recipe quite arduous. Upon entering, Fu Shijue began surveying the cellar's layout. As his gaze fell upon a photograph in a frame beside Zhang Yubai, his eyes narrowed slightly. How could someone resemble him so closely? "This is your father," she said, standing beside him. "His name is Yi Tianfan." Fu Shijue replied. "Just because I resemble Yi Tianfan, does that mean he is my father?" Yu Beicheng crossed her arms, observing his lack of curiosity regarding his lineage. She inquired, "Why do you not ask why I am so certain Yi Tianfan is your father? Your thought process has always been unconventional. Do not assume I am foolish enough to assist you in finding your medicinal ingredients," Fu Shijue retorted, unwilling to be her pawn. Should Yi Tianfan truly be the callous father who abandoned him in the hospital without a second thought, upon leaving, he would ensure this place was reduced to ashes. Such a person would scorn familial bonds, love, and friendship. Why Yu Beicheng? She indeed harbored such thoughts. After all, his fortune was unparalleled. This world was a creation of the author, who, in essence, was heaven, bestowing all affections upon him. At that moment, Zhang Yubai exclaimed, "Found it." Upon hearing this, she hurried over with joy. Naturally, she was not the only one to follow. Fu Shijue accompanied her as well. Chapter 98. Do you not wish for me to regain my memories? The cellar, long neglected, was cloaked in dust and cobwebs. As Zhang Yubai rummaged through the items, her clothes and hair became ensnared in the debris. Upon entering, she was immediately assailed by a fit of coughs, and while covering her nose, she patted the dust off his arms and back. "Thank you," Zhang Yubai said, focused solely on her search, oblivious to her own disheveled appearance. "I'll manage on my own." "It's quite all right, allow me to assist you," she replied, producing a feather duster from an unknown source and gently brushing away the grime from him. Standing nearby, Fu Shijue observed her attentive kindness towards Zhang Yubai, his gaze clouded with inscrutability. Xin Fu scrutinized the prescription, and after a moment, his expression turned somber. "Young master, even if we have located the prescription, I fear we may not be able to formulate the medicinal catalyst." Yu Beicheng inquired, puzzled, "Why is that?" Xin Fu handed the prescription to Yu Beicheng. Nestled within an album, the document, despite its age of 2 decades, was remarkably preserved. The characters danced across the page, bold and vigorous, indicative of a formidable figure in the business world. Fortunately, being in Chinese, she could comprehend it. The catalyst, whether developed by Yi Tianfan for himself or for his ailing wife, contained the most crucial ingredient, his own blood, yet, Yi Tianfan had long since passed away. Thus, the discovery of this prescription seemed futile. Noticing Zhang Yubai's crestfallen demeanor, Yu Beicheng turned her gaze towards Fu Shijue. It appeared he had been watching her intently. When their eyes met, there was a moment of surprise, and his expression flickered with evasion. Yu Beicheng, believing he had discerned her intentions, offered a friendly smile. "Fu Shijue, you mustn't assume I'm plotting against you, rather, circumstances often unfold unexpectedly, and for that, I must impose upon you." Fu Shijue responded with a puzzled look. "He is Yi Tianfan's son. His blood is essential," the astute Yu Beicheng declared to Zhang Yubai. "Therefore, your sister can be saved, do not despair." Fu Shijue, listening to her, could only chuckle in disbelief. This audacious woman proposed using his blood as a catalyst with no regard for his safety, all while worrying about Zhang Yubai's ailing sister. Zhang Yubai, sensing the chill radiating from Fu Shijue, exclaimed, "How could he possibly be Yi Tianfan's son? Why not give it a try? At this point, we might as well gamble on a dead horse as if it were alive." Perhaps it might succeed, she implored him. As Fu Shijue absorbed her words, a surge of anger and sorrow welled up within him. Yubei Chang, the blood resides within me, not you. It is not for you to dictate. You have now become our captive. What authority do you possess? Zhang Yubai interjected, unable to hold back her reminder. We are still in the city, on his territory. Yubei Chang operated differently than Zhang Yubai. She sought to intimidate Fu Shijue, while Zhang Yubai merely wished to broker a deal. Unfortunately, things did not unfold as desired. With Yubei Chang present, even if Zhang Yubai offered her utmost sincerity, Fu Shijue would likely refuse. Yubei Chang mumbled, he is about to leave a city for Southeast Asia. If you do not extract his blood for testing now, it may prove difficult later. In the future, as Fu Shijue's influence expanded and the formidable figures around him multiplied, capturing him as easily as now would become increasingly challenging. How do you know I plan to go to Southeast Asia? Fu Shijue's keen senses detected her, and he questioned her sharply. Yubei Chang, without a moment's hesitation, lied, I've entered your study numerous times. Am I illiterate? Can I not recognize words? Only he and the stewardly had access to his study. In Fu Shijue's memory, he had never permitted Yubei Chang entry. Sensing the murderous intent in his gaze, Yubei Chang coughed lightly. Naturally, I accessed it before your memory loss. After all, he could not recall past events, making her deceit untraceable. He has lost his memory? Zhang Yubai asked, perplexed. Fu Shijue ignored her, wearing an expression that conveyed utter indifference, yet Yubei Chang nodded vigorously. Though he has lost his memory, he remains as ruthless as ever, devoid of any compassion. Zhang Yubai regarded Fu Shijue thoughtfully, then glanced at her, finally letting out a light laugh. No wonder Fu Shijue no longer harbored the intense animosity that once made him wish to rend her to pieces. Was he now more open due to his memory loss? Initially, Zhang Yubai had believed Yubei Chang was deeply in love with Fu Shijue, but after spending time with her, it became evident that her feelings were not as profound. Curious, Shen Fu inquired, how did he lose his memory? Without a care for Fu Shijue's dignity, Yubei Chang recounted his embarrassing incident. Fu Shijue's face darkened. If you wish to become mute like Xiaoba, I can certainly accommodate you. Yubei Chang stuck out her tongue playfully. It might be due to intracranial bleeding, resulting in temporary amnesia, Zhang Yubai interjected. In such cases, one typically regains their memory within a month or two as the blood dissipates. Yubei Chang's expression turned sour, as if she were suffering from constipation. 1 or 2 months until memory returns? If recovery progresses well, it could be less than a month, Zhang Yubai clarified. Upon Fu Shijue's return to a city, the stewardly had promptly conducted a CT scan, confirming that aside from the hematoma, his brain was otherwise unscathed. It seems you are rather averse to my regaining my memories. Fu Shijue fixed his penetrating gaze upon her. Yubei Chang, it appears you have deceived me during my amnesiac days. I would never dare deceive you. Besides, could your sharp mind be so easily fooled by me? Yubei Chang retorted, not lauding him but rather critiquing his difficulty in being misled. Heaven forbid, her misfortune seemed endless. In other novels, the male lead, upon losing his memory, would be easily swayed by the female antagonist. Yet in her case, he questioned everything she said. Was there no justice left in the world? Fu Shijue, unaccustomed to receiving such high praise from her, haughtily snorted. Zhang Yubai chuckled at the bickering duo and suggested, since we have found the prescription, let us depart. Agreed. She cast a reluctant glance at the coffin behind Fu Shijue. Is there truly no way to take that with us? Zhang Yubai and Shen Fu exchanged glances, speechless. Following her gaze, Fu Shijue scoffed, foolishness. With the jade pendant that opens the mechanism in hand, when would one not be able to retrieve it? You are quite right. Yubei Chang exclaimed, her spirits lifting. I never anticipated your presence would prove so useful. Fu Shijue coldly interjected, should you wish to use my blood as a catalyst, I may acquiesce. However, I must first obtain what I desire.